Hello, everybody, and welcome to the event hall here at the Battle Hardened Cincinnati. We have got an unbelievable day of flesh and blood prepared for you. As you can see, round one is paired. We are getting ready for the first Dusk till Dawn meta tournament. Is Briar going to leave to Living Legend? What heroes are going to rise to the forefront of the yeah, sure. Yeah, no problem. Sorry, my cameraman wants to jump in real quick. Yeah, come on in, man. Come on in. What was yours? It was Bordai something?
Bordai Supperloak. Hello. Nice
hey, Supperloak. You know what? You got some spunk. You want to jump into the casting booth?
The casting booth? I'm supposed to be on camera duty today.
No. We'll get you in there. You look like you got some real fire to you.
All right, let's do it. What's up, everybody? Brody Spurlock here. I'm going to be joining Sam today in the casting booth. We've got an insane day ready for you guys. Brand new meta. Lots of top players playing heroes we've never seen them play before.
This is going to be an unbelievable tournament. We're going to jump back over to Ethan Van Sant Mansan, give you guys a little rundown because the pairings are up. We got to get to gaming, so we'll see you momentarily. Dusk till Dawn, round one. Don't go anywhere.
Ooh, okay. Oh my gosh, I've been running around everywhere, people. But it looks like it's going to work. Today is going so well. Yesterday went so well. We have a really exciting round one for you. We're not going to be cutting to the caster cam or the producer cam much. Obviously, I'm working on a lot of stuff behind the scenes here, but it's going to be a great day. We have Michael Hamilton versus Adam B on Dash, so it'll be Levi versus Dash to kick things off. I'm going to do some final bit of prep, and then we're going to basically jump into the run of things today. Okay? So if that sounds good, sit tight for just one more second, and we'll get underway here. SCG hasn't even started the round yet, so we're working with a little bit extra time, which is nice. Be right back.
Howdy, everybody. Welcome back to the Battle Hardened Cincinnati. My name is Sam O'Byrne. I'm lucky enough to be joined by Boy Wonder, Kid Power, two-time back-to-back Battle Hardened champion, Brody Spurlock. Brody, welcome to the show, my man.
Thank you, Sam. Guys, I am so excited to be here. I'm taking this one off. I was really excited to play, but I am more excited to commentate. We have such a cool field. New set, Oldhim's gone, the meta's been shaken up. I cannot wait to see what the players have come up with, and I couldn't be more excited to be here in the booth.
Yeah, this is a really exciting day. I mean, the first day of a new set, but not only the first day of a new set, the dawning of a new age, as the grandfather of eternity has moved off finally into eternity, into the sunset, which is going to have a huge effect on the metagame, as well as all these new cards that have been just juiced into these players' hands.
Absolutely. Oldhim has been a staple of the game for so long, probably the most consistent hero across many metagames, who's just always there in A tier or S tier hanging out, and it's going to be a different game with him gone.
Yeah. Now, Brody, the round one has been paired, so we don't have too long to talk to you guys. So we're just, we're going to try to move through this as quickly as we can. But Brody, you are one of the luminaries of this game. At the ripe old age of 17, you have claimed so many titles and so many different accolades in this game. Looking at this event, do you know what you would be playing?
It's really hard, to be honest. I have no clue. Part of me would maybe just play Lexi because it's what I've been playing. I'm familiar with it.
Yeah.
I kind of wanted to try out Dromai. I know a lot of people are excited about Levia. I was going to have a really hard time choosing. I'm almost happy I didn't have to.
Now, did I hear you correctly? Did you say that a lot of people are excited about Levia?
Levia, I know, our Shadow Brick hero. We haven't seen a whole lot of her in the top 8s of the past, but...
Don't say that. Ethan's right over there. Don't say
true.
anything about that.
Ethan has made top 8s with Levia.
He has. He's done pretty dang well with that hero. So we are getting ready to jump into our first match. And we've been talking about the Shadow Brute hero. So you know what? Why don't we just feature her in round one on a pretty familiar player? Some of you might have heard of this guy. Let's go ahead and jump into the pre-match for round one of the Battle Hardened here in Cincinnati.
That's right, everybody.
Here we go. Battle Hardened coming up. Let's take a look at these players. Now, Brody, do you recognize either of these people?
I don't think I've seen either one of these two before.
Okay, so it's Michael H on the left there versus Adam B. We've got a Levia versus a Dash. This is going to be a fantastic match. Talk to me a little bit about the heroes and what you think we can expect.
Yeah, Hamilton, our world champion, everybody. Yeah, this is going to be an interesting matchup. I've never seen it played out before. I think that the Levia Redeemed / Blesmafet Levia Consumed character adds a lot of nuance to all of Levia's matches now. Mm-hmm. It's really interesting to see which one of the two demi-heroes the player tries to go for. I'd be really curious to see whether Adam I'd be curious to see whether Adam starts with the Teklo Pounder or the Induction Chamber. Mm-hmm. I think that more commonly we would probably see Dashes choose to be aggressive in this matchup, take out the Pounder, just go ham and race the Levia. But it's interesting because of the way Levia functions, it's possible that the Dash wants to just play a little bit more block out, set up the chamber. I'd also be curious to see how much the Dash deck lists have changed now that Oldhim's gone. That was the primary matchup where I think they went for this slower game plan, so it's possible that they do not have all of those defensive tools as much as they used to.
Yeah, absolutely. When you sit across from a Dash, it's never clear exactly what you can expect to face. It's kind of like two decks in one, but we are seeing the Induction Chamber flip from Adam there, which is going to normally point to a little bit more of a slower game plan, getting ready to set up all those items, move themselves into a longer game. But again, looking at the Levia over there on Michael's side of the board, in similar manner now, it's unclear what flavor of Levia you're going to be playing. Most players are going to be surprised to even see that hero in the first place, but there are a number of different builds rocking around the Christmas tree, as it were.
Yeah, and we see Adam checking out the Scowling Flesh Bag here. This is a brand new card from Dusk Till Dawn that blocks 2, and it says, when you defend with this, intimidate. So this is one of the first effects that we've seen to interact with the opponent's hand on their turn, outside of Icelander. And he's checking out the Scab Skins as well. So with Levia, it's interesting. There are actually quite a few different weapons she can play. We've seen some people rocking the Claws. You can play Romping Club. You can play, as Michael's chosen here, the Ravenous Meat Axe. So it'll be really interesting to see the build he's chosen.
Now, I think Adam here is all of us. Adam is all of us lovely players sitting across from a Levia at a Battle Hardened for the first time, being like, wait, what is this doing again?
Yeah, we haven't seen a ton of these.
Yeah.
In the past, Levia has been one of the lesser represented heroes. It's really cool to see this weekend maybe is going to be her huge day in the sun.
Yeah, now talking also about what Michael has brought, as they're checking out the card there, we should check it out ourselves in the Ravenous Meat Axe. Rather than Romping Club, rather than Claws, Michael has opted to go for the Meat Axe here. It's going to be a 2-cost action. When you attack with it, you draw a card, then you discard a random card, and of course, if a card with 6 or more is discarded, it gets +2. But Michael is going to go ahead and start the game here with the Scab Skins roll. Oh, and he started off with a 1 there, Brody.
Man, maybe he's getting his bad luck out of the way on turn 0, right? Hopefully for him.
Yeah. Now, he did go ahead and release a little bit of a deck tech earlier this week, so we know that a large part of the game plan revolves around those Scabskin leathers. Excuse me. He wants to get one of those ghostly visits in the banish zone so he can play it from his banish zone, use it, utilizing those Scabskins, do a lot of blocking, so we'll see if he's going to be able to get that engine online as soon as possible.
Yeah, we are over to Adams' turn 1 now. He's looking at this 4-card hand. I can't quite see what... Do you want to zoom in on Adams' hand and we can see how much pitch he's got, what cards he's working with here on his first turn? 2 yellows, 2 reds, it looks like.
Now, here's the thing about Dash, looking at those 2 combustible couriers. Again, Dash is a numbers deck kind of at its core, right? So without the amount of on-hit effects that other decks can present, Combustible Courier represents kind of one of the most important on-hits in the deck, and 3 more damage if it does hit. So this is, a card that Adam is probably happy to see here. It'll be interesting to see if Michael wants to cash in any of that equipment, or if he's happy to block, as we know this deck is kind of designed to do.
Absolutely. It's interesting. Levia actually has quite a bit of a fridge here, more than any other hero if you count the Carrion Husk. So we could see a 4-block with Flesh Bag plus Leathers, for example, or maybe a card plus Scabs.
Alrighty, so the first round here at the Battle Hardened, it's Adam's first turn. Michael went ahead and arsenaled on his turn 0, and now let's see how Adam wants to do this. We do want to thank both of these players for being game to just jump into the feature match on round 1. It's very kind of them to be so willing to throw themselves into the fire, as it were. We're going to start off, if we're Adam here, with a yellow 0 to 60. It's going to boost away a Mechanologist card, so it's going to be 3 with Go Again.
Hamilton's looking at a hand of Art of War, Unworldly Bellow Blue, 1-yard Marauder, and he's blocking with his Beast Hulk.
Alrighty, so that is going to go ahead and cover up that block. Adam here's thinking about, you probably want to set up a counter on your pistol in your chamber. You maybe want to set up one of those couriers for your arsenal. Adam, if he is playing towards that slightly slower item setup game plan that sometimes he's, you don't want to necessarily boost away your whole hand. And look, he's going to go ahead and boost those 2 cards to the bottom of the deck. So we talked about on-hits. Perhaps he's wanting to keep some of those on-hits in the second cycle of this deck for later in the game.
Yeah, when you're playing Dash and boosting, there's always the consideration that you could get close to fatigue and run out of cards in your deck. So it's possible that that's why we see this chamber here. Perhaps Adam is going for a still aggressive game plan, but choosing to present the chamber just to give him more ability to present damage while pitching in order to not run out of cards.
Absolutely, and electing to not boost there because you don't need to at the end of the chain, keeping some cards in his deck. It's something that Matt Rogers has spoken about. He actually prefers the induction chamber even when he's going aggressive because it turns your blues into 4 damage, and he prefers to do that over the course of a game rather than just the 6 damage you get after the Teklo Pounder. So we're going to shift the turn over to Michael here. He kept that Art of War in his hand. Adam's going to go ahead and draw up. Michaels gets his first turn of the game, which he's going to start off with. Man, if that's not one of the most powerful cards that Brute has access to in a swing big.
Absolutely. 2 for 8 coming in, similar to the Wounded Bull that we've seen him play it in the past in Icelander. And he's going to set up that Art of War in Arsenal, so maybe next turn we're going to see a big pop-off for Michael Hamilton.
Absolutely. Now, I think something that we can be looking at in this game, it's going to be exciting to see when exactly that Scowling Flesh Bag is cashed in. You can think about how when in the Hamilton of old, utilizing the Frostbite from Icelander to just find that perfect time to put a Frostbite in. Finding that perfect time to intimidate with the Scowling Flesh Bag is going to be important. Michael Hamilton here, turn 2, coming in with that swing big for 8.
Looks like the players are discussing something, just making sure they're...
How many more in hand do you have? 2?
I have 1 card in hand. This doesn't have...
Adam's considering his blocks. Let's zoom in on Adam's hand there and see what he's working with.
Taking a moment, I can see a max velocity. Got a Spark of Genius working with there. That's going to be able to fetch an item critically if he wants to be establishing that kind of a game plan. So the maximum velocity is going to reward you for boosting 3 times.
Yeah, I wonder if we'll see him set up the maximum velocity in Arsenal and try to get it off on a 5-card hand.
All right, so we're blocking 4 with the Teklo Foundry Heart and with the Crown of Providence. Looks like he's deciding if he wants to put another block down. He has the option to sink off the Crown of Providence here if these are his only blocks for the turn.
So we'll see how Adam wants to handle this. Now, he hasn't put any counters on his items yet, so you can imagine that's something he does want to set up eventually, is get a counter on the pistol, a counter on the chamber, and turn that item into more damage.
Yeah, we haven't seen a lot of resources drawn from Adam yet. It looks like mostly reds and yellows thus far.
Absolutely, which could point to why he's having trouble finding those counters at the first time in the game. So we're going to go ahead and sink a card here from the effect of the Crown of Providence and draw. Adam going ahead and drawing into a Techlocore, which is a good way to talk about resources. It's a blue if you need it, but it can also set you up with 2 resources on each of your next 2 subsequent turns.
Yeah.
Yeah, so he's going down to 36.
Speaking of breaks,
The crown goes away. Teklo's got a counter. And Hamilton's going to set that Art of War like we talked about.
Because I banished random cards from my discard, but you're fine to just keep them there. Okay, and this gets a -1 now.
Alrighty, so Adam going to go ahead and activate the Battle Worn, or not activate, the Battle Worn's going to trigger, put a -1 defense counter on the Techlocore, and we're going over to Adam's second turn of this game, keeping that Spark of Genius in his hand. As we look over at Michael, he's got, those look like a bunch of brute cards.
Yeah, we got a blue, we got a cost 2, multiple cost 2s, Endless Maw. This is a card that I think is really powerful in this deck. It can be a 2-card 9 at red. You banish 3 cards from your graveyard, and if you get a 6 or more power, then it comes in for +3, 6 + 3.
We got that Spark of Genius. We finally found a red zipper hit, and now see that maximum velocity. We're not going to be able to boost the 3 times on the turn, so it'll be interesting to see. Does Adam want to set that up for later? And we're just going to go ahead and put that Techlocore back into the deck. We can grab it with something like a Spark of Genius for 0. So this is going to go ahead and boost away another zipper hit. So this is going to be 5 with the go again.
So it gets the go again, and
Alrighty, that's going to be the first chain link for Adam here. Michael, we know this deck wants to block. That's Michael, in what he was talking about in that deck tech, he barely is running any non-block cards. He wants every single one of these cards to block 3 as often as possible, which in Levia can be somewhat of a tall task. So you have to imagine he's going to be happy to do so, especially if he can get something like a Ghostly Visit into his hand to block with, hoping to banish it to one of the Levia effects later to then kind of get that engine really rolling.
Yeah, Hamilton has a lot to think about here. If he does want to play that Art of War, we often see Levio choose Go Again on that card, but he's only got 1 blue in hand, so it might be difficult for him to get multiple attacks off unless he draws into another resource card. Looks like he blocked 3, took 2, just playing the value game.
All right, Adam, continuing with his action point here, is now able to go ahead and, like I said, either Spark of Genius and attempt to get that 0-cost item if he wishes. And it looks like that is what's going to happen. He's going to go ahead and break the chain. And look most likely to be a Spark of Genius for 0.
And this will spend up his action point. He's not used his resources yet, so I bet we might see an Achilles pop even this early. He might go find an item, draw a card because he has boosted this turn, and then he's got resources and cards to continue on with his turn if he does want to pop those boots right away.
As well as set himself up for the next 2 turns. If he does need to block with the card, he's going to at least have the 2 resources from the Techlocore to continue to power his turns later.
Absolutely.
It's like a 3-of-a-kind light. You block with a card and get some resources.
3-of-a-kind light. I like it.
It's nice. Not really.
No, I screwed up halfway.
So we're going to go ahead and make sure those cards are shuffled right side up, because that can be a bummer, and judges can think you're doing it on purpose when sometimes you just don't realize your pitch is upside down.
Yep, we've all done it. We don't have any issues. Looks like Adam's just double checking, then he's going to shuffle up and draw 1 card from the Spark of Genius.
You know, he could also be just checking all the cards, making, calculating out his next 5 turns, imagining all the different permutations. You do some stuff like that, right? You think about all the different combinations and all the different cards. Yeah, you got to give Adam a little credit here.
Adam's playing 5D chess over here. We're all 2 steps behind.
Exactly. So we're going to shuffle after the effect of the Spark of Genius. And now here, this is the interesting moment. Does Adam wish to cash in those Achilles accelerators to utilize both those resources and potentially the card he draws? Or is he okay with ending the turn here with those resources floating?
And I suppose it does depend what he draws. If he has another blue, then he can't really make use of that this turn. I suppose he could go pistol. He could go pistol, chamber, go again, and then load both again and shoot. So honestly, even another blue wouldn't be too bad. He could get in 4 damage plus load his chamber up for next turn.
I've boosted, so I can draw.
All right, so we're going to go ahead and draw off the Spark of Genius. And now we'll see if he wants to cash in the Achilles accelerator.
That looks like a red T-bone. So if he wants to, he can gain an action point, go 3, go again, and then load the chamber and shoot the pistol for 2. And set that maximum velocity and hope to get it off next turn.
Yeah, so we'll see if looks like he might be taking a peek over at those boots. He's got a bunch of resources floating. You know, those Achilles Accelerator can often be used to accelerate your turns kind of into the kill range. The amount of times I've seen my cousin Aiden at the very, very end of a game just be like, pop my boots, come in for 2 when they're out of cards and they're at 2 and that's the game. Like, that is often how that card is used, but sometimes you're priced into using it a little earlier.
It's happened to me so many times. The Achilles
I'd have to do this.
that last 2 points of damage when I'm just trying to hang on. And of note, Michael's graveyard is currently sitting at 4 cards. This is something he has to be tracking the whole game. It's pretty important because he has so many cards that banish 3 random from his graveyard. And fueling his graveyard by just blocking with 3 blocks gets him closer to being able to play those power cards.
So after breaking those boots, Michael going to go ahead and activate the Teklo Foundry Heart. We boost away 2 Mech-Knowledged items, so we turn those 2 resources into 3. So Adam, okay with boosting the cards out of the deck like we were talking about. He's comfortable doing so at this point. We're going to see how he can utilize those resources to the best.
That chamber probably lets him feel a little bit more comfortable being loose with his deck and like throwing cards away for instant value now because he does have some more late game survivability with the weapon.
Absolutely, and he will be able to keep cards in his deck by pitching into those weapons and pitching into those items. So we're going to load the induction chamber, we're going to load the Teklo Plasma Pistol, and it looks like then we're going to follow that up with the T-Bow. Now critically, do the Gambler's Glove have a block value? It looks like they do.
They do block 0, so Hamilton is saved from having to block with any of his real equipment here. Real blocking equipment, I should say. He's going to give the Gambler's Gloves and 1 more card.
Now, I was just informed by my producer that was just right there, 3 floating. But I'm not trying to do any free advertisement. I'm trying to be a respectful broadcaster. I'm not trying to shill from my own channel. But I do appreciate the call out because we did have a 3 floating.
2 with the plasma pistol.
This is going to follow that up now with a Teklo Plasma Pistol coming in for 2 to close out this chain. We're going to take 2 now. Adam here definitely taking the time, making sure he's moving carefully, doing all the correct things. These players are going to have to eventually worry about the round timer, though. For now, they still got 42 minutes, and you have to imagine this game isn't going to go to time.
Absolutely. I think that at the pace we're going, we should see... I'm really curious. I want to see a cool endgame from Levia here. If we could get like a lot of cards in the graveyard and then banish them all and maybe transform. That's what I'm looking for in this game.
Absolutely. So the Teklo Core going to go ahead and head to the bottom as part of the pitch. You can see Michael, you got to imagine this guy's aware of the timer. He's getting ready. As soon as Adam draws up, he's going to play that first card. Michael's probably mapped his turn out almost entirely. So we're going to start off with, is that the Endless Maw?
Endless Maw.
Flesh and Blood is hard, Michael. How did you say that from all the way over there? That's crazy.
Very hard game indeed.
So, as an additional cost to play Endless Maw, Michael's going to go ahead and banish 3 random cards from his graveyard. And if he hits a 6 or more power attack, we're going to turn this into a 3, 4, 9.
And I think the cards in his graveyard might all be 6s, so he is definitely hitting on this one.
No. Let's keep the suspense. Let's keep the suspense. We don't know if he's going to hit the 6.
We have no idea. Oh, he had some... Oh, he was rolling 2 dice for which cards did not get banished.
Ah, that's time saving.
Speedy way to do it.
I like that.
So he's got 1 Blood Debt card in there as well as the 2 Swing Bigs. Endless Maw is coming in for a huge 9. And the Art of War is still just hanging out in his arsenal.
Now the question is, did he hit a card with Blood Debt? It looks like he did. He's going to go ahead and represent that with that Boneyard Marauder with the little 1. So now we know the Blood Debt is at 1. Levia's hero text, if you're not familiar, and why would you be, because it's not like this hero has been relevant. But the Blood Debt is going to mean that any card with Blood Debt in the banish zone is going to tick down Michael's life total at the end of the turn. So at this 3rd turn of the game here for Michael Hamilton, he has gone ahead and turned off the Blood Debt as a result of Levia's hero power by banishing a card with 6 or more power. So Michael's 3rd turn of the game here, and he's coming in with this Endless Maw for 9.
And it looks like Adam has another max velocity in hand, as well as a Pulse Wave Harpoon, a High Octane, and I sure hope for him that that last card is a blue. I think it is. We haven't seen a ton of blues so far, but it looks like he does have resources, so maybe we'll see the High Octane. A block with the maximum velocity seems reasonable since he does already have another one sitting in Arsenal.
Absolutely. It's certainly hard to get 2 of them off in the same turn.
Yeah.
I've seen it. It's always exciting when it happens, when the calling, ooh, not Singapore, but there was a maximum velocity that won a major event when it was the Wombat Dash. He just came in and went crazy, but that was very exciting. However, that is not what's happening here. We've got an Endless Maw coming in for 9, and he's just going to go ahead and block with the Teklo Foundry Heart, taking 8, so he's keeping that maximum velocity in his hand. Maybe he's going to pitch it to the High Octane just to draw more cards and see more things, but...
I'll be curious. Maybe he's trying to get 1 off this turn and keep another for next turn. I don't know.
And we do have that Teklo Core that is about to pop, which is going to give him the 2 resources as well. So, he's going to go ahead and read the maximum once again in his arsenal, see if he can get it off. So Start of the turn, Adam's turn 3 here. We're going to go ahead and get those 2 resources off the Teklo core.
So I wouldn't be surprised to see him just start with the high octane, pay 1, draw a card, see what you're working with in your new hand, and go from there.
Absolutely. So
Pulse Wave Harpoon, a really powerful card that we got from Dynasty, but in this matchup versus Levia, it's not as strong since, like we talked about, most of her cards block 3. No matter what you steal from her, it's still going to be a valuable block, but it can, at the end of a chain, sort of mess up whatever turn Michael is planning.
yeah, absolutely. Now, Adam here going to go ahead and make sure he's planned his turn as effectively as he can. Now, that high octane, not only does it represent action points, that means you don't have to spend go again on the pistol, but it also draws him a card. So it looks like if we're going to play it, might as well play it at the beginning of the turn. Use one of our resources and grab a card from the top of our deck. High octane, an incredibly cool card. The art in foil, unbelievable. And we're going to go ahead and draw another card. Looks to be a throttle, can't tell the color. But we're going to see now, does that give Adam the boost and critically the resources he needed to potentially get something like a max off?
Oh, it looks like in total his boost cards cost 4 here, and one of them is the blue, so I think the most resources he could have access to would be 3, even using the Foundry Heart, so I don't think there's any way we could see a max velocity go off this turn.
So let's see, how does Adam want to go ahead and navigate the place he's in? He's gone down to 28 to Michael Hamilton's 34 here in turn 3. Michael going to go ahead and decide how he wants to block.
It'll also be interesting to see whether Adam chooses to cash in the Goliath Gauntlet right now, because there are only so many 2-cost cards in his deck. We've already seen 2 Combustible Couriers red sent to the bottom. This is, I think, a red throttle that we've got in his hand here, so it's quite possible he'll want to just cash it in to make sure he gets the 2 value out of it.
High speed impact.
So he's starting with that blue high-speed impact, boosting a payload, and it is coming in for 2 go again.
Absolutely. So Michael here going to go ahead and decide how does he want to block. Adam's gone down to 28, kept his whole hand, so you know, imagine he wants to throw as much damage as he can.
This combination will gain dominate.
And this whole game, Michael has to think about this Scowling Flesh Bag. This is a really interesting interactive card that we haven't seen yet before this tournament. And you have to try to identify the best window to try to get your opponent. Like maybe if you think they have a trapped arsenal. In this case, Adam has a maximum velocity that he's not going to be able to play. So if you were to intimidate one of those cards, he wouldn't be able to get it back in arsenal and he would just be stuck. So it would actually be a great time.
That's absolutely. Now, unfortunately, Michael most likely does not have X-ray vision and is going to be unable to see the card in that arsenal. But if he does, it would account for at least part of all the success he had. Maybe that's how all you pros do it. You're just cheating with X-ray vision and you haven't told us how to figure out the secrets.
I've played with some people who I feel like have X-ray vision, man. There are some players who are so good at putting the pieces of the puzzle together and figuring out what's in that arsenal. It's really impressive.
Yeah, I feel like I've literally watched you on the Battle Hardened stream just memorize your entire Azalea pitch stack in the team seal, so I wouldn't be talking, Mr. Boy, all right? You'll just hit the blind flip with the most casual, just precision I've ever seen. Talk about X-ray vision. This is, however, going to be a throttle for 5 with Dominate because of the high-speed impact effect. Michael just went ahead and took the 2, not threatened by the potential of that Dominate. So you have to imagine he's maybe got a powerful offensive hand.
Yeah, we can really tell Adam is valuing putting those red cards back in his deck, trying to work toward a second cycle game plan. So it looks like Michael has a yellow, a blue, and 2 reds here in his hand, so I wouldn't be surprised to see a block with one of these 3 blocks, but then his hand is a tiny bit clunky unless he wants to try to make use of that Art of War. And I would not be surprised to see this be the turn where he goes for that. Maybe he blocks with the yellow. The only thing is if he were to pitch to the blue to the Art of War, and he only has one of these 3 blocks left, he's giving up his only attack action card at the moment, so he's just relying on his draws off the top of the deck.
Now, you have to wonder if seeing the way that Adam has chosen to block so far in this game, utilizing the equipment very aggressively, on that last turn very aggressively taking the 8, perhaps Michael is, these players, you have to be consistently evaluating the game state as you're playing. Maybe he's aware that Adam doesn't seem to be blocking all that much. He seems to be willing to take damage. So if he keeps all of these cards here, it looks like he's going to go ahead and take the 5. Maybe he's thinking Adam might take a lot of this damage. He hasn't been blocking a lot.
Yeah, and from Michael's perspective, when he sees Adam pitching all these reds and trying to work toward what seems like a really powerful second cycle, maybe he just wants to end the game faster and be like, we're not going to let you get there.
Yeah, even though Michael's deck does seem to be also kind of happy to block and go towards a later game plan, finding that engine with the ghostly visits, you got to just be aware of the way the actual game is being played in front of you and adjust and adapt on the fly. And if there's one thing we've seen from players of Michael Hamilton's level, is that they're very adept at that. We're going to come in with the Howl from Beyond, so it's going to give the next card, attack action card, +3, pitching a Diabolic Offering, one of the new cards. This is going to be a Hungering Slaughter Beast, so this is going to come in for quite a lot.
Yeah, so he's just using his whole hand here, being really patient with that Art of War, waiting to find the perfect time to use it. And I believe he has 4 cards in his graveyard, and 3 of them are 6s. So the Howl will stay, and all of the 6s will go in the Banished Zone, and I think they all have Blood Debt as well.
Which now, we don't got any other hits in the graveyard until this Hungering Slaughter Beast hits the graveyard. So this is just going to be a 2 for 10 now because of the Howl from Beyond. And in addition to cost to play the Hungering Slaughter Beast, he just went ahead and had to banish those 3 cards from the graveyard. So we're only up to 1 miss and 1 hit so far in the graveyard now if we're looking to get rid of the Blood Debt from the Levia player's perspective.
Yeah, and unfortunately for Michael, besides the fact that he got rid of all those 6s, he also critically does not have access to the Howl from Beyond to play again from Banished Zone. That's one of the coolest things about his deck is when you banish this to the additional cost, you can then play it again next turn and keep looping it and get this free value.
That is true. You play the Howl, you banish it to Levi to one of these random effects. You then play it from Banish, goes back to the graveyard. It's a cool little engine there that Michael seems to have built this deck around. Now this is just going to be 10 damage coming in turn 4 here of round 1 of the battle hardened. Michael Hamilton at 27, Adam at 28. Going to go ahead and block 6 with 2 zipper hits. Take 4 damage going down to 24.
So life totals are pretty close here. Michael's at 27, Adam's at 24, but we're at the start of Adam's turn. Michael's building up his Banished Zone there. The reason that's important is because of the new Demi-Hero card toward the end of the game, if he is able to get up to 13 Blood Debt cards, he can transform into Levia Redeemed. Oh my goodness. Ethan, I did it.
It's okay. He's okay.
My personal favorite hero from Monarch, Levia.
All right. Yeah, we know. Is that Chris Pierce? We know. No, it's Jason Chung. We know Jason. We know it's Levia. We'll be better next time.
I'm sorry, Jason. It's Levia Redeemed. So anyway, yeah, he can transform into Levia Redeemed, or he can transform into Plasma Fet, which we'll talk about a little later as we get closer to that.
One of the coolest cards I've ever seen in any game is this new Shadow Demi-Hero. Just the way that it represents the transformation effect, the powerful effect on the card itself. Hopefully we can get to that point in the game because this is just going to be a zipper hit coming in with the go again. Michael went ahead and made sure that Adam remembered to grab those 2 resources from the Teklo core. So this is coming in for 4. We've got the go again. How does Michael want to block? He's lining up something. It looks like it's going to be a block with that Boneyard Marauder. So only 1 damage going to go ahead and come through, taking Michael down to 26.
And his hand now looks relatively similar to last turn. We've got the red and yellow Slaughter Beast as well as a Howl from Beyond and critically no blue cards. So I'll be curious to see whether he wants to just block 2 with the Howl from Beyond so he can have a clean 2-card play, or if he wants to try to find a way to use all 3 of these cards, maybe playing Art of War to find some resources.
Well, as you said, he's been nice and patient with that Art of War, so he might, he might die with that Art of War in the arsenal. We shall see. So we're going to go ahead and we're going to finally load our pistol, and we're going to load our chamber. So for the first time in this game, we have both pieces of that, I was going to say arsenal, but there's an actual arsenal in this game, of that weaponry just
Okay.
All loaded
up there, yep.
Adam's got 1 card sitting in hand. He's kind of hiding it from us. I can't quite tell what it is, but I bet we'll see it very soon. Coming in with the pistol.
2.
Is it no, it's the convection amplifier.
I think we both thought the same thing. I thought it was a pummel.
I was a pummel too, yeah.
I was like, this is the spiciest thing I've ever seen.
No way.
Reaction.
But alas,
Pull this.
coming in for 2. He did go ahead and just cash in that Howl from Beyond for 2 block. It makes sense. He wants to continue being patient with the Art of War and just have a reasonable 2-card play.
Now, off the top of your head, can you tell me what convection amplifier does?
Oh man, I would like to claim that I'm an encyclopedia for fab cards, but I have no idea.
I don't think it's the one that gives you dominate. It might be just the one that puts it on the bottom of the deck.
Oh, we've got it on the screen here. It enters the arena with 2 steam counters, and you can remove 1 to give an attack dominate. I think you knew it, yeah.
And then.
Sam over here, he knows the dash cards. You've played enough with Aiden, you've seen them all.
Well, he tried to make a deck that used convection amplifier and the one that puts it on the bottom of the deck to just loop pummels.
Dude,
and
this card,
Conquer.
This seems fun with max velocity, right? Like, yeah, you can close out games that way.
Put on the Goliath Gauntlet, turn into a 12 attack with Dominate. Why not?
I bet that's what he's waiting for with that gauntlet, to be honest.
Oh, true, absolutely. And we've kept that maximum velocity. So again, Adam might be playing patiently, kind of looking towards a very specific game plan that we, as you said, no one's expecting the convection amplifier. No one expected the Spanish Inquisition, and no one expects the convection amplifier.
It's spicy. This is what we want on the stream matches. We've got like a card that we haven't seen played before, a hero that we haven't. I mean, what? Okay. Yeah, we've got a Hungering Slaughter Beast coming in. He's finding that die to do a random banish.
We're keeping the first card, and we're going to banish 3 from the graveyard here. This is going to go ahead, and we're definitely going to hit the Levia ability. We're going to add 2 more to our blood debt, but this is going to once again just be an attack for 10, turn 5 here at round 1 of the Battle Hardened Cincinnati. Thank you all for joining us. We have just got the most incredible day lined up for you, so we're all grateful for you to be here. This is an attack for 10, the world champ on Levia of all people.
And this time, last turn, he didn't get the Howl from Beyond. This time, he's like, I've got 2 in the graveyard. You can't take it from me. So we've got it there in the Banish Zone set up for next turn. He can start that. He can start looping both of those cards.
I was just expecting it to be 10. I saw Hungering Slaughter Beast. It's always 10. But no, we had to play the Howl from Beyond last turn. So this one is just going to be for 7. But we did critically go ahead and keep the blood debt turned off for this turn. Attack for 7. Hey, could be worse.
Adam.
2-card 7.
On rate, not bad. Getting that Howl from Beyond ready for the future. Adam is all out of armor here, so he has to choose. I wonder if this hand can turn on his max velocity, or if we're going to see him opt to do some blocking and continue to set up.
If that is another high octane in the hand there, then that is a good way to start. We get the action points. We can utilize cards like Spark of Genius to draw and not have to waste our boots, which we've already spent on our first high octane turn. Or not on high octane turn, just on the Spark of Genius from earlier in the game. So we'll see how Adam wants to go ahead and line up his blocks here. Critically, we have now moved just past halfway point of this round 1 here. Adam is down to 24, so he's moving close to that half point of his own life total. So looking at how he wants to set up this block on this attack for 7. We've got the Teklo Plasma Pistol loaded up.
So it looks like we have multiple T-Bones in hand here. A 0-block blue, and I'm not sure what the 4th card is, but he's doing it. I think we might see the max velocity this turn. It'd be exciting.
That would be exciting. So as we said, and as we mentioned earlier in this game, as Michael Hamilton might be aware of, Adam ain't doing a lot of blocking.
But, you know,
Adam ain't doing a lot of blocking. He seems to be content to take the damage and attempt to send back as much as he can. So Michael Hamilton able to block a couple and send some damage that is being pretty much unprevented. So Adam going to go ahead here after the draw and start off with, once again, we've got the high octane. We're going to draw a card, and every time we boost, we're getting an action point for the rest of the turn.
Here we go.
Go again.
Michael's got 2 CNCs in hand there, a Swing Big and a blue, so maybe we'll see another 2-card 8 from him depending on how Adam's turn goes.
Unfortunately, with the draw of that Teklo Pounder here, I see only 2 boosts represented in the hand with the zipper hit and the T-bone. So you need to boost 3 times critically to get the maximum velocity off. So perhaps we'll just come in with some attacks and attempt to set up the Pounder for later in this game. And hopefully, I mean, if it works out that way, Pounder boosting 3 times into your maximum velocity, that is a way that you can really turn the tide of this game.
Absolutely. Or if Adam wants to, he's going to boost twice, so he'll have multiple extra action points, and maybe he just wants to pitch that blue and poke with the pistol a ton of times.
Absolutely.
Take some damage through. Hamilton is thinking here. He's got a somewhat generic hand, but I wonder if he's thinking about a fun play we see sometimes is pitch a blue, come in with just a normal old CNC. CNC for 6, no threat of pummel. Oh, you blocked 6? Art of War, +1. Destroy your arsenal.
Whoa. That's crazy.
It'd be really fun if we see a play like that from him.
I was curious. I'm like, where are you going with this? We haven't seen pummel yet. Oh, my God. This is going to go ahead and be blocked out by one of the 2 CNCs in hand. Is that a CNC or another Howl in this? I can't tell, but this is definitely going to be the block with that first CNC. Yeah, it does look like he has another one in his hand, so we're blocking the 3 off the T-bone. Now, Adam here, again, if he goes for the play you described, pitching the blue, trying to get as many resources as possible after that second boost attack, we could probably attack with the pistol up to 4 times here, 3 off the action points, and then 1 off the go again from the induction chamber, as long as we can find all the resources. So that's representing 8 more damage off the pistol after this boost if we can cobble together enough resources, which is a pretty sizable turn. Michael Hamilton, however, at the 26, does have a lot of life to work with, and looks as though he has that Swing Big in his hand, which is like the perfect block with a couple cards, respond with a 1-card 8.
Oh, it's a red zipper hit.
Oh, wow. I thought it was blue.
I thought it was blue,
yeah,
too.
It seems blue in the hand. So this is quite a bit of damage on this turn now.
Let me
looks like we're gonna go ahead and cash in the convection amplifier. We're gonna turn this attack into one with dominate.
Does the amplifier cost 1 to activate, or is it? I
think it's 3. Yeah.
3. Okay, so he's gonna come in for 5 dominate here with the red zipper hit.
With dominate, and I will boost it.
Hit the combustible courier off the boost. So this is 5 with go again and dominate. Let's see, how does Michael want to go ahead and block this? We have not seen any equipment blocked with, and we still haven't seen the Scowling Fleshback.
Yeah, at some point in this game, I bet that Scowling Fleshbag could play a huge role.
In interrupting something like a maximum velocity turn. If you're trying to get the 3 boosts off, all of a sudden it's like, hey, that final boost card you needed, I'm going to banish it to my Intimidate trigger on your turn, brother.
I know earlier we were talking about having X-ray vision, but at this point, that Arsenal's been sitting there for so long, maybe Michael's thinking about, you know, that it could be a maximum velocity. It's been waiting for so long, and he's probably thinking that this last card in hand is a boost card.
Yeah, and if it is a 0-cost boost card, he would be able to play the card, Foundry Heart, and then come back with the maximum velocity. So he must be aware of this. So we're going to go ahead and see that the Scowling Fleshbat is cashed in here, and the final card in hand, that Tekla Pounder, is going to be banished. So we are going to be most likely only able to represent 4 more damage off the Pounder. So this is going to block 2, and he's going to go ahead and take the 3. Even though this had Dominate, he could have blocked with the card from hand. He's going to take 3, take the damage, go down to 23. And now Adam is unfortunately without that final card in his hand because it has been banished away. So he's going to have to utilize those resources another way. But lucky for him, he's got this pistol.
True, yeah. Even though the card in hand was not a 0-cost boost like Michael thought it might be, it is still 3 resources that he's going to be able to use. So the Scowling Fleshbag is essentially getting 5 value here.
Absolutely.
Which, honestly, because of the action points, it's slightly even more than that. It's about 4 value, plus the block, so 6.
Jeez. Seems good.
2 husks, baby.
2 husks. Do you think now, I posit a question to you as Adam is going to go ahead and decide what he wants to use these 2 resources on, most likely deciding about loading into the chamber or not. Do you think Levi would be as popular if it was just the Demi Hero and all the new cards without the Scowling Fleshbag, or is that a powerful piece of equipment, the thing that pushes it over the edge?
I think people would still be playing it, but I really like the Scowling Fleshbag. I think in a lot of matchups it's better than Providence, and it gives you a lot of utility, and like, for me, I just love it because it adds interesting decisions to the game and like interesting things for us to see as casters. Like right now,
2 boost cards, they both had go again.
oh, it looks like the players are double checking everything here. Yeah, I think that Scowling Fleshbag is
go again. Okay.
Yeah, so Michael trying to, I think, tell him he has 2 action points here.
I will attack with the pistol.
Yeah, so this is going to, so yeah, Adam talking about the go again and the action point in maybe just different language than we're used to, but we'll see how he does have the 2 action points here though from the high octane.
Yep, so the players are just confirming. It looks like maybe he's going to attack with his pistol twice. Does he still have?
Give it a steam counter.
Oh, it was already loaded at the start of the turn. Oh, so he is going to be able to shoot it all 3 times. That's great.
That is good.
And then I'll use an action point to give this a steam counter.
So we're going to load up the chamber. We're going to load up the pistol.
I will use this action.
We're going to go ahead and use
to attack. For 2.
This does work. This does work. And yeah, he said I'm going to take 4 down to 9, or say 2 go to 19. So this is going to be 2 more damage. Now does he want to?
It's supposed to be a steam counter, but
does he want to utilize the chamber here?
No more on this one. I got to fold this under.
All right, looks like that's going to be the end of the turn here.
Goes back to your hand, so draw 3.
For Adam, he's going to go ahead and just draw up here. So the question of the action point, the question to go again, getting a little discussed between the 2 players there, but it looks like at the end of the day, it's just going to be the 2 pistol shots for Adam here as we move to the 6th turn of this game, and Michael's going to go ahead and start off with that Art of War.
We're finally seeing it cashed in. He's banished in Swing Big, and I have to imagine he's choosing Go again here.
So now here's the thing. This could also be, in large part, just to make sure he gets a 6 into the banish zone, right? We got to find a way to turn off the blood debt because we're all the way up to 7 all of a sudden.
Absolutely. When you see Michael's hand there, that's a great point, Sam. He did not have any way in hand, and I bet that's why he hung on to the Art of War for so long.
Yeah, absolutely. That's definitely why he was sitting on it. It wasn't as much about the most powerful of turns. It was about kind of like an insurance plan. It was about making sure he had a way to banish on a turn like this where he didn't have any other way represented in his hand. So we're turning off the blood debt on the turn. We're not adding to our blood debt. And we're turning this into a CNC, which looks like it was just, so it's just a CNC for 6 because he did choose the go again. We've utilized those 2 other resources on the turn. So CNC with go again, not bad.
Pretty powerful. And
pretty powerful.
It looks to me like he has another CNC in hand there, but I think it might be a red card in his hand. So we'll have to see whether he wants to just meat axe and try to go for a 5, or maybe just set one of these cards up in Arsenal. But yeah, very careful play from Hamilton, which we've come to know him for, making sure he always has a way to turn off that blood debt, because 7 damage out of nowhere is game-changing.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's interesting, you know, looking at these players playing new decks. We're going to be talking about that a lot today. Very familiar faces and familiar names playing completely new decks as a result of this new meta. But Michael's showing he's put in the time, he's put in the practice, and he was very disciplined with that Art of War, making sure that he didn't just try to go for the powerful, kind of cool CNC for 7 just because it was powerful. He's making sure he keeps his Blood Debt under control, showing that he understands the nuances of the hero, even though he's been pretty new to it.
There's a lot to think about with Levia. Oh my goodness.
Okay.
There's a lot to
he
think
didn't hear.
about with
He didn't know.
Levi. Ethan.
From Monarch, Levia.
We know, Jason. We know. We're going to go ahead and just meat axe at the end of the turn as Levia is continuing her turn.
Yeah, so he has to think about potential misses in the graveyard here. This is the first time in the game we've had 3 cards without a 6 power in his graveyard. So there's always the possibility that he's going to banish 3 random ones, and he's not going to hit, and he's going to, you know, take up to 7, 8, 9, 10 from Blood Debt.
So after the block 6 from Adam there, another reason why perhaps Hamilton went ahead and pitched those 2 cards just to come in with the meat axe, like you said, drawing a card and discarding off the meat axe, there's a good chance you hit a 6 off the discard. You put another 6 into your graveyard for Levia for your game for the rest of the game. So that meat axe kind of serving double duty here. Damage, but also setting up your graveyard for later.
We're back over to Adam's 6th turn. He is pitching the Teklo Pounder coming in with his pistol for 2. And of course he has his chamber waiting there to give it go again. Interestingly, we haven't seen Hamilton roll Scabskin Leather since turn 0. He's got the Gambler's Glove sitting there, but he's been playing just controlled one-action turns for the most part.
Now we did go to damage, however, but Michael, you know, we're aware that this is okay. Everybody knows what's going on here. So even though they went quite right, kind of straight to damage, we went ahead and still used our reaction to grab the go again off the induction chamber, put another steam counter on the Tectoplasma pistol.
Very friendly play by Michael Hamilton, understanding what the intention is and rolling with it. Adam's got 1 card in hand, still holding that maximum velocity in Arsenal, and I have to imagine Hamilton knows that that's what it is.
Yeah, at this point, if it's been sitting there this whole time, there are been lots of opportunities to play a 1, a 0 cost boost, just something to continue the turn. So when you see something sitting there that long, you have to imagine something that takes a little more setup. So that Scowling Fleshbag, as we saw, cashed in on the very last turn in an attempt to interrupt that gameplay pattern. So now after taking the 2 points of damage, and the second 2 points of damage going down from 19 to 15. We're going to ship it back to Michael Hamilton's turn 7 here, as we're going to see how does he want to start. And it's going to go ahead and be an Unworldly Bellow.
Yeah, Unworldly Bellow red. It looks like the rest of his cards are blue, so I think he's going to banish 6 cards from his graveyard this turn, so that takes away the possibility of missing for him, which is nice. We're kind of entering the end game here, 15 to 12. Hamilton's up to 7 Blood Debt cards. We're going to move toward the point where maybe Blood Debt's going to take him down to 13 at some point. He can transform into Blasmafet, so then he's actually safe from taking more than 2 damage.
Yeah.
Or maybe he's up to 9 Blood Debt now. At some point, maybe he's going to get down to 1 or 2 and pop up to Levia Redeem. Oh, I've done it again.
Favorite hero from Monarch, Levia.
You're pushing it, bro. We're round 1.
Man.
You want to get fired?
I'm going to start a tally.
He's our boss.
What is that, 3 times?
Yeah.
If I get to 10 by the end of the day, I'm out.
Okay.
I have to leave. You get a new.
Leave me alone?
No.
Not like this.
I would never. Oh my gosh. And Hamilton banished a ton of his 6s, so it looks like he's up to 5 missed cards with only 1 6 in his graveyard at this point.
Yeah, so we're going to go ahead and now just follow that up.
Okay, for 3 you
with the next card, which is going to be the Endless Maw. So this is going to go ahead and banish some more cards. So we're keeping 5 and 6, and we did not hit on that set. We did hit the 2 other 6s. So there's still a 6 in there. We hit on this turn, I think. I think on the first banish we hit one of our 6s. So we're good on the Blood Debt for this turn, but we just got 1 6 left.
Yeah, we're safe on because of the bellow. So this is actually what Michael wanted. He didn't want to hit that CNC because he wants to have it around for the future when he needs a 6.
No cards in hand, no cards in arsenal.
So we've turned that blue card in our hand in this Endless Maw. We've turned it into 11 damage after that Unworldly Bellow, which, I mean, it makes a lot of sense. You look at the Endless Maw, it's this huge mouth that's ripping open. You could imagine that thing has a pretty unworldly bellow.
Absolutely.
Come on.
No, yeah.
Come on.
I agree with you 100%. So yeah, +4, and then the Endless Maw, even though it's a blue card, it's so powerful that it's still coming in for 7 on its own.
And then add the effect of the Unworldly Bellow, and you've got 11 damage. And Adam here has cashed in all of the block on his equipment, so that's threatening to put him down to 1 with only 15 minutes left in this game. As you said, the end game is fast approaching.
11, huh?
Oh, so we've just found out I realized the Unworldly Bellow actually did not hit a 6. Our producer has chimed in here.
Levia expert.
Levia expert. He's been paying more attention than us, but the Howl from Beyond pumped it up, which is why it's going all the way up to 11. If the Unworldly had hit, this actually would have been an attack for 14.
On a blue card?
On a blue
What would the
card.
red have been? 17?
Threatening more than lethal.
My God.
Wild.
So we're going to go ahead and see here. Now, we are, as you said, we're cruising towards Levia redeemed.
I'm gonna take the.
What, did he just say he's taking the 11? No.
Just not getting the right.
So I am
cards yet.
curious,
That's-
how is this 11? Because Endless Maw is 7 on its own, and Howl gives +3.
The Unworldly Bellow was the first card played.
All right,
Oh.
all right. Producers live. Producers live. It's base 4 as blue.
I'm gonna.
If it hits its effect, it gains +3. It did not hit its effect, but it's
Blocks.
gaining +3 from the Howl. It's gaining +4 from the red Unworldly.
Folks,
We add that up and it's 11. If it hit, it'd be 14. There you go.
folks, I have lied to you twice. We did not miss on the Unworldly Bellow. We did miss on the Endless Maw. That makes
Okay,
sense.
producer back. Unworldly doesn't care if it banishes. Unworldly just banishes and gives +4.
Folks, I have lied to you 3 times. We can't miss on Unworldly. We're learning here. We're back over to Adams, turn 7, it looks like. He did do some blocking. So he is... Oh, we're back to... He blocked with his full hand, maybe.
We're going to, yeah, this is going to be a Scoutskin's leather roll, so we're going to take a good amount of damage.
There.
We're taking 5.
Guess it wasn't a 1, right?
Going off now to Michael's turn.
So he does have access to that Howl from Beyond to use his cards here, but it looks like the rest of them are all just one action attacks.
We don't want to pop the gambler's gloves here, because if we do roll that one, that's our final get out of jail free card. So even though we did not hit too excitingly on the Scabskins,
Yeah, Michael feels slightly ahead in this game, so he doesn't want to take too many risks. He's content with this turn. So
this will be a yellow hungering slaughter beast after the Howl from Beyond, +3 going on.
only 1 hit in his graveyard.
5 and 3 are staying. The other 3 are banished. None of them have 7 power or 6 power.
Okay, so we have officially missed on the turn, and I think Blood Debt is online.
So now we are entering
What
the
happens
coolest
now?
part of this game.
What happens now?
I bet we're going to see Michael Hamilton take 2 Blood Debt down to 13 and then transform into Plasma Fet Levia Consumed. Sam, I am so thrilled. In this game, we got to see Scowling Flesh Bag used to great effect, and we're going to get to see him transform into a Demi-Hero. So
I just have 1 mystery card.
we will wait to the end of the turn to make sure Mr. Producer Ethan Van Sant's spoiler card.
And his actual specific card, the Demi Hero itself, the Plasma Fet card, is Ethan's. He wants everybody to know it's his cool special card, so we got to give him his props. But so this is an attack for 9. This is representing lethal, but it's what we're excited about is what happens at the end of this turn. So we're going to see a 6 block here, taking 3 damage, going down to 4. Adam's life total taking away. So let's see what happens. Let's listen in.
I'm going to have 10 separate blood debt stacks triggers on the stack, so I'm going to take the first 2 down to 13.
Here we go.
Bum bum ba-da-dum 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 bum bum ba-da-dum ba-da-dum.
And then it's going to trigger my super fancy Levia switching ability
What is
to
that?
become Blasphemous Levia Consumed.
I've never even seen.
Oh yeah, so the Plasma Fet card is not popping up on the screen, but we've got it here in front of us.
And
So
we can see it there on the table. What's happening, Brody?
this card allows you to transform into it when you are taken down to 13 life by Blood Debt.
Because Blood Debt critically doesn't happen all at once. You take 1 damage, then 1 damage, then 1 damage. So that's what's happened here.
Yeah, so there are now 8 Blood Debt triggers left on the stack, but Plasma Fet says if you would lose life from Blood Debt, instead you banish the top card of your deck. So he's got 8 more triggers, but he's not going to go down to 5. He's going to banish 8 cards off the top, and Plasma Fet's other line of text is whenever a card is put into your banish zone, turn it face down. So it pops in there face up, and then it turns face down. And it looks like we've got a judge call here just to make sure we know how everything works. These are brand new cards, so the players are just figuring it out.
I am taking 10 stacks of blood debt. I was at 15. I'm going to 13 and turning into Plasma Fet. He's never seen this before. I don't know how to explain it, and I was worried about time, so I was hoping a judge could help explain it.
So absolutely. The big question is, does it play as an instant in the middle of his blood debt stack?
Correct. So
Yeah, so they're just confirming exactly how the card works. These are unfamiliar cards to both these players, and Michael, aware of the turn timer, is just wanting the judge to come over to make sure that there's no extra discussion needed because we do need to find a way to get to the end of this game. Adam, unclear if this is, it seems to be unclear if this is a card being played or if it's just like kind of a triggered effect, which is what it does seem to be. This is just something that happens. This isn't an instant that you have to play.
Yeah, 10 minutes left. Michael just wants to make sure they're able to finish their game in time. Adam probably hasn't played against Levia much in his life, and we've got these brand new cards from Dusk Till Dawn. Completely understandable calling a judge just to double check everything.
All right, producer going to step in here. I want to mention I had that card, that Marvel $600 card, whatever it is, slabbed up, and Michael said, it doesn't fit in my deck box. Can I put it in a penny? And I let him put it in the penny. So this man, he better win out because, yeah.
Should be in a slab.
Should be in a slab. We'll see.
So these are now, because of the Plasma effect, instead of those cards, instead of the rest of the damage being taken as blood debt damage, these are now just cards being banished from the top of the deck, if I'm not mistaken.
And once they are revealed, they go face down, which means that Hamilton can see them, his opponent cannot, but he cannot play them critically. He cannot use them to interact with effects. And so he is now at 13 life. Plasma Fet in the bottom right corner says 13, so it's just you go to 13, you transform into Plasma Fet, that's your new life total, and the game continues from there.
Now, in terms of playing cards out of your banish zone with Blood Debt as an effect of the Plasma Fet card, those are only cards that came in earlier in the game, right? Because now if you banish any card, they're going face down. So the only cards you have to work with are the cards you kind of turned into Plasma Fet with.
Pitch.
Yes.
So that's
Absolutely.
interesting. So we're not able to banish new cards. We're working kind of like, a pseudo chain effect here. We're working with a number of extra cards to be working with from the banish zone, from the effect of the Plasma Fet. Michael Hamilton is at 13 here. The life totals are going to update momentarily, as Adam's going to go ahead and see now. He's facing down not only Levia, the Shadowborn Abomination, he's facing down Plasma Fet. Levia consumed. I don't know if he was expecting this on his Saturday morning.
Yeah, this is a huge, cool game we've got here for round one. So many fun things happening. It looks like Michael does still have one Howl from Beyond there, so he will critically get to play it one more time before it is forever banished face down. And Adam's coming in with the pistol. Just like last turn, he's got his chamber loaded up, and they're still chatting with the judge just to make sure everything is crystal clear.
I don't think so. He started kind of late because they weren't sure if we were supposed to start or not.
I don't know if they gave us an official extension.
I'll check on that, but
Checking on the time extensions here.
Okay, thank
Back
you.
for two.
We're told that they have been given a 3-minute time extension at the minimum, but the players might just need a little bit of clarification on that. But this here is on the 8th turn of the game here. Adam's turn, the dash player coming in with his Technoplasma pistol for 2. We do have the induction chamber loaded up, so there will be more on this turn. Michael going to go ahead and check that hand.
And Michael critically still has not cashed in his husk, so if he does not use it this turn, it'll get banished at the start of his turn because he's only at 13. So he needs to find a way to use it here, which I bet is what he's thinking about. He knows that this is the first attack. Adam still has a card in hand, so he's probably safe to wait a tiny bit. But if we were to see go again item and no more attacks, the husk is just gone. So he wants to make sure he gets some value from it.
Maybe, Michael will be thinking about where in this game he could have found that 6 block. So we're going to first just going to go ahead and block with that blue Wrecker Romp. That's just going to block the 3. We'll be giving it go again with the induction chamber for the dash here.
Yeah, he's blocking with a card. He's no longer in danger of dying from Blood Debt, so now he just has to manage cards in deck, theoretically, and just playing carefully and continuing to get value out of all of his cards.
Because there is a clock on him, not just on the timer, but on his deck as well. These cards being banished from the top of the deck do threaten to fatigue if this game goes too long. So you have to imagine, world champ here, got to find a way to close this game out, as this is going to be a second Technoplasma pistol now coming in 4-2. We've loaded up the induction chamber as well for our next turn. It looks like we might be forced to keep a card in hand here.
And I wonder if Mike will just cash in his husk here. It's interesting. Both of these decks have the potential to fatigue out. Dash is boosting away. Hamilton is now going to be banishing away. So it's kind of cool that, I don't think that this game is ever going to reach that point, but that it's a possibility from both sides.
Yeah. And now, Adam, it does look like he has a Plasma Purifier in his hand.
Oh, wow.
So, unfortunately, if he's not able to find a way to get that into the pitch zone before the turn ends, he's going to be left with a non-block in his hand. And at 4 life, that could be dangerous.
Yeah, and he doesn't have too many turns left to figure out a way to get that maximum velocity out of Arsenal, so red non-boost cards aren't really what he wants to see.
Yeah, so we'll see. And it looks like now, should that husk be heading to the banish zone? It doesn't look like he blocked with it. It should be heading to the banish zone here, so we're going to see if we do have a judge looking on. This is going to go ahead and play an Unworldly Bellow from hand. the Howl from Beyond into an Unworldly Bellow. So this is going to buff up a lot of powerful damage coming from these two pump effects. So we're going to see what cards remain.
And then I'll roll again. 1, 2, 3.
So we banished at least the Hungering Slaughtering Beast here. And we're banishing that blue Wrecker Romp, so a couple sixes. Which are just going to, a couple sixes staying out.
So we do have Husk here for the start of your turn. If you do have 13 or less health. So what we
and
do
you did.
here.
So, like we talked about, Hamilton has not been playing this deck for too long. He's gotten a lot of reps in to be able to know these game plans so well, but there's a lot to think about, and he just hasn't played that many games with Husk. So I think he just missed that one, but he is still going on strong, playing this Unworldly Bellow. It looks like we're in the middle of resolving the die roll for that, so he did hit the CNC.
Yep.
So everything's face down. Those howls are gone forever.
Yeah, every time I banish a card.
And
so now we pumped up our next attack by, I think, +7 here.
Then I will play.
So we're going to play from Banished Zone as a result of the Plasma Fet ability. We're coming in with a Writhing Beast Halt, pitching the last card in our hand. So this is going to be an enormous attack coming in because we are going to banish 3 random cards for our graveyard, and if a 6 is banished this way, it gets Dominate, which I think we are. So this should be an attack for 6 + 7, which is going to be 13 with Dominate because of the Rising Beast Halt ability, and that right there is the game.
And that is it. World champion Michael Hamilton takes it down, piloting none other than Plasma Fet. Levia consumed his hero today.
Come on. I mean, did you expect at the top of the day to see the world champion known for his slow, methodical, patient play patterns with heroes like Icelander come into the games with Levia of all decks, just showing you the power of these new cards from Dusk till Dawn with the ability to turn the meta on its head and turn these established players that we know and love into some fresh new pilots.
That was absolutely awesome. I am so happy we got to see a game with all these new cards showcased in that way. It was interesting to see the Dash navigate it. I don't think the Dash had played versus a ton of Levia, so with Dash you have so many modular game plans and options. It was cool to see him figure out like where he wanted to go with that game.
That Convection Amplifier, I mean, hey.
Yeah, he never got a chance to use it on the max velocity. I was waiting. I wanted to see the 12,
but cards just didn't quite line up. But we did. We wanted it. We were talking about maybe a 12 or 14 with Dominate, and you know what? We got that. It was just a huge Writhing Beast Hulk.
That's true.
That's true. With some crazy Levia Plasma Fet shenanigans, but we got to see the Intimidate off the Scowling Flesh Bag. We got to see the Plasma Fet come into effect. We got to see a Carrion Husk get banished. I mean, this game had everything.
It truly did. Plasma Fet Levia Consumed seems like such a strong card. It saves you when you're low life and you're going to get hit by Blood Debt. And then, of course, if the game continues for a long time, once per turn, you can play a card with Blood Debt from your Banish Zone. By that point in the game, you have to have several of those. You're just getting a +1 card. And, yeah.
It's a really cool effect, just getting a second little hand. We're going to go ahead and take a quick 3-minute break for our sponsor. We're going to see if we can grab an interview or come back to you and talk to you more about the event moving forward. So don't go anywhere. We've got such an unbelievable day. We'll see you soon.
Hey yo, Don, I'm a Robbie. You want me to tell him about the bazaar, or do you want me to use the clams, huh?
Relax, Captain. These are our customers, and we are their merchants.
It's okay, I'll handle it. You, I know your problems, and I got the goods to fix them. You watched an OP deck tech and need to buy the spice.
Buy from the bazaar.
You are deep into theory crafting the next hottest deck.
Buy it from the bazaar.
You are changing your Pro Tour deck list last minute.
Buy from the bazaar.
You follow the meta and need to change decks.
Buy from the bazaar.
You have an addiction to box breaks.
Buy from the bazaar.
You find yourself dealing fab to new customers.
Yes, catch me outside and I'll hook you up.
And you, don't forget, get your cards from me, Hammurabi TCG.
Or else you get the clamps.
I'm glad that for once we can all actually agree that Attack Action Kano is the best deck in Blitz and that Blood Debt Levia is the best deck in CC. We're going to kill it at Worlds, guys. I got to go 1 second. Hey guys, how's it going? Mo Bogsley here with Team Ascent, sponsored by MinMax Games. If you're looking for a promo code to save 5% off of your next Flesh and Blood singles purchase, head over to minmaxgames.com, use code ASCENT at checkout, and you'll save 5%. And this helps out players like us on Team Ascent a ton. If you're looking to pick up some Ascent merch or some Flesh and Blood related merch, head over to ascent-gaming.com and use code SAVAGE at checkout to save 5% there. So hey, those are 2 great promo codes. Thank you guys so much for the support. Have a good one.
Hey there, I'm Joey from EDH Rec, and I'd like to help introduce a cool new addition to the Rec family. If you or your friends play the card game Flesh and Blood, we've launched a great resource to help you out with your fab deck building. And in this short video, we've got a Flesh and Blood creator to help walk you through it. Basically, the announcement is, well, actually, I'll just let him explain it. Mansant, take it away.
And there we go. Hey, I'm Mansant, and I'm here to tell you about a great analytical tool for Flesh and Blood that I really enjoy and will help you level up your game. Fabrec, found at fabrec.gg. What Fabrec does is gather a huge amount of competitive deck lists from a variety of sources and then provides useful insight for each hero and the formats in general. And here we have Dromai, Ash Artist, a powerful and new fun hero from the Uprising set. Instantly, we can see statistics taken from the average of all the deck lists for Dromai. Now, the first thing you can see is the card distribution, pitch, and cost averages. Scrolling down, we get to the juicy part, what I definitely want to see, the most popular dragons. Notice how Invoke Chromai, Kyloria, and Maragai are showing up nearly 100% of the time in Dromai decks. These are clearly the staple dragons you want to start your deck with. Thank you for tuning into the video here, and be sure to check out my content on Mansant at YouTube, streams, gameplay, everything to do with Levia, and keep your eye out for Fabrec as well. Future features for sure. Try it now, a great tool for Flesh and Blood players right here on fabrec.gg.
Star City Games is the premier retailer for all your Flesh and Blood needs. Our extensive inventory includes thousands of Flesh and Blood singles, sealed product, and top quality supplies, so you'll always be prepared to play at your best. Visit us at starcitygames.com today and discover why we're the go-to destination for Flesh and Blood enthusiasts.
Welcome back, everyone, to the Battle Hardened here at Cincinnati. The round is over. Our players are going to go ahead and get ready for round 2, so we didn't want to take the world champ's time and make him sit here and talk to us when the round could have started. Then he gets a penalty and he gets a IP, and that would just be bad for everybody. So you get us for a little bit longer.
Hello, welcome back. We can chat more about Dusk Till Dawn and the match we just saw.
We are, so just in terms of what we're doing now, we're just going to take a quick moment, check in with everybody, and then we're going to have to set up the round 2. But in terms of moving forward in the round, in the tournament, very clearly, these new heroes are going to be prominently featured.
Absolutely. Levia seems great. Levia, I'm really excited to see more of her, hopefully in the top 8 later today.
Getting to see that Blasmafet trigger pop off was fantastic.
Yeah.
Absolutely. I mean, looking forward, I'm really curious to see how many prisms came to this tournament. Talk about a hotly contested hero in the metagame right off the bat.
I'll tell you, Sam, I was walking around at the start. I didn't spot a prism. I'm really hoping we can get one on feature and, see that new hero in action. I didn't see any over when I was trying to scout round 1.
Yeah. So we are going to, the round 2 has just been paired. We're going to take just a very, very short break so that we can get that round sorted out and get it ready for you guys. So just give us a couple minutes. We'll be right back. Don't go anywhere.
See you soon.
Welcome everybody back to the Battle Hardened here at Cincinnati. We have got the second round keyed up for you guys between two fantastic players. And again, another one you might recognize. We've got Sam Dando piloting his patented Uzuri Switchblade list versus Nick on Lexi Live Wire. So we've already seen some of the new hotness from the new meta and from the new cards. Now let's take a moment, let's take a step back, check in with some of our old favorites and see how they're going to potentially be adjusting to these new cards. And in this case, a pretty classic matchup from the last meta.
Yeah, and I'm sure many of you remember Sam from the Battle Hardened, or not Battle Hardened, in Chicago. It was actually the
Brawl.
The Brawl in Chicago. I was in the top 8 of that one as well, and I was actually quite happy I didn't have to play against Sam. Levi barely took him out in the semifinals, but he was playing that Uzuri deck to great success there. And interestingly, this matchup, we've seen it a lot in the last meta, but Lexi no longer has Bullseye Bracers, which is a big way for her to have wider turns, fix awkward hands, so it'll be interesting to see how much that could affect this matchup.
That Bullseye Bracers ban, you know, you definitely had some people online yelling about how it wasn't enough and they should have banned 3 of a kind, they should have banned Rain Razors, they should have just been the hero, gosh darn it. But at the end of the day, Bullseye Bracers, it was a huge part in how that deck was able to go over the top. You have still a very powerful, very consistent, aggressive deck, but the Bullseye Bracers turning a endless arrow from your hand into just the threat of a 3-wide chain out of nowhere, or turning on your Bolton shot out of nowhere at the end of a turn. Bullseye Bracers allowed that deck to just go kind of over the top and do some pretty insane, disgusting things. So we'll see if maybe a little bit being brought down to earth kind of curbs that insanity and turns it into a little bit more of a consistent aggressive hero, but not something that can just go nuts out of nowhere, especially into a hero like Uzuri, which is kind of prepared to run a lot of disruptive arsenal targeting effects.
Speaking of disruptive effects, Uzuri has a new card as well in Censor, which is when this is a hero, name a card, and they can't play the named card until the end of their next turn. So I'll be curious to see whether Sam decided to include that card in his new deck list. I think there are some matchups where it could be really critical. Lexi, interestingly, often ends her turn with a face-up arsenal card. So versus her, you can see what that is and name it. The best situation I've thought of for the Uzuri in this situation would be Lexi has a face-down card in Arsenal, and her face-up card is Rain Razors. So most likely that other card's an arrow, and if you say that she can't play the Rain Razors, not only is her power turn turned off because she can't buff all the arrows, that other arrow is also trapped because she can't clear one of the Arsenal zones, so she would have to use snaps in order to clear it out. So I'll be really curious to see that. It looks like we are hopping into the game. Sam is presenting 2 daggers here, Spider's Bite, and I believe that is Nerve Scalpel.
Now, I'm hopeful that these mics are going to pick up some of the banter between these two players, because I will just tell you from experience, Sam Dando is a master of vibe.
Absolutely, I love the guy.
On the battlefield. I mean, he is just the most of, he's incredibly fun to play with. He's very passionate about the game, but he is also just the king of the wisecracks, and he's attacking you from 2 angles. He's attacking you on the battlefield, and he's attacking you mentally. And it's a pleasure to watch.
Yeah, Sam is great. It looks like we've got Nick opting for the Hornet Sting here. We have a couple options as Lexi post-fan of what arm piece we want to play, but I think this one makes a lot of sense. It's a 1 block, and you can deal 1 damage as well. It's also great for Dromai for blowing up Ashwings. We are moving into turn 1 here for the players. It looks like Nick is going first.
Alrighty, see how these players want to go. We've got round 2 of the Battle Hardened. Both players here 1-0. Nick S on Lexi Live Wire, Sam Dando on Uzuri Switchblade. This should be a pleasure. Getting to watch Sam pilot this hero is always a joy. He brought it to the Brawl. He brought it to the top 8. Let's see how he's going to bring it here in the Battle Hardened.
Yes, sir. We're starting off with Nick. He's got, it looks like multiple ice cards. Is that a Winter's Bite and an Arctic, I think? So he has a couple options here.
And now here, immediately, we've seen that Winter's Bite get pitched, so Sam now knows I got to be aware of ice for the rest of this game. So Sam, going to go ahead and, as we were talking about before the stream, some of the most threatening players are the ones that just leave their cards like lying on the table and they don't do the flippity flip flop flop. And you know, sometimes when you just see someone coolly lay their cards down, it can show a sense of confidence.
Yeah, Sam's chilling. He's giving off the vibes of he knows what he's doing here. Nick just went for the double Arsenal. I think he may have Arsenal that Arctic Incarceration. So I think we actually saw this, you and I, back in LA, the Lexi on turn 0 just committing to those snaps round 1, or turn 1, I mean. Oh, and we see the new card in Warmonger's Diplomacy.
Yeah, this was a card I was going to talk about at the beginning, a card that can basically turn both players into either playing non-attacks or attacks, depending on what they want to do. So now we're coming in first here with an Isolate. This has Stealth. It has Dominate. Uzuri's ability is now live if she wishes to banish a card from her hand and flip it in as a kind of switch it in like a switchblade, get it into the isolate when there can only be one card blocked. So again, a deck like Lexi, not only does it not really like to block, when you start running those ice cards, you're running a lot of 2 blocks.
Yeah.
No blocks.
I love the demeanor from Sam here. He's got the absolute poker face, got the hat. He's just chilling. He's like, what are you going to do? We got something for you hiding in the hand.
All right, and Uzuri activation, this is going to be a death touch. And not only a death touch, a pretty death touch. And we're going to go ahead and immediately crack those Black Tech Whisperers. We haven't even had a chance to block with them yet, but it seems as though
No reaction.
we're going to go ahead and make sure we get some damage, some more damage across here because we want to use all the cards in our hand.
Absolutely. So he hits with Death Touch. It'll be interesting to see what token he chooses. Often Frailty can be really powerful versus Lexi, but, you know, Inertia could get them sometimes, and Blood Rot's just an easy 2 damage.
So we're going to go ahead and give the Frailty. Just make sure all arrows for the rest of the turn are going to be -1, which is can you lots of value over the course of the game. And now we're playing for the first time Warmonger's Diplomacy. So both players are going to choose either. Oh, he had it ready.
Oh my gosh, I love
He
that.
had it ready. Both players are choosing War or Peace. Now, like you said, that Arctic Incarceration is not able to be played if he chooses War. So now, starting with the hero to your left, each hero chooses War or Peace. If they choose War, the only actions they may play or activate during their next turn are weapon and attack actions. If they choose Peace, the only actions they may play or activate during their next turn are non-weapon, non-attack actions, which means if he chooses War and wants to play attack actions, he can't activate Lexi and flip his card. You can. It's not just play; it's play or activate.
You're absolutely right. He is stuck. Oh my goodness, Sam. So the best thing he could do on this turn is either choose Peace, play his Winter's Bite, flip his Arctic, and just do a ton of disruption, or just fire 1 hamstring shot. You're so right. This is actually an amazing use of Warmongers here. We're getting so many great showcases of these new cards.
So we have to imagine, so it looks like he is going to choose Peace. Because again, he has a fair amount of disruption he can do. He can flip to Lexi, give a Frostbite. He can play the Winner's Bite, take a card. He can play the Arctic Incarceration, give 3 more Frostbites.
Non-attack action.
Yeah, it makes sense. He's got this Frailty. He's like, you know what? We won't shoot any arrows.
Yeah. So this is a sick little Lexi tech. It's something that I think actually Michael Hamilton was talking about in the deck tech, which is what made me think of this Lexi flip interaction. So we're going to go ahead and we're going to give the Frostbite from the Lexi flip, revealing that Arctic Incarceration. So now Sam is just going to go ahead and have to stare down a fair amount of Frostbites and more disruption in a deck that, if he's running it like he used to, can often have a lot of red cards in it.
And now he's playing that Winner's Bite. Sam has to discard a card or pay 1 resource. And Sam knows that Nick cannot fire any arrows this turn, so he's likely just going to have more Winner's Bites, however many are in his hand, and then the Arctic, which we know is 0 Winner's Bites left after this.
Arctic.
Pitching the red to the Razor's Edge, so we're losing the stealth +3 attack reaction. We're getting 3 more Frostbites. So now Sam did a really good job of completely stopping any offensive pressure from Nick. But we're going to see, is he able to fight through those Frostbites and fight through the disruption? And he can't. He's got red cards in his hand. So we've turned that turn from
I'll remember my tunic this time.
From Nick into nothing, but unfortunately Nick was able to clap back with a similarly disruptive turn. So we're kind of back where we started, 40 to 34, as if it was just that death touch with the Frailty. However, this time there is no Frailty on the board, so this is going to be a fully powered Lexi turn.
Moving into turn 3 for Nick. Yeah, this is like so interesting. We've seen from both players a really critical non-attack action that just completely shut the other one down. Back to back. Now, critically with this Bolton shot, he chose +1, but a really interesting interaction.
And
there's the Frailty Trap! It no longer has power greater than its base, so it does not have go again. If he wants to continue his turn, he has to have an instant speed buff or cash in his snaps.
That was sick, right as we were talking about the Frailty Trap, right on time. No Riptide trigger. We're not getting, we're not getting
No Riptide trigger, that is right.
That's my first one. Yeah. All right, that's good. And then
so
stuff locks that out. And I will pass.
Alrighty, so he is choosing not to cash in his snaps here. He's just moving along, accepting his 3 damage.
Sam Dando doing a just fantastic job of disrupting the Lexi with not only really not a lot of stealth attacks. These are just powerful cards from the new set and powerful cards from the old set, and the Frailty Trap interaction there and the Warmonger's Diplomacy. This is just going to be a Wither threatening the Frailty, but also threatening that Uzuri activation. Sam Dando's third turn here at the round 2 of the battle hardened. He's on 40 life to Nick on Lexi at 34.
Yeah, we've seen so much interaction already in this game. It's interesting. Sam has access to 3 extra cards here, so we've seen so many things already in his deck. We saw a Spike, I think. We definitely saw a Red Razor's Edge, as well as just the 6 attacks that he can swap into. So Nick has a lot of things to think about, and he's just going to choose to block 3 and see what Sam's got hiding.
We're going to move to reactions, and we're going to go ahead and spike that with Blood Rot. So not only are we getting the Frailty token on hit now, we're getting the Blood Rot as well. So that's going to represent a lot of value, because you have to think about how many points of damage is that Frailty going to save you, and then how many points of damage is the Blood Rot going to deal.
Yeah, in total, this is a 3-card, 11 damage from Sam, plus the Frailty. So really powerful turn. And we are moving back to Nick's turn 4. He's got 3 cards in hand with a Hamstring Shot face up in Arsenal.
We've got the Blood Rot, we've got the Frailty. They are extended art, they are pretty.
They are very pretty. It looks like he does have more Bolton Shots this turn. Oh, maybe not. I thought he had a Bolton Shot in hand. Infecting Shot is coming in for 5. Go again.
He said, I can show you. Oh, he should only have 1 floating because of the Voltaire activation and then the Infecting Shot.
4, sorry.
That is the thing, though. If he wants to go for Bolton Shots here, he's going to have to give them go again. He won't be able to give them +1 because of the Frailty. Token. We don't. It doesn't look like. I think it might be a Rain Razors in the hand there. He should only have the 1 floating, but I don't. If it is a Rain Razors,
I think you're right. I think it's a Rain Razors. He blocked with the 1 Bolton Shot. That's what it is. So he is going to rain. So he's going to have 6 damage plus a Blood Rot here, and then Hamstring Shot will come in for an additional 6.
Rain Razors, a powerful card. However, you'd really like to see it on a 3-arrow turn, turning it from a 0 to 4 into a 0 for 6. That's where the math starts to get really bonkers.
Yeah, these are really interesting turns from Lexi where you have the guaranteed +4 from it, which is already great for a card, and you have to decide whether you want to cash it in now or try to Arsenal it. But the issue is if you Arsenal it with no arrow in Arsenal, then you basically have to wait 2 more turns, and Nick is basically just saying, you know what, your deck runs CNC, your deck runs Leave No Witnesses. We're going to cash it in now because I don't want to lose it.
Yeah, that's a very good point. Now, here's this Hamstring Shot is going to represent an extra tax on the effect, or on the next attack action that Sam Dando plays, but critically his Tunic is up, so if he wants to play a 0 cost, he can float the Tunic beforehand and pay for that Hamstring Shot's effect. So we've gotten to the 3rd turn, so that Tunic's going to be critical here if it comes into play. The Blood Rot damage going to tick Nick back on down to 29 as we ship the turn back over to Sam Dando for his turn 4.
Yep, so Sam's up by a couple life total points. He's got 2 cards in his hand for this turn, and he has a Blood Rot himself, so essentially he's at 32.
Alrighty, so we've got a Humble in hand, and it looks like it's got to be a stealth attack in the arsenal set up for that Humble. Yep, unfortunately,
looks like he's thinking about it. Just like you mentioned, he took the Tunic in order to pay through the Hamstring Shot tax.
We've got the Tunic still ready to play. Now here's the thing, that Humble, while a powerful ability, is going to be not as impactful on this turn. It seems like why he's going to switch it out, because without a card in the arsenal already, you're not threatening the Lexi hero flip, which is what the Humble is going to threaten, like turning on your second arsenal if you already have a card face down in your arsenal. So rather than do that on a turn when Lexi doesn't have any cards in his arsenal, he's going to go ahead and instead just give it 5 and go again to maybe threaten the Frailty on the second attack.
Yeah, so we'll see how Nick blocks here. It's interesting, in this case, he did see the Wither on accident, so maybe he's going to keep a 3-block floating for that.
Yeah, that's actually interesting. He does know that that's coming, and he does have a Codex in his hand. So when you have a Codex in your hand, you're a little happier to block, because you want to make sure you use all your cards so you don't discard a card to your Codex.
Absolutely, and critically, he has that Tunic resource, so he would be able to load the Bolton Shot without pitching the card if he'd like to.
Yeah, so we might see Tunic come into play just on a back-to-back turn, showing why that card has always been so powerful and why it's always commanded such a price tag.
Yeah, we see it on both sides of the battlefield. Absolute staple of the game. Wither coming in for 3. Nick definitely does not want a Frailty token, so he's going to block with that blue card. And now, if we do not see another Frailty Trap, maybe he'll get to go Bolton Shot and then Codex for a 0 cost.
Yeah. Now, I do want to point out, I can't be entirely certain, but we have one of our wonderful sponsors, Marvelous Altars, there on the left, as we got to give them not only their props and their shout-outs. It looks as though Nick might have a Marvelous Altar on his side of the board in that Lexi Livewire card. So we might be seeing just look how beautiful that card looks on the game board.
Absolutely, and fittingly, the one that popped up in our little ad there was another Uzuri. So.
Oh my God, it's like they planned this. So this is going to be a Bolton shot. It's going to come in for 5, and we're just going to block 6 and turn the turn off. So there is going to be no reload on the turn here. We're going to close the turn, not to turn the turn off, excuse me. We've got a Codex in our hand. So this turn is not even close to turned off.
This
is
right.
going to be a Codex, which is going to represent not only the cards, but a Frailty and a Ponder token.
So he's searching through his graveyard. Critically, both players are affected by Codex here. Nick's just going to get back the red Bolton shot because that is his only red 0-cost arrow, and Sam's going to consider many options.
Now, if Sam had something like a Leave No Witness in his graveyard, that'd be a great pull here, a 0-cost Arsenal threatening card, but he hasn't found one yet.
Yeah, a really key card in this matchup.
So, Sam, he's done a very good job of disrupting this game, but if you look at it, Lexi's still at 27, and he's only at 32, so the life lead is not that significant, and at any time, Lexi can draw 3 of a kind, Rain Razors, and threaten to just absolutely go off.
Yeah, Uzuri has disruptive cards, but Lexi has really, really powerful cards. And so Sam has chosen to grab a Death Touch. It's going to be in his arsenal face down. He discards 1 card, and as we know, this red Bolton shot's just going to be coming in for 4 with no hit effect. Sam does have a Frailty now, so if he were to try to play the Death Touch on his turn, it would only come in for 5, which it can matter a lot, especially with Hornet Sting now. Sometimes we'll see Tunic plus Hornet Sting blocked for the 5 breakpoint, or maybe Lexi just has a non-attack action in hand, so 3+2. And it looks like Sam's just taking it.
Yeah, and the Ponder's going to trigger drawing a card. Critically, Nick was only, we talk about not having as threatening cards in the graveyard. He was only able to grab a Bolton shot, not something like even a Searing shot or a Drill shot. Drill shot here threatening the -1 counter would be fantastic, but this is was just kind of vanilla damage, which Sam was happy to take because, yes, it's a Death Touch for 5 and not for 6, but it still has a pretty threatening on-hit effect.
Yeah, both players kind of not getting their first choice here just because they haven't seen those cards yet in this game. Death Touch is coming in for 5 like we talked about, and Nick is considering his options.
And taking a moment here and just checking out Sam Dando's pitch stack, no comment. No comment on Sam's pitch.
Nothing suspicious going on there.
My God. I see why they call the man the drip, drop, Dando. So we're going to see a block for 6 here, entirely blocking out the Death Touch. So no Frailty, Inertia, or Blood Rot. Instead, we're going to preserve 6 life and continue with our turn because, look, talk about what Lexi can draw at any time. 3 of a kind.
Oh, man. Pitching a red for it, so he's got to find a resource card off the top, but this could definitely be a powerful turn from Nick. And is that 2 Arctic? Oh, maybe it's a Winter's Bite.
It's a Winter's Bite and Arctic Incarceration and a 3 of a kind, so we might have to continue to dig. But if you're Sam here, I think you're happy to see 2 3 of a kinds in a row.
This is a critical time where the Quiver of Rustling Leaves could come into good effect, and there
Here we go. We're going to go ahead and use that blue card immediately. We're going to get a bonus, so neither of these cards have go again now.
Okay.
And we don't have another way to get arrows except for the 3 of a kind.
Nick, with some kind of unfortunate draws here, has to choose how he wants to navigate this. Looks like he's coming in with the Endless Arrow, and he will have the option to snap it or just set up a double arsenal if he'd like to.
If you're Sam, I think you're happy to see how this turn has begun.
Yeah.
After a 3 of a kind into a Quiver of Rustling Leaves activation, that it's either the Psyops of the Century or there's not an enormous amount of powerful cards left in Lexi's hand, or else you have to imagine they do something else with those resources.
And then you hold your breath and you see the blue arrow off the top. It is really just perfect for him.
Yeah, so we're going to go ahead and block 6 because we don't want this Endless Arrow going back to the hand to continue this turn, because even if you'd have to use your snaps, at least you have more arrows to fire. So we're blocking 5 with the Nimblism. We're keeping our Crown of Providence around. Of course, we can't even 3 of a kind. We're under 3 of a kind.
Yeah, you can't play anything except these arrow cards. So it looks like Nick is either going to snap and come in with the Bolton shot or just wrap it up. Oh, right, and he doesn't have the Winter's Bite in his hand anymore. So it is possible that he'll just go for a double arsenal, maybe stick that 3 of a kind in there and go at it again next turn.
No, we are. We're going to go ahead. He can't play that. It's not from his. It's 3 of a kind.
Oh, sorry. Shit, you're right.
He's reconsidering his options.
We've already snapped is the
There's a
thing.
reason I didn't want to
That
do
is
that.
true.
So we just have to come in with the Bolton shot. So yeah, Nick, I feel you, my brother. I had the same thought. I was like, I guess we can need to find more arrows with the 3 of a kind, but we're under the 3 of a kind tax. It's easy when you're looking at your hand, especially when it doesn't go the way you want. Your brain starts looking for options. Your brain starts looking for outs, right?
Absolutely.
And so in this case, he thinks, okay, what can I do here? I can maybe continue to do some Frostbite, but we forget that 3 of a kind is really powerful. It drew me 3 cards, but it also has at least some balancing effect in that you can only play cards from your arsenal for the rest of the turn. So I think if you're Dando here, you're breathing a sigh of relief. That was about as minimally impactful as we've seen a 3 of a kind turn be.
Absolutely. So he's choosing to come in with the E-Strike here, drawing a card, so it's just coming in for 5, and Nick's got another 5-card hand with another 3 of a kind.
But here's the thing, again, now he's got again, Sam Dando, it feels like a lot of things have been coming up I was going to say roses, but I wanted to make a Dando pun. Droses? I don't know. A lot of things have been going Dando's way, right? But he's still only dandelion. Everything's coming up dandelions, as my producer comes in and says. But the life totals are even. Nick's got another 3 of a kind, and you have to imagine that it's not always going to go that way. So Nick here, again, utilizing those 2 blocking cards to try to continue the turn with the 3 of a kind.
And there we go. That's what we want to see off the top.
This one's going to be better. So Dando, even though a lot of things have been going his way, he's still got a long way to go.
Yeah, so Nick has exactly what he wants off this 3 of a kind. He has 1 more resource card as well as 2 1-cost arrows, so he's going to be able to use his resource as well, come in for 10 or 11 damage, and then maybe Arctic at the end if Sam's trying to keep cards.
And if Sam isn't trying to keep cards, he can just keep that Arctic for a later turn.
Absolutely, yeah. So he's got to decide here. This is a really interesting puzzle. In basically every game you play as Lexi, which arrow do I want to shoot first? In this case, one of them has an on-hit, one of them doesn't. So do you want to present the on-hit effect first and make Sam... And in this case, he's choosing to go for the Chilling Ice Vein, hide the power of the Heat Seeker in his hand, coming in for 5 go again. He should have no floating resources here.
No fuse.
And like he just said, not fusing because the Frost Lock, as great as it is with ice cards, it's not an ice card itself.
Yeah. And we do need to... I mean, he will still have to pitch the card in his hand to fire the Heat Seeker if he forgets to tick off that resource there. But we do want to make sure, you know, if we're the players here, that we're keeping the game state clean and we're keeping it correct. So it looks as though this is going to be the Chilling Ice Vein block. This is going to represent damage, resources pitched upon hit because of the Chilling Ice Vein's effect.
And unfortunately for Dando, even though he does have a blue in his hand to deal with the Frostbite, he also has a sink below. So I think maybe we're seeing this Crown of Providence Arsenal block so that he can tuck the sink away for a later turn and not have to try to play it through a Frostbite.
Yeah, but he got rid of that Arsenal, so we'll see how does he...
Full tear.
Cool. No fuse there. It was not an ice card in the hand, so this is just going to be vanilla damage. No pitch effect represented. So this is just going to be the Heat Seeker now coming in following that turn.
And critically, I'm not actually sure whether he's chosen 5 go again or +1. I think since Sam's holding a full hand of cards, you can threaten to get him with that Arctic Incarceration, or you could just say, you know what, this is my turn, we're going to hold the Arctic for later. Hopefully we get a die on that arrow so we can know, but regardless, let's try to take a look at Sam's hand here. He's got a red Death Touch, red Infect, 2 blue cards now, which is interesting. He probably only needs 1, but if he were to get Arctic, then the second one becomes really powerful, having 4 Frostbites in front of you.
Okay.
And now by blocking this Heat Seeker out, he must have given it go again because he's only blocking for 5. Now Nick has to decide, does he want to throw the Arctic Incarceration out and threaten the rest of that hand? Sam Dando seems to say, if you're going to give me that Arctic, that's fine because you're going to have a 4-card hand on your next turn, no arsenal. You're only most likely going to be able to send a couple arrows at me, so I'm going to hopefully be able to stabilize from that point moving forward. I'm okay with getting, even though I got the Frostbites here, you have no arsenal and you're only drawing up to 4 at the start of this turn.
Yeah, so Dando's thinking he's just got to come in with that Spider's Bite. We know that the card in his hand is a sink below that's just going to wait to defend later, but Nick doesn't. It could be a Leave No Witnesses, it could be a Codex to go grab something, so he does have to think about this. He is just going to take it though down to 26. It makes sense. Arsenal the sink below for Dando, and we are back over to Nick's turn 7.
Okay. Turn
Turn 8 rather from Nick. It looks like he has 3 red cards in his hand. So, oh, he has a blue. Okay, so he has a lot of options on this turn. He has 2 red arrows, 1 blue, and the Art of War. So he could choose to just shoot 2 arrows and set the Art of War for later, or he could go ahead and fire it off and try to do a more powerful turn.
Often those, especially in these Ice Lexi builds, as you remember, Art of War was a little more in vogue in the earlier PT1 days. PT, where it was the Yuanji Li Bender Ice Lexi list running around. Those Art of Wars, not only were they so good for the big combo turns, but they could also enable you to just draw a couple extra cards and find that ice card to fuse. As we saw on that last turn, I was just, I was sometimes just assume when I see a Chilling Ice Vein, it was fused, it's coming in for the effect. But because these decks aren't running as many ice cards, often you do have to find your Winner's Bites, your Arctic Incarcerations. We haven't seen any Ice Quakes yet from Nick here, so that Chilling Ice Vein is much less threatening when it doesn't have the on-hit stapled onto the card.
Yeah, for sure.
So that Art of War might be used to get some damage across, but also might just be kind of digging for ice, which, some people do, dig for ice.
And you'll notice this game is taking a while longer than our last game in terms of how much damage is being dealt each turn. Both players are doing a fair amount of blocking. We're at 23-26, and we're in the middle of turn 8 here. So definitely just a slower-paced game with a mix of disruption and powerful damage. He's starting with the Searing Shot, and I think he's considering whether he wants to Oh, we're blocking. So maybe he's going to fire off that Art of War in reactions, or maybe he'll just take the more conservative line and end with a Chilling Ice Feign. Here we go. We're doing it.
Now, which is critically going to, if Sam wanted to turn on that Sink Below from his hand and go ahead and play that out, the Searing Shot is still going to get across and deal 2 damage here. So, but still worth getting 4 block out of your Sink Below, and we're only going to take 2 rather than taking 6.
For sure.
And we're going to sink a card out of our hand.
So down to 21 for Sam, and Nick now has, it looks like, 2 red arrows in his hand. So this will be perfect for him. If he wants to, he can load and shoot off of Tunic for what will now be 7. With either a Sleep Dart or, in this case, a vanilla Chilling Ice Feign if he wants to hold the Sleep Dart for later.
Sleep Dart here definitely threatening a more relevant on-hit effect on this turn because you don't have the Ice card in your hand. This Sleep Dart threatening to turn off that Uzuri activation, meaning you're at least going to be playing against a little more of a face-up hero. You don't have to worry about the Uzuri effect if the Sleep Dart is able to land.
Yeah, and critically, I think Sam's Arsenal is another Sink Below, right? So we know that he actually can't use Uzuri this turn, but Nick doesn't have any way to know that.
Tunic for a reason.
But maybe he has X-Ray Vision because he's coming in with the Ice Feign.
Yeah,
coming
absolutely.
for 7.
Now, the Uzuri activation is going to just, it can represent a card from hand.
Dice.
So the Sink Below there might just be being saved for block as we're coming in with the Chilling Ice Feign. No fuse this time. We're just going to block with our Yellow Shred. We're going to be taking 2 damage, and the Sink Below going to go ahead and...
Blocking 7. Or, oh, that's 3. There we go. Yeah.
Go ahead and make that happen.
He is full blocking. Maybe he's going to try to find a stealth card off the top, and then he would be able to Uzuri come in with that shakedown.
I don't like that.
Alrighty, so we've arsenaled our last card. And we're going to draw up, if we're Nick, 21 to 26, shipping the turn back over to Dando. Did he find that stealth card? He's got the Tunic ready if it was a 1-cost necessary.
It looks like he's having a hard time thinking about this hand. Maybe it wasn't exactly what he wanted. I think that might be a surgical, so he's just going to play the shakedown. He had to consider whether he wanted to Tunic Dagger here, but it looks like he's valuing keeping that Tunic around and just presenting the shakedown and seeing what Nick does.
Now, this could be a time to cash in your Flick Knives because Flick Knives is going to go ahead and turn on your shakedown if you don't block the 6 here. So even though we haven't used our Uzuri activation, we do have an attack reaction on our arms piece here, which is going to turn the shakedown from just 6 vanilla damage to a much more threatening on hit effect.
Yeah, so Nick has to do some weighing of options here. First, he has to figure out how good his hand is and whether he wants to block, but even if he does want to try to keep his whole hand, he has to deal with the fact that a key power card might be taken out. Like, if he doesn't block at all, I'd be really curious to see what color Dando chooses. Maybe you try to take his 1 blue.
Exactly.
Maybe you go for a powerful card with a red, or really interesting into Lexi, a lot of her power cards are yellow. So maybe he even names yellow. I think it's rare to see, but in certain situations, it can make sense.
Interesting. You thinking like mostly Art of War?
Art of War, Rain Razors, even Codex of Frailty as well.
Ah, of course. Those are 2 other good ones, huh?
Yeah, pretty strong cards.
I've heard of those.
I think I've seen them played once or twice.
My hand, doesn't it?
Currently it's vanilla. I haven't played any attack reactions. But
Oh,
if
okay.
I do play an attack reaction, then yeah, I get to pick the color.
Do you have any attack reactions available?
Flick Knives.
Yeah, and so Sam Dando going to go ahead, and he said, currently it's vanilla, but then when asked, Sam Dando does represent the Flick Knives.
Destroys that, destroys this.
So which would also turn it from a 6 damage turn to a 7 damage turn because the dagger damage would come through. Interestingly, Nick also representing kind of 1 random unpreventable damage with the Hornet Sting.
True, it's kind of fun that they both do that.
Yeah, they both kind of have that effect there. This is an interesting match. I mean, honestly, in terms of a Lexi and Uzuri match, it's been fascinating. We haven't seen any huge spike turn from the Lexi, but we've seen still very consistent pressure, just powerful arrows that still do things.
Yeah.
This has still been, Sam Dando has been trying to find a way to kind of stabilize and do a little bit less blocking. And in doing, normally the way the Uzuri player wants to do so is by playing their disruptive effects. But because he's been kind of having to just keep himself alive on these couple turns, he's been having to, he's going to go ahead and just put the Flick Knives there in the middle of the 2 daggers.
And it is blocked.
Blocking out for 6, which, now, again, if you're Dando here.
Oh, well, we're going to resolve that Hornet Sting. Look at the top. It's not an arrow.
We don't get the damage from the Sting.
Goes to the bottom of the deck.
Yeah, I think you can put it at the bottom now from the Hornet Sting, right? Yeah, so that's going to go to the bottom of the deck.
Bottom of the deck.
But now if you're Dando, right, you've kept your Flick Knives around for later in the game, and you've taken 2 cards out of your opponent's hand. Again, it does look like Nick has a Codex here, which is pretty good after you've blocked. But
yeah, Sam has spent quite a bit of his armor already, so he might be happy with this outcome. Honestly, just keep that 1 blade break for an important break point later on.
You wonder how does he want to get the 2 damage out of it before he's forced to cash in on the Blade Break? Does he want to try to get the Flick Knives actually to do 2 points of damage before he blocks? Sometimes, though, you might just have to say, this is an Endless Arrow for 4. Here's the 3 block, and here's my Hornet Sting. I just can't keep this turn going.
Yes, sir. We're back over to Nick. He's got, I think, 2 cards in hand plus his Sleep Dart. He's looking through the graveyard. I wonder if he's looking at a Codex here.
Yeah, most likely. Yep. Absolutely looking at this game here. We're looking at turn 8 of the round 2 of the Battle Hardened. We've got so many of you hanging out in chat and watching the stream. Thank you so much for joining us. I know everybody is as excited as we are about this tournament, these games, these unbelievable players, our incredible producer, our incredible team at Savage Feats, our incredible sponsors, MinMax and Marvelous Altars and Team Ascent and Star City. Thank you for letting us be here. We're all so excited to be doing this because here we have a Sleep Dart coming in without Go again.
I just get to know what you're
so he opted to, he was considering firing off the Rain Razors, maybe playing the Codex, but he's just going for the more conservative line. There was no way he was going to be able to play 2 arrows, so really he just had to choose which of those 2 yellow cards he wanted in his arsenal.
Yeah.
And interestingly, like we talked about on this shakedown turn cycle, he did have those 2 yellow power cards.
Yeah, so it would have been exactly like you said. It's like you've played this game a little bit. It's like you know what you're doing.
A time or 2 I've played this matchup. Spider's Bite is coming in for 1 here, pitching the blue. He has 2 cards in hand, so most of the time as the Lexi, it's hard to devote a full card to this, but it's kind of scary. Like, your attacks are the only cards in your deck that block well.
Yeah.
So if you take the Spider's Bite, you're basically just saying, yeah, whatever you got, I'm eating it.
Yeah. I think something we also should mention and haven't mentioned yet as we're moving in on Sam Dando's 9th turn here, 22 minutes left in the round. This is a different Uzuri list than is most common these days, right? We've been seeing a little more. Ooh, we've got a CNC now coming in 4-6 after a Spider's Bite. So this is going to be very threatening. It's going to be very hard to block after the Spider's Bite. But Sam Dando playing a little bit more of that slightly more red line, slightly more aggressive. Honestly, in my opinion, slightly cooler list that isn't as fatiguey, that isn't as blocky. It really wants to utilize Uzuri's ability, and it wants to, play just a different game plan.
Yeah, so Nick here is saying, you know what? I don't want to take 6 and lose my arsenal. I'm just going to give you 3 cards because ultimately at this point, it's not great for me, but it's 2 cards to stop 6 damage and giving you a block card instead of giving you my arsenal, which we know is a Rain Razors, so it's the best thing he can do. Set up hopefully a 6-card hand, and at this point, he's just hoping to dodge more CNCs and leave no witnesses, which we've still critically seen none of.
None of it. Now, this feels like the turn of the game so far. Turn 10, round 2 of this Battle Hardened. Sam Dando at 19 to Nick's 25. 20 minutes left in the round. You are seeing a face-up Rain Razors and a 6-card hand from your Lexi opponent. If you're the Uzuri here, you have to find a way to put the pressure on. You have to find a way to disrupt their hand, or else you're only at 19 life. How are you going to survive through the remainder parts of this game? So this feels like this is what this game has come down to. We're pitching 2 reds. We're pitching an Infect and a Nimblism to come in with the Spider's Bite, so we clearly can't use those cards other ways. We want to make sure that there's not a lot of blocking happening on this turn.
And a Warmonger's interesting. Rain Razors is an instant, so it is not affected by this card. It looks like Nick has all attacks here, so the Warmongers is not going to hurt him, and it seems like he's going to be able
he can't activate Lexi's ability if he chooses War.
And he doesn't have his snaps.
So he chose War, so he's not going to be able to activate Lexi's ability. Oh, he's just playing it.
Oh.
Can he give it Go again in any way in his hand? Or is he?
I don't know if he has a way to.
So he might just be saying, here's 4, brother. We talked about disruption. I mean,
I am so impressed by this Warmonger's card. I did not realize until this game that it turns off actions, not just action cards, and that is so powerful versus Lexi. This is really cool to watch.
So we're going to give a Frailty token for this turn.
No Go again, so Nick's just going to choose his best arrow to Arsenal, and we're moving back to Dando.
Yeah, not going to trigger the Frailty Trap there. It's just going to be the 3 damage block. He just wants to save life. Also, because we're pitching a Codex coming in again with that shakedown for 6. That's going to block 6, and Arsenal.
Arsenal pass.
So now we've turned what would have been a 6-card hand with the Rain Razors into a 4-card hand with the Rain Razors because of that Warmonger's diplomacy, right?
Sir, yep.
That turned a 6-card hand to a 4-card hand because of the subsequent turns, because of the blocking, because of what had to happen next. So as you said, that card's putting in work, man.
Yeah, I really like that card. It's we saw it in Hamilton's deck. We've seen it in Sam's deck. Curious to see what else it can do throughout the day. And now we've got this another Rain Razors coming in for 4 damage here. Remorseless for 7 Go again into the Searing Shot.
Now, Dando here, you know, you're at 19. You might have to block a fair amount on this turn. And if you do block this turn out, you're leaving your Lexi opponent again with just a 4-card hand. If you can put them on a 4-card hand without an arsenal, make them need to use their Voltaire and not just have something set up in the back end, perhaps you can find a way to close into this game. But this one is going to give the Frailty Trap because the power is greater than its base.
Third Frailty Trap
because it's a go again, excuse me.
Yeah, another Frailty, so he does not have to cash in his armor here, and he still doesn't have to take the Remorseless. This is one of those games where we've seen, I would call it like some of the best type of Flesh and Blood. There's the first Leave No Witnesses, so that's in the graveyard for Codex.
Yep.
But where players are like blocking 2 cards, playing 2 cards, very interactive and back and forth, really showcasing what this matchup is about. Is that a Codex?
I think so. I think he had 2 in his hand last turn, so we pitched 1, keep it in the deck, and we're going to play another. We have the Tunic up, which means you have to imagine we're grabbing the Death Touch so that we can grab it off of the Tunic here.
Marvel Codex, Sam Dando being flashy, looking through his graveyard. He's got
drop Dando.
Dripped out deck, absolutely. And he's going to go for the Death Touch, just like you said.
I think you just brought up a really great point. This is a really wonderful kind of microcosm of what I think we all first fell in love with Flesh and Blood, which is I'm always doing things and I'm always making decisions. I'm attacking, I'm blocking, I'm figuring out what I have to pitch here. This has been this game. This has been an unbelievable expression of that gameplay so far.
So many decisions. Every card can serve multiple purposes. That's one of the things I love so much about this game. So Nick is still choosing which card he wants to get back. He's going to have a Frailty, of course, and he will have to discard a card from his hand. So he is looking at Endless Arrow there, one of the better arrows in the deck, of course. He knows that this Death Touch is going to be coming at him for 6. He's got a lot to think about.
A huge part of this game, a decision that has just rippled throughout every turn subsequently, was the Snapdragon's use on that 3-of-a-kind turn that only turned into 2 damage.
Yeah,
we've needed Go Again so often in this game if we're the Lexi player here, and it's been hard to come by from the card stuck in our arsenal.
Absolutely. Yeah, all the time in Flesh and Blood, we see how these little decisions later in the game really compound, and Sam is drawing off his Ponder, moving to Arsenal, and we're back to Nick.
Once again, we are finding it challenging to apply much pressure, but here we go. Once again, you've now applied enough disruption and enough pressure to the Lexi player. You once again have the driver's seat. You have the 4 cards. We saw what happened last time. It was the Warmongers that stopped the 6-card hand, because here we are with another 6-card hand if we're the Lexi player here. How can Uzuri... We called that last turn the moment of the game. Perhaps this is the moment of the game, part 2, Electric Boogaloo.
The moment squared. Yeah, so Nick's choosing...
That would be 4 moments.
Oh, yeah, no, you're right. Nick chose to just get this Falcon Wing here, basically saying, you know what, you're giving me a Frailty token. I'm not going to deal with it. If I get an Endless Arrow, it's still going to just come for 3, so I'd rather just have a 3 sitting in my arsenal that I can pump up if I want to later. We've seen his deck probably has 3 Art of War, 3 Rainrazor. We've already seen some of them, but I think he just drew another Art of War, so we'll probably get paid off for that decision. And yeah, Sam's coming in with the Spider's Bite on turn 13. Players are about halfway down through their life totals, so we are probably about halfway through. It looks like we're more than halfway through the Lexi's deck, so we know that, you know, Tao Tao is playing a version of this list in the past that can go to Fatigue. Like, sometimes that's a strategy that people go for. It'll be interesting to see what the end game brings.
Ravenous Rabble, a rare source of Go Again in the Uzuri deck, just going to come in for 3 here. We're going to Nimblism after that. Do we have the Leave No Witnesses in the arsenal? We have the Codex of Frailty to grab the Leave No Witnesses. So this is now going to come in for 7 and go ahead and not... and threaten that arsenal here.
Yeah.
Coming for 7.
Really key card. He finally found his 1, blocked with it, and now he's fetching it back. And Nick's got...
Is it hand or just arsenal?
It looks like he's got a couple 3 blocks. He has his Art of War, so of course he wants to keep cards and try to make that go as wide as he can. No Hornet Sting left to block with. So,
which is a huge part of what the, you know, if you're not going to have your Bullseye Bracers, at least you have 1 block you can use to try to get across that breakpoint, but this is a different kind of a breakpoint. This is 7. This means 2 cards, or we're looking at a defensive Art of War with our Tunic. He's reading the card. He's like, wait, I could do this right now if I want to.
It'd be interesting. He does have the resource up. That's the other thing. If he blocks with the Tunic here, he wants to get, you know, he would like to use that resource. It's on 3, so it feels bad to just block with it and throw that away. If he were to let this hit, we have an interesting decision on Dando's side, which is which card do you get rid of? This is not CNC. You don't get the whole arsenal. You have to choose the face-up Falcon Wing or the mystery card, which I don't know which one would be better, but I suspect Nick's going to try to block this all the way out.
Yeah, he's looking at that Art of War now. Another part of the consideration with the Falcon Wing or the mystery card, if this hits, if you get the Falcon Wing and the top card of the deck is red, you've gotten 2 silvers and you can get your black text back. And that's another block, and that's another threaten to go wider. So that's perhaps a consideration, but that's only going to happen if this card hits. We're getting ahead of ourselves. This is very exciting. We're coming down to 14 minutes left on the turn timer, though I know the players were given a 6-minute extension that I'm not sure is represented on our turn timer, so they have plenty of time, hopefully, to get through this game. That frailty token also huge here, and we're going to tunic into the Art of War. We're going to banish, and we're going to pump up our cards, so we're going to look to defend here. But once again, that 6-card hand is not going to be as powerful as it was before the Uzuri player began their turn.
And like you said, I think Nick is just going for the banish +1. But interestingly, if he wanted to, he could also choose the block from Arsenal mode. Lots of interesting stuff you can do with defensive Art of War. And yep, that's a block for 8. Oh, it's a block for 6 because of Spider's Bite.
Oh, and yeah, he kind of said this. Oh, and Dando again showing, good guy Dando just making sure he was aware that block wasn't gonna. Or it was only, he probably said block 6, and then it was like, well, not block 6.
Really
block
nice. Yeah, nice sportsmanship saying, yeah, block with another card. Don't take that on hit. Falcon Wing.
Then I'll
taking his tunic. So he's got a frailty. Falcon Wing's only coming in for 2 here. Art of War's been spent. So 2 go again, and we'll probably find out what that mystery card is hiding in Arsenal.
It's going to be the Infecting Shot, and looks like we're going to go ahead and grab another card out of our Codex of Frailty.
So this will be interesting. He has a Ponder, but he does not have snaps yet. So if he were to draw another arrow that doesn't have go again,
that's a consideration.
He really can't Arsenal it, unless you could go crazy and be like, you know what? I'll draw my 3rd Art of War. I'm fine. I'll give it go again.
I'm fine, yeah. Well, we're shuffling. No, we're not shuffling. This is the graveyard. What am I talking about? I mean, we could shuffle, but we'd be cheating.
We'd be cheating. We don't want that. So he's...
Still have that. Yes, sorry.
No, that's okay. I just was
we just found out in this battle hardened here in Cincinnati, we have 0 Prism Awakener of Soul in the room.
Bruh.
Bruh is right.
I mean, that tells you where people are on the hero right now. It can do some powerful things, but honestly, I feel like maybe we're going to see Prism someday. There are too many Prism fans out there in the world, but it's a hard nut to crack, especially for the first, literally, the cards came out, what, a day ago?
Yeah, literally a day ago.
Literally a day ago, so if the players want to play with the new ones, not only are they hard to find, but they're also hard to use. So this Searing Shot is going to come in and just get blocked out by the sink below. No damage off the Codex turn, but we do get the Frailty and the Ponder, so
I'll hold it.
Dando is not going to be able to come in with those daggers this turn.
Yeah, it feels like Dando is a little bit, he kind of has the tempo here. He's been continually disrupting, but Nick is finding a way to present damage and, continue attacking the life total. Sam is down to 17, Nick's at 20. We're back over to Sam's turn 14, and what is he going to do? That's a CNC and I believe a Razor's Edge.
And we've got an Isolate in the hand, so this is most likely going to come in and destroy that Arsenal because I don't think there are any defense reaction in this Lexi list. So we're saying no blocks.
Yep.
Uzuri ability for only the 2nd time this game. And let's go ahead and get that CNC in. We're going to lose the Infecting Shot. And there's, critically also, finally, we found like a real chunk of damage if we're the Uzuri player here, right? The Nick going ahead and heading down to 14 and losing the Arsenal. So this is only going to most likely be 2 errors, though. We do see the Arctic Incarceration in his hand as well.
Ooh, yeah, we saw that earlier play a huge impact. Sam was left with all reds and had to just pass back. So maybe that'll find Nick another window to get a full hand.
Go again.
Turn 14 here. We're going to go ahead and come in with Go Again with the Heat Seeker. 1 floating. This Heat Seeker represents kind of a card draw. And so, yeah, it's going to be a snap block for 6.
No Heat Seeker hit for you, says Sam. Nick is considering here. Is that a 0-cost arrow we see in his hand, or is that another? Oh, it's another 1
shot. It's another 1 cost.
So he has a couple options. He can set the Infecting Shot face up in order to not have to use Lexi ability next turn. Maybe if there's a 3rd Warmonger, that'll be critical for him. But if he sets it face up, then he would have to put more arrows in his arsenal for Codex. Or he could just put it face down and be safe from Codex, but in danger of Warmonger. So because we have this new card from Dusk Till Dawn that can stop your ability to use Lexi, you have a lot of interesting decisions like this, whether you want to Voltaire the card in or just leave it face down.
Absolutely. Now, the Arctic Incarceration here, going to go ahead and let's see, does it turn the turn off? And it looks like it does. He just has to pass back. So that Arctic Incarceration. Now, if you're Dando, you've been playing a very patient game. 10 minutes left on this turn timer. We have to figure, they do have that 6-minute extension. 17 to 14, right, turn 16 for Nick. He's going to go ahead and flip over that Infecting Shot.
Rain Razors.
Oh, here we go. This is Rain Razors, and this is 3 of a kind. I mean, all gas, no breaks for this turn.
This is it. This is what we see from Lexi. This is how she wins games. He's down 3 life, all the way into turn 16. Less than 10 minutes left in the round. It is all coming together. This is probably going to be the biggest turn of the game, perhaps.
Is that a yellow Winter's Bite? It looks like it might be, and if it is, that means he can't use the Tunic.
I think
pay into it.
Yeah, he's considering just playing that Winter's Bite before he puts himself under the effect of 3 of a kind that, says you cannot play cards from hand. He wants to just cash that in.
So, looks like we're going to go ahead and keep the Winner's Bite in our hand.
I think it's reasonable. He's opting to keep those resources. Since he has that Rain Razors in play, he really just wants to be able to play as many arrows as possible. And if he draws all reds, he could be in danger of not enough resources. So he's just going to keep it, maybe arsenal it, maybe pitch it.
Yeah, we do have plenty of resources to come in with 3 arrows this turn, but that will be it. Even though that Bolton Shot could threaten more reloads, we can see the hand here, and there's 2 ice cards that aren't going to be able to be utilized on this turn. Unless they get reloaded with the Bolton Shot, but you have to... but the Bolton Shot here is coming in with a card in the arsenal, so that reload effect is not being threatened.
No danger of Frailty Trap here because we have the Rain Razors, and I think we've seen all the Frailty Traps from Sam. So, 5. Nick is down. 3 life. Sam has, I think, 3 3-blocks and a Humble in his hand. Not sure if there's a stealth card in there. Oh, yeah, it looks like an Isolate. So he's got a pretty modular hand. All the normal stuff you want to see in Uzuri. He's got some choices. Bolton Shot, threatening damage, but no on-hit. Sam looks like he's just trying to save some life, block 3.
Most likely preserve life on this turn because this is, these don't come every mile a minute, right? These turns are somewhat hard to come by. So if you're Sam here, you probably want to preserve some life to make sure that you are able to stay in the rest of this game. However, we're looking like we're going to be throwing 2 more 7-power attacks this turn, and we only have 3 more cards to block with.
Yeah, turn 16 here, so we should be hitting second cycle around now. We are really deep into both of these decks. This is the last Rain Razors. I think it's the last 3 of a kind.
Can I get a deck count?
Yes. 7 go again, and they're counting decks.
I was just thinking about that. I was looking at that deck. I was like, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 10 cards left in the Uzuri player's deck here. So,
and then 12 including hand and arsenal.
So they're both pretty low. Usually if this goes to fatigue, we see the Lexi get fatigued, but it's not impossible for the Uzuri to get fatigued. So it'll be fascinating to see how this ends. Both players have more than 10 life here. 7 minutes left. Lots of factors to consider for both of them. And he's blocking with the Humble, accepting that it's a block 2, but he wants to keep whatever cards are in his hand. I believe it's Isolate plus, I think, a Shakedown to swap into, so he really wants to just disrupt and keep Nick off of big turns.
You have to wonder if seeing that this is now an infecting shot for 7, threatening 9, if we're just going to see that flick knives block with the 2 3-blocks, and it looks like 1, 2, 3 cards are laid down, 3, 6, 7, we're blocking that out. We see how many cards are left in the deck here if we are the Uzuri player, and we know that there is a potential that we can put this game to fatigue and win from there, because we have a weapon and they don't.
That is right. All he needs is 1 blue left in the deck to win if Nick runs out of cards.
And which, I mean, if it does, and we'll see, we don't want to get ahead of ourselves. If it does go ahead and go to fatigue, the does now critically, does he want to go ahead and float a resource in response to the Frostbite?
Yep.
This is an important time for Uzuri. If he wants to, it looks like he's not going to. So this is just going to be the Winner's Bite coming in, making him pitch 2, which he's going to go ahead and do now.
No D-react for him, so it's possible that he's considering just blocking a lot. He doesn't need the extra resource. He doesn't have a sink below.
That is the question. Without setting up an arsenal for yourself, how much damage are you able to present? So this is another Winner's Bite. Now, because we didn't float the resource in response to the first Frostbite, we can't Tunic here without pitching towards it.
He's just going to have to give up a card here. Nick is looking at, I think, 2 blue arrows and a red hamstring shot. So Sam Dando gets rid of the Ravenous Rabble. It's a 2-block. Maybe he's just, at this point, considering blocking. He doesn't want to have that liability. He does have a Frostbite, so likely blocking 6. But we will see what his cards are and what the turn holds.
+1, coming in for 3.
We're going to go ahead and load in a blue Searing Shot. This is only coming in for 3, so this can be blocked with the 3-block if Dando does have it. Unfortunately, he's had to give 2 cards for these Winner's Bites, but there's more than likely only 1 arrow coming at the end of this turn. He's been checking that arsenal. He's been like messing with that arsenal a number of times. You have to wonder if he's trying to figure out when he can play it.
Yeah, you got to consider here, Nick has a mystery card in hand. He has 2 floating. It could be any 1-cost arrow or any arrow to threaten more effects.
I'll just pass back.
Alrighty, and so that is just going to be the arsenal there. Dando himself just going to go ahead and draw back up. Is the Lexi player going to be able to find enough damage? We went ahead and set up an arsenal for ourselves for the Lexi player here, which is very important so that we can get 3 arrows across.
He does have Codex there, which can allow him to go wide potentially.
Go again.
He's going to fuse this Frost Lock. I believe it's a Winner's Bite in his hand. So this is 4 go again. It does have the on hit saying
That's,
Sam
4.
cannot play or pitch cards with cost 0 if it connects. And notably,
Cost
I
plus
don't
1.
think Sam has any D-reacts in his hand or arsenal,
it
but
hits,
if
you
he
can't
did,
hit your player
Frostlock taxes them all by 1.
Yeah, again, he would have to decide if he wants to float that Tunic in response. It looks like he's not going to because there is no true on-hit effect that he needs to worry about if he's really considering blocking for the majority of the rest of this game to put this Uzuri deck in the front seat.
And we see Sam opting to, just do a ton of blocking. Fatigue is a real possibility at this point.
Which, if it does happen, I didn't want to get ahead of myself, but if it does happen, it'd be fascinating to see that even in a Uzuri deck that plays the 2 blocks like Ravenous Rabble and isn't playing all of the every 3 block they can, every defense reaction they can, kind of playing into that strategy, if the disruption is enough into a deck like Lexi to still get there utilizing that strategy.
Yeah, I've experienced it firsthand, testing into Sam and running all the way out of my deck before as Lexi in this matchup. And critically, the Bullseye Bracers being gone makes it harder for you to have wide turns, really leak damage through. And just Hornet Sting blocking gives you less total, velocity in your deck to get over the top.
Yeah. We've got 2 cards left to block with. One is a Surgical Extraction, so that'll have a 3 block. We have the Tunic represented, so we're going to go ahead and Codex here. But we're only doing one thing left on this turn because there is no way to go again unless we just get the Falcon Wing, which would be an interesting decision.
I think it would be cool. I think it makes sense. Maybe we get the Falcon Wing.
Yeah, right, yeah.
He does have the Ponder, so he's going to get a card on Arsenal either way. So just presenting 8 more here. Sam's at 8. He only has 2 cards to block. He's got a lot of choices to make.
He's going to block with the CNC.
And he's just blocking. He's taking 2, going to 6, and he's going to pass it right back, it seems.
Now that Ponder token, drawing another card. Can you find 6 damage here if you're the Lexi player? That turn timer is apparently only off by about 2 minutes, so they don't have all the time in the world.
Yep.
We're just going to go ahead and draw off the Ponder. We're going to put the Searing Shot in. Passing back.
I believe at this point Nick has, is that his whole deck? He has 1 extra card.
And a bunch of those are some... Okay, so we do have a bunch of arrows there. Are they all blue?
I think they might be all blue. Playing the
One last
winner's bite. So this gets a card out of Sam's hand. 1 less blocking card for him to use. He just instantly gets rid of that 2 block. You'll notice Sam has blue cards in his hand, so he could have chosen to pitch and keep a card in deck, but he's identifying, no, all I need to do to win this game is block you out and not take damage. I want to get rid of the 2 block, keep as much defense in my hand as I can.
Go again.
Nick's going 3 go again. Blood Rod on hit, so definitely want to block this one. Sam blocks with a blue.
+1.
3 more. This is looking like this is going to be the game here, folks, as we're able to block 3. We're able to come in for 2. Players might be noticing the writing on the wall. We're blocking with all our cards. There's only 2 cards left in the deck. And at the end of the day, we have daggers if we're the Uzuri player here. And if we're the Lexi, there is simply 2 blue arrows left in the deck. So we see a red line Uzuri. We see a more disruptive Uzuri, perhaps still being able to fatigue the Lexi simply due to the game plan that Sam Dando was able to connect. Blocking at the right times, identifying the right terms to use his life total and present the right on-hit effects, and a fascinating use of Warmonger's diplomacy.
Absolutely well played by Sam. We're going to see him just go through the motions, close it out, maybe do a little attacking.
And we do need to see here.
Pick one.
He might be saying you have to kill me in the turn in the timer provided, so we'll see. Now here's a Leave No Witness. Yes, they have about 3 minutes left on the timer here. Nick perhaps saying, show me what you got. Here's 4 damage. But Nick is going to have the Tunic up, so he's going to be able to throw at least the card if he wishes to, but yeah, he's going to go ahead and concede from here because that damage isn't enough to close the game out. And so with that, Sam Dando on Uzuri, able to go ahead and hit the clean 2-0 here at the Battle Hardened Cincinnati. What'd you see, Brody?
That was great. He's playing this deck. He's been playing it for a while. He knows it better than most people. Really piloting it brilliantly. He knows when to block, when to disrupt. And in that game, we saw him take it all the way. Even though his plan maybe isn't fatigue, like we've seen some other Uzuri's really try to go for that. He knows when to switch into it. He asked, can we count the deck? Yeah. And he took it all the way down. Maybe we can try to grab Sam for an interview if there's time.
We'll have to see about
this. Up when I did my snaps.
We are going to instead cut to the meta analysis because we got that up for you guys. And let's take a look at the meta here at the Battle Hardened Cincinnati. Let's take a look. Brody, what are you seeing?
So, first massive thing of note, 0 Prism and 0 Vinset Iron Maiden. These new heroes, people haven't had time to get their cards maybe. They're not sure what build to play. They're not sure if these heroes are what they want to be bringing. 0 of both. However, We do see 5 Levias and 4 Boltons, who also got a lot of new cards. Kind of in the middle of our field here. I know a couple really notable players, of course, are on Levia. Michael Hamilton, as we saw in round 1. Also, Pat Eshghy and Lucas Oswald brought that deck. At the top, we have Lexi as the most played deck, and my personal favorite, Viscerai at number 2. I love to see that. Bravo, and then a huge drop-off after that down to Briar, Dromai, Uzuri. Some of the top contenders from the past. Briar, we've seen take a little bit of a break recently. Last year, more in the Uprising season, we saw some more Briar, but it's cool to see Runeblades sort of make a return with this new meta. They did get some new cards. Briar got her specialization, Anthem of Spring. Sorry, got a specialization as well. Also the chess piece, Dietic Carapace. I think that card is really powerful. It's interesting. Runeblades have a lot of choices now. They can play Tunic, they can play Dietic, they can play Aether Ironweave, and Vinsat can even play Husk. So you have a lot of options, and maybe you want to play different things in different matches. But specifically against Rangers, like Lexi has all of these 5 breakpoint arrows, so having that Dietic for a 5 block and then a 4 block is really, really nice.
Absolutely. I mean, and I think a huge thing people were talking about within the kind of like opening days of this meta, as we were talking about what cards they wanted to grab, what decks they might want to bring, Viscerai has been looking like a nice little winner from some of these new Runeblade cards, because yes, you're not rune gating anything with the shadow Runeblade cards, but you're making a lot of rune chance. Cards like Runic Reclamation and Bequest.
The Vast Beyond.
The Vast Beyond. Give me the Vast Beyond. I want the Vast Beyond. That card. Viscerai looking very strong in this meta, and clearly a lot of players identifying that as a potential good choice right now, looking at the 14 there, because again, I think one thing we should talk about in that last game, 6 damage was what was needed. You don't think Bullseye Bracers can get you 6 points of value in a game?
Oh, it definitely can.
Oh, it definitely can. So looking at these other aggressive decks that might be able to get some meta share with that Bullseye Bracers gone, it's going to be interesting to see, because we got round 3 coming up for you, folks. We're going to go ahead and take a quick 3-minute break to thank our sponsors, give you guys a look at what they've got going on, and then we will be back for round 3 of the Battle Hardened, so don't go anywhere.
Hey yo, Don Amurabi. You want me to tell them about the bazaar, or do you want me to use the clams, huh?
Relax, Captain. These are our customers, and we are their merchants.
It's okay, I'll handle it. I know your problems, and I got the goods to fix them. You watched an OP deck tech and need to buy the spice.
Buy from the bazaar.
You are deep into theory crafting the next hottest deck.
Buy it from the bazaar.
You are changing your Pro Tour deck list last minute.
Buy from the bazaar.
You follow the meta and need to change decks.
Buy from the bazaar.
You have an addiction to box breaks.
Buy from the bazaar.
You find yourself dealing fab to new customers.
Yes, catch me outside and I'll hook you up.
And you, don't forget, get your cards from me, Hammurabi TCG.
Or else you get the clamps.
I'm glad that for once we can all actually agree that Attack Action Kano is the best deck in Blitz, and that Blood Debt Levia is the best deck in CC. We're going to kill it at Worlds, guys. I got to go 1 second. Hey guys, how's it going? Mo Bogsley here with Team Ascent, sponsored by MinMax Games. If you're looking for a promo code to save 5% off of your next Flesh and Blood singles purchase, head over to minmaxgames.com, use code ASCENT at checkout, and you'll save 5%. And this helps out players like us on Team Ascent a ton. If you're looking to pick up some Ascent merch or some Flesh and Blood related merch, head over to ascent-gaming.com and use code SAVAGE at checkout to save 5% there. So hey, those are 2 great promo codes. Thank you guys so much for the support. Have a good one.
Hey there, I'm Joey from EDH Rec, and I'd like to help introduce a cool new addition to the Rec family. If you or your friends play the card game Flesh and Blood, we've launched a great resource to help you out with your fab deck building. And in this short video, we've got a Flesh and Blood creator to help walk you through it. Basically, the announcement is, well, actually, I'll just let him explain it. Mansant, take it away.
And there we go. Hey, I'm Mansant, and I'm here to tell you about a great analytical tool for Flesh and Blood that I really enjoy and will help you level up your game. Fabrec, found at fabrec.gg. What Fabric does is gather a huge amount of competitive deck lists from a variety of sources and then provides useful insight for each hero and the formats in general. And here we have Dromai Ash Artist, a powerful and new fun hero from the Uprising set. Instantly, we can see statistics taken from the average of all the deck lists for Dromai. Now, the first thing you can see is the card distribution, pitch, and cost averages. Scrolling down, we get to the juicy part, what I definitely want to see, the most popular dragons. Notice how Invoke Chromai, Kyloria, and Miragai are showing up nearly 100% of the time in Dromai decks. These are clearly the staple dragons you want to start your deck with. Thank you for tuning into the video here, and be sure to check out my content on Mansant at YouTube, streams, gameplay, everything to do with Levia, and keep your eye out for Fabric as well. Future features for sure. Try it now, a great tool for Flesh and Blood players right here on fabric.gg.
Star City Games is the premier retailer for all your Flesh and Blood needs. Our extensive inventory includes thousands of Flesh and Blood singles, sealed product, and top quality supplies, so you'll always be prepared to play at your best. Visit us at StarCityGames.com today and discover why we're the go-to destination for Flesh and Blood enthusiasts.
Hey everyone. Yes? No? It's not ready yet? It's ready? Okay. Sweet. Hey everyone. A quick update from the team. Casters jumped off to go use bathroom break, and I've been working on that meta graphic thing, so that's at least there. Sounds like there is a prism that maybe just was not entered, so we're going to figure out what is miscounted by about 1, but it is confirmed it's either 97 or it's 98, and the prism was just not entered on there. But anyway, we'll sort that out. We're going to get round 3 coming to you pretty soon, so just sit tight for a second. And now you're totally seeing why I never wear headsets, because look what it's doing to my hair. I was just like, it looks so awful. Anyway, we'll be back for round 3 in like, I don't know, 2 minutes. Let me get to that, and we'll see you soon.
Welcome back, everybody, to the battle-hardened Cincinnati. We got round 3 between Table 1 players, Ben Hannon and Rhea Adams. We got Icelander. We got Bravo. This is a classic showdown for the ages. Brody, what are you seeing?
Yeah, a bit of a blast from the past here. These heroes didn't get a ton of new cards from Dusk till Dawn, but Bravo did notably get Starstruck, a really powerful tool. I don't think we'll see it play a huge role in this matchup, so we'll get to see a little bit of like old school Flesh and Blood, you could say. Two notable players here. Rhea Adams has played many heroes, a bit of an Icelander main, but also has dabbled. And Ben is actually one of my teammates on the Wolfpack here on Bravo, yeah.
Wow. So are you going to be super biased the whole time and really impartial or really partial and do a terrible job? Or are you going to be okay at, being fair and, not rooting for anybody?
Oh, I'm friends with both of these players, so
yeah,
that'll help.
We're
That'll
fine.
help.
All right,
You know,
cool,
yeah,
cool.
we're chilling.
Rhea got a top either 32 or top 16 at Worlds to her name on Icelander in the field of Phis and Briars in that meta, so she is again, very prominent player, was the architect of that arcane spam Icelander deck that just absolutely tore through Blitz a skirmish season ago. I'm pretty sure she was one of the people at that same Brawl event at the Battle Hardened who just went absolutely stupid with that deck and catapulted it into popularity.
Yeah, I played her deck too in skirmish season. I played it at 1 or 2 skirmishes, and of course it performed well. It was a really strong deck. And yeah, Rhea's a bit of a specialist. Like I said, has played multiple heroes, but mostly we see her on Icelander.
Yeah.
And like, no matter what the meta brings, oftentimes Rhea just shows up time and time again on Icelander and has those reps to like really perform better than some people might. She doesn't just play the hero when it's at the very top. She sticks on it.
Yeah, absolutely. Now, looking ahead at the first turn of the game, going to see who goes first by whoever puts a counter on their Tunic first. Let's see how the third round here at Battle Hardened Cincinnati begins to shake out. Rhea going to go ahead and put the counter on her Tunic, marking that she's going first. Will she find a permanent to play, something that she wants to get in for free? But it looks like she's going to go ahead and Coronet Peak. And as we see the Scour and as we see these cards getting pitched to the bottom of the deck, I wonder if she's playing any attack actions.
I'd be really curious. Spicy little Scour in the deck in case, which we've seen. Oh, and the top card was Insidious Chill, but that's just the life of an Icelander. I have seen Rhea play both versions of this deck. I would not be surprised to see Wounded Bulls, but it could just be the Freezing Point Eisenhower Weather Vane deck that we've seen time and time again. I don't think any of the cards...
about time and time again, but...
I've seen time and time again in my personal matches versus Rhea, but yeah, no. Cranial Crush coming in for 8 here. If it crushes, you cannot draw cards. Let's chat about the equipment real quick. Ben has presented Fandle Spring Tunic plus the AB3. Wants to be able to, can't get hit by blue Ice Veins. Will be able to, most importantly, just cleanly pitch a blue to any instance of 3 or more Arcane. Use his resources efficiently to stop it, but lacking armor if there are physical attacks.
Yeah, absolutely. Now, Rhea was able to just block 6 here and establish that Insidious Chill. You have to imagine that's going to be an important tool for later in the game to rip cards out of the Bravo player's hand to then finally find the chip damage with that arcane damage. Now, this is going to be, if it looks like it is, because we haven't seen any attack actions yet, I'm just going to go ahead and call the shot. If I'm wrong, I'm wrong. This is going to be some arcane damage coming out of the Icelander player here. So we're going to have to be looking, or it's going to be exciting to see, again, a different flavor on a deck that we've seen, as you say, time and time again.
Yeah, so Zealous Belton coming in. This is a really nice card with Anathos versus Icelander. I was playing it myself in Oldhim. It has Go Again, but you leave a resource floating. So it's really nice. Even if they give you 1 Frostbite, they can't stop your whole turn.
Yeah.
And that makes it like Rouse does a similar thing, but with Rouse, you really have to have Tunic up to secure the hammer. So yeah, I love this card.
And how much do you like Pummel? Because that is a blue Pummel coming in, going to take an additional 2 damage over the top and rip another card from Rhea's hand, meaning that this is becoming an Anathos for 6. So seeing how Rhea wants to go about it, looks like she's just going to take the 6.
All the way down to 30. Ben has 2 resources floating, so Rhea can't really get up to any shenanigans on this end phase, so we are just going back to her turn.
So we'll see. How does she want to use her action point? These Icelander decks so adept at utilizing those blue cards out of Arsenal, and she's going to have even greater opportunity to do so without those red attacks. She's most likely going to have even more cards to play, and we're just going to go ahead and play probably, is that a red?
I think it's a red Aether Hail.
Aether Hail? That's a world-stamped Aether Hail if I've ever seen one.
That's true, yeah. Oh my gosh, I realized in my Lexi deck in Los Angeles, I accidentally played with 1 stamped card. I didn't even mean to. I was like, oh, that's nice.
Yeah. So now we're keeping cards in deck here. If we're going to go ahead and AB3, we see an Imposing Visage being pitched. So now this is going to be another 2 damage, most likely from the Waning Moon to follow that up. So this is utilizing your action point for 6 damage. the wounded bulls are often coming in for 8, which is a huge part of what the deck has been trying to do, is kind of break the math on those a little above rate, just like regular attacks. But 6 damage is still respectable. However, Rhea down to a clean 24, so she took that 6 damage to throw back 6 damage, but she's already at a 13-point life deficit.
Yeah, Insidious chill on 3 here, but with a huge life deficit, like you mentioned. This is something I've seen so many times in Icelander. The game often comes down to how well can you utilize those 3 Insidious chills counters to close that gap. And, yep, Ben is coming in with a CNC. Tunic is on 3, so he's threatening Pummel, but he's not threatening Pummel through 1 Frostbite. So this is always a really interesting puzzle versus Icelander. There are a lot of little priority windows, and both players have to consider all the options from their opponent. It looks like Rhea has a Hand of Blues. I didn't catch what her arsenal card is. We've been sitting on it for a second here. Just considering the blocks. Looks like she's going to try to block 6. And critically, even if we move to reactions, if Ben tries to take the Tunic, and Rhea does have a Frostbite, she can pop it off then to...
So you can do it in response to the Frostbite, but now she's going to see, now probably in resolution or in some other priority window after the reaction steps have been passed, Rhea's going to decide if she wants to go ahead and do anything else on her turn. But no, she's going to keep her action point, but critically not lose any life here. It looks like it might be an Ice Bolt. See, that looks like it's an Emeritus.
Oh, nice. So she can Emeritus with the blue, pop the Tunic, do a 2-card 7 basically, and then set that Ice Bolt for later.
Well, the question is this, if it's on her own turn, is it just for 2?
Oh, it is. I think it's on Ben's turn before he ends.
Oh, we haven't. Oh, I see. Okay, I thought he drew up already.
So he will be able to use that floating resource, pitch his other blue. So that's the nice thing about, for Rhea, in this case the blue got used, but if she hadn't done this stuff on the end step, the fact that the 2-card hand on her turn is arcane damage makes it really difficult for Ben to efficiently use his cards. We were going to see him just arsenal the blue Macho there. So that's like an advantage that the all arcane Icelander gets. It's a lot harder for a deck that wants to block to be able to just, you know, toss 2-3 blocks down. And
absolutely. Now, Rhea elected not to cash in her Tunic to get the 3 damage off the Waning Moon there. So you have to imagine she wants to use that Tunic like pretty much in the next couple turns, or else you don't want to let that Tunic get another 3 turns and get like back to 3 proverbial counters. Right, so you could have cashed in for more damage. So we'll see what she wants to use it for, as the Bravo's going to go ahead and pitch 6, coming in for a Choke Slam. This one's going to be coming in for 8.
Yeah, I bet since Ben had 1 floating there, Rhea's like, well, if I cash in the Tunic now, Waning Moon's just for 2.
Yeah.
I know I have this Ice Bolt, so I can do a very similar play next turn.
Makes sense.
But once again, Ben has a floating resource, so now Rhea's going to have to make the same decision.
We do see that new card, Starstruck pitch, so Ben able to secure those new cards before the day of the tournament. I wonder how many packs he had to crack or favors he had to call in.
We opened like 2 cases at the house last night.
Did he find him in those cases?
I think he actually already had. I tried to give him one from the case, and he was like, oh no, I already have my 3.
I see. So you're telling me he didn't have to make any dark favors with any dark ancient Eldritch Lords. No, that did not have to happen.
He's so connected with the dark Eldritch Lords, he just already was hooked up. He didn't even need our help.
That's incredible. So good to know. We won't canonize that, however, because this is 5 damage coming in, because, you know, Ben, I'm sure he's a nice guy. This is 5 damage that's going to come across after only the block 3, so Rhea going down to 19 here, but keeping 3 cards.
Yeah, so yellow Aetherized Fane. Critically, this can use the counter from the Insidious Chill. It's interesting, because Rhea has a card in Arsenal already and is fusing with this other ice card in hand, she's basically forced to pitch it away to the Waning Moon. So Ben can probably find a way to cash in his Tunic here, maybe a little like AB3, AB2 plus pay action. No matter what, the Ice Fane will trigger unless he's got a Respite, since he only has Arcane Barrier 3.
Yeah, which is critical that it's at least the yellow and not the blue, because that is going to, as you said, unless there's a Respite in hand, which it doesn't look like, going to go ahead and get some damage through.
Yeah, it looks like maybe they're chatting with the judge real quick. I think Ben is opting to AB2, pay 2, and hang on to the rest of his hand.
32. So that's going to take the 4 damage from the Ice Fane, but now he's going to be able to use those 2 resources he has from that 1 card to pay for the Aether Ice Fane trigger, and he's going to be able to keep at least some cards in his hand. Looks like he's keeping 3, and that Waning Moon's going to go ahead and now come in for 2 more damage.
Oh yeah, so he did just pay the 4 and take all of the damage. 3 cards left for Ben. He has a CMC, so
I'll just take it.
He's taking the 2. Do we know what his arsenal is? It's a Crippling Crush. Okay, so maybe we're going to see Ben just pitch 7 to Crippling Crush. Or perhaps he's going to see Threatening Pummel. Bluffing Pummel, rather.
Let's see here. You can threaten it, and it can be a bluff.
That's true. That's true.
It's a threat. Threatening.
The threat is there. But yeah, he's just going to... Thinking about it. He's coming in for 11.
He said, yeah, you know, I just... Whatever.
4
Yeah, go for it.
He said, yeah, that's fine.
So his defenses are totally down. Not a bad time for Rhea to cash in the Ice Bolt if she wants to. It looks like she's got some blues in hand, sink below. So Rhea has to kind of make some decisions here.
Yeah.
If she wants to keep an arsenal, she would have to either not play the Ice Bolt or give the the Iron Rock Gauntlet, or a Coronet Peak or something. But basically, she has to block with 3 cards in order to stop this crush effect. So I'll be curious to see after this damage goes through how she chooses to block. So yep, cashing in the Waning Moon, 6 damage with 2 cards and the Tunic, and then maybe we see 8 block using the Gauntlet in order to keep an arsenal and not get crushed.
Yeah, I mean, because this is an important time. You finally got a window to really get some damage through. All of a sudden, this life total is much closer. And again, if you're Icelander, I've said this every time I've ever broadcasted an Icelander game. What do you want to be doing? You want to just be keeping your ice life totals similar until you're a little below 10 or 12, and then you get to win the game with Storm Strider. So Rhea, she's been like kind of on the quote-unquote back foot. She's been trying to find a footing to get some damage through, and there was her window. She found it. Now it's only a 5 damage life difference, and we're going to go ahead and Coronet Peak because that Tunic is offline, so we're taking a card out of the hand rather than put just the blue Cold Snap into the arsenal. Interesting.
Yeah, interesting play. I think both are reasonable. Rhea is probably just trying to maybe keep Ben off of pressure. She's identifying that she needs to, all that really matters for her is using that Insidious Chill. So she just wants to trade cards and slow the game down toward her being able to Ice Fuse.
Absolutely. So we're going to go ahead and pick up our Tunic, pitch the Starstruck, and a Terra Thunder, coming in with an Anathos. This is going to be for 6. So hey, that's the thing about the Bravo weapon is, boy oh boy, it's a big one.
So it looks like Rhea has 3 blues plus that 1 red Aether Hail, so she has a couple choices here. She could choose to Aether Hail and then either block 6 or block 3 Arsenal. She could choose to Coronet Peak again and just set the red Aether Hail away and slow the game down even more. Lots of different choices. This is why the Icelander hero can be so hard to play. And there's a pummel, so this is pushing the hammer up to 10. But yeah, there are just so many options every turn with what card to pitch, what card to Arsenal. The fact that your blues can be good in Arsenal to play makes every card. We were talking earlier about how Flesh and Blood, each card can be used for so many purposes. In Icelander, there's like even more reasonable uses.
Absolutely. Now, if you're Rhea here, you took the pummel to the face, but you took it off the weapon, so you don't have to worry about discarding. However, you're losing some of the life to play with because Rhea should be down to 12. Which is going to, again, you have to have the life to play with to get to the point in the game state where you're able to win the game with the Storm Striders and find your way there. So at this point, that pummel, while you're glad to not have to discard, you got to find a way to stay alive.
Yeah, I really like the way Rhea is playing this, using the Coronet Peak, just because we've seen so many Icelanders reach the end of the game and not have used that Insidious Chill to good effect. So just identifying that that's really what matters here. And this is a not suspicious at all hammer for 4. Does he have another pummel? Oh, he does.
He totally does. Of course he does. He's Ben.
Ben's always got the pummel.
There's a little smile there as the 2 players share a look, both knowing everybody knows what this is representing. And Rhea, she doesn't have as much life to play with this. She just give the hand. But if you just give the hand, do they just keep the pummel?
Yeah, so we know that the Arsenal card is a red. So Rhea has to choose between doing a Waning Moon for 2, pitching an ice card, or taking the turn off to set up the Ice Vein, but then you run the risk of Arsenal destruction or more disruption that stops you from playing it. And it looks like that is what she's going to do. She's going to say, okay, I'm going to be efficient. I'm going to block, take 4 from this pummel.
Take 4 because we blocked the 6. So that's going to bring it up to 10. We're going to take 4 more damage, go to 12. We can only do that, or go to 8 from 12. So we can only do that 2 more times.
Yeah. This game is closing in. Rhea really wants to find windows to use that Insidious Chill. So at this point, if you're Rhea, you're probably hoping that Ben AB3s on this red Aether Hail. You just want him to spend cards. Is that another? Oh, that was a blue Aether Ice Vein. So Rhea's actually opting to get rid of the Ice Veins and set the Ice Bolt here in order to be able to play on Ben's turn. But she's probably hoping that Ben will AB3 to buy time.
The Icelander, you're hoping that they're threatened, right? That they're feeling like, okay, I gotta preserve some life here, preserve some cards, because that slows down their game plan. But again, you have to wonder if the Bravo player here is going to look at the life totals and say, yeah, all right, I think I can close the game from here. So we're gonna go ahead and load the Tunic. Just AB the 1. So we're not taking cards out of our hand yet.
getting tunic value, keeping his hand. Ben is way ahead here, and he also, you know, I'm sure he's played this matchup many times. He sees that Insidious Chill, and he's like, I do not want to discard 2 more cards to that thing. I'm going to try to present so much pressure that you can't keep enough cards to Ice Vein me.
Yep. So let's see. What's he starting off with? Yeah, I mean, because look, here's just 7 with Go again.
Yeah.
7 Go again.
So this is an interesting spot from the Guardian where you have 2 blues in hand like this, and you're like, okay, you can give me a Frostbite, and I'll have to break it with one of these blues, but most likely if you do, you're also presenting damage, so I'm not actually wasting resources. I'll be able to pay 2 to AB and then pay 1 and still hammer you for 6.
Yeah, absolutely. This game, you know, sometimes these Icelander games, they can be long, drawn-out affairs, lots of Frostbites, lots of interaction, but this Bravo has just not let up on the pressure. And Rhea here having a hard time keeping up with it and keeping her life total high enough to be able to clap back effectively.
Yeah. She's in an interesting spot. She does have the Ice Bolt set, so if she wants to, she can cash it in. But honestly, she knows that Ben has all blues in hand, so it's possible she wants to just force him to Arsenal a blue and hang on to that Ice Bolt. But you also have to consider that if she does that, she doesn't get tunic value from the Waning Moon. So lots of different little pieces. You have to find the line that squeezes the most value out of your cards.
Now, Go again is at a premium with these Bravo decks, so perhaps knowing that these Rouse turns are not always going to be, you know, not always going to be there, do you just block out with these cards, knowing that this is a, you know, this is a high value turn from the Bravo, presenting this much damage on 2 separate chain links?
Yeah, I mean, I'd be curious to see with these last 2 cards. This makes sense, right? It's going to block 3, and then she's like, well, this last card in my hand blocks 2, so let's use it for the peak, trade for a full card. But yeah, mostly lots of blocking, preserving that life total that is falling lower. Oh, was the hammer only for 4? Was the first card pitched not a 3+ cost?
I'm not sure. I didn't see that first card. We'll see.
Maybe that could be. That's nice for Rhea. If she only takes 1 damage here, goes to 7. That's you know, 2 extra life points because maybe Ben's hand was just too unfortunate to hammer for 6.
That's a big turn. That's a big turn. Taking only 1, you know, taking only 1 damage, taking an additional 2 more there on that turn. That allows you to, again, you just need that life to play with. 7 to 19, you got to get them a little lower before they have to start worrying about Storm Striders and factoring that into every calculated play they make for the rest of the game.
Yeah, Ben, I think, has 2 reds, 2 blues, so it looks like he's considering just pitching 1 red away, saying, I'll throw a red at you and hope that I can use those 2 resources maybe to block arcane damage. It also threatens Pummel.
Yeah, we've seen an enormous use of the Coronet Peak. It was even used on the turn 0. Rhea just cycled her own hand with the Coronet Peak. So that has been a huge part of this game plan, because here's just 8, right? 8 damage, threatening another pummel. This is 8 damage that Rhea this is lethal attack. Oh, it looks like that attack might have been...
I forgot a million times.
Oh, it might have been a bigger hammer than we thought.
Yeah, I think so.
Oh, I know it's not.
Oh yeah, took 1 from the Rouse, took 3 from the hammer. So Rhea is at 4, which critically means the 3rd red pummel in Arsenal is lethal on top of this lethal. Oh, but she does have a sink below.
All right. That could be helpful.
That could be helpful, yeah.
It's interesting how many defense reactions these Icelander decks have become accustomed to playing in the new meta. I've seen some running as many as 6 with the 3 red Fates and the 3 red Sinks. I've only seen the Sinks from Rhea here, so they have been coming up, and we're going to go ahead and give the Coronet Peak.
I like this play a lot from Rhea. It's a really difficult puzzle here, but she's identifying, I'm behind, I have to cash in on this Insidious Chill to win the game. I'm going to say you don't have a pummel, and I'm going to keep my Aetherized Fame with the Fuse.
It's playing to win, not just playing to not lose, right? Which is something that gets hard to not do in these higher level matches, because you're 3-0, or you're 2-0 here at the Battle Hardened, and trying to make sure that you can stay alive, but we got to play to our wins and play to our outs. And here is a big ol' Aether Ice Vein. This is another yellow, so it's coming in for 4. We represent the Fuse, and we don't have the Tunic this turn to do any of those other shenanigans.
Yeah, so Ben is giving up 4 resources at minimum. Possibly pitch. I think he has 4 blues here, so possibly he's just going to pitch 2 blues and then AB2 on top of his tax. 2 to 19, though. Rhea's definitely got a gap to close, but like you said, those Storm Striders can have a lot of reach, so it'll be interesting to see how this endgame plays out.
2 more points of arcane damage coming across.
15.
Going to be eaten up, so Ben got 2 points of damage across on that turn, and a bunch of cards out. But
Ben's Arsenal, I think, might be a 6-for-8 attack blue, so it'll be interesting to see whether he just runs that out, or if he hammers for 4, he doesn't have a way to get the other card into pitch zone. So yeah, Cranial Crush coming in for 8. 4
a lot of
blue,
damage.
3 blocks. Rhea's got a lot to figure out. No armor here except the tunic. If she blocks with just 2 cards, that's not enough. She's at 2, so she has to either block 3 cards, give tunic, or find some other way out.
And we don't have any frost hexes set up. We need to survive to the end step to get those to trigger. If we were to have them, you said there was that Eisenhower weather vane, multiple frostbites, but you still need to have the frost hexes up for that one, right?
Yeah, and you got to be able to keep enough cards to do that. Critically, we've not seen Bravo ability ever activated this game, but at this point, Rhea's at 2. Like that could be the end of it if Ben's able to keep several blues.
Yeah, 100%. Because 15 is not the normal window, right? It's like it's 12. It's the Emeritus Scolding from Arsenal. It's Ice Bolt from hand or another somehow Emeritus. Waning Moon, like that's how you can get to 12 or 13 out of the turn.
Yeah, but she's not quite close enough.
Yeah.
There's the Ice Bolt coming in.
Okay. I'll float my turn.
So Ben's going to AB1 with the Tunic, takes a Frostbite, which didn't matter, and then Rhea's presenting 6 Arcane, so this should take Ben down to 10, which is, that's we're getting closer.
Hey.
10.
So we go to 10 here. I mean, dude, look at this.
Yeah,
The Icelander has gotten the Bravo down to 10. We're going to have to block with all 3 cards here. But now, once again, with those Storm Striders, now critically, though, you do need a card in your arsenal to really activate the fullest reach of what Icelander can do in terms of just damage out of nowhere. So can you find another window to get a card in the arsenal?
And it looks like we are going to cash in that Tunic and shoot the Ice Bolt. This makes sense. Rhea is like, this is what I need to win. Let's do it.
That's sick. We said, we've identified the ops, right? If we're the Icelander, we're going to 1. We're putting, and you said it's an Ice Bolt in the hand? Which is a
blue Ice Ball, I think.
That's a good one to have, right? That's second most powerful blue you could have in there beyond the Emeritus Scolding. So this is going to be a really big 4-card draw. Are those a bunch of reds? No. No. 1,
At
1,
least 2,
3
reds. And I think
three
that's
reds.
Starstruck. So not very many resources at all.
Oh my god, not a lot of blues. So there can't be. I mean, there's most likely not going to be. There can't be a Bravo activation on this turn.
This game is getting much tighter than it was, Sam. This is crazy.
Flesh and Blood is hard.
Flesh and Blood is hard, Michael Hamilton, but it's also cool. Oh my god. Okay.
It's very exciting. CNC is coming in for 6. This makes sense. He's holding the 2 reds. In theory, he could be, kind of bluffing the yellow pitch.
Ray doesn't know there's a 2
blue. Yeah. There's a lot to think about.
The question is, what does Rhea have in hand in terms of other damaging? But you could also here just throw the Ice Bolt, kind of scout.
That is
what's happening.
There's a blue Emeritus, so we can present 10 damage this turn. There's no way for it to be lethal, so I doubt we'll see Rhea go for it, but it is an option to cash in the Striders now while there's not a ton of pressure in play.
Should be looking for that red Emeritus, red Aether Ice Vein from hand.
Yeah. Rhea's got 3 blocks.
Okay, yeah, because now here, if you want to, this can just be blocked with 2 cards, throw the Ice Bolt, kind of sees what happens. She said, show me the pummel. No reactions.
Yeah, this makes sense. There's no Coronet Peak. There aren't that many options, so yeah, we're just going to play out the blue on Rhea's own turn.
And then set up the Emeritus for her next turn, right?
Oh, we're doing it on Ben's turn.
Yeah, so here's 3 damage, which you can pitch.
So Rhea smelling that maybe he does not have a blue, and he's going to have to take 2 damage here. And down to 8. We're getting closer, Sam.
So we're going to probably put, do we push 3 damage or do we set the, she's thinking about it. Because we got to decide, do we want to push the 3 damage off the Waning Moon or just set that 4 spot? That's the best card you can have for your arsenal here. 4 damage, just right to the arsenal.
I think it is a really hard decision. If you choose to Waning Moon, you're saying, you know what, I think I can survive next turn. I don't have disruption. Please don't Bravo me. But then you're closer to killing. But if you just go to your own turn, there's a chance that you can win immediately. So it's hard.
Oh, this is cool.
Icelander, these wizards are so cool to watch in the end game. Icelander has just enough tools to get it done a lot of the time, but you need to be really careful, consider everything your opponent could have, figure out what exactly the break point is going to be to put them to 0.
We're just passing back. So now the question is, can you get there through whatever blues Bravo draws now? Because that was an unlikely draw. So through all the blues that Bravo might be drawing here, but oh my god, I just said through all the blues. Look at that hand. Zealous Belting. There's, I think,
maybe 2 blues.
So what does he want to present for threat? We've only got the Tunic at 2.
I found that in the end games like this, Zealous Belting and like other cards like this that have Go Again are actually really nice because you force the Icelander to start committing blocks before you've given up all your resources.
Yeah.
So Ben does not have Tunic up. I think it's the start of his turn, so Rhea's just like, my cards are face down, no tells, show me what you got.
Dude, I mean, it is among the most threatening things you can do, I think. Instead of flipping the cards around, you just lay them calmly on the table. Say, what you got? I'm not worried. I don't need to flip them. I'm not worried.
We can wait. Show me what you got.
Well, regardless of what happens, this is the 12th turn of this game here in round 3 of the Battle Hardened. We've got one counter left on the Insidious Chill. We've got the Storm Striders up. All the other equipment is gone. This has been a fantastic game so far, and we're going to see who can find the final points of damage here, because we got Storm Striders and we got a Bravo Dominate ability. Both can represent lethal. Who can find it first?
Yeah, we saw Ben with the tempo earlier in this game. He's still a little bit ahead here, but, you know, it's close. When you're under 10 and your opponent is an Icelander, you got to be worried. You got to be thinking about everything they could have.
No Go Again.
That is a Zealous Belting without Go Again. He has a blue unmovable, and I guess maybe his other blue is more Warmonger?
It was a Warmonger, so this is no Go Again. So again, we could say, show me the pummel, but...
He chose to pitch that red away. I think that's a pretty heads-up play from Ben. In case he's not able to pitch away his cards, he wants to go ahead and get rid of the red.
Yeah. Because now here, if you're Rhea, you can, imagine that's probably at least 5 AB represented, right? You have to imagine it's a blue in hand.
Yeah.
So can you get there through that?
Which it seems very unlikely, but this is only for 5. Rhea has
red,
a sink below.
And there's not...
Rhea has a lot of decisions here.
The don't have a lot of resources.
In this kind of situation, the first thing she has to identify is, if you have pummel, can I win the game? Possibly. Because it's possible that even if you blocked 6 and then sunk the pummel, you're too far behind to win. So you might just have to say you don't have it. Block a 3 block a sink, do something relevant on my turn.
Which is what she did last turn, was say, show me the pummel. Or,
Right.
Yeah.
It's just...
And that happened in your game that I watched in Pittsburgh.
That's
you
true,
two were playing, and you had one pummel left, and she said, show me the pummel, and you were like, okay. And you played it.
That time I had it, yeah.
So she's no stranger to having to work through these pummels.
This is one of those situations where you really have to think all the way through the possible outcomes and what's going to give you the highest % odds to win the game. I think Rhea's probably not going off on Ben's turn here. He has so many resources.
Yeah. But then again, you just put yourself in the position to consistently having to find that. What I wonder is, with the Red Aether Ice Vein or something of that nature, you can give yourself the Insidious Chill proc that can take the resources, and then the Insidious and then the Aether Ice Vein can take more cards or more resources. Is that going to be enough to close the game? Is Ben at a low enough life total that you're going to be able to get there from there, though?
That's true. Let's say he has a blue. You pop Striders, you red Ice Vein, there's a fuse. So Ben now has to give up those 2 resources floating, and he can only block 3 arcane damage. That would put him to 1 with the Scolding. Oh, wait, sorry. With the Scolding, that would put him to 0. If he were to take 2 damage from the Aether Ice Vein, he only blocked 3. He takes 3 from the Waning Moon. He takes 4 from the Scolding. He's at -1. So that kind of turn would be great.
But we don't have the resources here for Rhea.
Yeah.
We don't have the fuse. We've drawn the Aether Ice Veins and the Insidious Chill.
Right, so if we were to do this, there's not enough. You have to pitch sync and the blue to the Storm Striders. You play it. You only have 3 resources left, so you can't Moon plus Scolding. Oh.
So this isn't it, right? So how much do you want to commit to your blocks?
Very difficult decisions here. Yeah. That's so close. That hand is 1 resource off of probably winning the game on the spot.
She's going for it.
Oh, we're doing it.
Striders.
Red Ice Vein, fuse.
Oh, it's a blue Ice Vein. Okay.
We
trigger the 2 reds Ice Vein. Okay, so we're going to trigger the Insidious Chill. We're going to take the 2 resources. Here's a red Ice Vein.
So Chill is gone. We've got 5 damage on the stack, 1 to 8. Round 3 of the Battle Hardened here. He's just ABing 3. No cards left to discard. He's down to 6. This game is so close, but I don't think that Rhea has enough cards to block the Zealous Belting now. Is missing 1 resource to finish Ben off, so I think we're going to see the game here, folks.
This was close, but it looks as though the final moment is not going to go Icelander's way, because we've still got 5 damage on the stack. Oh, yeah, we can see the head shake. We're going to come in for 4 more. with one floating, and we're going to present the hand as the Bravo player able to stay alive.
Good game. Such a close game. That really came down to the wire.
What a good game. What a like exciting last couple turns there. You have to wonder if you had the right pitch on that turn, if that sink below wasn't, it was almost anything else. Could the Icelander have been able to get there?
Yeah, man. I mean, if it was a yellow, Rhea wins.
Yeah.
If it's a blue. But, I mean, that's Icelander. She was able to draw the red Ice Fame, which she needed, but not quite enough resources to get it done. You know, if you had a Tunic resource, it's enough, but...
We had to give the Tunic to go to one.
It's expensive. Striders is expensive. I mean, one resource on a turn where you're trying to play three things or do three things is a lot.
Yeah, absolutely. But what an exciting game. Ben Hannon moving to 3-0 here on the day. We're going to grab him for an interview. He's your teammate. You want to talk to the guy?
Yeah, let's bring Ben in the booth and talk to him about that match.
We'll talk about Bravo. We'll talk about the tournament. So we're going to go to a quick sponsors break, head to the interview, and then we probably got a segment for you to get hang out with us, get to know the event a little better. So don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
Hey yo, Don, I'm a Robbie. You want me to tell him about the bazaar, or do you want me to use the clamps, huh?
Relax, Captain. These are our customers, and we are their merchants.
It's okay, I'll handle it. You, I know your problems, and I got the goods to fix them. You watched an OP deck tech and need to buy the spice.
Buy from the bazaar.
You are deep into theory crafting the next hottest deck.
Buy it from the bazaar.
You are changing your Pro Tour deck list last minute.
Buy from the bazaar.
You follow the meta and need to change decks.
Buy from the bazaar.
You have an addiction to box breaks.
Buy from the bazaar.
You find yourself dealing fab to new customers.
Yes, catch me outside and I'll hook you up.
And you, don't forget, get your cards from me, Hammurabi TCG.
Or else you get the clamps.
I'm glad that for once we can all actually agree that Attack Action Kano is the best deck in Blitz and that Blood Debt Levia is the best deck in CC. We're going to kill it at Worlds, guys. I got to go 1 second. Hey guys, how's it going? Mo Bogsley here with Team Ascent, sponsored by MinMax Games. If you're looking for a promo code to save 5% off of your next Flesh and Blood singles purchase, head over to minmaxgames.com, use code ASCENT at checkout, and you'll save 5%. And this helps out players like us on Team Ascent a ton. If you're looking to pick up some Ascent merch or some Flesh and Blood related merch, head over to ascent-gaming.com and use code SAVAGE at checkout to save 5% there. So, hey, those are 2 great promo codes. Thank you guys so much for the support. Have a good one.
Hey there, I'm Joey from EDH Rec, and I'd like to help introduce a cool new addition to the Rec family. If you or your friends play the card game Flesh and Blood, we've launched a great resource to help you out with your fab deck building. And in this short video, we've got a Flesh and Blood creator to help walk you through it. Basically, the announcement is, well, actually, I'll just let him explain it. Mansant, take it away.
And there we go. Hey, I'm Mansant, and I'm here to tell you about a great analytical tool for Flesh and Blood that I really enjoy and will help you level up your game. FabRec, found at fabrec.gg. What FabRec does is gather a huge amount of competitive deck lists from a variety of sources and then provides useful insight for each hero and the formats in general. And here we have Dromai, Ash Artist, a powerful and new fun hero from the Uprising set. Instantly, we can see statistics taken from the average of all the deck lists for Dromai. Now, the first thing you can see is the card distribution, pitch, and cost averages. Scrolling down, we get to the juicy part, what I definitely want to see, the most popular dragons. Notice how Invoke Chromai, Kyloria, and Miragai are showing up nearly 100% of the time in Dromai decks. These are clearly the staple dragons you want to start your deck with. Thank you for tuning into the video here, and be sure to check out my content on Mansant at YouTube, streams, gameplay, everything to do with Levia, and keep your eye out for FabRec as well. Future features for sure. Try it now, a great tool for Flesh and Blood players right here on fabrec.gg.
Star City Games is the premier retailer for all your Flesh and Blood needs. Our extensive inventory includes thousands of Flesh and Blood singles, sealed product, and top quality supplies, so you'll always be prepared to play at your best. Visit us at starcitygames.com today and discover why we're the go-to destination for Flesh and Blood enthusiasts.
Hey, welcome back, everybody. We are here with Ben Hannon, the winner of round 3, a member of my team, the Wolfpack. Ben, what did you think about that game?
Yeah, I mean, it was a very close game. I thought I was pretty far in the lead until those last couple awkward hands, but yeah, luckily I got there.
What do you think was like the most critical turn of the game that really decided, you know, who was going to win or put you in the driver's seat?
Oh man, I don't think it was any one turn necessarily. I think that they fortunately missed on their red Aetherized Fanes for a lot of the game. No Frost Hexes out there, so they're just didn't have much pressure throughout the game.
Yeah, we've seen time and time again the insidious chills from the Icelander in that Guardian matchup. You really need to find space to be able to cash in on the 3 counters to kind of close the gap. And we did see the gap get close to close, but 2 damage off in the end. Anything you want to talk about, like this meta, how you feel playing Bravo and Dusk Till Dawn?
Well, he's not Oldhim, but he's about as close as you can get. No, he feels pretty good. I think Starstruck is great. Even I haven't actually played it for the hit effect much value so far, but the Unity effect is so good, and just playing 1 or 2 cards, Spinal Crushes, feels great, which happens more often than you'd think. And I think Warmongers helps the Runeblade matchups, and maybe Lexi. I haven't tested it, but theoretically it might.
Yeah, for sure. What have your matchups been so far in round 1 and 2?
I played against Talishar Riptide round 1, so that
Okay.
was a pretty cool deck.
Exciting.
And then I got a pretty normal Dromai deck round 2, and then Icelander round 3.
Okay, nice. So you're 3-0 now. We've got 7 rounds of CC today. What are you not hoping to see? What matchups are you scared of in the last 4 rounds of Swiss here?
Probably the Runeblades. I think Warmongers helps a lot versus Fistrai, but I still expect that matchup to be pretty challenging. And then I would prefer to just not play against Briar. So.
That makes sense. Yeah, Warmongers, a card we've seen in all 3 games on stream today, really showing up. We saw an Uzuri versus Lexi game where Warmongers was nuts. It was like, you cannot Lexi flip if they choose War, but if you choose Peace, you've got a handful of arrows you can't play. So it's like really devastating. We saw this like back and forth, Arctic, Warmongers, everyone turning each other's turns off. But yeah, hopefully we see you in the top 8 later today. Keep killing it. Thanks for coming on.
Yeah, thanks.
All right, we're going to cut to the producer cam with Ethan.
Thanks.
Hey everyone, my hair looks worse and worse every round. We'll see what it looks like by top 8. We're going to do a bit... I can't even look at myself right now. All right, we're going to... I can't actually turn it off. What's up? So we're going to do a bit of an extra segment with one of the wonderful members of Team Ascent. Team Ascent, reminder, is a sponsor of this broadcast in one of the most critical ways, because the reason... I can't do this. Maybe if I just make it crazier, I'll live happier with it. All right. Team Ascent is actually the sponsor behind the internet itself. The mobile router is completely just their donation to the broadcast. It is incredible. You can tell even now how well the internet goes. So we're going to have Ray on real quick, talk about Team Ascent and plug some things on their end. But honestly, huge shout out. They're one of the reasons that everything goes so swimmingly. So like 2 seconds while we set that up.
Hey, Ray.
And then we'll jump into something there.
Good to see you, by the way. How's it going?
Recap on some of the other heroes, what's doing well, so we can kind of take note and get some more diversity on stream. But so far, it's been really great. The random matches that we've been pulling up have been amazing. So we want to find that Prism. If they're doing well, we'll get that Prism. I want to see Levia again. We'll keep it spicy, all right? Like 2 seconds, we'll be right back. Right back.
Hey everyone, welcome back. We're here with Rhea Adams, who we just saw on stream for round 3, playing Icelander into Bravo. Rhea, how's your day going so far?
Pretty good start to the day. You know, that was a really interesting stream match of seeing Arcane Ice versus AB3 Bravo. Real nail biter. One resource short of lethal there at the end, but pretty good start to the day. 2-1, looking to rally back and make that top 8.
Yeah, for sure. I have to ask you, specified AB3 Bravo, what do you usually expect to see? Do most of them play AB3 into you?
So I think they should be playing AB3. I think there's been a recent trend to disrespect Wizard and play AB1 Crater Fist, especially with the rise of Bully Icelander, popularized by Michael Hamilton. You end up getting 3 value out of the Crater Fist over the course of the game anyways, and it's a very viable strategy. I'm just trying to be out here punishing that, essentially.
Yeah. Makes sense. Ben showed up. No disrespect to the Wizards, playing AB3. Talk to us about your round 1 and 2. What did you play against in the first 2?
So round 1, I played against Kano. Very interesting Wizard mirror. Just was very careful to sandbed resources, try to play around the wildfire, and presented enough offense to survive that turn and crack back for my own lethal. Round 2, I played against a different AB3 Bravo. We did end up getting there on that one, but also a very close nail biter of a game.
Yeah.
Getting put through the ringer today.
Yeah, nice. Gotcha. And you're 2-1. You're doing great so far. Continuing on. Rhea is repping Team Ascent, by the way. If you would like to get one of these great Flesh and Blood themed shirts, I've got the 1 pitch, 2 pitch, a red pitch, blue pitch. You can head to ascent-gaming.com to pick one of those up for yourself. Rhea, how do you feel about Icelander and Dusk Till Dawn overall?
I think, so there's been so many tier lists that have been put out. C tier, D tier, low B tier. People are massively disrespecting this hero because I feel like almost every hero that has gained from Oldhim LLing, I'm like, that's a pretty good matchup for Icelander. Oh, that's also a pretty good matchup for Icelander. I feel like there's a lot of room for this deck to be a real, like, meta contender. Not the top deck, but really challenge the metagame when people are unprepared for it.
That makes sense, yeah. All right, well, thank you so much for coming on for the interview. Keep killing it today. Hopefully we catch you in the top 8.
That's my plan. I'll see y'all there.
All righty.
We're back with the producer cam because there is an update brought to us by Matt here. So it turns out, check it out. It's not anyone's fault actually. Maybe LSS's. Gem doesn't have Vincent or Prism in the software yet. So that's the reason that when SCG sent the data, it didn't have Vincent or Prism. So we're going to clarify, does that mean we're at 100 players with those 3, or will they input on a different hero? Very unclear, very unclear. But it's actually, they're just not in Gem. So there are 2 Vincent. There is a singular Prism. We have that confirmed now. We're going to make sure we fix that total count then. Is it 100? I'd love to see one of them on the table then, because now we know they're here. If they're like, hopefully 2-1. If they're 1-2, I mean, we should honestly still pull them depending on if they're feeling up for it, because we want to see those heroes perform before they potentially are out. So we're running out of time there. But anyway, there you go. It is 2 Vincent. It is 1 Prism. We'll fix all that. We got like 10 minutes here, so bear with a little bit of the extra downtime this round. We actually needed it because it's been pretty nonstop all streams so far. So about 10-minute break or so. I'll put up a timer, and then we'll be back with round 4 and updated everything. So 1 second. All right, anyone who is here, so we got confirmation. It is 100 players, actually. 100, so I'm going to fix that right now. The last 3 players were just unassigned. So not so bad, then. That is every hero represented. News, everyone. Every hero represented at the first Dusk Till Dawn tournament. I mean, disparity, right, between 15 Lexi, singular Prism, but everyone is here. And honestly, there aren't enough Levias, so there's a lot to go still for this metagame. But there you go, for everyone who was wondering, we now have everything confirmed. 100 players, it wasn't 97, those 3 people were just unassigned. So there we go, mistake fixed. I think we're putting the correct graphic and all that, tweet it out on Twitter if you want to start sharing that. Delete any of the old ones you shared. Once again, back to the break real quick as we sort out some last bits before the rest of the day. But we got round 4 coming up pretty soon.
Welcome back, everybody, to the battle-hardened Los Angeles, and your eyes do not deceive you. We've got a banger here for round 4. We've got Mara Faris on her classic Dromai deck versus Levi Rauch, which I like. We can call him Levi Rauch. I think that's fair for this event. But we've got the masters of their respective heroes in Azalea and in Dromai here for you. This is going to be a treat.
Folks, this is such an exciting match to watch. We've seen both of these players play these heroes over and over again. True specialists, true mains. They've both topped major events. They've both gotten Levia here. Levia got second at Chicago with Azalea. Mara got second at the Pro Tour with Dromai. They've proven themselves time and time again. Levi, another player for Team Ascent. See the Min-Max Games shirt right there. I think Ethan just pointed to it.
He said, yeah, check. Oh, make sure they got their mics on for sure. Thank you to the players for, as always, hanging out with us and willing to be up here on the feature match for the enjoyment of you all. So, let's take a look at these cards here in front of us. There are some important cards for this matchup, Brody. What are we working with?
Yeah, absolutely. So from the Dromai side, we've seen Mara use Breaking Point before versus the Rangers. Rangers, obviously, very important to keep your arsenal and to threaten it with a card like this. The reason we also have Raked Embers here is if you're able to make those 3 Ashwings, send them all in, maybe do one more attack, Ravenous Rabble, or something you snap, or maybe just a 4th Dragon. Sorry, 2 Ashwings plus that, or all 3 Ashwings from Rake, and then the Breaking Point, you're able to come in for 5, threaten the arsenal. Levi's deck is okay at blocking, but it's not incredible. It's about half 3-block arrows, half 2-block pumps. Similar to Lexi, but I would say it blocks a tiny bit worse. He doesn't have a whole lot of armor. And then from Levi's side, we of course have these cards that have Go Again. The Ravenous Rabble's great at picking off important dragons. Bolton Shot is interesting because it also can have Go Again and can pick off dragons, but if it has Go Again, that means it's been pumped, so you're devoting 6 or 7 damage to a dragon. Then again, that does guarantee the on-hit effect, so sometimes you can use that to, say, wipe out a Mira guy and then guarantee a reload and have 1 more arrow to shoot at Mara's face. And
this is going to be exciting because we're probably, hopefully we're going to get to see how in any ways has Mara's deck changed from what we saw so many times during the Pro Tour. We got to see this deck just take Rangers apart on her way to a 2nd place finish, but perhaps we're going to see some new cards here play that are going to point to how she's moving forward in the deck with the new cards in the meta, because we have cards like Lost in Thought that people are really pointing more towards Dromai maybe than towards Prism as a way to take a popper out and then allow those dragons to just run wild.
We're just gonna do
so
this.
let's see. Mara's going to go ahead and start the turn. We're going to, oh God, look at that sigil. Holy hell.
Spawn to rake, pitch
Looks
furnace.
beautiful. That's from the Calling Singapore for anyone who doesn't know. You got one for participating in some special side events there. Another new card that we might see in Mara's deck is Flicker Trick. I don't think it shines most versus Azalea because her attacks are so often huge.
Yeah.
But
better than Lexi.
And we'll pass priority. Sounds good.
3 Ashwings on turn 0. No Ash notably, but she does still have the Seeker's Mitts to get her out of a bind if needed. We see Levi, instead of the, of course, Bullseye's Bracers that just got banned, we see Bracers of Belief in play. In the Azalea deck, this makes a lot of sense because similar to Ravenous Rabble, you can flip off the top and almost all of your deck is reds. There are some yellows, a couple blues, of course. We just see one getting pitched right here. But for the most part, it's red, and you can give a +2 to your arrow, which is just more damage than a 1 block.
Absolutely. So Mara establishing basically 3 Kodachis that are probably going to sit there for most of the game on her first turn 0. Now is the first real turn of the game, heading over to Levi here. He's going to load the Spire Sniping in, so we've already drawn a card up the Death Dealer. Now we get to look at the top 2. If there's a different arrow we want on top, we can flip. We can't opt here, but we can put the second arrow on top, or second card on top if we want. We're going to reveal it. It's going to be a Lace with Frailty, so that might be Azalea'd in to pump up another arrow, if he can get it in, though.
Yeah, it's interesting since he already used a Death Dealer and he doesn't have Bracers.
Yeah.
He would have no way to reload. So he's playing Deadeye, and then maybe he's just going to have to shoot the blue Spire Sniping. Sometimes that's life.
No on hit, right?
Sometimes that is life. This is just 6 damage. The Deadeye effect not online because there is no aim counter on this arrow. So Mara happy just take 6 more damage here, go down to 30, and begin to establish some threatening permanence.
Ultimately, still a 3-card 10 from Levi using the power of Rabble, and of course, Death Dealer drawing 1 extra card to set you up with that arsenal. The Azalea deck is so powerful. Of all the linear decks in the game, I feel like this one shines the most as far as just raw slamming numbers on the table. And there's 2 Lost in Thoughts. 1 pitched, 1 played. We are looking at the hand.
So talk about Lost in Thought here, man. Not only does it do the effect of taking the attack action, putting it on the bottom of the deck and giving Levi a Ponder, it also is a red card. So we've made an Ash. Now we're good to play any dragons for the rest of this turn. So this is a deck in which this card might shine brightly. So now let's see. We also know unless it's a down and dirty in the arsenal, there's no popper in the hand. So these Ashwings are probably able to get free reign. And now it's time. Why not? Let's get a Dromai out there.
And I think I saw a breaking point in Mara's hand, so we might see 4 dragon attacks into a threatened arsenal. This Dromai is going to give her an extra action point. She knows there's no popper, so I think that's what's going to happen here.
37.
We're going up to now 2 action points after the Go Again resolves from the Dromai effect and the Go Again.
Levi's in an interesting spot. He only has pumps in his hand. One of them, or sorry, does he have 1 arrow? I think he might have 1 arrow card, so he should be able to block 3+2, stop the breaking point, but then all he'll be left with is a Lace with Frailty. Oh, it's a Deadeye. It blocks 3, but it's not an attack. Okay.
So, I mean, hey, are we good or are we good? We talked about Rake the Embers. We talked about Breaking Point. It happened on Mara's first real turn of the game.
Yeah, really powerful turn here.
Right, she went right into it.
Absolutely. We've got 3 Ashwings. Dromai in play. We have an Ash. Moving back to Levi with no cards. He does have a slight life advantage, though, 34-30. Going into turn 2.
Alrighty, we've got the Ponder now. How is Levi going to work from here?
Having a 0-cost arrow here is really nice. You can make use of your cards. Come in for 6 with the Bolton shot. Still get to Arsenal off that Ponder. Mara, though, has so many dragons in play, she can just give 2 cards and then keep swinging her board.
Alrighty, we've got a bunch of dragons here from Mara. Turn 2 of the Battle Hardened here, round 4. We're just going to have to Lace with Frailty and come in with the Bolton shot 4-6 here. No cards left in hand, so we're just throwing some damage.
We're going to say no blocks.
Mara doesn't really feel obligated to block this because the Frailty token, of course, does not affect dragons. They are not weapons, they're allies, so she can just kind of play through this with no real downside.
Good to just make sure we get the Frailty token down, so we're playing, you know, playing clean and making sure we don't forget triggers for later in the tournament when it can matter more. However, you know, Levi does have the 10-point life lead. Mara sitting at the 24 to Levi's 34.
Yeah, he's keeping the pressure up. Mara is considering on her turn. She's got Kyloria, she's got Dromai. Looks like a must-up. There are 2 Dromais in play now. Oh my goodness.
Yeesh. So even if any popper is drawn, it does look like perhaps that's a CNC in the hand.
Mara
is Levi here.
Bordering between 0 and 1 Ash, so she's got to make sure she keeps that Ash up, but she's been doing a great job of it so far.
Well, and she's also able now, because she's played the Dromai, she can just respond or just make an Ash at will with that Flamescale Furnace if she needs to.
Absolutely. Another Dromai will come in. She'll go back to 2 action points. Is there a second popper from Levi? There's not.
Listen, I mean, the Azalea deck, this is not an easy matchup for the Azalea deck, right? Trying to clear dragons without... Azalea decks like to go tall. They don't often like to go super wide. Bolton shot is a key way to do so if they're running the Rabbles like we've seen Levi run, but trying to clear these dragons is going to be tough. It sometimes feels like the Azalea deck has to run really hot, and while there's been a bunch of damage presented, hasn't been too many threatening on hits. We haven't seen a red in the ledger. We haven't seen blood rot pox be applied yet.
No reaction.
Kind of a sneaky play from Mara,
Yeah.
putting the Dust up, which has an on hit, but hiding the scarier on hit in her hand, which is a Kyloria that I bet we will see come in a second.
And now because of the 2 Dromais, this Dust Up basically has go again. We've now, again, gone ahead and another damage coming in now. We have no Ash currently.
I think we're going to see a pitch to Kyloria and then come in for 4, and if it hits...
Yeah. So the way we have to do this, we have to pitch the Furnace to make the Ash, and then she can spend the resource that she gains from Flamescale Furnace onto that Kyloria, and she can come in for 4 with this, I mean, beautiful Kyloria.
And it's interesting in Dromai, you really have to manage your Ash, and going down to 0 Ash can be dangerous, but we see Mara, because she has the Seeker's Mitts, she's always going to have an out if she needs to pitch, so she's just saying, like, we're cashing it in. Give me another Ashwing. Keep up the pressure.
How about an Arsenal for your trouble? I mean, phew.
Yeah, what a turn. Mara is definitely taking the driver's seat in this game, but Levi has a full hand here, so we'll see what he's got waiting for us.
This is tough. If you're the Azalea player here, I mean, this is tough. You're staring down a veritable army. You might be able, you're revealing an E-Strike. Sure, that's a way with Snapdragons to get go again, but I don't know if this man's going to be able to clear all the dragons from the Dragon Queen.
It's looking scary. I think this is a pretty rough matchup. Azalea does get better in this meta because Oldhim's gone. That's something we've seen it struggle into in the past, but I think Dromai is one of the worst matchups still. So Levi's been doing well, but he has met Mara at 3-0. Can he find a way to battle through the board of dragons? I don't know what he's seen on top, but he doesn't look super happy about it.
If there's anyone who can navigate a tough matchup, you feel good if you're a specialist of a hero, right? And Levi, knowing what he needs to do to beat Dromai, I'm sure in plenty of other matchups, there's a level of confidence you have to imagine he has. But sometimes you play into another specialist, especially one that has cards teched to beat kind of your decks in particular with cards like the Breaking Point that Mara was ingenious enough to add, shall we say. So this is going to allow... But this is going to be the Enlightened Strike 4/5 with the...
I think he chose to draw a
card effect.
So he saw what the card was off of cross drop. I'm sure it was some arrow that he's about to load, and he was like, "Yep, I need an arrow this turn. We're gonna cash in the snaps for that."
Spider trigger? Sure.
Oh, yep, he's gonna look at the top. Hopefully gets his flip into a dominate this time and not have to just shoot Blue Spire again.
Now that card has such a long name. Is that it must be a foreign printing, right? I
think it is. Yeah.
Stop doing that.
That looks like more letters than Spire Sniping. Like Parlificative. That's what it looks like.
Almost double. I think you nailed the pronunciation, actually.
Farlington Parlificative. I think that was close.
Precisely. He's looking, he's considering. I think maybe he saw 2 arrows and he's picking which one.
We're going to dominate in a spearing shot. So, I mean, hey, like, if we can find enough damage dominated.
Dominate at you.
This is interesting. I don't think we saw searing shots in Levi's previous list in the past before Dusk Till Dawn. I wonder, is there a chance he's chosen to replace Drill Shot with Searing Shot now that Oldhim's not in the format?
No blocks.
Interesting. I mean, you know this deck well. You faced it in the finals of that Chicago Brawl, did you not? It was a little Azalea Mirror.
Little Azalea Mirror. To be honest, I was basically just playing his shell as well. So yeah,
talk about a specialist.
He's definitely the Azalea guy. We're packing up. I think Mara just said, "Send me the bill. I'm gonna keep swinging this board at you, and I've got a handful of things I want to play." We haven't seen those bracers popped yet, so Levi waiting for a really critical on-hit effect to cash those in on.
For now, Mara took a lot of damage.
Billowing, no ash ring.
So Mara took a lot of damage, but not only did she keep her whole hand, she has a lot of damage just represented on the board. It's just still chilling there. So even though the Kyloria was taken away due to Levi's attack, we still have a number of dragons that have a lot of power left on the board. There's 7 power just chilling on the board, and that we haven't even talked about the cards left in Mara's hand.
Yeah, Levi has no poppers in this hand. He's got to be hoping for one of those. But, I mean, even if he draws one, Dromai means it's not going to end Mara's turn, and she's going to get to swing the whole board no matter what.
We'll pitch to Furnace. Yep.
So she's going to go up to 2 resources here because she's got 2 reds in Pitch Zone. Okay. Spend one of them on a Mira guy. She's shortcutting here. The pitch of the Themai will make an Ash and then immediately get spent. And this means that when she attacks with Dromai, it will not even have Phantasm.
It means that she has another resource.
Oh, Kyloria.
Yeah, she drew the Kyloria off the Kyloria draw last turn.
That's
so it
amazing.
also means she has another dragon here. This is tough.
Beautiful. All right, we've got so much damage. What is this? 13 damage on board with a draw being threatened. Levi would go to 3 if he takes all these dragons.
Furnace has been activated.
All right, we've got a giveaway coming up, chat. This is too impressive to watch without giving you some free stuff. So if you type Dragon Army in the chat, you have a chance to win a $25 Dragon Shield gift card. Do it. Dragon Army. Look at this. I mean, I'm saying it right now. Dragon Army. It's hard.
It's quite fitting, right? Huge board of dragons. Type Dragon Army for a Dragon Shield gift card. What more could you want?
Oh my God. It's like we planned this.
Levi's really thinking hard on this Kyloria. He does have 2 pieces of equipment that can block, but they both also serve critical offensive purposes. Vandals is on 3, so he doesn't really want to give up that resource. And Crosswrap, what a card in this deck.
And this Kyloria threatens another card. I mean, we're out of Ash, and we've already used Flame Scale on the turn, so you have to imagine the dragon, any dragon would just get parked in the arsenal here, but looking at the hand, we saw Deadeye, we saw an Enlightened Strike. Levi said, I know what card's in my arsenal, I don't need to look at that.
They've got 39 minutes left. Still only on turn 3 here, so really just going to take their time and consider all the options.
If you're the Dromai player here, again, if you're the Azalea player, you feel like you have to run hot. I have a little bit of experience. We did this matchup on the show, and I played 4, I'm pretty sure, Red in the Ledgers off of a Codex as well, and we haven't seen a single one of those cards come up, or even a Knock the Death Whistle be able to be played to grab that Red in the Ledger, which could go a long way into stopping all these dragons to attack, but without drawing some of those power cards, if you're the Azalea player here, sometimes you maybe also just have to hope the Dromai stumbles.
Particularly grindy.
Boy, oh boy, no stumbles am I seeing.
Yeah.
Boy,
Levi has the Redden Ledger here in his hand, but, you know, you can't dominate from hand. Mara's got all of her armor still, the Seeker's Mitts, if she has no block card in hand, so she most likely will be able to cover up whatever you throw at her if it's not dominated.
Levi looking like he might want to commit a block here, but again, if you're going to block at all, are you incentivized to block the entire attack to make sure that the on-hit doesn't happen? You have to imagine that is a large part of this decision for Levi. There's 38 minutes left in this round. It's not like they're going to go to time.
Yeah.
He can take all the time in the world. No one's calling
Absolutely.
slow play.
He's just double checking, making sure this is really what he wants to do. It looks like he's considering a block with the E-Strike here. So probably this plus one piece of armor. He could also two-card block. It's not out of the question.
But again, at this point, we talk about playing to lose versus, or playing to not lose versus playing to win. We're going to give the tunic up here. We have to. We're going to float the resource, just why not? But that's going to block the draw. Now here comes the rest of it.
3, 4, 5,
Let's listen to her count.
8, 9.
9 damage goes down to 7. No draw. Silver lining.
Silver lining.
Silver
indeed.
lining.
Such a powerful board.
He doesn't have an arsenal.
Every turn, Mara presents 13 automatically. That's more than Levi's life total. He's got to find a way to interact either with a popper or a red in the ledger, like you said.
Round 4 of the battle hardened here in Cincinnati. Turn 3 for Mara Faris. Turn 3 or 4 for Mara Faris. Levi Rauch on Azalea. 2 specialists of their hero. Levi at 9, Mara at 16. Let's see what Levi's able to cobble together. Maybe a lace with blood rot coming in, and there is the red in the ledger. So we found one. We found one. This is a very important on-hit effect. We're going to go ahead and activate the Bracers of Belief here. So what are we looking at, Brody? What are we threatening?
Pretty good.
He just wants to pump it up as much as possible. So right now we're looking at it for 10, but he's got some cards in hand. Oh, he's holding the Rain Razor, so he's going to sneak it through.
And this is a lot of damage. Okay.
Oh, now I see.
I feel like this is the Icelander game where like all of a sudden I'm leaning forward. Like,
Yeah.
okay, this is a lot of damage and a very threatening on-hit effect, and Azalea does have the ability to dominate. So if he's able to get enough damage through and kind of turn Mara's turn off, and then can find a big dominated arrow that Mara, I mean, she's got, let's see, she's got potentially 3 block on the Skull Cap if she can navigate her life total well enough. She's got the Furnace, but I mean, we're looking at a slightly different game now that we found this card.
Yeah, I don't see a D-React in Mara's hand, so the Seeker's Mitts is not enough to stop a +2 from Rain Razors, so as long as she doesn't overblock by 1, he's going to be able to turn off her whole turn.
I mean, hey, and she's at 16 because she's established the Dragon Army, but I don't even know if I've seen her block once. She said, yeah, sure, you got it, because there hasn't been these threatening on-hit effects yet. Now, this isn't dominated, so she is able to, or she hasn't thrown, or he hasn't thrown anything yet.
Okay.
So we shall see.
So we know it's a
we both
CMC
have
on
the
top.
paper.
So red's coming in for 10. There are 2 cards in hand. So maybe that's why Levi was thinking so long. He knows this is the tiniest bit telegraphed.
Yeah.
I think he's holding on a Codex to Arsenal. Not only is this the red in the ledger effect, but it is a blood rot token if it hits. Mara's considering blocks.
Is she able to just, yeah, because even if you block, is she able to keep a starter in her hand is the question.
Is that a sand cover?
It is a sand cover, but she has no ash.
Yeah.
So she has no ash to play the sand cover with, so right now it's a dead card.
And I think she might have a sigil too, so I don't even know if, oh, that's a snatch.
It's not a lot of block in that hand.
This is interesting. Theoretically, she can pop Seeker's Mitts, have an ash, and then immediately sand cover with that ash, but it's actually looking like she's going to have a really hard time even blocking this to begin with.
So let's imagine she uses the Flamescale Furnace and the Skull Cap for 3 block. She cashes in both of those other 3 blocks. That's 9.
That's 9, and then Seeker's Mitts plus sand cover would be enough to stop even red with Rain Razors, but then she has no cards left.
Exactly. Then you don't have a starter for your turn, so your attacks won't have go again.
Yeah, so you can still have theoretically 2 actions instead of 1 with Dromai and then Tyloria, but it's not the greatest.
So the question is here from Mara Faris on Dromai. She's staring down this arrow, but because it's not dominated, and this is such a threatening effect, how much life does she want to attempt to preserve here? Because if she tries to keep a starter and then still gets her turn shut off, that could be the window that Levi finds to kind of climb back in this game.
Yeah, the life total is just pretty close, 7 to 16, with a red in the ledger coming in for 10. I think we might see the play you were just talking about, blocking 3 plus Azalea and E-Strike. That is 9. She's considering it.
So we could, I mean, hey, we can just pitch to the Seeker's Mitch, right? We can pitch to the Seeker's Mitch to just prevent a damage and basically say you have to throw the Rain Razors if you have it. Oh, but she's saying...
making him have it now.
Oh, yeah, she's saying if you're going to play it now, and so now I can know if I want to use my Seekers or not. That's pretty cool.
And now she's probably, she wants to be able to turn on her board on her turn efficiently, so she's probably going to pitch this sand cover away. And that'll be that. Oh, I think Mara smells the rain. She's pitching Snatch.
Because she's going to keep that sand cover for later. And she's going to pop it in the arsenal. Which even, it's sand cover, so it doesn't need to be a D-react, but heads up play from Mara Faris here. Absolutely.
For sure, and then she's going to cash it in, and we'll at least get to present 7 damage here with Chromai Kyloria if that's what she so chooses.
Which is lethal, which is a lethal threatening attack.
True.
We talked about needing a starter, but you're absolutely right. She's got Chromai and she's got Kyloria. So that's a lot of damage and it threatens a draw.
Threatens a draw. Maybe we'll see Levi have to cash in the cross wrap. But like you said, Dominate's kind of important to force through the on-hits he needs to, and if he gives up the cross wrap, it becomes a lot harder to do that.
Wow, Mara just perfectly navigating that incredibly critical block. We talked exactly about how Levi could find a way back in this game, and Mara identifying that, went ahead and used her hand as defensively as possible. But because of the nature of just Dromai as a hero, how about here's 7 damage and an on-hit draw card for your troubles.
Yeah, so back to Levi. He has that CNC we knew about, and let's zoom on his hand here, see what else he's working with.
Got the CNC.
He could choose to keep all 4 cards if he wants to, but we're likely going to see at least 1 blocked.
Yeah. So we've taken the 3, which means this is now on hit die. So now, because of the Chromai's effect, that is still going to be the end of the turn because we didn't have the go again off of the Chromai. So we're going to pop the Kyloria because it's a clean 1-card block and stop the damage and stop the draw. So now we're able to flip with the Skullbone Crosswrap. We have a Codex of Frailty here, so depending on the amount of pumps we have or depending on what we find on the top of the deck, there's a potential we could get that red in the ledger back. If we're the Azalea player here, we want to dominate it. What did he see on the top of his deck? Will he show us? Flip it back. Flip it over. No, he won't. But he's going to show us now.
Read the glide path. We're not dominating this turn.
Yeah, went into Arsenal. Sure.
Yeah, so he short-kitted there. He threw it into his arsenal, and then he went ahead and played it out. So this is going to let him opt 1 and then pump up his next attack by 3. And so now we're just going to, once again, throw a huge red in the ledger. We played our Lace with Blood Rot, and now we are going to go ahead and grab the red in the ledger. But let's take a look at what Mara has to do here because she didn't have an arsenal.
That's true, so she's not going to be able to block as well. Her armor is down to just 1 block on the furnace at the moment. Spell cap is not turned on.
This is big.
Levi really getting mileage out of that popper there. Was not able to pop Chromai because of the Mirror Guy, but he did stop the draw and took Kyloria permanently off the board.
This is big. This is a lot of damage. Mara once again. Oh, does she have a Sink Blow in her hand? She does. So that's 4 block, but she's going to have to discard a card here, which is a critical part of the Codex of Frailty, right? Because now we're going to lose a blocking card from our hand.
Yeah, this red's going to be coming for 11. I believe there's another Lace with Blood Rot on it, as well as a generic 3-pump. So if she wants to cash in the Furnace and her whole hand, she can stop everything. And then she would be able to snap whatever attack she puts here. So like this Dust Up could be snapped, and she could still swing all her dragons.
That's huge. That's actually huge. She now just has the starter for the rest of her turn. So she's going to go ahead and just discard the Sigil, because it doesn't block for anything. And we're going to see how much is she able to block, because this red in the ledger... But she's only able to do that if she blocks the red in the ledger.
Yes.
So we need to see
3, 6,
3, 6, 7, and we have is a Sink Below to cover it up exactly. Oh my goodness!
Just barely enough, and you can see Levi's face here. He knows how this math works. He knows that she needed the D-reacts to survive that. No sand cover this time because there's no ash. But wow! Mara managed it.
Yeah, absolutely. Levi Rauch there is normally an incredibly stoic player, but even he had to shake his head and give a little smile because sometimes you got to make him have it, and she had it.
He did have it indeed.
He totally had it.
Dust Up only for 3 because of the frailty, so blocked out, and now we are looking at a lethal board of dragons. Oh, I don't think he has a popper, so this is going to be rough for Levi.
How much damage can he take before he has to present cards? It looks as though he might just know the writing is on the wall. If you give your whole hand here. Okay, we're going to take this one.
Go to 1.
Go to 1. Then block with the rest of our cards. And now Faris has no ash.
I have 0 ash, so like there's a world where I just draw nothing here, but
She is right. There's a world, but even then she could attack with 2 dragons using the Dromai.
Sure.
Yeah, we're just taking a couple cards.
And it looks like she did draw some cards that can be played. So Levi needs poppers. I don't think he drew them.
Yeah, and that sigil, that's going to get the fist bump because...
No go again, dragon that I can't play.
Yeah.
Thank God.
That
Very well played by Mara.
It's going to have go again. It is a red card, so she is able to turn on the go again for the rest of her turn. So that is going to be enough. That gets the
that was like
extension.
turn
Faris moving on to 4-0 here at the Battle Hardened Cincinnati. What were your takeaways from the match, Brody?
We've seen Mara perform time and time again on this deck. I think it's really interesting to see both of these players pilot it because it's a matchup they've played before. Obviously, like we talked about, they've played these heroes a million times. Mara really navigated all of Levi's disruption well, especially that one turn when she kind of smelled the Rain Razors, pitched the card that was worse to pitch if there's no pump. She obviously wants to keep the snatch, but she was like, you know what? I'm winning this game. The only way I lose is if you have these crazy disruptive effects that stop me from swinging my board, so I'm just going to say you can't do that. I'm going to hang on to sand cover, park it in my arsenal if you don't have anything, stop your dominate, stop your big attacks. Sink below coming in at a perfect time there, really critical to stop the 11.
So, okay, you guys, we have a couple more minutes for this giveaway, so make sure you get Dragon Army into the chat. We saw the Dragon Army take down the game, so why not let it take you to Value Town? Get your code, get your sleeves, Dragon Army in the chat. I will say, that it felt kind of like, oh man, Levi's really having trouble. Oh man, he's getting kicked by these dragons. Mara had to have 2 beautifully sculpted and in some ways fortunate turns to survive those 2 red in the ledgers, and any one of those can change the tide of that game, and she had them back to back. So even though it looked like it was a dangerous situation there for the Azalea player here, there one thing breaking his way would have changed that game in a heartbeat.
Definitely. Well played by both players, but...
So we are going to just cut very briefly to our sponsor break to give you guys a look at what they've got cooking up. We're gonna get our giveaway drawn, so don't go anywhere, and then we're gonna grab the Dragon Queen herself for an interview, let her tell us exactly what she's working with in the deck. So don't go anywhere. We got great stuff coming. See you soon.
Hey yo, Dando Robbie. You want me to tell him about the bazaar, or do you want me to use the clams, huh?
Relax, Captain. These are our customers, and we are their merchants.
It's okay, I'll handle it. You, I know your problems, and I got the goods to fix them. You watched an OP deck tech and need to buy the spice.
Buy from the bazaar.
You are deep into theory crafting the next hottest deck.
Buy it from the bazaar.
You are changing your Pro Tour deck list last minute.
Buy from the bazaar.
You follow the meta and need to change decks.
Buy from the bazaar.
You have an addiction to box breaks.
Buy from the bazaar.
You find yourself dealing fab to new customers.
Yes, catch me outside and I'll hook you up.
And you, don't forget, get your cards from me, Hammurabi TCG.
Or else you get the clamps.
I'm glad that for once we can all actually agree that Attack Action Kano is the best deck in Blitz, and that Blood Debt Levia is the best deck in CC. We're going to kill it at Worlds, guys. I got to go 1 second. Hey guys, how's it going? Mo Bogsley here with Team Ascent, sponsored by MinMax Games. If you're looking for a promo code to save 5% off of your next Flesh and Blood singles purchase, head over to minmaxgames.com, use code ASCENT at checkout, and you'll save 5%. And this helps out players like us on Team Ascent a ton. If you're looking to pick up some Ascent merch or some Flesh and Blood related merch, head over to ascent-gaming.com and use code SAVAGE at checkout to save 5% there. So hey, those are 2 great promo codes. Thank you guys so much for the support. Have a good one.
Hey there, I'm Joey from EDH Rec, and I'd like to help introduce a cool new addition to the Rec family. If you or your friends play the card game Flesh and Blood, we've launched a great resource to help you out with your fab deck building. And in this short video, we've got a Flesh and Blood creator to help walk you through it. Basically, the announcement is, well, actually, I'll just let him explain it. Mansant, take it away.
And there we go. Hey, I'm Mansant, and I'm here to tell you about a great analytical tool for Flesh and Blood that I really enjoy and will help you level up your game. FabRec, found at fabrec.gg. What FabRec does is gather a huge amount of competitive deck lists from a variety of sources and then provides useful insight for each hero and the formats in general. And here we have Dromai Ash Artist, a powerful and new fun hero from the Uprising set. Instantly, we can see statistics taken from the average of all the deck lists for Dromai. Now, the first thing you can see is the card distribution, pitch, and cost averages. Scrolling down, we get to the juicy part, what I definitely want to see, the most popular dragons. Notice how Invoke Chromai, Kyloria, and Miragai are showing up nearly 100% of the time in Dromai decks. These are clearly the staple dragons you want to start your deck with. Thank you for tuning into the video here, and be sure to check out my content on Mansant at YouTube, streams, gameplay, everything to do with Levia, and keep your eye out for FabRec as well. Future features for sure. Try it now, a great tool for Flesh and Blood players right here on fabrec.gg.
Star City Games is the premier retailer for all your Flesh and Blood needs. Our extensive inventory includes thousands of Flesh and Blood singles, sealed product, and top quality supplies, so you'll always be prepared to play at your best. Visit us at starcitygames.com today and discover why we're the go-to destination for Flesh and Blood enthusiasts.
Welcome back, everybody, to Cincinnati. I have got the Empress of Dragons herself. I have Mara Faris here. First off, what a win.
That was a game.
That was a game. Those were some dragons.
There were some dragons.
There were some dragons. And to commemorate such a victory, we're doing not one, but two giveaways. We're doing two giveaways for the $25 Dragon Shield gift code. And we got the Dragon Queen herself to roll it. So if you would be so kind to find out who has won these wonderful prizes.
All right. We're gonna do the rolls, and our first winner is Back to Basics. Yay.
Congratulations, Back to Basics. You can acquire your code by messaging Savage Feats on Twitter. Message Mansant or Savage Feats that, hi, I'm Back to Basics and I have won the thing. And if you're not Back to Basics, don't do it because we'll catch you. We'll catch you. Except we're not cops. We don't like cops.
Wait, what?
All right.
Wait, no, apparently I am a cop.
No.
According to Logan, I'm a cop.
Well, I don't think
so. Who plays Illusionist is a cop.
Oh, that's funny. That is funny. I've heard that on the Flesh and Pod.
Yeah.
Illusionist players are cops.
Shout out to Flesh and Pod. No free ads.
How about shout out to their next giveaway winner, which is... Oh.
Oh, gosh.
You got it.
Aloysius Go?
Aloysius Go. Aloysius. That's a beautiful
Aloysius
name.
Go.
Oh my gosh.
That's a pretty name.
It's a sick name. Congratulations. Okay, we might need to re-roll that one because we need it to be in chat at the moment we roll. So let's see. Are we going to? Or are we not going to? We're going to re-roll that one because we want you to be in chat hanging out with us while we give the giveaway out. So let's do it one more time. Go for it.
No.
Yes, you have to.
No,
you have to do it.
Our next winner is Oldhim.
Oldhim with an A. How are you here?
Go!
How are you hunting us yet, old man? We have sent you to the beyond!
He haunts me from my nightmares.
Not the Illusionist play. Didn't you see the Pro Tour?
No.
Well, that's awesome.
All right.
They're not in chat either. We're doing it again.
Yes, right. He's living legend.
We're
He can't
doing
be
it again.
chat. All right, one more. All right, next actual winner. Are we? All right, Mr. Infernal 71.
Congratulations, Mr. Infernal 71. Go ahead and message Mansant or the Savage Feats Twitter account if you have a Twitter. Do you have a Gmail? Do you have a Gmail contact? there's a contact. Just get in touch. It's $25. Don't just throw it away. Thank you guys all for playing. Thank you guys for honoring the Empress.
Congratulations to our winners.
So now we got a little bit of time. Mara,
Yeah.
talk to me about Dromai in this new meta. I want to hear. I literally wrote it down at the beginning. I was like lost in thought. Like, is she playing it? Like,
So, like, we saw the Lost in Thoughts in that game. Lost in Thought is just. It was my spoiler card, and it was my spoiler card because they knew this is everything I want in a card.
Yeah, I mean,
it just does so much for the deck.
Yeah.
Like just being able to be an Ash positive starter, like it sets your turns up really nicely. It gives you that clean Ash generation. It takes that card out of their hand, gives you perfect information on their blocks. It takes a popper out of their hand if they've got the popper, and then even then like the ponder token that it gives them. Half the decks that I've played against today are just like, I don't even want this ponder token. They're like, please take this away from me. Because like you play against like Lexi and they're like, well, here's a blue arrow. Yep, all right.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I played against a Prism earlier, and they had the same thing. There's like, this is a blue like Herald that I just don't even want to Arsenal. They were playing on Iris and they were just like, I don't want this.
Yeah.
And it enables so much, and especially in the Empress Dromai and the red line Dromai that I run, just taking a card that blocks 3 out of their hand. The deck has so many of these big high pressure on hits. That just saying like, all right, you're on a 3-card hand. If you want to block anything, now you're on a 2-card hand. If you want to pop something, now you're on a 1-card. Like it sets up so much tempo. It sets up so much. Just everything the deck wants to do is just chef's kiss. Thank you, LSS. It also let me cut one of my chain. Like I cut the Miraging Metamorph side of the deck for it.
Oh.
Which I love Miraging Metamorph. I'm still super high on the card, but
Clearly not that high.
Just having one less chain ender and trading it up for one more card that's Ash positive that I don't have to worry about. Like so, you're
He's a
playing
starter.
Yeah,
Like you
it's
said,
a starter. And like so, like you're playing in the popper matchups. You can actually run into a lot of problems where you're like, all of my Ash is on my chain enders. My CNCs, my Miraging Metamorphs, my Nourishing Emptinesses. A ton of my Ash generation is backloaded. So like, if you're playing these matchups where you need to be able to take poppers out of their hand and you need to just be throwing dragons and making them pop, you can run into problems where you're just like, I just don't have enough Ash.
Yeah.
So having that one extra card that not only just takes the popper out of their hand, but just also guarantees that you have an Ash to start the turn is just really good.
Yeah, and like you were saying, it seems like you're not only getting value out of it from taking a popper away, you're also just saying your hand that was this good is now this much less good because I'm going to take this just also good attack and just put it on the bottom even if it doesn't pop my thing.
Yeah, no, absolutely. Like, I mean, we even saw in the game against Levi, he shows me a hand that has 1 arrow in it. And, you know, thankfully for him, he had another arrow in Arsenal. But, like, if he didn't have the arrow in Arsenal that turn, his turn was just block.
Yeah, it's a crazy card. So talk to me a little bit. Lost in Thought seems to be doing a lot of work, but you know, I remember a lot of people kind of talking and chirping after the Pro Tour, like, dude, when Oldhim leaves, like, Mars deck gets way better. Like, Mars deck gets way better. So
feeling real good right now.
What if anything, you know, we saw how well you've been able to kind of take down Rangers en route to second place at the Pro Tour, now 4-0 at the Battle Hardened, and it seemed like your deck was kind of slanted a little more in that direction. Have you found yourself a little more wanting to open up to the meta now that you're not as worried about Oldhim or don't have to think about that deck? How have you you don't have to reveal your secrets.
It's fine.
But just, you know, and for all the Droma, because as we talked about, you got a lot of fans.
Yeah. Shout out to all my fans.
Shout out to all her fans.
So yeah, the disappearance of Oldhim definitely freed up a lot of the sideboard. We don't have the Ghostly Touch anymore. We don't have to run the Time Snap potions anymore. We just have a lot of extra space to kind of like play against some of these other matchups that we want to have game into. Right now, I am running Flicker Tricks, which was the other card that you wrote on your little thing.
See? We know what we're talking about.
Which didn't have them against Azalea.
For sure.
Not super great when your opponent's throwing 15s.
Yep.
But like I played against Lexi last round.
Endless arrows.
And even just like being able to just cover an infecting shot. You're like, oh, that's going to hit me for 7. I'm going to cover it with 1 card.
Yeah.
Or like a lot of the Lexis are on hamstring shots now.
Yeah.
Same thing. And sleep darts. Like just being able to just cover these really important on hits. Okay. Just being able to cover those with one card is super good. You do have to play it really smart just because with Lexi there's always the threats of like Rain Razors and things like that. But like as long as you play it smart, you play it, like watch your windows, watch like if they're gonna rain razors, like give them the opportunity to react first. If they
Absolutely.
play that 5 arrow, you can just be like, no blocks, and then you wait, and then when they're like take 5, then you're like, okay, actually I have react. Like once because like if they have the rain razors, they tend to just want to jam it as quick as possible.
Sure.
And then same thing like if they're on the 3 oak turn, the 3 of a kind turns, then you just know it's safe. Like I played against my last run, Lexi played a 3 of a kind turn, and I covered a hamstring shot with it. And he's like, oh, well, I have this lightning press. I'm like, yeah, but you're 3 of a kind. You can't play that. So yeah, like as long as you play it really
Eyes got
smart.
big like dinner plates, and you're like, well, hold on.
Yeah, so like as long as you play the card really smart, it's super good in the Lexi matchup.
Yeah, absolutely.
It's great into Ninja too. Being able to cover those like
Surging strike.
surging strikes.
Yep.
Especially because like surging strike, because they can't bracers the surging strikes
Mm.
because it's not combo.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, absolutely. We got some questions. We're having a nice conversation, but our producer's like, talk to chat. Get the questions from chat. So we're going to talk to. Thank you guys for hanging out. We love you. We're going to get your questions. Let's see. We've got a couple questions here. The first one, do you have any thoughts on your worst new matchups for Dromai? Anything that you're a little afraid of now that Oldhim is gone?
So I'll be honest, with Oldhim,
No.
no.
Yeah.
Like there are definitely matchups that I'd prefer to see and matchups that I don't. Phi is still always a little bit scary. Like the Empress Dromai build is a little bit better suited to be able to race that than like the Big Dragon builds are. The Big Dragon build is still really struggling in Ninja. And Phi's still a little bit scary. But like we've got game plan there. Like we've run into Phi before and we've done pretty well. Bravo's new card, Starstruck, scares the crap out of me.
Yeah, it's a crazy card.
Card's real good against me.
Real good against you, yeah.
So like, I'm actually packing a little bit more. I'm packing more sand covers than I usually do. Normally I bring 1 sand cover. I'm on 2 right now.
In the deck or into that matchup?
In the deck entirely. Cool. But just as a little extra hedge against Bravo, just in case to cover those extra big scary. Because now we have Spinal Crush, we have Crippling Crush, and we have Starstruck.
Sure.
So making sure to kind of stay on top of that matchup is always hard.
Sure.
Levia, I have not tested nearly enough against Levia.
That's fair. That's okay. That's fair.
I am very interested in see how that matchup goes. I still feel fairly confident in it, but Levia got so many new tools.
For sure. There's a lot of players here on Levia.
Yeah, so I'm waiting. I have not played a Levia yet today. I feel like I'm not going to get too many more rounds before I find one, because a lot of them are doing pretty well.
Yeah. Which is a sentence did we expect to be saying in round 5 of a Battle Hardened 3 months ago?
It's one of the things I love that LSS is so good at. This time a couple of months ago, we were sitting here saying, well, this is an all Azalea final.
Yeah.
And now we're sitting here going, man, I'm sweating this Levia match.
Yeah, totally. Yeah.
I love that they're willing to take these heroes that are just like the bottom rung, and they're like, no, now these are the best heroes in the game. Go deal with this. And it's fantastic. And like the Demi hero thing is just the coolest thing.
The Demi hero. We got to see it in round 1, and it was
it's so cool.
It was in fact sick.
I think I told Ethan like after I got spoiled, because Ethan got to do the whole spoiling, and I messaged him. I was like, how the hell did you make me want to play Levia?
Dude, right? I'm like, oh man, I want to into Plasma Fet. Like, are you kidding me?
I have never once thought, man, I can't wait to play a Levia game.
Yeah. Yeah. All right, we got a couple more questions here. We got a lot coming in. Let's see. This is something I'm curious about. Oh, and so was Oliver after Reese. You got it. What are your thoughts on the Diadem of Dream State?
I can go deep in.
You gonna go in?
All right. So
roll out the red carpet.
The one we missed. Am I sad that Levia got a dragon and I didn't? Yes, of course. we all saw the splash art for the big Hydra, and there was a bunch of
the big Hydra? You mean spoiler card?
Yeah, that one.
The big Hydra? Sorry, continue.
I can't remember who spoiled that. Was it?
Perhaps it was this YouTube channel 3 floating. I don't know. Please continue. No free ads. No free ads.
So there was like that little hope. You're like, maybe. And then I got a spoiler card that wasn't like a Dromai specialization, and I was like, all right, there's no Dromai cards.
Yeah.
As soon as I got an illusionist card for my spoiler, I was like, all right, we're gonna. Diadem. So, Diadem, like, it's not in my list currently, and it is like this close.
It's that close, is it?
So, like, Diadem does some really cool things in the deck.
Okay.
Notably, in your very aggressive matchups, the matchups like Phi, where you just like I just really want to race, and I want to hit you as hard as I can. Diadem lets you go second, And then if they attack you on turn 0, you can still block a little bit, make that starting Ash that's so important. Like that first Ash is everything.
Everything, yeah.
And then still get a 5-card hand, like get a Ponder token going into your first turn. So you can play that full 4-card hand and still get that Ponder.
Oh, I see.
So you're essentially
That's interesting. Yeah.
You're essentially trading your headpiece away for the ability to just have a 5-card hand leaving your first
turn.
And
not having to play like a slightly hampered first turn because you want to make sure you have an arsenal because you like sitting with a 5-card hand. You're able to just kind of go
yeah,
and then
like
still set yourself up.
Throw that whole yeah. And then like it also does just like even in some of the slower matchups, just being able to block 2 and then just trade a card for hand for an Ash and a Ponder, which like card in hand Ponder token for Empress Dromai specifically because the deck's entirely red line is very like you're never gonna hit a blue that you just don't want to play because everything in the deck is live. So that Ponder token's really good, and just getting that, basically just being able to block 2 and get that free Ash is super relevant.
Are you okay with it not having the like choice?
Is that the
thing?
That's the thing right
The
now.
fact that you have to cash it in when it happens. Yeah.
There are so many decks right now that have these really big on hits. I mean, we look at Lexi, we look at 5 with the Mask of Momentums, with like a lot of these matchups where you're like, I need to control when I can block.
Azalea.
Yeah, Azalea, exactly. Like we saw in that game. Like if I had Diet in there, I would have been in trouble. Yeah, like it's not in my list currently, and in the current meta, I think it's just not quite there. But it is definitely like I'm gonna be picking up a gold foil like full art one and just set it in my pile of these cards can go in Dromai. And if the meta ever shifts just to like a really blindly aggressive where like I don't really care about the on hits, like I mean if Levia comes to dominate the meta, I'll probably go to Diadem because that's the kind of matchup where I really want it, where I'm just like we're just going.
Yeah.
You know, like I don't care. Your on hits are irrelevant. It just gain 2 life is enough. And I want that extra Ash. I want that extra Ponder on my turn. So I think card has a lot of potential. I think card's very interesting.
Very cool. I mean, hey, that's something I hadn't thought of. I was looking at the card like, what does this do? But I that makes a lot of sense.
I told you I can go long. Like I think I've got a whole like paragraph or 2 on my Patreon.
Cool.
That's just like talking about Diadem.
Make sure you subscribe if you want more thoughts like this. Anything else from you, my producer friend? Okay, we're going to go ahead and take a brief look at the metagame before we head to our sponsor break. Moving into round 5, let's take a look at the meta here. We've got 15 Lexis, 14 Viscerai, 11 Bravo. We've got other heroes that are being covered by the chat on my window, but that's okay because we've got 7 Uzuri, we've got 6 Katsu, 5 Dash. Look at this. What are you seeing when you see this meta? You getting any inside tips?
I see this window covering over the number of Dromais, which is the only one I care about.
So if only like I'll just wish upon a star to get the Dromai stats for ours. There we go. That's
8 Dromai, 8 Briar, 7 Uzuri, 6 Katsu.
That's a lot of Dromai.
That is a lot of Dromai.
You guys gonna convert?
I mean, I am.
I know you are, but
I think we've got a couple of Dromai still floating around.
Cool.
I know at least one of my locals is
Let's
playing
Shut
my list.
down the narrative. Convert to top 8. Well, you always do it.
Yeah.
We're not talking about you.
We gotta win one. That's the problem.
Well, we have...
Top 8 is fine. Dromai can top 8 all day long. We gotta get the W.
All right. Well, Mara Faris of Team Dromai, thank you so much for hanging out. That was such a wonderful conversation. Absolutely. We're going to take a quick break, hear a word from our sponsors, and then we will be back for round 5 of the Battle Hardened here in Cincinnati. Don't go anywhere.
Sweet.
Bye.
Hey yo, Don Amurabi. You want me to tell him about the bazaar, or do you want me to use the clams, huh?
Relax, Captain. These are our customers, and we are their merchants.
It's okay, I'll handle it. I know your problems, and I got the goods to fix them. You watched an OP deck tech and need to buy the spice.
Buy from the bazaar.
You are deep into theory crafting the next hottest deck.
Buy it from the bazaar.
You are changing your Pro Tour deck list last minute.
Buy from the bazaar.
You follow the meta and need to change decks.
Buy from the bazaar.
You have an addiction to box breaks.
Buy from the bazaar.
You find yourself dealing fab to new customers.
Yes, catch me outside and I'll hook you up.
And you, don't forget, get your cards from me, Hammurabi TCG.
Or else you get the clamps.
I'm glad that for once we can all actually agree that Attack Action Kano is the best deck in Blitz, and that Blood Debt Levia is the best deck in CC. We're going to kill it at Worlds, guys. I got to go 1 second. Hey guys, how's it going? Mo Bogsley here with Team Ascent, sponsored by MinMax Games. If you're looking for a promo code to save 5% off of your next Flesh and Blood singles purchase, head over to minmaxgames.com, use code ASCENT at checkout, and you'll save 5%. And this helps out players like us on Team Ascent a ton. If you're looking to pick up some Ascent merch or some Flesh and Blood related merch, head over to ascent-gaming.com and use code SAVAGE at checkout to save 5% there. So hey, those are 2 great promo codes. Thank you guys so much for the support. Have a good one.
Hey there, I'm Joey from EDH Rec, and I'd like to help introduce a cool new addition to the Rec family. If you or your friends play the card game Flesh and Blood, we've launched a great resource to help you out with your fab deck building. And in this short video, we've got a Flesh and Blood creator to help walk you through it. Basically, the announcement is, well, actually, I'll just let him explain it. Mansant, take it away.
And there we go. Hey, I'm Mansant, and I'm here to tell you about a great analytical tool for Flesh and Blood that I really enjoy and will help you level up your game. FabRec, found at fabrec.gg. What FabRec does is gather a huge amount of competitive deck lists from a variety of sources and then provides useful insight for each hero and the formats in general. And here we have Dromai Ash Artist, a powerful and new fun hero from the Uprising set. Instantly, we can see statistics taken from the average of all the deck lists for Dromai. Now, the first thing you can see is the card distribution, pitch, and cost averages. Scrolling down, we get to the juicy part, what I definitely want to see, the most popular dragons. Notice how Invoke Chromai, Kyloria, and Miragai are showing up nearly 100% of the time in Dromai decks. These are clearly the staple dragons you want to start your deck with. Thank you for tuning into the video here, and be sure to check out my content on Mansant at YouTube, streams, gameplay, everything to do with Levia, and keep your eye out for FabRec as well. Future features for sure. Try it now, a great tool for Flesh and Blood players right here on fabrec.gg.
Star City Games is the premier retailer for all your Flesh and Blood needs. Our extensive inventory includes thousands of Flesh and Blood singles, sealed product, and top quality supplies, so you'll always be prepared to play at your best. Visit us at starcitygames.com today and discover why we're the go-to destination for Flesh and Blood enthusiasts.
Welcome back, everybody, to the Battle Hardened Cincinnati. We got round 5, and we got a couple of rune blades in an undefeated matchup here at the absolute top tables.
Yes, sir. I am so hyped. My favorite hero, Uzuri. Seeing the Rune Blades both doing this well in this tournament makes me really happy. I'm curious to see which one will come out on top in this match, and also into the top 8. Like, it's really interesting post Dusk Till Dawn to look at the Rune Blades like adjusted matchup spread. Both of them have gotten new cards. You see here for Uzuri, Runic Reckoning I think is probably going to be a new staple in this deck, as well as Bequest the Vast Beyond. An interesting throwback to Bloodsheath Skeleton. You can do some like potentially cool, huge pop-off turns. You could go for an OTK deck if you wanted to. It does only affect attack action cards though, so you cannot combine it with something like Sonata Arcanix.
Because that's what God Skelata out of here.
That's what the real OTK was, yeah. And then on the other side for Briar, we have this new specialization, Anthem of Spring, which not only is kind of an upgrade from Weave Earth, which used to play this blue earth role, but also critically when it blocks, with another card from hand, you get an embodiment of Earth token. So I think this is kind of cool because it's a throwback to original Briar where you could get more than one embodiment in a turn. And also, it's just freaking strong. It's really, really powerful for a new blue card. And then finally here, this item of Dream State is actually supposed to be the Dietic Carapace, the new chess piece. Our producer is going to fix that real quick. Thank you.
I mean, hey, Yuanji, again, could play Diadem of Dream State and just be cheating.
Okay, look, here's my problem. I don't know how to spell, what is it, Dyadic?
Yeah, Dyadic, D-Y-A-D.
Oh, there's a Y in there?
It's a Y, yeah, sorry. Our producer didn't realize there was a Y. Is this guy named Ethan? There we are.
There we are. So it has Arcane Barrier 2, which really might come up in this matchup. It's interesting. If they play it, they can block breakpoints and, survive Rosetta Thorn in the endgame.
Okay, so Rosetta Thorn, yeah, because I was going to say, if it's the only AB you bring, you're not doing that for Rune Chance because it's AB2 and you'd be paying 2 to prevent 1, right?
Yeah, it's interesting versus Viscerai. It's not very good versus Rune Chance.
But it's good versus the Rosetta Thorn.
Right.
Interesting. All right, guys, let's go ahead and dive into this game here. We've got the players sleeved up. We've got the fist bump going out. This is great for Yuanji because he doesn't play with a playmat anyway. So he's able to, there's one just here for him. That's nice for him.
Works perfectly.
So let's take a look at the equipment here. What are you seeing, Brody?
So on Yuanji's side, he's opted for the full fridge here, playing Dyadic, Crown of Providence, and Grasp. The only piece of armor he's given up is on those, that foot piece. Instead of playing Spellbound Creepers, he's going for the snaps. I'm a fan of that choice in Briar, but it looks like we have the absolute opposite from Justin. He's not playing Dyadic, he's playing Ironweave, and in the head and arms piece, he's opted for both of the kind of speed run.
Yeah.
We talked about this in LA, you just pop it and go, and can't block breakpoints as well, but really can pop off and have a massive turn. So it'll be it'll be interesting to see. They kind of have polar opposites as far as what they've chosen to do with their equipment.
And is that a flex in Yuanji's hand?
I think it is. I know that's a card some Briar players are a fan of, yeah.
Oh, because it's a 0 for 4. No, is it 0 for 4?
Yeah, 0 for 4,
Yeah,
no
yeah.
mulligan, and you can pay 2 to make it a 6.
Yeah, I remember from Uprising. I remember, people were playing it as a quasi-popper.
Yeah. So it looks like even though it is turn 0, Yuanji's opting to just attack here to try to grab an arcane damage and an embodiment of Earth to be able to block a bit better. He's also going to be able to... Oh, yeah, there's only one AB on Justin's side, so the arcane might not get through, but he will be able to shoot with a Rosetta and get an arcane through.
Absolutely, and like we were just talking about, there's only AB2 for Yuanji here. He doesn't have the AB1, so you have to imagine most of the Rune Chance... He's going to just eat those. He's going to say, send me the bill on those ones because you're probably not going to be paying 2 to prevent 1 of the Rune Chance.
That's true. The ideal AB is almost flipped here in that you kind of want AB1 if you're against the Viscerai, but the AB2 can be nice versus either one for late game situations where Rosetta's looking scary. And Yuanji's actually opting to just go ahead and make an embodiment of lightning instead of leaking an arcane damage, which makes a lot of sense. You want to just float this, give an attack next turn, go again. He's already got his embodiment. That was a really nice turn 0 from him.
Yeah, so let's see. How's Justin want to go about this turn here? Viscerai's going to be making a bunch of Rune Chance. We're going to be using some of those new cards from Dusk Till Dawn. Another new card in Dusk Till Dawn, Anthem of Spring. You have to imagine that's found its way into Yuanji Li's deck here. So this is going to be most likely a fast-paced Rune Blade Blitz effect that we're going to be seeing here. So let's see. We got a Revel in Runeblood, Lead the Charge, Mauvern Skies, and a Rattlebones. Did he put an attack action card in his graveyard during that block? We'll have to check.
He did not. He blocked with another Rattlebones, so I think he might be considering popping his gold token here. Otherwise, he is stuck with an all non-attack hand.
And that is just not what you want to see, and it's not how you want to be spending your gold token. It's there for the cash-ins that are supposed to draw you 2 cards. We are just attacking with the Rosetta Thorn for 2, you guys. We're not even going to filter our hand using any other pitch, because we can't, because it only costs 1. So Yuanji, I mean, yeah, he says, sure, I'll take 2, go down to 38. So we're going down to Yuanji's second turn here, 38 to 39. It's not what you want to see if you're the Viscerai player.
Yeah, Justin doesn't even have the grasp in this loadout, so he isn't able to make a Rune Chant. It's interesting in these Rune Blade matchups, we always get to see how the games play out, choosing Quill Hand or Grasp. Especially in Viscerai, the Quill Hand can save you in situations where you've got an Amplify or something and you really need to reduce the cost. But in spots like that where you just have extra resources, Grasp would have given you a whole extra damage.
The Force of Nature, this is going to have go again, and wow, this is like a supercharged Snatch right now. We're going to pitch 2 into it using another Force of Nature. So this Force of Nature is going to say, when an attack card hits, if its power is greater than its base, we're going to draw a card, and because of the Embodiment of Lightning from the turn 0, this is coming in for 6 on hit draw a card here, threatening the life total of Justin.
This is a neat little combo. There is no Earth Fuse, but because it's a flex, he's still able to turn on that Force of Nature ability. And if you look, I think he has a Gloom Veil in his hand, so if he's able to make a couple of auras, he can attack with the Gloom Veil and threaten another draw. But
I don't know if he can make another aura, right?
Right now, the only one he'd be able to make is this flex hitting and getting an embodiment of Earth. So he would have to play another non-attack at some point. I think the only way to do it would be either using his grasp or drawing something off the top.
True. Yeah, we'll see if Justin's going to let him draw here. He really only has the one easy block available to him with that Aether Iron Weave. So we're going to line up. Yeah, there it is. And we're going to cash it in right now for 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. This is going to just now no aura has been made on this turn, correct?
I believe you're right, yeah, because both of those popped. So this is 3 without Go Again. If it hits, it will see the embodiment in time to get Go Again, though. So Justin really wants to block this for 3.
And again, now we're cashing in the Aether Iron Weave block here, and most players do that right before they're going to make sure, they want to make sure they block before the big turn, but blocking 3 cards, this is not going to be a big turn. Yuanji's just going to set himself up for a 5-card hand. It's been a lot of a lot of almost attacking, almost things getting through, but we're just going to follow this up with the Viscerai player here. We're being patient. We haven't seen our own powerful turns. We haven't seen our own powerful cards, so let's not take a bunch of damage for no reason. And now we've set Yuanji up. We've set our opponent up here to not have that embodiment of lightning to just kind of turn on his supercharged turn. So we're being patient here for the Viscerai player, just presenting 2 damage off of that naked Rosetta Thorn.
Yep, slow and steady. Like we were mentioning, it's really cool to look at these equipment. I like Vexing Cool Hand a lot in Viscerai, but in this game, he already would have gotten 2 Rune Chants off Grasp because he's got 2 floating here. He had extra cards last turn. So in this case, maybe Grasp would have worked out better in the game. It's just really interesting to analyze that.
We're going to be able to see if it turns on like a 2 Swarming Gloomveil turn, or if it turns on something like an Amplify the Arknight or a Rune Flash. That's really where you see these players want to be utilizing those Rune Chants from the Vexing Quillan. Sorry, I'm laughing because we're seeing the Sink Below be deployed from Arsenal there for Yuanji to cover up the incredibly threatening 2 damage from the Rosetta Thorn. But you have to wonder, was he utilizing it? Was he really wanting to get the Sink effect out of the card? Or was he also just wanting to clear up his arsenal?
I think it's more of the latter. He just did not have the cleanest hand. In this case, he's probably going to be presenting a Snatch for 7, and then he'll have to choose whether he wants to snap it. He's holding on to the Lightning Surge. Coming in for 7 and 1. On hit, it's going to draw. I think if it connects, if Justin doesn't block enough and the Snatch is going to connect, then it makes a lot of sense to pop the snaps. But otherwise, it's really just, are you willing to spend it for 4 damage? Last turn, we saw Yuanji had a resource floating, and he wasn't willing to spend it for 4 damage. So if Justin is willing to block 7, maybe with his creepers, I'll be curious to see whether Yuanji... Oh, and he's snapping. He's drawing a card.
All right, this 7 damage is going to connect, going to make that Embodiment of Earth. We're going to get a second card. It looks, I think, just like a So tomorrow. So this Lightning Surge from hand is not able... This is going to be a wasted card now that we drew. Or not a wasted card, but not an utilizable card.
Yeah, so just coming in for the 2 and 2. Going to set up that Lightning Surge in Arsenal. Such a strong card in Briar. And Justin getting, in a way, rewarded for not cashing his gold earlier. He's got his cash in now, so maybe he's going to have a huge pop-off turn.
Like we were talking about, these draw effects from the Briar player here can be so threatening. However, again, I think if you're the Runeblade player here, you know this could have gotten a lot worse. This could have been a Swarming Gloomveil. This could have been another 0 for 4 with Go Again somehow. The fact that this just ended up with a card in hand and 2 and 2 coming in, I think you got to be breathing a little bit of a sigh of relief that you've weathered your awkward turns, because now, here we go, we're popping the gold token. Turn 3 here for Justin, 27 to 38, round 5 of the Battle Hardened. He's working with a 6-card hand, and he's already gotten half of his Viscerai ability checked off.
That is my favorite Flesh and Blood card right there. Become the Arknight. Can pitch for 3, and with a huge hand like this, it can also do so many other things. He's opting to pay into Sonata with it. Going to look at 4 cards off the top of the deck.
My favorite cards are blue, too.
Yeah. Blue block 3s, baby. He hits 2.
Wow.
And it looks like 2 blues. He has a lot of resources to work with now.
How much Go Again can he get here? 2 arcane damage coming in. Yuanji just going to snap take it. We're going to make sure we need to shuffle our deck and make the Rune Chant off of the Viscerai trigger.
He does have creepers here to go wide. Both of these players have had a couple stumble turns so far, but this is not one of them. We are going crazy.
Question. If your opponent plays the Sonata, resolves the Sonata, when do you make the Rune Chant technically? Do you make the Rune Chant before the Sonata resolves?
You do have to make it before it resolves. I think maybe they've updated the rulings so that you cannot hold your opponent to that. Like, Out of Order play has new rulings where you're allowed to just let it go. But regardless, Yuanji's like, yeah, I know what you're doing.
Which I think is okay.
Absolutely, yeah.
Good to know. So, we're going to go ahead and follow that up with a Swarming Gloomveil, because we are at this point conserving knowledge of our hand, right? We have so many cards in our hand, and this is just, all right, here's 4 with Go Again. You have no idea what else I'm going to do. You have no idea how else, I'm going to be presenting damage. This is the most, this is still, this is 4 with go again. And we're saying I can still do more, but you don't get to know yet.
Yeah, Justin has access to the Aether Ironweave if he wants it. He has 2 more blues, so I don't think we'll see it get cashed in this turn. But, I wonder, do we know what his arsenal is? Because if it's a non-attack action and he can use that creepers, he can do a lot of things this turn.
I think it's a Revel. Oh my god. Oh, imagine if there was a Mordred, bro.
I know, yeah.
Okay, so Revel in Runeblood, not only is it going to make 4 rune chants here, but we can use our Spellbound Creepers, 5 rune chants with the Viscera ability, we can use our Spellbound Creepers to basically sneaky go again on one of the cards.
Yeah, so it'll be curious to see how he chooses to sequence it. Looks like he's going for the Revel right away, taking him up to 6 rune chants, and then...
Usually got 6.
Yep, Yuanji saying, yep. Hey,
Runic
you got 6. Yuanji saying I was like 9th at the Calling Auckland with Viscera. I know how many rune chants you have.
Yeah. And won the Calling Krakow with Blitz Viscera.
Woo! My man knows his rune chants. All right, so now we didn't have to do it technically in the reaction step because now if we're the Viscera player here, we have just 2 action points. So we don't need to go again on this attack. This one's just utilizing one of our action points, and we're able to continue. We got 2 cards and Rosetta Thorn coming in at the end of this, so...
Yep, and I saw his hand go to the Aether Ironweave there. I think he might be cashing that in for 2 resources and a Runic, or he might just pitch his last blue. Doesn't necessarily want to arsenal it. We'll see what Justin opts for.
But this is just here 11. Here's 11. Now,
Not
interestingly, if you end your turn with a Runeblade card, you're not going to be able to keep that rune chant around because of the Revel in Runeblood, but still a fair amount of damage that you might be willing to make that trade.
That is a great point, Sam. We're going to have to give up one of our rune chants here.
Oh, it's too bad. It's like, oh man, this turn sucks now.
Not even impressive. Yeah, no, let's count. What is this? 2 Arcane from the Sonata, 5, 5, 6. So we're looking at 18 damage. 19 because the rune chant off cash-in.
This is 19 so far or 19 total?
19 so far.
No, my goodness.
Not off of cash-in, but because of cash-in.
Oh my god.
Was it this and the show?
Checking in to make sure what we paid for.
Yeah, I think Yuanji was like, do I know one of the cards in your hand, or are these the 2 that we saw from Sonata?
Okay. We're just blocking 2 out of the grasp here. We're going to go ahead and take 3 more. Head down to 22. We've given...
This is interesting. Yuanji choosing to use his armor here, even though he doesn't have a breakpoint he wants to stop. He's like, well, I've got this temper piece. I have no way to block a 4 in the future, so I want to just kick this grasp down and have multiple options. He wants to be able to cover a 4 breakpoint if he needs to.
Yeah, and interestingly, electing not to throw... It was a Runic Reclamation in his hand, right?
Yeah.
The question is, was it a Deathly Duet blue? So that, I mean, I guess you could have Aether Ironweave to go for it, but he's electing. He said, I'm just going to do the 2 and 2. And, in this point, he utilized the rune chant. He didn't make a rune chant that he couldn't use.
True.
So
yeah.
maybe he was deciding, I don't want to lose a rune chant to my destroy all rune chants at the end of turn clause of Revel in Runeblood. So we're going to see how that works out for Justin as we're shipping it back now. Turn 4 of Yuanji coming in, starting it off with a Lightning Surge, no blocks, going to take Justin from 27 to 23, and the Embodiment of Earth being created.
This looks like in Yuanji's hand we've got a CNC, Blue So tomorrow, a Sonata, and a Bramble Spark. So this is going to be a huge CNC with Go Again. This can be kind of difficult to do in the Briar deck because some of your non-attacks are Nimblism, Captain's Call, things that can't affect CNC. But in this case, you're going to be able to play it with the Bramble Spark, pump it up to 9, and have a huge threat for a Viscera player who has a lot of non-attacks and not much armor.
And we've already gotten Justin down to 23 if we're the Briar player here, so life totals are pretty even. We just got to see who can kind of find the closing power first, who really is forced into blocking first. That's how sometimes these aggressive, especially Runeblade matchups can go. So we've got 1 arcane damage that's been taken from the Sonata Arcanix.
Sure.
And he's now taking it, so going down to 22.
Still 38 minutes left. The game's halfway done. That's how these Runeblade matches go. Running, getting it done. CNC for 9 plus 1 arcane with Go Again. How many, Justin?
Go Again with 1 arcane.
And if you didn't pitch to block the first rune chant, you have to imagine you're not blocking this arcane damage because you don't want to pitch now.
Yeah, I don't think so.
Because if you pitched earlier, you could have pitched to block 3 arcane total if the Rosetta Thorn's coming in later. So
Justin has some options here. If he takes the CNC, he loses his arsenal, but the alternative would be blocking with 3 cards plus his creepers, or, I mean, maybe his whole hand. There are no great options. Maybe he just blocks with everything but the Sonata and says, ship it, let's see what we get.
He's got, oh, it's 9. I was like, we got 2-3 blocks, but it's a full 9 damage, a full 9 spot on this Command and Conquer.
You took 1 arcane from this. So you're at 22. You should be to take 10 total to 12.
All right, so we're going down to 12. They're making sure they got the life totals accurate. Now we're going to lose the arsenal here.
It's unfortunate, but it does make sense. It's just too difficult to block with 2 blocks and block with creepers to try to cover it all the way up. That runic is gone.
Which has, I mean, that's why he's playing it. It has a game into the Briar deck. There are a lot of auras sitting over on the Briar deck, most notably including Channel Mount Heroic. But now we've got 4 damage coming in total with the Rosetta Thorn. This is 2 and 2. We're going from 12
all the way down to
22.
8.
You took
I was at
10.
12.
Yuanji still has some armor left. Justin does still have those one-time pop effects, though, sitting on his equipment. Vexing Cool Hand, Aether Ironweave, so maybe he's going to be able to sneak in one more huge pop-off turn. We'll have to see. It looks like he's got 2 blues here, so we're likely going to see some resources pitched into this Sonata.
Now, if we don't present lethal here to our Briar opponent, is our Briar opponent incentivized to block at all? Any of this?
I think it depends on his hand, but honestly, he probably doesn't want to. He wants to just, we're at 8. He probably wants to just attack. Oh, another blue.
We're just getting 1 hit off the Sonata here. So that was it was an insane turn we saw from the Viscerai to start this race in earnest, but can he find the threatening effects to really put the pressure on this Briar deck?
Yuanji has a really interesting hand. He has 2 Scarfera Scars, as well as another CNC and a blue. So no go again. He's at 18, his opponent's at 8. Maybe he's thinking if I can take a ton of damage, then I can turn this 1 Scar on. But it's actually a bit awkward. He has 2 blocks that don't have go again. His arsenal is Exude Confidence. So we might have to see him make some slightly inefficient blocks because of the hand he drew.
So now you have to imagine this is going to be another Creepers into Revel here.
That's what we like to see.
Yeah,
That's what Viscerai does.
Because otherwise, we're not getting any go again.
Yeah, so Yuanji's saying, get rid of one of these scars. Give me something with go again.
It's Bramble Spark.
It's another CNC for 9 if that's what he wants.
Wow, but we're not gonna have an arsenal. But it's still 9 big ones. But here's a lot of damage.
Lots of rune chance. This is difficult for Yuanji to block. I think he's got a decent enough hand now, but he's got only AB2 like you mentioned, so he's basically just got to take most of this.
Yeah, like what are you gonna do you can't do anything about these 8 rune chance going to 10, and then you could take 4 more and go to 6?
Yeah, there's no way for him to block. There's no way for him to swing Arcane
8.
Rosetta this turn, but he can present CNC for 9+1 or whatever he so chooses to do. Blocking with his Grasp here. So this is a play, at this point, obviously Grasp can be used for a break point, but he wants to just cash in the 1 life to make sure he's not going to die to Arcane. That is a fear. He's keeping the AB2, of course, because that also is insurance versus Arcane, but once you're to the point where you have to block Rosetta Thorn Arcane damage, it's pretty inefficient. Yeah. Or even once you have to block the sword itself for 2. Oh, and he is at 7, so this will be perfect. The Scar is now turned on.
Like you were talking about, I mean, sometimes when you're looking at Scar for Scar in your hand, you're like, well, buddy, I'm glad you're here, but I have to eat a couple punches to the face to get you to work. So
yes, sir.
He took a good chunk of damage, but now, hey, this turn is going to be much more threatening and is going to take cards out of Justin's hand. And with a cash-in that doesn't have a gold token to back it up, you have 2 damage just kind of sitting there on the Vexing Quill hand, but looks like, again, we're just going to see what do you have after the Scar for Scar. Let me see what you've got after this. If it's more threatening, how many cards am I going to have to lose rather than block early?
Critically, no arsenal that's being threatened by the CNC, but still 10 damage. Justin's at 4. He has to stop 7 of this. So, he's going to come in with Exude with Go again. I like this play.
Yeah. Yeah.
So this way he can swing the Rosetta. This is definitely a better play.
Oh, I see. That's an Anthem. That's a new card, right? That's Anthem of Spring.
Yeah, Anthem of Spring. I didn't realize that was the blue, but, using it to great effect here. Exude's coming for 8 and 1, plus the Rosetta, so 13 damage here. I don't think Justin can live.
Yeah, I don't think he's going to even be able to stay alive. I think we just found the lethal. And then we're seeing with those Vexing Quill hand wasn't even able to be used.
Yeah.
It's a terrible feeling. The Aether Ironweave as well, like cards that you want to get the value out of. You don't want to die with them sitting on the board.
Yeah, he was able to use his Crown of Dominion here, but... we're seeing this cash in at the end. Once you've used your first one, the latter ones are yellows or block 2s.
How's it feel as a fellow professional player to have Yuanji find the line that you didn't feel first. You didn't see first.
He outplayed me there. He got it.
He got you, huh?
It's definitely the right line. Yep.
First time all day.
Sure.
Makes you feel any better. It's never what I think is first, correct?
Not true. I've heard you correctly predicted already today. All right, there it is. Rosetta Thorn for 2 and 2. I don't think there's any block remaining, so.
Oh, it's going to just take him down to 1 here. So technically.
The arcade. All the blues.
Yeah, we're going to see. Can he turn on any Rosetta Thorn here? Rosetta Thorn is lethal. Rosetta Thorn is lethal with only the AB1 there, so we're going to see what has he found in his hand.
Yeah, I guess it was 13 damage. Justin was able to block. I guess he found a way to block 10 of it.
This hand is kind of bad.
This hand does look kind of bad, Yuanji, so let's see how can you find a way to navigate it. So, yeah, we block with the whole hand and the creepers there and use the floating to present the damage, which just takes him down to 1 for Justin on the last turn. So now we're going to make a rune chant with the grasp.
Spending a whole card to make a rune chant, but of course Justin's at 1, so he has to give you a whole card back to stop it.
And you're going to give a card to the... So here you give a card to the Arcane. You have to give 2 cards to the Autumn's Touch. What can you do to clap back? And you have to, the Briar's not always going to brick. I mean, here's the thing about Rune Blades. They can go to Bricktown.
Yes, sir.
Happens all the time.
Absolutely.
So maybe you can hope for 2 in a row, but sometimes hoping doesn't win you games.
Yeah, Justin will be able to keep 1 card here, but 1 card is not enough to present lethal. Maybe he can claw back with some sort of small hand that turns into a pop-off with Ironweave and Quill Hand, but it's going to take maybe another brick from Yuanji to get there.
So we're able to stay alive. The players are sharing a little laugh. We're going to tuck a Mauvern's guys into the arsenal for the magical world in which you're able to have multiple cards to do things.
Go again.
We're going to give go again. We're going to make the rune chant out of the grasp with the captain's call. Here's 4 go again. We're representing the lethal with the Rosetta Thorn, which means that at this point, unless there is some magic that's happening, we're going to block all 4 of it. Rosetta Thorn for 2 and 2, AB1, and take 1. That is going to be the game. Yuanji Li from the Fabled Runaways going ahead and taking the game, moving on to 5-0 on Briar, Warden of Thorns. Is something happening? Is there something in the air? Is something? Is it a living legend on the rise?
Today the day?
Today
could be the day.
Today could be the day. Now the question is, does this lock this good sir here for top 8 with only the 2 rounds left to go? The maximum failure that can happen from here is 2 losses to go to 5-2. Is that going to lock this person for top 8?
I want to say he's locked in because 5-2 with losses in the final 2 rounds should be plenty good to be 5th or 6th seed, honestly. I think he's in. So we've got one Briar in the top 8. I've heard there are a couple more at top tables. This could be the day, folks.
And, we'll see if we can get Yuanji in here for an interview, because we did have an as-will-go unnamed member of his team come up to us and tell us that Yuanji was playing a Briar deck with bad cards. So
that did happen.
So perhaps everybody else just playing worse cards.
Hey, maybe.
That could be the thing. We're going to go ahead and take, as you know, a quick sponsored break. We're going to get Yuanji in here for an interview. Thank you all so much for hanging out. This says we have been so blessed.
I'm having a fantastic time today.
So blessed for this day of Flesh and Blood. See you soon. Oh.
You know why we're blessed? I'm jumping in. Because the Viscerai lost. That's why we're blessed. Yes, let's go. Viscerai lost. It's a great day. Send it back.
You remember what I was saying about being impartial and,
Completely, yeah. We haven't been rooting for one player over the other all day.
Scratch that. Our producer is happy Viscerai lost. We're happy Viscerai lost. He's our boss. We have to say it. And that's the official word of Team Ascent. You heard it here first. Team Ascent hates Viscerai. Just kidding.
Oh, God.
We'll see you soon. Don't go anywhere.
Hey yo, Don, I'm Robbie. You want me to tell them about the bazaar, or do you want me to use the clams, huh?
Relax, Captain. These are our customers, and we are their merchants.
It's okay, I'll handle it. I know your problems, and I got the goods to fix them. You watched an OP deck tech and need to buy the spice.
Buy from the bazaar.
You are deep into theory crafting the next hottest deck.
Buy it from the bazaar.
You are changing your Pro Tour deck list last minute.
Buy from the bazaar.
You follow the meta and need to change decks.
Buy from the bazaar.
You have an addiction to box breaks.
Buy from the bazaar.
You find yourself dealing fab to new customers.
Yes, catch me outside and I'll hook you up.
And you, don't forget, get your cards from me, Hammurabi TCG.
Or else you get the clamps.
I'm glad that for once we can all actually agree that Attack Action Kano is the best deck in Blitz, and that Blood Debt Levia is the best deck in CC. We're gonna kill it at Worlds, guys. I gotta go 1 second. Hey guys, how's it going? Mo Bogsley here with Team Ascent, sponsored by MinMax Games. If you're looking for a promo code to save 5% off of your next Flesh and Blood singles purchase, head over to minmaxgames.com, use code ASCENT at checkout, and you'll save 5%. And this helps out players like us on Team Ascent a ton. If you're looking to pick up some Ascent merch or some Flesh and Blood related merch, head over to ascent-gaming.com and use code SAVAGE at checkout to save 5% there. So hey, those are 2 great promo codes. Thank you guys so much for the support. Have a good one.
Hey there, I'm Joey from EDH Rec, and I'd like to help introduce a cool new addition to the Rec family. If you or your friends play the card game Flesh and Blood, we've launched a great resource to help you out with your fab deck building. And in this short video, we've got a Flesh and Blood creator to help walk you through it. Basically, the announcement is, well, actually, I'll just let him explain it. Mansant, take it away.
And there we go. Hey, I'm Mansant, and I'm here to tell you about a great analytical tool for Flesh and Blood that I really enjoy and will help you level up your game. Fabrec, found at fabrec.gg. What Fabrec does is gather a huge amount of competitive deck lists from a variety of sources and then provides useful insight for each hero and the formats in general. And here we have Dromai Ash Artist, a powerful and new fun hero from the Uprising set. Instantly, we can see statistics taken from the average of all the deck lists for Dromai. Now, the first thing you can see is the card distribution, pitch, and cost averages. Scrolling down, we get to the juicy part, what I definitely want to see, the most popular dragons. Notice how Invoke Chromai, Kyloria, and Maragai are showing up nearly 100% of the time in Dromai decks. These are clearly the staple dragons you want to start your deck with. Thank you for tuning into the video here, and be sure to check out my content on Mansant at YouTube, streams, gameplay, everything to do with Levia, and keep your eye out for Fabrec as well. Future features for sure. Try it now, a great tool for Flesh and Blood players right here on fabrec.gg.
Star City Games is the premier retailer for all your Flesh and Blood needs. Our extensive inventory includes thousands of Flesh and Blood singles, sealed product, and top quality supplies, so you'll always be prepared to play at your best. Visit us at starcitygames.com today and discover why we're the go-to destination for Flesh and Blood enthusiasts.
Welcome back, everybody. We are here with the winner of round 5, Yuanji Li. Just won on camera. How are you feeling?
I'm feeling pretty good. I think going into this tournament, I was on Ethan's YouTube stream, and I told everyone that I thought Briar was the best, and everyone labeled me as a hater.
You sent me your deck list. It says Briar's the best. That's the title of the deck.
Yeah, the title of the deck is Briar's the best deck.
And here you are at 5-0, locked for top 8. Are you going to LL Briar today?
So I have a funny story about that. During the RTN season, I think it was like the last day of the RTNs, I was playing at a local where I was locked for top 8, but I wasn't like feeling like I was playing that well. And then I have 2 friends who were playing on like the 5th table.
Yeah.
So they're basically like dead for top 8. So I decided to drop from the event at the end of the last round to let one of them in. And then so the person who ended up like sneaking into 8th place was playing Briar.
Oh yeah.
And she won the whole tournament. And then after the event, people were like tabulating all the LL points, and I was like, oh, this is gonna be like sick because Briar's gonna hit exactly 1,000.
And it will have been your doing?
Yeah. Well, not entirely my doing, but it would have been like a funny story to tell. But instead, like, she hit 998.
Yeah. So he didn't get his funny story, so he's back here to do it himself today.
Yeah, I know.
All right. So let's talk about all of your rounds today. I heard you played against how many Viserais?
Yeah, I'm only playing Runeblade mirrors. I played 4 Viserais and 1 Briar mirror.
And you've won all of them.
Yeah.
Feels good. Let's talk about your deck list. Your new deck with Dusk Till Dawn. What has changed?
So there's not a ton that's changed other than I'm slotting in 3 Anthem of Springs instead of playing like Weave Earth or whatever.
Yeah.
You know how like before you would always want to play I think 15 Earth Blues for like the consistency on hitting your Channel Heroic, but your 15th like your 5th set had to either be like Weave Earth or like Amulet of Earth or something, and those are all just like much worse than Anthem of Spring. I think Anthem of Spring is like a really nice like I call it like a greaser card. It's just like it smooths out like everything. You can use it to block. You saw in the game I just use it to like pump +1. It's just like an extra point that I normally wouldn't have gone if it was like Weave Earth.
Yeah, I felt like I found myself doing that often with Weave Earth. I just cash it in for the embodiment of lightning because I have to. But Anthem of Spring is way better than that card in every situation except for, I guess, Entwine Lightning.
Yeah.
But yeah, it feels good. We also saw you rocking the Dietic Carapace. 3 block, stop breakpoints, and critically has AB2, which can come up in the Runeblade Mirror.
Yeah, I think Dietic Carapace is actually pretty huge for everyone for like a lot of the matchups. Skeleton being banned, like you don't have access to like a Temper 2 or a Battle Worn 2 chess piece. So in a lot of the matchups like Viserai or even like the Briar Mirror or against Lexi, like you really just want like more armor to block out like the hit triggers. Like all of these matchups where the thing that changes the game is getting your hit triggers.
Yeah, I definitely think that versus both Rangers and several other matchups, the 5 breakpoint and then 4 breakpoint is really nice. Let's talk about your sideboard. I know I've talked with you about your deck a little bit. We have some spicy cards in there, starting with everyone's favorite, Mischievous Meeps.
Yeah. So I'm playing Meeps. I haven't gotten to play it yet because I don't like playing Meeps into heroes that have like the 2 armors. But I think into heroes without good armor, like Ninja or like Katsu or Lexi, it's just like another card that you have to kind of block, where they don't really want to be blocking most of the time.
Yeah, some of those heroes don't have much armor. They can't really stop it.
Yeah, and you were so adamant about playing like Yellow Snatch a couple of seasons ago. I think it's just like better than Yellow Snatch. It has Go Again, like naturally. So it's also like another thing to just like smooth things out, I think.
Yeah.
And I'm also playing some anti-Dromai cards. I'm playing Aether Slashes.
I remember seeing the Aether Slashes and wondering, like, what is this for? But it makes sense.
Yeah, and I'm just playing those because I find that for Briar into Dromai, I think the thing that matters the most is when they play like Rake. It's like kind of difficult for you to clear the Ashwings efficiently.
Yeah. And then let's talk about the other Runaways members who are here. I know several of them are playing Levia. How's everyone doing?
I think Lucas had a bad start because he didn't roll too well on the Scabskin Leathers. I think Pat was 3-1 before this round. I'm kind of hoping that he did well and is winning his games. We're playing a Levia list that's like a little bit greedier than I think what Michael Hamilton is playing. I think Michael was on stream for the first round. I had a joke. I saw like Michael's just playing his like PT chain list.
Oh yeah,
except it's now Levia.
There's a lot of the same cards, right? It's kind of similar.
Yeah, and then I think our list is like on the side of maybe a little bit too greedy. It's like we're playing like all of the like Blood Rush Bella, all of like the no block.
So maybe something in the middle is the way to go.
Yeah, because I think Levia is kind of hard to solve because there's a lot of moving pieces. I might do like a video on that later, where I think in Flesh and Blood, the fewer total moving pieces or like types of cards that you have in your deck, the more consistent your deck is. And so I think it's just like finding the right mix.
Yeah, makes sense. Let's talk about that game a little bit. We can see if the producer has any screenshots of key moments for us. But what did you think? What were the key turns, hard decisions you made?
Honestly, like the game, I didn't feel like I had too many hard decisions. It was kind of unfortunate just for the opponent not having drawn. I think he told me that his first turn that he just attacked with the Rosetta Thorn, he didn't have any attack actions in his hand, which is something that can happen in Runeblade.
Yeah.
I wasn't really sure whether it's correct to go first or to go second. I won the dice roll and I chose to go first. Just like thinking that like one of the ways that Viserai wins is just by stacking a bunch of rune chants at the beginning. And then so I thought that it would be better to go first and like maybe set something up.
Yeah.
And it ended up working out. I think because you all like if you have like a really bad start of the game, it can be like hard to come back even if you go second.
Right. Yeah, it makes sense. It was interesting. Justin had a hard spot where he could pop his gold token if he wants to, but then that greatly reduces the power of his cash in turn later. It's one fish for an attack. He chose to just go for the Rosetta, wait and set up. It's interesting, really interesting to me to look at all the different equipment pieces you have have access to as Runeblade, and then how different ones would have played out in that game.
Yeah.
Like Vexing Cool Hand, I'm a big fan of it in Viscerai. It can be really explosive, but we saw multiple situations where Justin had extra floating and he could have made a rune chant with Grasp.
Yeah, exactly. Like he could have made floating, and then also I think can they see it's like a big turn where he's like taking his cash in turn, and I was like a little bit concerned. I was like thinking about like whether or not I wanted to like make sure that I got to use my armor throughout the game. Like sometimes it's kind of weird like just like blocking the grass for like whatever like you block 2, but you have to try to get like all the use out of your armor as you can, like because every life point does matter.
Yeah, Viscerai is full of cards that can suddenly spike you down to lethal range with just arcane damage.
Yeah, exactly. So I was like a little bit I was a little bit scared, but I was also trying to like go low enough so that my Scar for Scar would turn on. So I was like doing the math. I think like the way that the resource breakpoints ended up working out, like I knew like you couldn't throw like a CNC or something. Like it didn't, or like sorry, not a CNC, like a Mauve Sky. Like you can go like Mauve and Sky's like attack. So I felt okay about just like throwing armor in that spot. And then I didn't know that he had a runic in this hand initially. Like he chose to arsenal it. I think he was just like waiting for me to like play Channel Heroic. It's funny, like he said at the beginning. I think like we played in the past, and then I had Channel Man Heroic for like 3 turns against him.
Oh yeah.
Like before, and that's my Briar. And like this game is just like you don't need Channel Man Heroic.
Yeah.
Like it's nice, but
you never found it. But he was like trying to wait for it.
Yeah.
Yeah, we saw with that Scar you were able to perfectly go down to 7, and then you had 2 opportunities to CNC for 9. The first one was brutal. You destroyed his arsenal, and then I actually missed the line that you took on the turn you did it. Utilizing the Anthem of Spring for the embodiment, you just presented at that point way too much damage for him to stay alive.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I thought it was just like better to just like push damage.
Yeah, as soon as you played that, I was like, oh yeah, this is the way to do it.
Yeah.
It's just like once you stop the Viscerai from keeping cards in their hand and you're just forcing them to block every turn, even if you
even like the Autumn's Touch. Yeah. It's fine. I think probably it was better to not play the Force of Nature and then push the Autumn's Touch to 6. But I was like, well, like Viscerai does play like a couple of 2 blocks, and all his 3 blocks are his attacks. So if he's like blocking like 2 attacks, like he probably can't like come back with anything.
Right.
Yeah.
All right. Well, thank you so much, Yuanji. We're going to be back very soon with Sam and I will be back with something fun for you guys. We're doing Guess the Fab event code. So every Fab event has a descriptor and an animal. We're going to be looking at pictures drawn by Deb. Maybe you guys have seen this going on Twitter. It's going to be a lot of fun. Yuanji, we'll be back in 1 minute. Thank you. Welcome back, everybody. It's the Battle Hardened Cincinnati. My name is Sam O'Byrne. This is Brody Spurlock. Hi, Brody. Hi, I'm Bordy Supperlock, the cameraman, remember?
Yeah, you're the cameraman. Thank you for joining me. I'm glad you were, happy to jump in. Seemed like you actually know a little bit about the game. I was expecting to have to kind of pull you along by your bootstraps.
Yeah, I was supposed to be on camera duty today, but they needed a caster. I hopped in. I've played this game, I think I'm up to 4 games played lifetime.
This is brutal because of how much you've won. I can't let this go on any longer.
All right, so we are playing Guess the Fab event code here. We've got 4 doodles for you guys. Deb on Twitter basically takes the descriptor plus animal event codes that Jim randomly makes for every Fab event and then draws this picture, and we have to guess what is the descriptor, what is the animal. Sam, let's go through the options here.
Yeah.
We're going to have chat put in your guesses, A, B, C, or D. We've got
pulling it up. I'm pulling
some
up
sort of creature hanging out in a car here. Option A, ludicrous weasel. B, motorhead mouse. Is it C, freewheeling ferret, or D, gangster gerbil? Sam, I want to hear your thoughts. What are we thinking?
Shout out to Dev. She's a wonderful member of the community on Twitter, very active on the website, and we are grateful to have her in the game, and this is going to be fun. Now, I have to imagine that Legend Story Studios did not make the code gangster gerbil. Something tells me that that is not going to be the answer here. I'm going to say freewheeling ferret. Oh, wait,
all right.
What are you going to say, though?
I also felt like it was probably freewheeling ferret. My second is A, maybe, but I'm looking in C, freewheeling ferret.
Freewheeling ferret. We got a lot of people saying C. Oh, they're putting in the votes. Put in your votes.
I see lots of C's, a couple D's.
In your votes.
D for some people are locking in gangster gerbil. It could be, that'd be hype.
Wow.
I started a poll as well, so anyone watching right now, just go ahead, click in the poll.
Click in the poll.
I should do A, B, C, D. I'll do that for the next one.
Okay.
Oh, and we'll put in our vote as well. Caster vote, freewheeling ferret.
Oh, yeah, 64%. Come on, team.
Hey, we got
Team!
Oh, cue team sound effect.
Oh, he's ready? Team! There it is.
There we go. Tall Timmy.
Oh, man.
Always here in spirit.
All right.
Okay, you guys
we're
ready?
We're ready.
For the reveal? The reveal, the reveal?
3,
the reveal.
2, 1.
It is Ludicrous Weasel.
Ludicrous Weasel?
We were wrong.
My man is ludicrous in that? In the driver's seat? He's just in there like, what?
Hey, I was proud of freewheeling ferret. I made it just
You
sounds.
got me.
Yeah, look,
got
I
me.
got everybody.
You
got everyone.
You got everybody.
You
led you astray. Psyops of the century.
Ethan tricked us.
Okay, next one.
Present
Moving
us
on
the next one.
to event code doodle number 2. Oh, we've got what looks like a little mugshot room.
Oh my God.
Option A, convicted guinea. Is that how you pronounce that? B,
Yeah,
suspicious
guinea, yeah.
fox. C, troubled platypus, and finally D, true mole.
Okay.
I would love. There's so many. There's layers to true mole.
I really like True Mole. True Mole is fantastic. Which one of them little guys is the True Mole, huh? I'm picking True Mole. I just love that.
All right, let's see what chat is saying. Chat, how are you feeling? Chat seems to be. Oh, chat is all in on A, convicted guinea.
Convicted guinea? But is that but which of them is convicted? Are they all convicted? One of them looks like a platypus. One of them does look like a mole. One of them looks like a fox. Okay, but they're all 3 there.
And then the fox is also wearing a mask, so it could be suspicious fox. I see it. Troubled platypus. In my opinion, if it was troubled, I don't think we would see them in this mugshot room. I feel like Deb would have gone with something else maybe. So I'm ruling it out.
Look like they're happy with it.
Meta-analysis of Deb's drawing there.
You think they're not troubled here? You think they're stoked to be on the perp line?
Yeah, look how happy they are. They're gonna go hang out in jail with all the other animals.
Okay.
All right, you guys ready? Ready?
I'm looking an A.
Chat is saying
Convicted
suspicious fox. A and D.
Okay, so if it's C, we're all wrong.
D, true mole.
Come on. Yo,
That's good.
Deb.
That's good.
Wait, so Deb
I love
saw
that.
True Mole and drew this.
Yes.
Dude, I want that on a shirt. I want that on a T-shirt. That is made me laugh so hard.
All right, next one.
True Mole.
At Ascent Gaming, can we get a true mole shirt, please?
Come on. 1 pitch, 2 pitch, 3 pitch, True Mole.
If you guys want one of these shirts, head to ascent-gaming.com. Event code doodle number 3. You can list them off.
Okay. We have got what looks to be, these are great. To be fair, this is what looks to be a flat snake. But we got A, flat snake. B, straight mamba. C, needle viper. D, skinny python. This is a hard one.
All sorts of snakes here. We've got... I could see any of these, honestly.
Analysis. All sorts of snakes here.
I used to love snakes when I was a kid. The first website I ever made, not that I've made a lot of websites, was a snake research website.
Okay, well, clearly you've made more than one website.
I made a couple.
Okay, that's a lot to the regular population.
So I think we got to go through Deb's thought process, right? We're going to really dive into the analysis.
Get in the mind.
Straight Mamba.
I feel like you're trying to beat Deb. I feel like you're taking the perspective, I'm going to win my game. All right, go for it.
Oh, my goodness. I feel like, for me, for whatever reason, I feel like if it was Mamba or Python, the head would look a little different. Maybe we'd see a forked tongue, but just snake, This usually just like draw a line. It feels right. You know, so I'm locking in Flat Snake for that reason. There's not much reasoning to that justification, but what are you thinking, Sam?
Well, I feel like I want to do something different just to keep it alive. I'm gonna say Skinny Python because I think you could look at Python. I don't know. I'm gonna just say it.
That's fair.
I just want it to be correct.
Chat is pretty split up on this one. A is actually the least popular. My vote. Chat doesn't agree.
It's a little on the nose.
Viper. Huh?
It's a little on the nose.
Yeah, maybe it's too obvious. Too obvious. Chat is split between B, C, and D, with C, Needle Viper, being slightly more popular.
All right.
Let's do the reveal.
Come on, baby.
Do the reveal. Everyone ready?
Everybody ready?
I'm locking
I
in
wish
Flat
I could play this, but I did make these
You
with
can play
Deb.
and just win every time.
All right, you ready for this one?
Yeah.
Now, shout out to Deb on this one. This got, I believe, retweeted by James White. I think this was the one because Deb posted these on Twitter, right? And I believe this is the one that even made James White click that retweet button.
Is it gonna be Straight Mamba?
I can't believe you have not seen it. That's
we
a
were
crime.
all wrong. All wrong.
I knew. As soon as you started saying, I'm like, must have been Straight Mamba. Yo.
All right.
That snake is
fooled us
straight
all this time.
Mamba out here. That's crazy. That was awesome.
All right.
And the final event code doodle, number 4, some sort of reptilian-looking thing.
Okay. Walk us through this, Brody. What are we looking at?
Yeah, so couple options here.
That just got my jaw to
Salamander at A. B is flaming skink. What is a skink, Sam? I don't know what that
it's
is.
appropriate. I don't think it's PG. Let's move on.
Moving on. It's some kind of animal. It is. I don't know what it is.
Yeah.
Fiery gecko or lit lizard.
Lit lizard.
Lit lizard sounds cool. I'm leaning toward A or C here. I think there's like some pretty clear fire going on. So, B is also flaming. Okay, personally, I'm ruling out D, but I don't know.
Okay.
Other than that, I'm also ruling out B because I don't know what that animal is.
Yeah.
Gecko or salamander? Which one are we feeling?
What does it look like more? I think it looks more like a salamander.
I'm very surprised you don't know a skink. It's like a newt.
Oh, okay.
You're very surprised we don't know a skink?
Yes, like, have you never picked up a rock and like seen a slimy thing and you're like,
No,
"Whoa,
I've
it's
never
a
done
skink."
that.
Actually, wait,
wow, a
maybe
skink.
skink is the scaly one. I forget. Sometimes you call them skinks, newts, salamanders. I think they're something similar.
Wow, yeah.
But it's not a skink with an A. It's not that
I
word.
know, I was making a joke. I was making a joke about, I've never heard of a skink.
I've never heard of it either. It looks like chat is feeling C here, and
Fiery gecko.
I agree with chat. If we're jumping into the real analysis here again, I feel like if Deb saw hot salamander, maybe you just do like in the sun, sun beating down, but there's like fire on this
There
thing.
is fire on it, but we've seen, you can't tell me we can get truly into the mind of the master when True Mole looked like that.
That's
I mean,
true.
that
Who
was the
knows?
most unbelievable interpretation of True Mole I've ever seen.
Deb is leagues ahead of
And
us
I've
all.
seen plenty of interpretations of True Mole, so to see that one really just took it on another level. As a result, I'm gonna lock in Hot Salamander. Also, I feel like from what we've seen from LSS, that would make sense.
My gut is starting to say that it's B, but I'm locking in C, Fiery Gecko.
Oh, please be B.
All right, we ready? You ready
We're
for
ready.
the reveal?
Chat went with C as well.
What's chat? Chat is saying C. What was yours again, Brody?
C as well, Fiery
I gotta
Gecko.
hit
What was
A.
yours?
I'm being contrarian.
Contrarian is correcto.
Sam is killing it today.
Come on now.
Salamander,
Come
that's what
on
we're looking
now.
at.
Let's go. This is very fun.
We know your reptiles. You looked at the composure of the body. And you're like,
Well,
that's
I
a
had
salamander.
gecko.
I see it.
I had a gecko as a kid. It was
okay.
a leopard gecko. I named her Sunshine. And then what my cousins would do is they would grab Sunshine from her enclosure. They would put her on the ground, and then they would pretend to step on her. And what they would sing is, I'm walking on sunshine. Whoa!
That's so brutal.
If you all remember that song, that was what it was like to be 6 in my house. So
I have to.
Before Brody was born? When you were 6, was Brody born yet? You want to do the math on that?
Just been born because
Just been born.
I'm a little older than the boy wonder kid power next to me. Why'd you have to go there?
I have to piggyback on that. Just a couple years later, when I was 6 or 7, I actually, now that you say that, I also collected little geckos from my backyard and tried to like build them habitats.
Okay.
Mine was Lizzie the lizard. Naturally.
Cute. What was their website called? Come on. It's called a callback. Folks. This has been so fun. This is actually a delight.
Yep.
We have another one of these?
We have another one of these segments that we'll, I guess, get to at some point today. There's one more that we'll do.
Okay.
For sure.
We'll be back with more event codes at some point. Stick around soon. We're going to have round 6 for you. Hopefully we get some.
We're getting Levia next round.
Levia next.
It is Levia next round.
More new
Levia
Levia
next
cards. We
Next
saw in
one,
round
Levia.
1 Hamilton taking those and winning, using them to great effect.
Yeah.
We'll be back soon.
We'll be right back.
Let's do it.
All right, real quick, updates in the chat. The casters had to take a break after that. They burned a lot of energy on that one. So we have a Levia. It's actually my teammate, Pat. He's running my deck list, who's going to be on camera next. We'll run another giveaway during that stream in celebration of Levia, because why not? So I think we have, I gave away 4, so I believe there's 8 more of those $25 giveaways to do, so we'll do at least like another double drawing soon or something, because time is flying. I'm forgetting to do those, but definitely, we'll get those out to you. That was tons of fun. Shout out again to Deb. We have one more of those segments, and the second phase is even funnier. They're so cool. What else did I want to address in the chat? Michael Hamilton dropped. There you go. So we don't have that's what it was. We don't have the full standings across the board. I haven't sent those. I don't even know if they can get sent in some form, whatever. I don't have access to the gem though, so I can't look. What I do know though is as the tournament goes on, players are dropping, and Michael Hamilton did drop. I think did he drop at X2 or X3? Okay, so he dropped at X2 because a couple of his losses were early. So he returned the Levia. He returned the Levia to me in its penny sleeve. We're back. We got the Marvel. How curled is it? How bad did he treat this? I think it looks okay. It looks fine. So there we go. That's back in my safe hands. But with that, we'll have Pat Eshghy on stream X1 at Levia next round. So I think there's only a couple minutes left. We're going to organize all that. As always, thanks for sticking around. It's been so much fun. Shout out once again to Deb. That was the most fun I think I've had on stream yet. So we'll see you in a sec. And I lost the mouse, and there it is. Welcome back, everyone. I am on the mic, and I brought these two other goons with me. They've been doing a decent job, I guess, but I just swoop in. You know why?
Why?
Because there's a 4-1 freaking Levia on my list that I contributed to Team Runaways. That Pat is on. Oh, it's so good. I'm watching my son basically just make it on that run all the way to top 8, because you know he will.
Yeah.
You know he will. Critically, this is a win-in specifically anyway for these players who lose their... there's 2 more rounds total, right? Round 6, round 7.
They probably have a chance if they win their game after this if they lose, but this is definitely going to most likely lock them in the top 8 if they win this one.
This should lock in at least one of these players. Obviously, I'm very biased. Pat's on my list. He's on my team. He's a wonderful dude, and he's been putting in reps like you wouldn't believe. Like when this man commits and wants to play a hero well, you can't stop him from testing. He's just nonstop. So I've seen him put up some good stuff behind the scenes on Levia. Obviously, he's never played it before in tournament. So will it translate? Kind of the big question, because what's his opponent there? What hero is that, Brody? I don't even recognize it.
Yeah, it's actually perfect you said all that, because his opponent here is Travis McDaniel, my teammate, playing Lexi, a deck that we've worked on together. So I know we've been talking about being unbiased all day, but maybe we have a little bit of a friendly Wolfpack versus Runaways rivalry. 2 casters rooting for the 2 different players.
Now, I'm going to set some expectations here, because to be realistic, Levia does not just trump Lexi. That is not how the matchup works, even with the support Levia got. She's not a deck that interacts with many hit effects, right? And Lexi, it's all about, can you disrupt the cards, the turns that she's crafting? When she goes for 5 cards, when she goes for 6-card plays, can you do anything to stop that setup? And the realistic truth with Levia is you can't, unless you beat them down to a point where you have attacked their life totals and you need to start making them block from hand. Levia needs to chase that game state as quickly as possible. Just burn your opponent down. As soon as you start trading, Levia does a lot better. The problem with that, though, is Lexi is more explosive than Levia, because she's got more power cards basically in her deck than Levia does. Levia's got Blood Rush and Art of War, but Lexi can turn a 3-of-a-kind, a Rain Razors, a Codex into crazy turns. Losing Bracers, definitely a bit more of an equalizer, but Lexi can just kind of dump damage, and if the Levia doesn't find that Blood Rush, it's very hard to keep that trade pattern up. So I'm hoping we see at least 1 Blood Rush to make it a bit of an even match, but the reality is, if you don't see even the 1, then it could be a very one-sided game. So, of course, I'm rooting for Pat. I want him to do really well. We've got that Team Runaways, Team Wolfpack on the table, but it looks like they're ready, so let's jump right into this.
And like you had up on the screen there, the Sleep Dart and the Arctic Incarceration, ways to interact with Levia to try to...
Oh, no. We have to press the button, Brody.
All right, we're pressing the button.
Hero from Monarch, Levia.
That is Jason Chung, the game dev himself. How did he pronounce the hero's name, Brody?
Levia.
There you go.
Born Abomination. My sincerest apologies. I think that's the 4th or 5th time I've done that. But anyway, yeah, the Lexi deck can try to turn off Levia's ability to banish a 6, so maybe trap her with a big pile of blood debt. Though, like we saw in round 1, Blasmafet can help with stopping you from taking that much damage. Let's look at the player's equipment here. Travis, just like our Lexi earlier today, has opted for Hornet Sting as his replacement to Bullseye Bracers. And Pat is playing Grasp of Darkness, the new equipment from Dusk Till Dawn that can banish to prevent 2 damage at any one point.
Yes, so this is actually part of the strategy that we have into Lexi, where if you need to roll scabs and get lucky to win, then you still have that panic button. But what's more consistently a game plan into Lexi is to be able to block a critical hit effect arrow that is just providing more value than you can afford to give out blocking from hand. So the Grasp plus Scabs plus a 2-block in your headpiece gives you 3 capabilities to combo those pieces with a singular card to block 5, which is normally the hit effects that you have to worry about critically, like you already mentioned, the Sleep Dart. Now, he is running Crown of Providence over Scowling Fleshbag, which I still prefer in this matchup because you can play around Codex turns and Bolton shots pretty well with Scowling. That is like maybe the 2-card difference that Pat and Lucas have ended up on counter to what I had kind of like decided was my ideal best build here.
Yeah, Lucas Oswald, another Runaways member playing Levia, another 17-year-old as well. I'm always rooting for him, Team 17-year-olds. So it looks like Travis is starting us off here. Fuse Frostlock on turn 0. So it is, I don't know if he chose Go Again or +1, but regardless, his Tunics on 1. He's critically revealed this Arctic Incarceration in hand, which maybe is going to be going into the arsenal. Ethan, what are you thinking with Pat's hand on his side?
Yes, so from what we can see on Pat's side, really these early playables, they normally aren't a great rate. Like if you're trading a 2-card hand that doesn't require graveyard yet, the best thing you're looking for is a swing big. Otherwise, they tend to be these 2-card hands for 6, which is not great, but it's a brute rate. You can live with it. So from what I saw there, he at least has a blue Deadwood, so the hand's a bit forced. And then there was a blue Convulsion. So if that last card is a blue, then what he's doing here is specifically keeping a 3-card hand to still play through the 3 Frostbites left over by that red Arctic. It'll only be a 6 damage hand, but it's not like more blocks are really demanded, and it's at least playable, and it fills the graveyard as well, right? So it's not a bad line here. I don't quite recognize that last card. If it's a blue Dread Screamer, then that's exactly the line we're talking about.
Yeah, and Travis did choose Go again, so he can play that Arctic. I agree with that. Giving 3 Frostbites on turn 0 could be a blowout. Like you said, Pat obviously has blues here to play around it. He's just going to send that CNC in. Force a 2-card block, perhaps.
Very nice, very nice. So still unconfirmed. If that Dread Screamer is a red, then this is perfect at this point. He's still now presenting one of the few hit effects of the deck to try to buy room into potentially a slower turn of the Lexi. He still needs to fill up graveyard a little bit, but it's not like you want to be on the back foot too much into this matchup. It just won't work. Lexi will roll you over. So if he's setting up a red Dread Screamer in Arsenal here to buy into a bit of a medium turn on Travis' side, if a Dread leads into like a Graveling or an even bigger 4-wide Blood Rush play, very possible, then that's the momentum he's really trying to pick up.
And one thing Travis has to think about here, we mentioned it earlier in Hamilton's game, he has 1 resource floating and 1 card in hand. This could be an Art of War for +1. Cash it in, deal the damage, and take the arsenal away.
Yes, Travis does have to worry about that, right? Because Levi is right now, even Michael Hamilton's list, which is very, very different from this one, by the way. Just to call out Michael Hamilton, like we saw, he was on Medax back in round 1 on a deck that was very, very defensive and looking to grind a lot of value out of the recursion pieces. The list that Pat is on is still a Blood Rush-centric list. Because of that, there are greedier cards in the list. There's a lot of non-blocks. So if you can buy room in the early game where the non-blocks like don't punish you, that's how you really catapult them into feeling like good draws. If you start with them early, they can feel bad, but we've already seen that really not bite Pat yet. Into another...
Another Arctic in a row. He's setting up the double arsenal with Rain Razors, and I don't think Pat has blues. He's got 2 yellows, so he will definitely be able to do something, but he only has 2 cards in his graveyard critically, so he might not be able to play... He can play that Snake, I think, if nothing else, but he can't play this Endless Maw because it, A, costs too much, and B, he doesn't have the graveyard fodder to send it.
Yeah, exactly. He can't pay through to force that Art of War. There's no blue to start the turn, so he'd have to end up pitching the 2 reds and yellow, and then what are you doing with the Art of War, right? So that can't be his line. The Gravelings are conditional. The Endless Maw needs enough in graveyard. So it really comes down to just slithering pass.
It seems like it, right? We think the Arsenal card is Dread Screamer, so that seems like that or Claw is his only choice.
Yep. It's not...
He might be considering a Scabs roll here.
I don't think so. There won't be enough to pay into at that point.
You're right. He couldn't even claw.
If he had a blue, perhaps, going into the Scabs roll to power up the rest of the turn.
Exactly. Yeah. So Pat just groaning a little bit, but honestly, this isn't so much like a Levia problem that he ran into here. You could say that because the graveyard isn't at 3, so it gates like a couple options there. But the reality is Arctic is Arctic. It's a power card into a lot of heroes, and the fact that he still can throw 6 on that hand isn't nothing. Like, to another deck, like maybe it punts you to the point where you only return 3. It's not so bad.
It looks like Travis's hand, maybe he doesn't love it because he's looking to block with 2 cards here. We see the Rain Razors, but it looks like maybe it's just a lot of blues. But he is taking it, so we're probably going to see this Rain Razors fired off. He's been able to keep a full 6-card hand.
That'll be it for me.
That's the 6-card hand that Pat really can't do much about. He's only got the 3 CNCs in the list, and that's about it as far as hit effects go.
Another Art of War off the top. You can see the players bantering, having fun here with each other. We always love to see that. Flipping over a Heatseeker, and there goes the Rain Razors. This is going to be a big turn, folks.
The reveal of a Heatseeker. This is another card that's very, very annoying for the Levias to deal with. The incremental card advantage is not something that Levi can really fight back from. She's not generating ponders. She's not drawing too many cards for free. Everything is taxing a very specific hand. Like Art of War requires a lot to actually step and get their draw from. Blood Rush as well can be very resource intensive, so it's not always like that draws you a free card to get out of Arsenal. It can, but the cards like Heatseeker and Codex are really where the value is bought from Alexi to just stay consistently a little bit ahead of where Levi can otherwise operate.
And this is actually a really clean turn from Travis. Besides the fact that one of his arrows is blue, he's got 3 pitch for the 2 Voltaire uses, one cost arrow, and then finally ending on the Heat Seeker with his Tunic. And it looks like he's going to have a Winner's Bite to Arsenal, meaning that no matter what he hits off that Heat Seeker, he is safe, and he will be threatening a guaranteed double Arsenal.
What we were talking about earlier in the Lexi game, wanting to see your Rain Razors on a 3-arrow wide turn, it does look like we're going to be able to see at least something close to that here. That Rain Razors turning into a 0-4-6 at the very minimum. That's a lot of damage.
And Travis actually had an interesting choice here, even though for the most part this turn kind of plays itself. You're just firing 3 arrows. He was able to fire either the Infecting Shot or the Frostlock Fused. He's opting for the Infecting Shot here, just present 2 extra damage, basically try to turn it into a red arrow. Pat's deck doesn't have nearly as many 0-cost cards as some of the others, so it looks like he's just going to be blocking 5 here, using one of those 3 armor pieces like you mentioned earlier, Ethan, and sinking a card to the bottom.
So this is part of the value of running Crown instead of Scowling. The little bit of hand fixing can go a long way for Levi, especially opening up a hand with Art of War specifically is a really good line to take with sinking Crown from Arsenal into a new card, because Art of War, a lot of peculiarities with that. Like, you normally do want to start with the blue, you want to have the attack that you don't mind banishing to really get it off, so that's what he's protecting. Those are the lines he's looking for, rather, by trying to change that Dread Screamer, which is a powerful card in its own right, into something new.
Heat Seeker coming in for 7, threatening an extra card for Travis. Pat doesn't know for sure that it's going to be a free arrow, for example, if it's an arrow, but we know it's a Winner's Bite, so it'll be straight up +1 card. He would need to give up some equipment if he wants to block 7 here. That or play a defensive Art of War. That would be interesting to see.
Ooh. Well, there is no Blood Debt yet, so what a defensive Art of War can actually do for the deck now is, because of Diabolic Offering, if it is a Hail Mary line, to just say, okay, defensive Art of War, I'm going to banish, I'm going to say +1, and you're drawing 2 from the banish, right? On a 7 attack arrow, you could just draw into a Diabolic, and that will now block 7.
Crazy.
Yeah, a singular card. It costs you more because you're paying in the Art of War, yeah. But that is the potential highs of playing defensive on your Art of War turns, which you can get away with in the Lexi matchup in particular, actually.
Lucas actually did that to me yesterday. We were playing some games of Lexi versus Levia, and he got me with the CNC +1 and the block 7 with
So,
1 card.
We see the back of from a different card game that shall go
I'm not
unmentioned.
sure.
No,
I'm illiterate, I can't read it.
It looks to be representing the Crown of Providence in the graveyard there, because it's in a harder case, so you can't banish it randomly in the same way. So it looks like they're doing that. This is going to be the Art of War, because as we said, this was a big turn, because not only did Travis deal a lot of damage, as you said, it was just straight up +1 card, and the card there is an arrow with Go Again. So Travis is going to be looking to threaten a big damage turn back. However, Pat coming in with this Art of War, buffing up most likely to swing big, or at least giving it Go Again. So here's 8 with Go Again.
Yeah, normally you will say Go Again on Levi, because at minimum you should be able to attack into a claw, if not drawing into... I don't quite see what his other card in hand is, but there are real worlds where a pitch curve like this, a yellow and a blue and an Art of War turn, can be 2 swing bigs. That actually comes up, and you're just like, I just dropped 18 damage, or 16 damage, sorry. What are you going to do about it? At the cost of 1 real power card, 1 Art of War, right?
Casual. Travis considering blocks here. Let's zoom on his hand. I think he's looking at... Oh, no blocks. He's taking it down to 25.
Yeah, did I actually see another swing big as well, Pat? Keeping it in the shadows, but I think that's art I recognize from...
Oh, I think you're right.
Oh, my.
Whoa, baby.
Doing it.
Swinging huge over here.
All right. Everyone in this room has X-ray vision, apparently.
It's not swinging big, it's swinging huge, says Travis. This is
Holy
great.
heck.
Great.
This is swing big league.
Swing bigger, they
Big,
say.
bigger.
Travis staring down now, 16 damage off of these couple cards. This is crazy. Can he return more than 16 with 6 cards? He most likely can try at this point.
I mean, Pat went into this. This is a 4-card play, so he's essentially getting 4 value per card across a wider turn, which is normally where the damage scaling starts to fall apart. So to just slam 4 cards for 16, great rate to throw at your opponent. Because Lexi really scales on these larger hands that we're about to see right now, but they don't get to happen every single turn cycle. So Pat hoping that he maybe tanks a big hit here. He's still got quite a bit of armor into it, and then it finds smaller hands that play better. A 3-card hand that's very powerful would be like a Dread Screamer Graveling turn, a 2-card play with Endless Maw, or I believe that's even a Blood Rush he has now.
Oh, yeah, that's a Blood Rush.
He could keep a 4-card Blood Rush play because he's actually got the Boneyard Marauder in hand. If that's the play he keeps, that ends up being relatively like a 3-card 18. But there's a Frostbite, so it'll fall apart a little bit, and we're actually getting taxed anyway. Look at that Winter's Bite.
This is a nice back and forth. turn 4 here for Travis. We kind of had Travis feeling ahead, and then Pat had that huge turn. He's got a bit of a life lead now, as well as that Husk still in play, and some of his other equipment here at the Battle Hardened Cincinnati. 100 players on the dot, it seems. We missed 2 earlier. That's kind of awesome. 3 digits.
You have to imagine this won't be the second game in a row that we just see Carrie and Husk banished to the clause of being at 13 or less life. We got to imagine that's going to be blocked at some point in this game.
Ethan mentioned how many practice games Pat's played. I think he's probably...
You got to imagine.
It reminds me of the days when I played Chain in CC. You have to like really manage the Husk. You want to get full value out of it, but you certainly don't want to throw it away for nothing.
Take too much damage from its own Blood Debt as well. So what is Pat going to do with this Winter's Bite here?
I'm going to be right back because there might be a life discrepancy. 1 second.
Ethan is going to check on the players for us. Sam and I will hold down the fort.
I don't know what we'll do without him. I miss him already. How does he want to respond to this Winter's Bite? Winter's Bite here now. Husk, an incredibly powerful blocking card, but without a card like Tunic to just float and pay into this blue Winter's Bite. It's representing a card for a card, and for the offensive player, looks like, for the offensive player, you're happy to make that exchange before you even come in with any of your attacks.
It would be interesting if Pat did have an Art of War in his hand here. He would be able to pitch a blue, pay for Winter's Bite, break Frostbite, and Defensive Art of War. That'd be kind of cool to see, but I think we've seen most of the Art of Wars used up, if not all 3 already.
How does Pat want to go ahead and go about this?
Looks like we got the life discrepancy sorted out, and the players are moving forward. Pat has 1 blue in hand, 2 yellows, and a red. Several tax effects going on from the Lexi player.
All right, I did double check with the players. Chat was confused that perhaps Lexi was at 17. I don't quite know why, but we double checked. I went through their life tallies. It wasn't a +1 on Art of War. I thought that was pretty clear, so maybe that's where people got confused. But life is correct. Lexi is at 18, not 17.
Let's try to take a peek at Pat's hand here as he's thinking about the Winter's Bite. Red Boneyard Marauder, blue Convulsions, I believe it is, and then, of course, the Blood Rush and a yellow Graveling Growl. So maybe he's just trying to keep as big a hand as he can, but it's difficult. He's already got a Frostbite and is being forced to get rid of a card.
And getting rid of the blue card as well. Looking at this hand here, Ethan, what do you think is the best way for Pat to go about this? Is it to block throughout these arrows?
Well, he's got a Blood Rush. You can't ignore needing to play out a Blood Rush in this matchup, especially since he's already forced down Travis to 18, and all he played was a singular Art of War. Think about that. Pat has spent 1 power card out of his deck, and it's one of the medium ones. Art of War is good. Its ceiling is definitely swinging two swing bigs. Like that's definitely one of the better lines with it. But he spent 1 power card to put Lexi at 18. If he can get through a turn here where he just 2-card returns 6, yes, it's slow, but he still has quite a bit of equipment to combat a 6-card play like this, and just arsenal that Blood Rush. If he can buy his 5-card hand with a Blood Rush, that's 18. Like that alone is 18. So you're looking at Pat trying to figure out a turn cycle here where in 2 turns, not the next one, because the next one's going to be only 6 damage presented, but the turn after that, he makes the Lexi block. He can literally count that down just based on the way the numbers will work with Blood Rush turn. So I think Pat, obviously, he knows what he's doing. He's not going to waste a card like Blood Rush on a 3-card play for sure. He's just looking for the Boneyard 6. Stay a little patient. He's still very healthy. He still has a lot of armor. Still has Husk.
That drill shot was kind of awkward for him. He didn't have a clean way to block for other than cashing in his grasp and scabs, so that's what he did. Falcon Wing coming in for 4 go again, and he has taken it. So he's hanging on to some of his cards here.
3 cards in hand for you? 3 cards, yeah.
Travis is confirming cards in hand. We see the Falcon Wing there. I wonder if he's considering a pass. Yeah, he's just...
Wow, look at that.
Up, double arsenal. Travis is just like, I haven't seen a lot of Rain Razors, Art of War kind of stuff. I actually am not sure that Travis is on Art of War today, but at least Rain Razors, he's waiting for it. He's going to get a huge arrow turn.
So Pat is just going to return the 6 here. His graveyard's in a pretty healthy state. He spent about like a half turn really dedicated towards filling it. But then the little catapults that you can get by playing your non-banishers like Art of War and like Swing Big and have them all together was really great. That just added 3 cards to the graveyard right from the get-go. Now he's healthy enough to not put himself at 0 cards in grave and really risk anything by just slamming out the Boneyard. And he does have protection anyway, because if you do end up with 1 card in graveyard at the end of a turn like this, Blood Rush is one of the few cards that can instantly fill the graveyard by 2, because it will discard a card, and of course, itself goes to grave. So he's looking to be in a very, very fine spot on all fronts. Health is fine. Graveyard looks fine. His arsenal is fantastic. His board state with Husk still and a block on Scabskins also looks great. It just depends. Can Travis force down a block with like a Winter's Bite, or I mean, he does have it in hand. Is it going to be his pitch card for the turn would be my question.
Yeah, Pat's at 21, so he can face tank basically as much damage as he wants, also cash in the Husk if needed, but ice cards, skip the combat step, and say your hand is going to be taxed immediately, directly. Arctic Incarceration, we've already seen 2 from Travis, but if he's playing a third, that could also be key.
Something to note as well, you're talking about Pat's next turn in this Blood Rush Bellow, 4-card 18, 3-card 18, whatever it is, but we're still coming in with an attack for 6 here, and with Travis already down to 18, the 1-card block, this 1-card block, you have to imagine Travis is thinking about his life total as well. Yep. He's aware of how much damage can be coming back at any given point from this new powerful Levia deck, so we're talking about his next turn when he's right now throwing an attack for 6, which is totally relevant when your opponent's at 18.
Yeah, it's good. I mean, for Travis to actually consider the block here is really heads up. Because most people just ignore Levia. They just ignore her, but you're absolutely right. He's cognizant of what the life totals look like in a position like this, because if he takes a little bit of a worse turn here, he knows that he can't force Pat to full block anyway. Pat's at effectively 28 still with all the armor that's up. So by him scaling down his turn just a little bit, but then protecting how many cards he needs to block on the next turn cycle into the Blood Rush push is probably part of this consideration. Not so much that the cards are unused if he keeps them, because Lexi can make use of a full hand pretty well. I love to see people scared of Levi. Let me just say that there. Travis looks a little quaky.
I'm not sure he looks a little quaky.
Yeah, so considering a block here.
2-card block, really wanting to preserve that life total and see what he can return fire with. He does have a go again arrow just chilling in. You love to see it.
This is making me tingle. It's such a good spot for Levia. He drew a blue. Like, his hand is all go for Blood Rush. Look at this.
It's a PG stream, Ethan.
Oh, sorry. Well, Travis was quaking. I'm tingling. Come on. Of the same ilk here.
Falcon Wing coming in for 3 go again. And he doesn't have the resources to fire both this Infecting Shot and Heat Seeker, so we'll have to see what he chooses to do. Maybe just to the Heat Seeker, hold one of these cards to try to arsenal.
Activate Voltaire once.
He's just going to put it in and give it a +1 and hold the Heat Seeker for later.
Oh, he said, I'm throwing damage, sir. Here's an Infecting Shot. You have to imagine this one is, the +1, so it's coming in for 6. You can do an upside down 9. That's okay. It's okay. There it is.
Pat has got to just love what this looks like right here. It's just vanilla damage, and at breakpoints that he wants to dump Husk on. You know, sure, you're showing me an Infecting for 6. I'm blocking 8 with this Husk now into a Blood Rush turn where there's 3 6s in hand, leading with the blue pitch. I mean, at minimum, because he has the Skittering and the Boneyard, even if he double draws reds, it's 18 damage.
That is such
amazing.
Very tempting Husk, and he goes for it.
Woo! High value. I do it too.
This is a cool representation of old Levia mechanics coupled with new Levia cards, coupled with her greatest acolyte and devotee here on the mic. Round 6 of the Battle Hardened Los Angeles, because we are starting off with
not
a
Los
blood...
Angeles.
Los Angeles. Battle Hardened Cincinnati. I was just so excited about the Blood Rush Bellow, because it's a Blood Rush Bellow here, folks.
Pat's turn 6. Both players are at 18. We're at parity. Travis has a bit more equipment, but of course Blood Rush is going to turn the tide of this game.
And discarding a swing big, that's actually pretty fine for Pat. He's generally looking to turn off Blood Debt. Like, it'd be cool to drop the swing big to make this a 20 damage push, but realistically, he wants to play safe on his own front as well. And banishing to turn off Blood Debt, likely a little bit worth more than taking 4 yourself, unless the swing big would have tipped the scales in how the turn is getting blocked out here.
And it looks like Pat drew 2 blues, so he can easily swing both claws and do something else. It is even possible we could see a Scabskins roll to try to play both of those cards in his hand, but we'll have to see what Pat opts for. He does not have the Gambler's Glove to bail him out if he hits a 1.
That's a scary place to be in if you don't have the Gambler's Gloves.
We're not trying to roll it in this matchup. The entire idea of playing the Lexi game is you actually have enough numbers to beat here. It's just gated by your Blood Rush draw. So you don't need to roll Scabs. Your numbers are actually good enough. It's just going to come down a little bit to the draw. If you don't see Blood Rush, then you can play into the Gamblers, or play into the Scabs, rather. But since it's not the primary game plan, you just play without it, and you're pretty fine, as we're seeing it line up here.
Yeah, so on Pat's side, we've got the blue, the red Boneyard Marauder, and then I don't know what that other card is in hand, but I think it's a 2 cost, so maybe that's what we'll see him opt to end this chain with. Travis is looking at Winter's Bite, a couple more arrows. Oh, I think that's a Codex in his hand, so maybe we'll see the first one of those played.
Yeah, so this is going to end up being, unless he does roll, it should just be an 18 damage Blood Rush, because he's got the... Oh, he's doing it. He's going to do it. Okay, wow. Oh, Pat. Oh, my God, Pat. I don't think you need to. I really don't think you need to. your game is fine if you just throw 8 here. But he's going for potentially 12 or 16 rather.
Looks like the die went off the table. He just wants that plus 2.
Oh my god! 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 Oh my god!
Oh, he hit.
Holy, Pat, calm down. I'm sweating over here. Why would you do that? Like, you don't have to actually do that. You know, just throw your 8. You've drawn 4 extra cards because of Blood Rush and Art of War. Like, you're gonna see your next power card anyway, you know. But he did it. He did it. He's a brute gamer. Maybe this is why well, no. The reason I didn't top any of the big stuff is because Redeem didn't exist yet or Consume. You know, that's why. We'll blame it on that. But maybe it's because I don't play Scabs right. Maybe it's that. Holy.
At him. He has not played many 3 of a kinds yet. I don't think he's played any, so there are still ways for him to claw back into this game, but that Scabs roll definitely put him really behind.
This is huge.
Insane.
You talk about
insane.
You talk about the power turns and the power cards and being scared of rolling the Scabskin's Leathers there, but take a look at how much damage is being presented to the Lexi player.
No, but take a look at what happens if he rolls a 1 there. He takes 4 blood debt. He takes 4 blood debt, and he misses 8 damage.
1 out of 6.
No,
We're gaming. We're gaming,
don't do it,
brother.
man. Don't
My
do
man
it.
is gaming out here.
Oh my god.
Got a little bit of a debate about what's correct. I don't know what's correct, but I know what happened, and it is something awesome.
Oh lord.
Coming in for 8. Ethan is cringing over there. He's like, oh, he knows what could have been.
Yeah, no, obviously this looks fantastic. I'm just saying, like, there were possibilities here for nightmare scenarios.
I think Travis is considering a 2-card block, cashing in the Hornet Sting, and then trying to keep his most powerful 1-card hand plus the Heat Seeker to claw back, hopefully get some blocks. We could see Heat Seeker snap Codex. We could see Winner's Bite, Heat Seeker, several options. Heat Seeker hold Winner's Bite.
You hit, you know.
Maybe he'll block with all 3 cards, but they are definitely worth more on offense than defense if he's willing to go down to 1. You do have to keep in mind, Brute decks have the ability to run Reckless Swing, so the moment he takes a damage here, he is in lethal range.
Amazing. Like, at this point, so Pat's in a spot. Pat's in a spot where if he actually pushes the Lexi down to 2 now, he can stop playing the game and he will win on inevitability. Because you don't actually take blood debt anymore. You can just flip to consumed. You'll mill to the point of just 1 a turn because Husk can't be removed, to be fair. But the Lexi also, in theory, if they go to 2, just loses to any potential attack. Because we're running 2 Reckless. Tell you right now, a card's good. You're gonna run it. He hasn't seen any yet in his draw cycle so far. So they're there. Travis is just dead to so many things.
1 damage does go through from that Hornet Sting value.
Hey, that was mean.
No, legitimately, it's getting 2 value.
I know you. I'm joking.
But yeah, 1 is not 18.
Yeah.
Got a long way to go.
You're right. Go here.
So Travis is thinking about just going for the Falcon Wing here, saving the snaps. Going to go 3 into 5 most likely. 25 minutes left. Plenty of time to finish this game. Turn 6. I think it might be turn 6 or 7. Round 6 of 7 here at the Battle Hardened. Whoever wins this game is locked into our top 8. So we might see a Levia locked here in a couple turns.
Interesting. He's going for the flip. By taking the swing big there, it basically tells us that he's happy enough to just block out 9 with his hand. Or rather, it would be, yeah, it's still 9 because he discarded the beast. So then he can block out 9 and then return a swing big and flip into consumed. He knows for a fact there's no hidden damage on the board. Travis isn't sitting on erasers. It's not possible, right? Everything's face up. So Pat can happily block 9 on these 2 arrow attacks that are coming, use his Doomsday to pitch for the swing big, present 7, and then flip into consumed and just become chain with Travis at 1. It is a beautiful thing. It's a very beautiful thing.
I love become chain.
Yeah, that's great.
Yeah, it's interesting with the new Levia. Sometimes you actively want to take blood debt. It makes a lot of sense. So I think you're right, Ethan. That's probably what we'll see Pat do. I think maybe now he's just deciding whether he wants to keep an arsenal, block all the damage.
Yeah, I'm surprised. The one choice he could have made is potentially CNC instead of the swing big. He's presenting 7 because at this point, right, on hit you die. So I guess that's what it is. Never mind. There was no reason to pull CNC instead. On hit you die. So you go for the 2-card 7 in this scenario. But I just love to see it. Pat, this is what I'm saying. The man put in a lot of practice. This is the deck I built for the team. We put in the reps because Pat's a control player. And I told him, Pat, but Levia just beats so many decks right now. You should just be the one to play. I know you'll pull through. I thought Lucas would pull through too, to be fair, and he's not. I think he's out already. But Pat's our man. He's about to lock top 8 on Levia.
Lucas just catching strays out here, my gosh.
No, he's a great player, but he rolled scabs and hit a few too many ones. He said it. He said it.
All right.
That's why you just don't roll. The deck is built to not really need to roll, but whatever.
Zooming in on Travis's thought process with his snaps here, he did not use it this turn for the Codex, but that means that the Heat Seeker was going to be a really powerful on-hit. No matter what, you're going to have 2 arsenals. Unfortunately for him, it is blocked out, so we might see him die with the snaps in play. Back to Pat's turn, up to 5 blood debt, so that will likely mean 3 damage taken and 2 cards milled off the top.
And basically no shot of missing.
Travis just counting through the millions of ways that Pat has this game on lock. He hasn't even mentioned yet that, oh yeah, you're just going to flip this turn and just start dumpstering me. Oh my god, it's such a cool thing to see. We're here at the second to last Swiss round watching a Levia piloted by an amazing player. Pat won like a Battle Hardened Pittsburgh like, what, 2 months ago or something? And he truly had faith in Levia and brought it today and is showing us why it's so good. This is an absolute masterclass. He's playing it very, very, very well. And he even got a little lucky to boot, which helps, you know? Travis builds up hype for the hero.
Absolutely, yeah. He gets his Quicken token here. He has a Rain Razors, which honestly isn't necessarily what you want to see at this point in the game.
Oh, God, so beautiful.
And this is the second time today we've seen Levia transform into Blasmafet. Yeah. Down to 13. Wow. Flipping 2 cards off the... Oh, that's his hand. So
he draws his hand first, and then Blasmafet will eat the rest of the blood debt. So he went into this at 16. He's going to take 3 to 13, and then I believe he mills 2 cards.
Yep.
Is what he's going to count through here. Now, unfortunately, the card, like image loader thing, doesn't have Blasmafet Levia consumed. It can't figure out how to handle 2-faced cards, I guess. So when I type in Levia consumed, the redeemed comes up, unfortunately. So, but you know what? That's fine because the text box on that sucker is so big that you wouldn't be able to read it anyway. So just trust us. It does very good things. And if you want more, watch my spoiler reveal. Boom.
True. 3 bullet points. Basically, once per turn, you can play a blood debt card from your banish zone. Also, whenever you would lose life to blood debt, instead you banish off the top of your deck so you don't lose life. And finally, whenever you banish, cards go.
Shush, Brody, because the game's over. The game is just over. Boom. Handshake. Oh, there's so many ways to win this game. We saw the flip. Didn't even need it. Reckless. Oh, okay,
No
Pat,
time
I'm
to
going to give that man a hug.
points.
Let's get him over here because I want to give that man a freaking hug. Winner on the left. Congrats to Pat.
Pat Eshghy going ahead and taking down round 6, most likely locking himself up into the top 8 on Levia, the Shadowborn Abomination, cruising to the top 8 on the deck created by none other than our producer Ethan Van Sant. An exciting day showing that she can handle herself against one of the top meta decks in the format, against one of the best aggressive decks in the format. He said Blood Debt says what? Blood Debt says not today.
Blood says, what was it? Blessed Pat won. Yeah, there we go. Okay, let's go get him for an interview.
Blasmafet.
Blasmafet.
All right, three casters is a lot. Let's go get Pat for a second. So we'll do the ad roll for sponsors. Like, we've got 3 minutes, and then we'll be right back.
Hey yo, Don Amurabi. You want me to tell him about the bazaar, or do you want me to use the clams, huh?
Relax, Captain. These are our customers, and we are their merchants.
It's okay, I'll handle it. You, I know your problems, and I got the goods to fix them. You watched an OP deck tech and need to buy the spice.
Buy from the bazaar.
You are deep into theory crafting the next hottest deck.
Buy it from the bazaar.
You are changing your Pro Tour deck list last minute.
Buy from the bazaar.
You follow the meta and need to change decks.
Buy from the bazaar.
You have an addiction to box breaks.
Buy from the bazaar.
You find yourself dealing fab to new customers.
Yes, catch me outside and I'll hook you up.
And you, don't forget, get your cards from me, Hammurabi TCG.
Or else you get the clamps.
I'm glad that for once we can all actually agree that Attack Action Kano is the best deck in Blitz, and that Blood Debt Levia is the best deck in CC. We're going to kill it at Worlds, guys. I got to go 1 second. Hey guys, how's it going? Mo Bogsley here with Team Ascent, sponsored by MinMax Games. If you're looking for a promo code to save 5% off of your next Flesh and Blood singles purchase, head over to minmaxgames.com, use code ASCENT at checkout, and you'll save 5%. And this helps out players like us on Team Ascent a ton. If you're looking to pick up some Ascent merch or some Flesh and Blood related merch, head over to ascent-gaming.com and use code SAVAGE at checkout to save 5% there. So, hey, those are 2 great promo codes. Thank you guys so much for the support. Have a good one.
Hey there, I'm Joey from EDH Rec, and I'd like to help introduce a cool new addition to the Rec family. If you or your friends play the card game Flesh and Blood, we've launched a great resource to help you out with your fab deck building. And in this short video, we've got a Flesh and Blood creator to help walk you through it. Basically, the announcement is, well, actually, I'll just let him explain it. Mansant, take it away.
And there we go. Hey, I'm Mansant, and I'm here to tell you about a great analytical tool for Flesh and Blood that I really enjoy and will help you level up your game. FabRec, found at fabrec.gg. What FabRec does is gather a huge amount of competitive deck lists from a variety of sources and then provides useful insight for each hero and the formats in general. And here we have Dromai Ash Artist, a powerful and new fun hero from the Uprising set. Instantly, we can see statistics taken from the average of all the deck lists for Dromai. Now, the first thing you can see is the card distribution, pitch, and cost averages. Scrolling down, we get to the juicy part, what I definitely want to see, the most popular dragons. Notice how Invoke Chromai, Kyloria, and Miragai are showing up nearly 100% of the time in Dromai decks. These are clearly the staple dragons you want to start your deck with. Thank you for tuning into the video here, and be sure to check out my content on Mansant at YouTube, streams, gameplay, everything to do with Levia, and keep your eye out for FabRec as well. Future features for sure. Try it now, a great tool for Flesh and Blood players right here on fabrec.gg.
Star City Games is the premier retailer for all your Flesh and Blood needs. Our extensive inventory includes thousands of Flesh and Blood singles, sealed product, and top quality supplies, so you'll always be prepared to play at your best. Visit us at starcitygames.com today and discover why we're the go-to destination for Flesh and Blood enthusiasts.
And we're back, and we're back, and we're back with the Levia player who's going to win the whole thing. I don't even think it's a question. Our boy Pat Eshghy.
I'm so excited right now. I was a little worried earlier in the week, but the deck is so good. The deck is amazing.
Who told you? I was like, Pat, trust. There was a point in the team chat where Lucas goes, you know what? I think I'm on the trust Ethan plan.
Yeah, exactly. And I had the thumbs up emoji here, the point up to me.
And now look what's happening.
Yeah.
To be fair, you did make a couple changes to the list, and I think entirely, if anyone tuned in for like the 12-hour Levi stream I did, the build's only like maybe 6 to 8 cards off of like what that was, but then went back to the drawing board a bit, tried to shore up like what a real sideboard into the metagame looks like. I saw you did come through with some of the questionable cards, like the blue Hold the Line was still there. So I want to pick your brain on where you kind of consider what we've done to Levi. Is she really feeling? I mean, you played Oldhim forever and know the power level of that deck. Where is she? Like, how can you compare her to a deck that's consistently so good? She feels very good, but because consistency's not quite there, where do you actually
comparing
put her?
apples and oranges, in my opinion. Like, the decks are so different. Like, Oldhim is all about consistency. Like, every hand is all blue, basically. You have 1 red, and you play 1 card, or you block a bunch of cards. This hero is playing aggressive. Not that I've never played aggressive heroes, but it's just so different to even approach to compare the two. But when I approach Levia, I'm just like, I'm trying to...
Hold up.
My personal favorite hero from Monarch, Levia.
That is game designer. You hear he says it? You know how to say Leviathan?
I probably. Levia. I've actually been saying it right, and I just slipped back into my old... You corrected me before. Anywho, yeah, so like just approaching each turn, and we just like, I'm just fine rolling scabs every turn. I have been punished by it obviously before, but this game obviously came through on the 1 turn that it mattered. We had the difference between 8 and 16, or it could have been 0. So I mean,
Yes.
I don't know. I'm just a Scabs gamer for life now.
I think what's the difference between someone who's played Levia for like 2 years and someone who's just picking it up is you don't have the sample size yet to truly understand what rolling a 1 and losing out on a tournament feels like. Because not to say you actually just straight lose the game if you hit a 1 there, but you had the very clear line of let's take the 8. We're already pushing so much gas. We've drawn so much through the deck already. How far away is that next power card anyway? You hadn't seen a red Screamer yet. You'd already played drawing 4 extra cards because the Art of War and the Blood Rush. So there's so much power. Your graveyard was fine. I don't think you really had to roll Scabs. And for me personally, knowing the feeling of, I win one more round. I'm top 8 at Battle Hardened Denver. Lexi passed. This literally happened to me. It happened to me. Lexi passed their turn. The only way I had a play that was anything decent at all was to roll Scabskins. I could have just thrown 6, whatever. But it was early enough in the game. I'm like, we can take the risk. Rolled a 1, and the game just catapulted and was over. And it's not even. I've rolled a great parallel because your position was very different. But still, just knowing that the 1 loses you the game has turned me so far away from Scabs. It's not exactly your position, so I applaud you for rolling it.
I mean, I'm a savage. I'm also told that I'm very lucky, so I accept this.
I think chat's saying that you're just. It's not that you're lucky. You are just alpha. Let me slouch a little. I am the beta. You are the alpha. It's pretty clear, I think.
I don't know. I think you're probably right. If I think about it longer, maybe it is correct to just throw 8 there. But I literally win the game. It was over. It was great. The game actually ends on the spot if I roll a 4, which I did. So it's. I take and if I roll a 2 or a 3, I just make the same play. So the only result is a 6, a 1 that's bad. So
what's 1 out of 6
1 out of 6
on that die?
I came to game, man. I came to roll some Scabs rolls. So.
Obviously paid off. It was incredible to watch. We did a 3-way cast on that because I couldn't be contained.
I was so glad that they said you were casting with it too. I'm so glad that you got to critique my plays there. So.
You did amazingly well. The one question I had was on crowning away the Dread, but knowing it was a blue Dread makes a lot more sense. A blue Dread is not actually worth the graveyard hit to play early like that. So that was a very good play in the end. And that's actually one of the other few differences in where we ended up. I had Crown of Providence for a while, but couldn't really quite find the matchup specifically I wanted it in because Scowling has potentially more highs in even the Lexi matchup where you can kind of play around a Bolton shot or a Codex type of hand. But I think I see your reasoning in that. Those are maybes in a short game.
Yes, the games are only going to last 5-6 turns.
Exactly.
So you've
the
got that.
Consistency of Crown paid off huge.
Yeah, it was nice to get that blue out of my arsenal on that turn where he gave me the 3 frostbites. I had 3 blues and CNC in my arsenal, so it was, I have to put a blue in arsenal no matter what I do that turn. So Lucas actually convinced me last night to put Crown of Providence back in.
Put Crown back in. It's better than what I put in. I think I gave that slot to a Heart of Findall.
Yeah, we took that Heart of Findall out pretty quick. We took that Heart of Findall out pretty quick. It was, we're like, man, you want to put more non-blocks in our deck?
No, the idea was Vincent. There's going to be Vincent out here. If you pitch Heart into AB, it's 4 value. We're playing the value game, aren't we? And guess what? There's 2 Vincent, and I think they're way down there. That was the better card choice in the end. But give us your tournament run overall. Give us the recap. You're 5-1 now. What was the loss? What were the wins?
So I faced Dorinthia round 1. I faced an Icelander in 1. I lost to a Briar. That was my 1 loss. And I beat Matt McGinnis. Matt McGinnis, excuse me. I'm mixing them up, yeah.
And he was on Lexi.
He was on Lexi.
Oh, humble that man. Humble that man.
To be fair, he should have probably beaten me. Not probably. He should have beaten me. He made an error, but so I mean I got lucky winning that game as well. But and then
you were just alpha. Stop saying that. You were just alpha enough to win. There you go.
I try not to accept them, but I'll accept being alpha today. So, but yeah, the deck's been performing great. Happy with it. Be real excited to see how Levi does in the future.
Have you seen? Is there anyone else doing well? Because we had predicted 2 Levi top 8 just because of the amount of good names there. But if Lucas is out, Michael Hamilton dropped.
Yeah, I heard he went X2.
You're obviously in.
I think I'm a lot. I haven't heard about any other Levias.
Okay.
in the tournament, so that I'm aware of. So it might just be me. Our prediction of 2 might not have made it.
All right, so we're in a toughie then, because I would love to have Levia win an event in your hands. I mean, amazing. But maybe the better timeline is you get second, you still get a PTI, and you lose to a Briar and Briar LLs. And then we're like, that is magical Christmas
Well,
land.
because then if it's Yuanji, like, it'll be perfect.
Yeah,
then,
it's
then
anyway.
Runaways gets the dub anyway, and then we're get to have a little bit more interesting nationals. So.
Yes, sir. So we've got people asking a couple of questions in chat. If you want to ask anything specifically towards me, Pat, Levi, overall, shoot. Someone's asking, is top 8 today? Top 8 is today, and it's actually coming up very soon because round 7 is the last Swiss round. And, I mean, that's it. And then hopefully we transition pretty quick into top 8. I know SCG staff had said they're trying to keep today moving quickly. So I don't think there's deck checks even. It's pictures, then top 8 is what I was told. That's what I was told initially. That might have changed because at first they thought there was 8 rounds. Now there's only 7.
Yeah,
so maybe they're factoring their time a bit differently. But either way, we're trying to move super quick today.
Yeah, that's fine with me. I mean, I'm not going to complain.
I'll take a little break. Okay, so with that, everybody, we're going to cut to a little bit of a break and I guess call it good for there.
Yeah.
Pat?
Thank you, Ethan, for,
Great to have you.
bringing us onto the League of Levia.
Oh, wait, actually, hold up. Sorry. Questions did come through. Maybe we're on like a little bit of a delay. Just because it's been a long day. Every once in a while, like a little bit of a delay kicks in, and then at the end of a stream, it like amalgamates, to like something a little larger. How many consumed flips versus redeemed flips today? Now, that is a good question.
I have never turned into redeemed ever in any game I've played with this deck. I think it's only possible against Dromai. Like it's like the only time you could ever do it, I think. Arachne, maybe.
And there's one out there.
There was an Arachne sitting next to me. They got deck checked. I remember sitting it. And then I transformed into Blasphemous in all but 2 of my games today. So 4 games. One game against Briar, I did not transform and I lost. And against Icelander, I won the game before I got to 13. So.
Oh, that's fantastic. Wait, what kind of Icelander? Bullander?
It was Bullander, yeah.
That one's gotten pretty good. Cool. People in the chat are super excited to see the list. It is not running Dig Up Dinner, but I mean, obviously I'll post a deck tech to it pretty soon, and it'll be out there because Pat's about to win the whole thing with it anyway. I
hope so.
So cool. With that, we're gonna do some back end stuff and be back pretty soon. Aiden, hit the button.
All right, hey everybody. You want to see some? I'm hearing myself twice. Hopefully you're not hearing me twice. Okay, 1 second. All right, everybody. You want to see one of the cooler aspects of the stream that I barely got to use because my phone died? Let's take a look. We've got a bit of a mobile rig here, not with the best quality microphone yet, but let me give you the walk around of exactly what we're working with here. So this is the casting booth. We're in a little bit of a faux corner because it's not a real corner. There is a divider that I put up in between kind of the magic area and then where all of the Flesh and Blood casting is going on, right? Because the magic guys are not doing live casting. I think it's remote or something. Anyway, to give you perspective, this is the SCGCon floor, right? There's some concessions over there. All these are magic tables. Then you've got the magic streamers. And then the actual booth itself. Oh, God, I kicked the thing. All right, sorry. The actual coverage table itself is about 75 feet away, right here. So this is the feature table that everyone is playing on. Pretty simple, right? Pretty simple. Because literally, it's all about being mobile. That is been the entire reason I ever tried to pursue getting better at like production and all that, is really how does it fit into a mobile rig, and really treating that as the real limiting factor. Because for one, if you have like a lot of money in a studio and all that, you can make it look great. But what can you do with a mobile rig? And hopefully it comes across just how much work this has been over the years, because it's so fun to come and put this together and just get all the amazing games on stream and just have fun with everybody. And this is it. This is literally it. You want the behind the scenes? It is just a couple lights. It's an umbrella to block the glare, a couple cameras, and then casters, kind of stuck in a back corner. If you want to see where the Flesh and Blood area actually is, it is all the way back there, like too far to even see. Flesh and Blood is in the far corner of the room, but we are tagging the feature matches. And then they get walked over here by an SCGCon judge, which is actually fantastic, because it used to be where we needed someone like on staff to be a runner and go run all the way to wherever the Flesh and Blood people are, because it's never been that close, to set up the match. So SCG is actually like really pulling through for once. I really appreciate it, because this whole like relaunch of Savage Feats was to better some damaged relationships, and so far I think it's going amazingly well. I've loved working with the head judge today, Maddie. If you know Maddie from some events, like kind of dyed or bleach blonde hair at the moment, she's doing fantastic as a head judge. Everyone else has been so easy to work with. The fact that they are bringing over the people so we don't have to run and can focus, so sick as well. And everyone's running back. Look at this. Well, I did a bit of a walk around. How much time do we have? All right. No, I already did the walk around, but there you go. Those are the boys in not quite blue, in black, back in the casting booth. Let's cut to a little quick break again, because we've got the last round set up. And then that'll be it. Last round of Swiss, then 4 segments, and then top 8. Be right back.
Welcome back, everybody, to the battle-hardened Cincinnati. We have arrived at the end of the Swiss rounds, and we've got a wonderful matchup here for you today between Katsu the Wanderer, piloted by Ted N, into another Uzuri Switchblade, piloted by Chris L. Two players here at 4-2, battling for a chance to get into the top 8 of this battle-hardened.
That's right, Sam. We've seen several players at XO and X1, but any of these 4-2s could be the ones to sneak in. I think 1 or 2 of them are going to make it into that 7th and 8th seed, so we will have to see how this plays out. I don't know. How do you feel about this matchup? I feel like it's interesting. Katsu is really looking to keep big hands and do these pop-off turns with the surging Descendant Bonds lines. Threaten Mask Momentum triggers, go as wide as possible, and Uzuri's pretty good at stopping that. Threaten the Arsenal, threaten discards. So I'll be really curious to see it play. I don't think I've ever seen this matchup played before.
Yeah, it's interesting. Well, if you head over to youtube.com/3floating, you can see Josh Lee Kwai from Command Knights play this matchup into somebody named Jacob Bertrand. But you can notice the Codex of Frailty here from the Uzuri side. There is that Frailty token goes a long way into messing with your Kodachis. You don't get to go nearly as long when your Kodachis are at -1 and can't extend the chain in that way. I also want to bring attention to an incredibly cool shirt that Chris has on. That is the Flesh and Blood World Tour from Poison. I mean, you can't tell me that that's not cool to have a Flesh and Blood shirt, right? My goodness.
That is pretty cool. I'm glad you mentioned that. I wouldn't have noticed it. That's epic.
So these two players here battling for a chance to get into the top 8. We are going to make sure that they are ready to get going momentarily. We've seen Uzuri play out so far once this tournament, piloted by the master himself, Sam Dando, who I think is at table 2 right now. So we might be seeing him again in the top 8.
I hope so.
But me too. But looking at the Katsu, talk to me a little bit about what Katsu got during the last set, as we saw, or during some of the most recent sets from Outsiders, and what they're looking to do in these new rounds.
Yeah, Outsiders definitely buffed Katsu up. The most important card, of course, is sitting here right on the screen. Bonds of Ancestry, so powerful. I'm going to be honest with you, Sam, when I first read this card when it was spoiled, I thought I was completely misunderstanding it because it's so good. 2 for 4, 3 block, but if any card with Gust Wave in its name was the previous attack, it does not cost 2, it costs 0, it has Go Again, so already above rate, and you get to look through your graveyard, find any attack with combo, banish it, and find another one and play it this turn. So above rate plus draw a card, very powerful.
Not draw an just draw a card. Plus, take any card I want as long as it's in my graveyard and just play it right now.
Absolutely, yeah. We often see it paired with Dishonor out of the graveyard to go get another one and try to dishonor the hero. That would be quite relevant if we saw that in this matchup. Turns off Uzuri's switch ability. Mask of Momentum as well. We don't know for sure that he'll present Momentum. It could be Links, but I think more often with Katsu, we often see Momentum. And Uzuri does have a couple breakpoints on her armor, but not the crazy fridge we've seen from some heroes today, like the Rune Blades and Levia. So we'll have to see how good she is at blocking out these long combat chains and stopping those mass triggers.
Yeah. Also exciting, we've been so blessed and so fortunate to have some of the hardest hitting Flesh and Blood players and names in the scene here at the Battle Hardened and playing for our entertainment and viewing, but also really exciting to get to see two players clearly piloting their decks incredibly well to put themselves at least a chance to get into the top 8, and names we might not recognize as much, and give them a chance to show their stuff in front of all you. Thank you so much for tuning in. Thank you to our sponsors, Team Ascent. You guys, this internet, brought to you by Team Ascent. The only reason this stream is possible and moving so well is because of them. So shower them with love, shower them with your appreciation. Marvelous Altars, Dragon Shield, thank you all so much for your support, and thank you for tuning in. And Hammurabi, TCG, FabRec, all of these incredible vendors and providers of Flesh and Blood information and services. Without them, this wouldn't be possible. So we thank our sponsors, and we thank you all for tuning in. Let's go ahead and dive into round 7, the final round of Swiss here at the Battle Hardened Cincinnati.
So it looks like Chris Little is over-pitching to that Spider's Bite. 2 reds pitched, coming in on turn 0. And Ted has, I think, Bonds, Gust Wave, Be Like Water. So theoretically, he has the full line in hand here. But of course, that relies on the Be Like Water hitting. He's just going to toss away that yellow Bonds and see what the top of the deck holds for him.
Yeah, and Chris, they're going to go ahead and pitch that Amnesia. That was an Amnesia, right? To the bottom of the deck in his pitch sound, something like that?
I think so. Amnesia and some other red.
And now, interestingly, Ted, when given the opportunity to put a card with combo into his graveyard for something like the Bonds of Ancestry combo, chose another Bonds of Ancestry. So perhaps that was just to block.
Yeah, but I mean, we have seen that before. You know, if you have a crazy 5-card hand, you can be going Surging, Descendant, Bonds, Whelming, Bonds again. Like, it can go nuts.
So we're going to start off with a Be Like Water. This is a 0 for 3 with Go Again, but if it hits, you can pay a resource and basically turn that card's name into any. You are like water.
You are
You are like water. You can become anything you want. Let's see. If you go to the reaction step, no ancestral empowerment, so this is just going to be blocked out.
Blocking with the second Amnesia, which is a relevant card in this matchup. Gaining names, like, it's kind of funny that it's blocking the Be Like Water because that's the main thing it targets.
Yeah, totally. Amnesia still getting the value off of its card text by blocking the Be Like Water. However, this is just going to be the Descendant Gustwave because there is no bonds before. Is it we want Surging Strike?
Yeah, Surging Strike. It's just going to be for 3 go again, costing 1.
So this one is now, followed up by this Kodachi, and then looks like potentially a second Kodachi.
So it's interesting. We are seeing Ted sequence these Kodachis after the attacks. He's going to spend both of his resources, and then I'm not sure what that last card in hand is. I think that it is a Whelming Gust Wave, so maybe he's just going to set that up, wait for a Surging Strike.
Yeah, if it was, it looks like we're...
Dust Wave for 3.
Oh, and he's sending it, so he's threatening a Mass Trigger.
Yeah, he said, you know what, you've given me the opportunity to present a Mass Trigger. Do you want to continue to block with your hand, or are you willing to give me a card here for my arsenal?
And Chris's hand does look a little awkward. His only 3 block is that E-Strike, and without it, the looking for a scrap does nothing. So he might actually have to give the Mass Trigger here or commit some of his armor.
We do see, if we are Chris here, that we're presenting Crown of Providence and not the Mask of Perdition or anything like that. So this is just going to block. We're taking the armor right away. We're putting the -1 counter on the Black Tech Whispers, but that Crown of Providence is going to go ahead and cycle the arsenal out and get the 3 block, draw a card away from our opponent, and leave us with 3 cards to work with if we're the Uzuri here.
Absolutely right. And E-Strike is a nice card to have in your hand when you're blocking with the Crown of Providence like this. You don't know what you're going to get off the top, but if it's something bad you don't want in your arsenal, you can just ship it to the E-Strike and set that looking for a scrap.
So, everybody, great news. It's time for another Dragon Shield giveaway. 2 are being given away. 2 to 4. We don't even know how many are being given away, but all you need to do is write in the chat the word dagger. We got daggers flying left and right in this game, so go ahead and type the word dagger for a chance to win a $25 gift card courtesy of our friends at Dragon Shield.
And you can sleeve up your daggers in those sleeves yourselves. We see 4 daggers on board, and we could see even more with the new cards from Outsiders. We could see them equipped from the sideboard.
Concealed Blade?
Yeah, who knows?
Concealed daggers?
Draw a card.
All right, so the Spider's Bite has hit, so now we're just going to draw a card for our arsenal here. Blocking is definitely less enticing after taking that Spider's Bite hit, so this is 5 coming in.
Yeah, so Chris is opting for this line, which is -1 damage, but you can't block with your card. So if Ted has a non-functional hand, it could end up being worth a lot more than just 6, as opposed to the E-Strike for 7. Going back to Ted's turn, we will see how functional his hand is. It looks like Bonds, Descendant, Dishonor, and an Ancestral Empowerment.
Yeah.
Lots of choices for him. The only card with go again here is the Gust Wave, so maybe we'll see him just lead with that or Kodachi's.
Play a Descendant Gust Wave for 2.
Yeah, so these hands have not lined up too well for Ted here. However, the way this Katsu deck works now, you can really just have one crazy turn out of nowhere with these Bonds of Ancestries, grabbing new cards, drawing cards, Ancestral Empowerments. There's a lot of ways to kind of take your turns above and beyond with this deck. So these middling turns, while perhaps not too threatening at the moment, may conceal something larger just waiting in the wings.
And even if there's no Surging Strike here, we can still use that Bonds in hand paired with the Gust Wave to go fetch something. He's going to use Katsu here to search up something else, so I wonder if we're going to see him get another Descendant Gust Wave and then do just what we talked about. Bonds, banish, bond. Oh, he's getting a red Bond.
Yeah, the red Bond, so this will be able to follow, cost 2 less, and as you said, banish
a Gust Wave, perhaps, and then
and we still have 2 floating.
Yeah, and he can continue on. So we'll see like 1 paid to a hopefully red Gust Wave, 1 for a Kodachi, and then he can use that second Bonds to go find any additional card that he likes.
How often do you think people we've seen a yellow Bonds, we see a yellow Gust Wave? Are the Katsus playing yellows these days, or is this to really make sure he can have as big turns as he wants to off of something like a Bonds?
I think a lot of them are. Because of how powerful this combo line is, you really just want to hit it as consistently as possible. I've seen yellow of basically all these cards: Bonds, Gust Wave. Sometimes I think almost all the decks play Surging as well.
I mean, the yellow Surging has been kind of a staple, but these yellow Bonds and the yellow Gust Wave, that's what yeah, it's interesting.
Yeah, Whelming Gust Wave as well. That one blocks 3, so it's easier to just include all the pitch colors and block with it when you can't use it well for the combo.
This is banish,
and then you get another one.
Cool. All right, so yeah, he banished the red Descendant from the graveyard so he could go grab that other red Descendant, but now that That red descendant's going to ship to the graveyard after this turn to be prepared for another Bonds of Ancestry later in the game.
We are wombo comboing here, as I like to say. He has one Kodachi that he can slip in here at some point, unless he wants to go fetch a 1-cost with his second Bonds. But yeah, because of the Mask of Momentum, he's got to think strategically about when he wants to slide that one in.
And critically, interrupting the second chain link now restarts that Mask of Momentum in terms of we need 3 links from this point. That Sink Below going to cleanly cover up that attack from the Bonds of Ancestry, allowing this 3 to come through unprevented.
Now Chris is taking the 3. Life totals are near parity, 34, or maybe it's 34 all at parity, and we are sending yet another Bonds. Does he have something sweet to tutor? I think so.
We're going to grab a Whelming, which is most likely just going to be threatening a draw if this hits at this point, because we can't give this the name Surging Strike because we're not running the Mask of Many Faces.
That is true. No Mask of Many Faces. Even if we had them, our opponent has packing amnesias to shut us down. But,
oh my god.
Maybe we'll play. Could just be the same thing we saw last turn, though, where Whelming is threatening the mass draw. It is interesting. If Chris were to take this damage here, then you would, I guess, just slide the Kodachi in first and give him a chance to shut it down with just a Flick Knives if you were to want to keep all his cards.
That is something I was going to mention. By cashing in the 1 block on those Black Tech Whispers, that's kind of the one easy block you get on a Kodachi to interrupt the Mask of Momentum chain. Using if they're trying to utilize Kodachis to threaten the draw, that 1 block on the Black Tech can be a great way to interrupt that second chain link. But because he cashed in to prevent the draw for the Arsenal earlier, like turn 1, I think, in this game, he's not going to have that access to him unless he gets 2 silvers at some point.
Yeah, and speaking of equipment, we can take a glance at Ted's loadout here. Mask of Momentum, like we talked about, is really powerful. I think it's pretty typical. I believe Breaking Scales is also just one of the best arm pieces you can have, but there are some options here. You can play Shuko if you want. Hardened Crash Drops sometimes is Tunic, and lastly, the Breeze Rider Boots. Sometimes we say people play Snapdragon Scalers instead, so he does have 2 Battle Worn that he can cash in, and the Hardened Cross Trap to help with a Surging Strike pop-off turn.
Absolutely. So now we've given ourselves the opportunity here. If we are the Uzuri, he's going to go ahead and take 3. That's going to allow the Mask of Momentum to trigger.
Oh man, there we go.
Now,
I think
most
that's another
likely
Bonds.
This is just going to be a card for the Arsenal. He's looking at the Bonds if he wants to. Can you do the Breeze Rider now? Is it when an attack hits?
I think you can, yeah. He just stacks it under the draw trigger, but the only thing that he has to tutor from the graveyard would be another Bonds that he can't play, so he is just packing it up.
Yeah, I mean, that was a big chain, but if you look at your opponent here, or if you are the Uzuri in this spot, you're only down to 28, and you've kept a couple cards in your hand, including, looks like an Isolate and another Isolate and the Shakedown. So that's why we kept all those cards, and with the blue kept, we're most likely going to be including a Dagger. Make sure you get that in chat. Make sure you type Dagger. Dagger in chat for the giveaway.
Giveaway, win some sleeves. To be honest, Sam, I'm kind of sad we did not see that final Bonds played. Triple Bonds in 1 turn would have been great.
Yeah, but we needed that. It's so early in the game. Only turn 3 here. 34 from the Katsu to 28 to the Uzuri. Only because it's so early in the game, the graveyard just wasn't full enough. We didn't have something like a cheeky Flusterfist, to just grab another card 0 for 4 with combo.
Yeah. So he is swapping into a Shakedown. He has activated an attack reaction. So it'll be interesting to see what Chris names here. Unlike Lexi, I don't think yellow is an option. So he's got to consider red or blue, and he's going to give it go again to use those last cards.
Yeah, interesting because he kept that extra blue Isolate in his hand, and he didn't do anything with it yet. So that's what led me to believe that these black techs are going to get cashed in, and they're going to go ahead and give this attack go again. Now that it has hit and an attack reaction has been activated.
We're going to send... Oh, he's got another CNC. Wait, did we...
Wait, what happened to the Shakedown trigger?
Oh, I wonder if we didn't resolve it. That is a trigger. It's a beneficial trigger, so he is able to miss it. That might be unfortunately just missed for him. So 2 cards blocking on the CNC, and I guess we're moving back over to the Katsu's turn. Uzuri has no arsenal, so just drawing up.
I'm very confused, and maybe it was just both players kind of moving quickly, but that was definitely surprising. That Shakedown would have been pretty huge on that turn.
Yeah, I think so. Maybe Chris was just so focused on, I'm going to give this go again. I'm going to pop my black text. He forgot about the effect. But anyway, we are back to the Katsu with a Surging Strike going into turn 4 here.
And we popped our Hardened Cross Trap, so this is ostensibly a free attack. We're going to go ahead and look how we want to block this for the Uzuri player. We might have to come back to that Shakedown later in this game, depending on how this game shakes up. Looking at, because one of these 2 cards most likely would have left us to the Shakedown. If he names red, maybe this Surging Strike isn't even in our hand if we're the Katsu player right now, if the Shakedown was allowed for that trigger to resolve.
Yeah, that might be critical. Turn 3, I think it is actually. He has one card sitting in hand. Chris is going to say, I'm not giving you that Katsu trigger. Show me what you've got. And he does have the natural Surging Gust Wave. Wow. And we know that's a yellow Bonds in Arsenal. He has blocked with some combo turns since we last looked at his graveyard. So we're definitely doing a big chain here.
This is tough to see if you are the Uzuri player here, because now this is representing a card drawn, but we know that the Bonds of Ancestry is going to allow this turn to keep going.
Yeah, 4 on the Gust Wave. If you take it, then you're also dealing with Mask soon after the Bonds and the 4th attack, rather. But he's going to cash in the Flick Knives, stop the hit effect, and that should also turn off the Mask of Momentum for the turn, so this should be nice for Chris.
And we are leaving ourselves, if we are the Uzuri player here, with the Codex of Frailty in our hand, which is, one of the best one-card hands in this entire trading card game in order to clap back at this point. But we're just going to Breaking Scales. We're trading equipment for equipment here. Neither player getting full value out of this equipment. Breaking Scales not being used to block, Flick Knives not being used to throw daggers in, but we're trading equipment for equipment here, and it's going to allow the Katsu player to draw a card.
That is right. Drawing off the Whelming Gust Wave. Mask Momentum is turned back on. I think Chris should be down to 27 here, so close to parity. Turn 3. Final round of Swiss here at the Battle Hardened. Both of these players are fighting for their dream of squeaking into the top 8. Pretty close game right now. We're about to see... Yeah, I think he's thinking on his Katsu.
Katsu and Breeze Rider boots. He kind of gave both of those cards a little whisper, a little mention.
It's interesting. This deck has so many optional hit effects that you have to stack in order.
Mm-hmm. Let's see which one he wants to go for here, as that Breaking Scale did push the attack above the 4 block that the Uzuri presented, making this 5 damage, enough to sneak one through. And we're going to go ahead and cash in the Breeze Rider boots here, making sure that every card with Go Again is going to have, every card with combo is going to have Go Again.
So both of those equipment getting cashed in without using their Battle Worm, but he's just like, hey, I see the opportunity to use the effect to great power, so we're just going to go for it.
Interesting to see these kind of turns being not priced into for the players here, but kind of taking the opportunities that are presented to them, even if it means I don't get the full blocking value out of the equipment. Sometimes players elect to just find that aggression even at this, only 12 minutes elapsed in this game, 38 minutes to go at the round 7 of the Battle Hardened here. So let's see what Ted is able to find.
It looks like his hand... Oh, he's tutoring a Bonds.
Yeah, tutoring a Bonds from the Katsu trigger after discarding the Double Strike, a zero-cost attack that was heavily prevalent in the Phi decks that we saw so often around the World Championship metagame.
Back in the Stubbies days, Double Strike for 4.
Oh, man, that one tournament that it was just the Stubbies.
So Bonds, he's going to have yet another tutor here. We're going to have to see what he opts to take. I think his options are Winds of Eternity, another Bonds, and maybe a Dishonor hiding in there. I'm not sure what we saw blocked. He's also got a... Oh, he's taking another Whelming. Graveyard is definitely filled up quite a bit.
We'll look through our deck at this point, try to grab our other Whelming Gust Wave, but it's only going to be a blue because the rest of them have been played.
The reds are all gone. This will have Go Again, even though it's not a Surging Strike because he popped those Breeze Rider boots. That applies to all cards with combo this turn, gaining Go Again. So I think we're going to get a double Bonds once again. Sheesh, indeed.
Yeah, I was going to say, have you ever hit a sheesh, Brody Spurlock? It's kind of a thing in the Fab world, it seems.
I have done it. How about when he gets to his final attack this turn, I'll let out my best sheesh.
Okay, you got it, brother. Everybody in chat, make sure to go ahead and type dagger if you're trying to get your Dragon Shield sleeve
Go Again
voucher as well. Please go ahead, like the stream.
Like the stream.
Leave a little chat. Say hi. We're so happy you're here. It really helps us out. It helps out the channel. It helps out Savage Feats to continue to provide you coverage like this, man, because we haven't seen stuff like this in a long time.
Yeah, drop a sub to Savage Feats if you're enjoying this. Ethan's going to be back with Battle Hardened after Battle Hardened. More coverage like this.
But only if we support him. The man needs our help.
All right, so we've got Whelming Gust Wave coming in for a grand total of 1. But critically, the Mask of Momentum still has not triggered this turn. This is still contributing to a potential Mask in the future. I believe the Bonds in Arsenal is yellow, so never mind. We're shutting it down.
We're shutting it down. We're giving up the Codex of Frailty, and now the Bonds is going to go ahead and grab another card. Chris giving a little head shake. Now, here's the thing. We're using a... See, that's a blue Fluster Fist, so we're going to go get the probably at least one of red Fluster Fist for just 4 more damage at the end of this.
Yeah, I bet it's in there.
Yeah.
I think so.
But you've
Lots
used
of
a
damage.
lot of your most powerful cards to these bonds triggers so far. You've been banishing cards from your graveyard, so they're going to be harder to find from your deck and from your graveyard moving forward. If Chris is able to stabilize here,
4 more.
he's going to go down to 13, however.
And that is the final attack of the turn. Sheesh! I had like a voice catch.
That was perfect.
Oh man,
That couldn't have been better.
It was like a 21 damage. 20 damage presented from Ted N. Oh,
I wish your WoW Ethan could be like, wow, Brody, great moves.
Wow.
Brody.
Great moves. Keep it up. Proud of you.
Alrighty, the turn is just going to have to be shipped back to Chris. And now, do you think, looking at blocking with the Codex there, I mean, it did stop the draw. He was leaking damage left and right, but the Codex here would have represented, you know, a Frailty, a Ponder. There's a lot of value you can get out of the Codex.
yeah, it's a tough choice for Chris. He knew he wanted to just cash it in on that one attack because he probably wasn't going to be able to stop a 3 or a 4 without giving up his Tunic. But yeah, like you said, I mean, it could have been worth a lot. Now we are back to Ted on only turn 4. Chris is all the way down to 13. Another Surging Strike. I feel like we've just seen all gas from this Katsu, combo after combo.
Yeah.
Absolutely. So this is an attack for 4. How he went ahead and took that one. We're going to do the Katsu trigger, discarding the Visit the Floating Dojo, which is a card we haven't seen put to too much effect at a high level yet.
Yeah, I've seen a couple Katsus play it against me, but it's an interesting one. I don't remember. This card doesn't block. It's an instant, so it does have some utility use, but you give up the ability to block with your blue. Chris has this Tunic still as basically his final way to block a breakpoint unless he draws into some D-reacts. We do have this Whelming Gust Wave coming in for 2 damage, threatening a draw, so I bet he's going to have to give a card here. He opts to block with his blue Infect. And there's the bonds. We're comboing again. Is this the 5th or 6th bonds we've seen?
This is
so many.
So many bonds. We're going to go ahead and banish just a bee. Oh, no, Flusterfist. I thought that was the bee like water. Banish another Flusterfist. We go ahead and grab another Flusterfist, but this is going to be Bonds of Ancestry coming in for 4, 3.
Sam, a couple turns ago we were looking at 28-28, and then it was 28-13, and Chris is all the way down to 9. It's not looking too hot for him.
Yeah, it's been tough. I mean, it's going to be... You have to imagine that the shakedown trigger would have been hugely consequential to stopping that. I mean, that was that crazy turn.
The double bonds, yeah.
My goodness. So we'll see what happens here now as the Bonds of Ancestry are going to be blocked by a Surgical Extraction. Boy, has that card dropped in price. Holy moly. I'm glad I didn't buy mine.
Ted is going to send in his dagger here. Speaking of daggers, please type dagger in chat if you are interested in winning some sleeves. You can enter the giveaway right now. And finally, the Flusterfist. Chris is at 8, so he's got to find a way to squeeze back in this game, really get value out of all his cards. It looks like he's holding on to a Leave No Witnesses, which is a strong card, but Ted does not have an arsenal here.
Yeah, unfortunately.
Yep.
It's not going to have as much effect.
No, I'm kidding.
Chris has been able to, using mostly 3 blocks, keep that Mask of Momentum at bay. I think it's only drawn 1 card this game.
He's done enough. Other drawing, other tutoring. He doesn't need to draw when he's just grabbing whatever cards he wants out of his deck. However, I think those are...
Leave no witness.
Yeah, we're just throwing 4 vanilla, and at 28 life, Ted, and turn 4 here, 30 minutes elapsed, 30 minutes to go. We're just going to block 3 because our arsenal is not threatened because we don't have an arsenal.
That's right. Potential silver on hit, but you really got to ask yourself how much time is there to find another silver, and that was a miss anyway. Back to Ted with 3 cards going into his 5th turn now.
Here you go.
Not many turns. This is turn 5 or 6, I'm pretty sure, and really every turn he's just had gas. Swinging a dagger. I know it's only been 30 seconds, but once again, please type dagger in chat if you'd like to enter our giveaway for some sleeves, everybody.
Kadachi coming in for 1. Chris going to go ahead and take 1. Going down to 7. Another Kadachi. Wait. Oh,
you said 1 so many times, I was like, wait, not going down to 1.
Going down to 7.
Going down to 6, another Kadachi. So now whatever attack is sent next will be threatening that Mask of Momentum draw. Hopefully it has go again for Ted's sake. Oh, that's not true. Chris is blocking.
I'll play a Flusterfist for 4.
Flusterfist holding on to an arsenal. Chris is looking at a Plunder the Poor and Codex after blocking with this Fate Foreseen for 4.
I'm going to move to Arsenal.
Alrighty, just going to move to Arsenal after the Fate Foreseen used to cover up the turn. We've got 2 cards here. If we're Chris, crazier things have happened in Flesh and Blood. Are we going to see a miracle here today, folks?
I've seen comebacks crazier than this one. So Chris is considering his options. He could Tunic and pitch his red to Spider's Bite and then go ahead and cash in that Codex, or he could just send the 0 for 4, set up the Codex for next turn. He's got to choose here. He's got to be thinking, like, I need to disrupt him immediately unless he's got a brick draw because I'm at 6. I can't do that much more blocking.
Yeah. And I can't, I don't have that much more life to play with. Your life is a resource. You win the game at 1 versus 25, but if you're going to use your life as a resource, you got to have life to play with.
Absolutely.
And at this point, we're just going to go ahead and play the Codex here, and we're unfortunately going to have to discard a card to its effect.
Yeah, I think he wants to cash in that Tunic for that Death Touch, maybe. He's considering using it for the Codex, so he doesn't want to have to spend it on the dagger. Or maybe, we'll see. He has definitely several options in this graveyard. He has to figure out what is going to disrupt Ted the most and try to swing this game back in my favor. He opts for the Leave No Witnesses. This will come in for 4 and threaten the arsenal.
All right, we're going to go ahead and create the Frailty, create the Ponder, so critically turning off the Kodachis for the turn for Ted the Katsu player here, leading into a Leave No Witnesses for 4, threatening the arsenal. Ted going to go ahead and say no blocks, seeing the writing on the wall in terms of the tempo of this game, not wishing to give any of that up by committing any blocks, losing a Ancestral Empowerment and a Be Like Water, so we are getting 2 silver. Hey!
Hey, we got there.
We're going to get our black text back.
Let's go.
Value.
Sad value.
Value. Type dagger in the chat.
Type dagger in the chat for your Dragon Shield sleeves. Ponder draw, setting up the arsenal, and we are back over to Ted. No Kodachis this turn, but 3 cards. Let's see what he can do. Ted's taking in his hand. He knows he probably has this game locked up, so he just wants to make sure he makes every decision carefully.
It's going to be Like Water coming in for 3. Go again on hit. We can Be Like Water. That's what we can do. We can Be Like Water and change ourselves into whatever we want.
But it is being blocked by that Isolate.
It is. However, it looks like we have an Art of War, which is going to most likely banish a card, he said. We're going to banish the Double Strike and probably buff up these cards. Otherwise, why play it in reaction step?
Take 1.
So that's going to bump it up to an attack for 4. 1 damage coming through.
In response. Okay. Yeah, I'm going to take 1.
In response, he's going to take 1.
Yep.
And go to 5. I like that. I like that.
I'll pay the 1 here.
All right, we're paying 1 into the Be Like Water now from the final pitched to the 100 wins. We're going to discard a card to the Katsu trigger. We're not sure what he named it. Couldn't quite hear, but we're going to see based on what he is.
What name did you choose?
I'm choosing Surging Strike.
Surging Strike, there you have it.
There it is.
This makes me want to play Katsu. This deck looks so fun. So many decisions each turn. Katsu Trigger lets you have access to your whole deck every turn. And then coming in for 6 go again because of the Art of War and the Descendant combo. If that last card in hand is a Bonds, I will lose it.
Turns out Katsu's even better when you can just turn off Shakedown.
Yeah.
I didn't know that was part of the hero text. That is crazy.
So we are coming in for 6 go again with a red Descendant Gust Wave. And cutting the deck. We got our search in. 1 card left. Did you catch what that card is?
I did not. I was checking in with the producer, but this is going to be coming in for more damage. The Frailty here allowing for this turn not to become more Kodachis. However, this is still threatening enough swing.
4, take 2.
4, so he's down to 4. If this is a Bonds, it could be over right now. Oh, I don't think it's a Bonds. It looks like another Surging Strike, but I only got a quick glimpse. I think that is a Surging Strike.
And we're going to go ahead and end the turn here for Ted, but he's still at such a comfortable life lead. Chris down to 3. Soon those Kodachis are going to become lethal swings.
Not too shabby. 3 card 10, keeping the pressure on. Chris is, of course, going to buy back those black tags so he can get a block and or a go again. And he is hanging on to whatever he drew from the Ponder. I'm not actually sure what it is. Looks like he's going to pitch a resource card to Dagger. Type Dagger in chat. You can win some Dragon Shield sleeves. And then play whatever that arsenal is.
Spider's Ret coming in.
Annihilate the arms.
So we're looking for attack actions here. This is going to come in for 5. And we're just going to take another 5. Players haven't updated the life total. He's going to go ahead and do that now, hopefully. There he is. Thank you, Ted.
Okay, yeah, 17.
That's what I had too.
Yeah, so he had that 4 damage last turn from the Leave No Witnesses.
Precisely.
Banish. Yep.
It's the top card. We do hit a red Surging Strike, so small victories here as this silver is going to be created, and we're going to pass the turn back to Ted. Now, unfortunately, without the Frailty token here for the Uzuri player, these Kodachis are going to become much more threatening.
They're going to be lethal very soon.
Oh, and look at that. There is a Concealed Blade.
Oh, yeah.
Now it is a blue block 3 that costs 0, so it helps you with your Katsu triggers, and perhaps maybe he's got like a Zephyr Needle in that sideboard that we haven't seen. Who knows?
Yeah, we could snatch something out of the sideboard. I wonder actually if it's in this matchup in particular, it's just a block 3, 0-cost blue non-attack critically, so you could block through spiders by it. It'd be interesting if he's playing it just for that reason.
Oh, true. This is now going to be a Surging Strike for 4, utilizing our final 2 floating.
1 silver sitting over there. Chris does have the breakpoint block back with that black tech. Looks like he's going to cash in the Tunic here with an Amnesia to block the 4. Unfortunately, that resource never got spent, but sometimes that is life with Tunic. Chris is looking at 2 3 blocks in hand, but 1 humble, so he can only block 8 more damage from Ted. He is at 2. Blocking the draw here makes sense. Mask of Momentum is not ever going to be on again since Chris is at 2 life total points.
Yep.
Then the Concealed Blade coming in and pushing this over, so we are going to draw a card as that 2 becomes...
Concealed Blade says gains +1, so he doesn't need to equip, he's just given +1. There you go.
Yeah. It became 2. Okay, it was 2 into 3, so...
And he can survive here, but he's got no cards. He's at 1 equipment left. Katsu is still sitting at 17, so I will be very, very excited to see whether Ted N makes it into our top 8 or not.
Yeah, absolutely. It's going to be hard for the Uzuri to come back from here with only able to draw up and Ted able to extend those chains so much wider with those Kodachis. And once you're at the 1 life, Kodachi lock has been a term since this game's genesis, and it looks as though we are seeing it here, folks. As the daggers, type dagger in chat if you want a chance for your sleeves, because the daggers are coming in to close this thing out. Surging Strike is going to go ahead and be blocked fully.
And that is going to be the game.
Yeah, 3 more damage coming through. Ted able to take this game.
Katsu moves on to 5-2, repping Ninja. We saw a Phi at top tables as well. I think X1 before this game, so there's a chance we're going to have 2 Ninjas in this top 8. Pretty exciting.
Pretty exciting stuff here at the battle. Hardened Cincinnati. Katsu the Wanderer, as you can see the lightning flashing out of his eyes. Ted, I like the color blue that he wore today, kind of matching his hero. A heads-up play from him, but we are going to go ahead and draw some names for this giveaway as the round has concluded here. We've got a little bit of time, so let's go ahead and give this puppy a roll.
Let's do it.
Alrighty, so you guys know what to do. You guys got like literally 15 more seconds to do so. Type dagger in chat if you haven't done so already. $25 worth of Dragon Shield sleeves. It's free. It's free money. It's free sleeves.
Take the free money. Type dagger.
Oh, what are you doing?
Letters.
Type it in chat.
No time at all.
Leave a like while you're at it. All right, we are getting ready to roll. Brody, if you want, I was here for the last one, so do the honors. Give us a little drum roll, and let's get this.
Get a little sheesh after we draw it.
Okay.
Sheesh.
Jonathan Pohl.
Jonathan Pohl, congratulations. You have won a Dragon Shield sleeve.
Go ahead and email the Savage Feats email account, which is just savagefeats@gmail.com.
contact@savagefeats.com. You have to let me know whether you're EU or NA because there's 2 different web shops for Dragon Shield. So unfortunately, there's no Asiatic distribution yet. So it really is locked to EU, NA, and you have to tell me where you're at because we only have a set amount, 6 and 6. So yeah, there's a total we can give away, but if only NA people are winning, gonna have to call it. So anyway, Jonathan, email contact@savagefeats. I'll drop a message in the chat as well. Let's do all the rolls right now. Screw it. Another 3.
Okay. We're doing 3 more, everybody.
We're going again.
This is the time. Hey,
Congrats,
we're
Jonathan.
going again. We got our action point back.
Hey, we got 4 daggers in that game. We got to do 4 giveaways, right? It only makes sense.
This man knows his flavor. Let's give it a roll. Stay with me. Ready? Timothy Klund. Congratulations, Timothy. Go ahead and email contact@savagefeats.com and let Ethan know if you are NA or EU because you just won some Dragon Shield sleeves. Thanks so much for hanging out with us, Timothy.
Yeah, thanks everyone for being here, hanging out in chat. We've had some fantastic matches today in Swiss.
This has been unbelievable.
So good.
Let's.
Jonathan is actually saying he's in New Zealand, so we're gonna still do another 3 rolls.
We're doing 3 more rolls.
3 more rolls. Apologies for that, Jonathan.
Sorry.
If I see you at any event, if you're going to Worlds, send an email anyway. I'll give you something. Okay.
Boom. There you go, Jonathan. You've won something at Worlds. Congratulations. We're going to do another roll. The NA and EU players.
It's got to be because of Concealed Blade, right? He could have gotten a 5th dagger. So, and our winner is Luminite. Congratulations, Luminite. Dragon Shield sleeves secured for you.
Contact at savagefeats.com. NA or EU. You did it.
Whoa.
You're the best. Cheers. Go ahead and roll again, please.
It is Ironside 407. Congratulations to you. As we've been saying, please send an email to contact@savagefeats.com.
Yep. That's what you got to do. You know at this point. You know what to do.
We've been over it like, what, 4 times?
Yeah.
4 out of 5 daggers used up.
Please. All right, we're doing it. Leave a like on the stream. Here we go.
Final giveaway. Dagger number 5. Austin Wooten.
Congratulations. Go ahead and email contact@savagefeats.com to secure your sleeves. Oh, man. 7 rounds
Flesh and
twist.
blood, oh, they show
Hold
a
on.
lot of love.
Hold
they
on.
go dumb. They go dumb.
So, in case you didn't know, Flesh and Blood does in fact show a lot of love and go dumb and go dumb. Yeah, courtesy of the Island Boys.
Thanks to them for that great soundbite.
You know, honestly, shout out to the Island Boys. And shout out to Flesh and Blood, and shout out to you, Brody Spurlock, for what an incredible Swiss rounds of casting, because we're not done yet, folks. We got an entire top 8 still to go. This has been, I don't want to just say that Oldhim leaving the format turned this into a really exciting metagame filled with different representation and a whole new host of heroes, but it kind of seems like Oldhim leaving the format has turned this into a diverse metagame with a whole host of new heroes.
We've got a diverse field of heroes, a really diverse field of heroes represented on stream today. That made me happy.
Come on.
Great players. I think we're going to have the coolest top 8 we've seen in months, so stick around. We're going to have your top 8 announced for you soon. 3 more rounds. I think Sam and I are going to go try to jump over and look at the top tables real quick if we can.
We're going to try to bring you along, depending on who's still over there, take the rig, and if not, we'll be back to check in with you before the top 8, so don't go anywhere. We've got such great content still to come. Thanks for hanging out, and we'll see you in just a moment.
You know who else will see you in just a moment? I realize I forgot to put the Dragon Shield ad in the ad reel. I don't remember. I had to last minute fix it because there was an audio issue. So I actually don't remember if it's in the reel or not. What happened? Oh shoot. I got salt on my, there we go. I was eating a pretzel. There you go. So apologies if that happened. That feels terrible. They're at least in the poster graphic, but honestly, huge shout out to Dragon Shield because they are the ones behind the giveaways. Once again, anyone who won, shoot me that message because I need to tally up, where the codes go. We only have a set amount of EUNA. Before we cut to break, I want to show you one more thing because we do have standings at the end of round 6 at least that I can share. So unfortunately, I didn't check the messages. I actually was given standings a little bit earlier. I was just looking in the wrong place for them. So truly apologies for that. But here we go. This is at least standings at the end of round 6. So let's take a look at that real quick while the casters jump on break because they hella deserve it. But here we go. We'll walk through. This was the end of round 6. We've seen so many of these players who are at the top, except Nathaniel Snyder. And it's crazy because I actually owe him a League of Levia playmat. It's not the right playmat. He got one from me and wanted to, I think, use it today. But I don't know. I've been busy. I didn't find him. So I'll make sure he gets this for top 8. So he uses the League of Levia playmat for top 8. But there you go. Nathaniel Snyder is our undefeated as of now. Only undefeated that was going into round 7. So he's still either undefeated, but regardless, he's first seed no matter what, right? That can't be contested. Oh, oops. So there we go. That's first. Sam Dando, who we saw on stream, we know he's on Uzuri. I think Nathan's on, do you know if Nathan's on Lexi? Nathaniel Snyder? Yeah, he's a Lexi player. He's on Lexi. Sam Dando is on Uzuri, and we saw him have a sick game on stream. It'll be great to see him in the top 8 again. Yuanji Li is on Briar. We saw him on stream already. It'll be great to see what he does in top 8. Does he LL Briar? Mara Fair's obviously on Dromai. We saw her on stream. It's going to be great to see her in the top 8. Matt McInnes, you haven't seen him on camera yet, but the dude is a good friend. He hangs around. He helped set all this up with me, actually, so huge shout out to him. He is on Lexi, and I think he's maybe at the point where it gets... Oh, sorry, I missed Holden Isaacs, who we saw as well on stream. Oh, I forget what Holden was on, but we saw Holden on stream, so if someone in chat knows, just drop it. I think once we get to Matt, it gets a little like iffy on who's actually making it because there was still one round to play at the end of this. This was the end of round 6 standings. There's still quite a bit of time in round 7. Obviously, we'll get to top 8 when we see top 8. But there you go. There you go. We know Rhea is on Icelander. We can fill some of these other holes. Pat is on Levia. We saw Ben on stream. I forget what Ben was on. Was he the Bravo? I apologize. We saw Travis. Travis was on Lexi. So and we've seen like a good chunk of these players on stream already, which is why we tried to go for like a potential winning in of people we hadn't seen yet. We also hadn't seen a Katsu yet. So hopefully every round has been super enjoyable so far. I think we've only had 2 repeat heroes. 2 repeat heroes, and one of them was a Levia, and the other was Uzuri. So how can you hate that? We saw Uzuri twice, badass. We saw Levi twice, amazing. And otherwise, it's been straight diversity. So really great day so far. Quick break so we can once again give our sponsors their valuable airtime. Because truly, this stream would not be possible without the support we get from them. It's been said a bunch, but Team Ascent, for one, is the reason the internet works so damn well. So truly shout out to them. If you like the shirts that Sam and Brody are wearing, you can find them on Ascent Gaming. If you like the shirt that I'm wearing, actually, this you can get on the League of Levia. Fabric, amazing website tool. I actually was using that Fabric specifically to try to source the cards to feed into the key card segment because I want to show off like relevant cards for the matchup, right? So to get a general idea in some like spotty matchups or spotty deck list, I went to Fabric, checked out what was good there. Huge shout out to them. We got Hemel Patel from Hemrabi TCG who hooked me up with all the flashy Levia cards. I mean, I have it all max rarity right here, and that's thanks to Hemel at Hemrabi TCG. We had Dragon Shield, which already thanked about for the giveaways. We have the wonderful Fresh and Buds. I love their ad. I think it's probably my favorite in the little ad reel. But Fresh and Buds came through, and that's why the table audio has sounded so good. Fresh and Buds specifically, obviously Audio Gods. I mean, they run an amazing podcast and almost at 500 subs. So definitely go check them out and give them a click because they are going to do, I mean, Tommy Fresh behind it at least is going to do a Levi cosplay at 500 subs. So please go check them out as well. Fresh and Buds, they're the reason the audio sounds so much better this time. They gave me advice as well on how to make these sound better because these are expensive headsets, but I didn't have them set up correctly. So truly, it's like a community effort, right? It's not just about money, but people actually like sharing their expertise and coming together and like making this a better product. So really huge thanks to all them. Marvelous Altars as well. We saw Marvelous Altars actually show up on stream. And let me show you something very special. This was a gift from Marvelous Altars. Jeff Blakemore runs it. And as a surprise for me, what a gentleman. As a surprise. Oh, shoot, that's not it. Wait till you see this, though. Wait till you see this. Just need to find it. Look at that. Marvelous Altars. A foil, like, extended art Hellhammer. And to me, this means a lot because I love my max rarity Levia, you know. But Hellhammer didn't even come in rainbow foil. Didn't come in cold foil. So he went out of his way to make this in time to hand deliver to me at the event. Love me some Marvelous Altars. I think that's it. Let me double check the list one more time. I don't want to leave anyone out. Refresh and Bud, min-max game, Marvelous Altars. Okay, that's it for now. That's it for now. Truly, we're gonna watch the ad reel one more time. Huge props to all of them, and I guess I'll watch this one intently because I think I forgot to put the Dragon shit ad in the reel. Oh my god. But anyway, after that we'll be back and we'll be actually scouting out the top tables on that mobile cam. See you in a sec. 3 minutes.
Hey yo, Don Amurabi. You want me to tell them about the bazaar, or do you want me to use the clams, huh?
Relax, Captain. These are our customers, and we are their merchants.
It's okay, I'll handle it. You. I know your problems, and I got the goods to fix them. You watched an OP deck tech and need to buy the spice.
Buy from the bazaar.
You are deep into theory crafting the next hottest deck.
Buy it from the bazaar.
You are changing your Pro Tour deck list last minute.
Buy from the bazaar.
You follow the meta and need to change decks.
Buy from the bazaar.
You have an addiction to box breaks.
Buy from the bazaar.
You find yourself dealing fab to new customers.
Yes, catch me outside and I'll hook you up.
And you, don't forget, get your cards from me, Hammurabi TCG.
Or else you get the clamps.
I'm glad that for once we can all actually agree that Attack Action Kano is the best deck in Blitz, and that Blood Debt Levia is the best deck in CC. We're going to kill it at Worlds, guys. I got to go 1 second. Hey guys, how's it going? Mo Bogsley here with Team Ascent, sponsored by MinMax Games. If you're looking for a promo code to save 5% off of your next Flesh and Blood singles purchase, head over to minmaxgames.com, use code ASCENT at checkout, and you'll save 5%. And this helps out players like us on Team Ascent a ton. If you're looking to pick up some Ascent merch or some Flesh and Blood related merch, head over to ascent-gaming.com and use code SAVAGE at checkout to save 5% there. So hey, those are 2 great promo codes. Thank you guys so much for the support. Have a good one.
Hey there, I'm Joey from EDH Rec, and I'd like to help introduce a cool new addition to the Rec family. If you or your friends play the card game Flesh and Blood, we've launched a great resource to help you out with your fab deck building. And in this short video, we've got a Flesh and Blood creator to help walk you through it. Basically, the announcement is, well, actually, I'll just let him explain it. Mansant, take it away.
And there we go. Hey, I'm Mansant, and I'm here to tell you about a great analytical tool for Flesh and Blood that I really enjoy and will help you level up your game. FabRec, found at fabrec.gg. What FabRec does is gather a huge amount of competitive deck lists from a variety of sources and then provides useful insight for each hero and the formats in general. And here we have Dromai, Ash Artist, a powerful and new fun hero from the Uprising set. Instantly, we can see statistics taken from the average of all the deck lists for Dromai. Now, the first thing you can see is the card distribution, pitch, and cost averages. Scrolling down, we get to the juicy part, what I definitely want to see, the most popular dragons. Notice how Invoke, Chromai, Kyloria, and Miragai are showing up nearly 100% of the time in Dromai decks. These are clearly the staple dragons you want to start your deck with. Thank you for tuning into the video here, and be sure to check out my content on Mansant at YouTube, streams, gameplay, everything to do with Levia, and keep your eye out for FabRec as well. Future features for sure. Try it now, a great tool for Flesh and Blood players right here on fabrec.gg.
Star City Games is the premier retailer for all your Flesh and Blood needs. Our extensive inventory includes thousands of Flesh and Blood singles, sealed product, and top quality supplies, so you'll always be prepared to play at your best. Visit us at starcitygames.com today and discover why we're the go-to destination for Flesh and Blood enthusiasts.
Welcome back to the floor, everybody, here in the Battle Hardened Cincinnati. We are here. There's really only like one more round going on over there, but this is where all the action has been happening. This is where the top tables have been being played all day. Actually, over there was Shapeshifter Sealed, and that's what Brody kept looking at instead of looking at the tables with me. But this is where all the action's been going down. Top 8 is moments away. Brody, what a day we've had.
Yeah, this is exciting. 1 round left playing, like you said, or 1 match rather. So we're going to have the top 8 announced soon. Let's go chat with some of our stream players.
And we've totally told them that this is happening, so they're ready for this, and they know what's happening.
Hey, Ben. Ben, you want to be on an interview real quick?
We have Ben Hannon, right?
Yep.
Ben Hannon, this was our round 2 or 3 of the day. How was the rest of your tournament?
Pretty good. I won all.
Just in case.
I won all my games aside from Viscerai. Right after I said I didn't want to.
No, that's not
Right after I said I didn't want to play against Runeblade, I lost to Runeblade. So
only 1 loss on the day?
Yep.
So only 1 loss on the day, folks. It looked like we might have a Bravo in our top 8. Anything else noteworthy from the day? Anybody you want to thank?
Thanks to Ryan Rich, we played pretty much the same deck list as we have for a long time. So yeah, the deck went pretty well.
Locked in 6-1. Feels good. Team Wolfpack.
Yeah.
Absolutely. Thanks for hanging out, and we'll be seeing you shortly. Bravo to the top 8 on the back of a Starstruck. You got to imagine anybody else that we can grab, anybody else you see here on the floor.
Yuanji.
I think I see him over there. Let's find this man. Hey, we've got Yuanji Li. Come on up, Yuanji. As I told you, everybody's ready for this, and we told them this was happening. So, Yuanji, how was the rest of your tournament?
It's good. I'm 6-7 to Runeblades.
And I brought like 8 cards for Dromai, and I lost the Dromai. It's pretty nice. We talked on your interview about how your whole sideboard was for Dromai. And, a lot. Dromai, yeah. Feels bad. How do you feel about, I think we have at least one Dromai in top 8 being Mara, and then maybe some others. How do you feel going into top 8 if you're going to get to rematch that matchup? I think I can make some adjustments, and I feel pretty good about it. Yeah. All right, well, we'd love to see you take it down. Maybe LL Briar finally. We'll catch up with you soon.
Thank you, Yuanji. Yeah, thanks for jumping in and on very short notice. Let's see, who else can we grab from the floor? We've got top 8 being announced momentarily. You want to come up, Ray? You want to come say hi? We've got Rhea Adams on hit effect. Mezzo, how was the rest of your tournament?
We've managed to bring it back. X1 should be in top 8. That's really, really scary after that round 3 loss on stream, but we brought it back.
You kidding me? That's sick.
Good, we've got an Icelander in top 8 now. This is looking to be possibly an 8-hero top 8. I cannot wait to see it.
Well, any other memorable stories from your run?
Played against a Briar in the last round, and the game went about as you expect. Really just ran the gamut of, I believe I played 7 different heroes today. Bravo twice. Got a little bit of revenge after the stream loss. I did manage to play both other wizards in the event. Oh wow! So I played a Kano and I played the other Icelander. So that's awesome. Real spread. Wizard mirrors are the craziest thing I've ever done in this game. So strange. Kano into both wizards is like just mind-bogglingly crazy.
So potentially and most likely locked for top 8. Are you kidding me? After a tough go on the stream, we've got Rhea Adams cleared for takeoff into the top 8. We've got what a battle hardened we've had, you guys. Any thoughts on the new meta?
It seems wide open to me. I mean, top 8 being potentially 8 different heroes. Lots of news. Great. Tons of spice today, but no clear winner necessarily from Dusk till Dawn. We've got a lot to figure out still. I'll be very curious to see who wins.
Gosh, I wonder what was holding back this meta from such greatness. You know?
We have a clear winner. Who got the most from the set, but not necessarily who's the best in the metagame, to clarify. Well, he's still making a face. Okay, quick mini interview here with Lucas. Lucas, tell us about why Levia is the best deck.
All right, so Levia is the best deck because Blood Rush Bellow is the best card in the game. Carrion Husk is the best equipment piece in the game. And then the rest of the deck is just pretty good.
There you have it. Pretty good. Best deck in the game. Your teammate is in top 8 on Levia. One on Briar, so maybe we'll see him take it down. Let's chat with Pat real quick. Hi guys, what's going on? How did your last round go after our stream game?
My opponent was undefeated and decided to concede to me. I played another Lexi. We played for fun. He won, so I'm glad he conceded. I don't have to sweat in the top 8. So next great. We'll hopefully get some good rolls of scabs.
Alrighty, well, we'll be looking forward to see what you do in the top 8. Congrats.
Thanks, guys. Appreciate it.
Thank you. All right, and final interview I want to grab real quick is with our Pro Tour champion, Michael Fang. We did not get to stream one of his games today, but he is known for being on Oldhim. Michael, we're putting you on a surprise interview. Say hello.
Hi.
How did your day go today?
I went 3-2 and dropped. Me and Michael Hamilton both lost our rain razors, 3 of a kind, sitting next to each other at basically the same time. It was slightly embarrassing, but also, I guess, cognizant of how this format has been for both of us. Trying not to play Lexi, but losing to Lexi.
So we know that in the past you have been quite an Oldhim main. You won the Pro Tour on Oldhim. Tell us about how that feels of not having him here and what hero you decided to switch to.
I played Briar. I played Briar at Calling Indy this year. I think it was a mistake maybe then. I don't feel as bad this time. I did feel Briar wasn't too bad of a choice. I just had 9 3 of a kinds played against me today, so it's been like a rough day. I think that Oldhim was like my crutch. So learning other heroes has been like kind of interesting. Less interesting when there's 3 of a kinds just like every turn. Like it does feel like some of the fundamentals get broken when like my opponent just draws 2 more cards, but it's been a good time.
Yeah, Lexi got nerfed a little bit, but still one of the strongest decks.
Yeah, the games are really close, even with the 3 of a kinds, because I have Channel Man Heroic, and honestly, I played Lexi 3 times today. 2 of those times would have been a super blowout if they had Bullseye Bracers.
Yeah. We've seen 2 Lexi games on stream and felt the same way. It really has hindered the deck a lot. Not to the point of being bad at all. It's still a great deck, but definitely a pretty solid ban.
Yeah, I would have taken like 13 more damage on a turn. where I stabilize at 4. Just like he just ends the turn with a Ponder token and an Endless Arrow, and I'm like, oh god, if that was Bullseye Bracers, my life would have been short.
Yep. All right. Well, thank you so much for talking to us. We've got it. Our Earth Hero main, apparently.
Yeah, I guess. I played Crown Seeds today. Not when I played it against Uzuri. It felt so great.
Spicy. We love to see that. Crown of Seeds and Briar.
Yeah.
All right. Thanks for chatting with us. And we are getting an update here. Trying to find the undefeated Briar player. Oh, undefeated Lexi, rather. So Pat's final opponent who conceded to him in the last round. Let's try to find him now. We're looking for him. Hey, you want to jump on a quick interview? Tell us about your day.
So I showed up with 3 printed deck lists, and I wanted to play Viserai, but they wanted too much money for the cards that I wanted to put into Viserai, so I just played Lexi, and arrows are good, I guess. So yeah, so I 6-1. I played Pat in the last round and beat him, so it was 7-0, but he's a homie, so I scooped him. It's a good matchup, so like.
And you're locked for the first seed anyway.
Yeah, so I was the only thing I was playing for is like 12 or 13 elo, and I'd rather put a friend in the top 8 than.
Yeah, that makes sense. Definitely a solid move. We will look forward to seeing more of you in the top 8. Anything you want to say before then?
I want more good cards for Kano, so I don't have to play Lexi anymore.
That is fair. Maybe some Kano support coming soon. All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Best of luck. All right, we're going to send it back to our producer, Ethan. Thanks for hanging out with us for these on-the-floor interviews, and we will see you soon for the top 8.
All right, that was pretty fun, actually. In the end, the potato cam it's a throwback. People were right in chat. They were like, oh, old timey. I don't know, maybe like some old tournament footage looked like that. But there you go. 21st century meets bad internet. Things happen. That was super fun. Top 8 standings are gonna be coming my way pretty darn soon. SCG should have everything submitted. I see the judges kind of conferring right now. They're gonna send it to me. I'll make the graphic while we wait for the top 8. To take pictures. We're going to do another one of the doodle events. So stick around. I shouldn't need to cut the stream. We're doing pretty good on time. So I'll get Sam and Brody back in here because they went like freaking mile away. So we can run that last Guess the Fab event code. It was so much fun last time. So we'll do that, and then we'll jump into top 8, run through the top 8, and yeah, just find out what freaking hero wins this thing. So we'll have the graphic as soon as I can, truly like maybe 5 minutes on that. Anyway, thanks for being here. Be back in a sec.
Welcome back, everybody, to the Battle Hardened here in Cincinnati. We are on the precipice. We're on the eve. We're looking over the crater that is the top 8. Or that makes it sound depressing. We're looking up at the mountain. The mountain that is top 8. It is fast approaching, and our journey has yet to take a single step. But we're not there yet.
The real question, is that mountain Channel Mount heroic? Will Briar climb to the peak and reach LL status today? We will find out. We've got either 1 or 2 Briars in the top 8 waiting to see. That announcement's coming soon. But until then, we have got more Fab event code doodles for you guys.
Yay!
4 more guessing game. Chat's going to get involved. We're going to see. We were wrong most of last time. You did better than me, but we're going to find out.
I don't know about most. I'm pretty sure I was batting 50%. Hitting me with the most. Hitting me with the most, Brody.
I think I only got 25, so that's all I'm saying. But yeah.
Maybe don't lump. Maybe don't lump, kid.
Here we go.
I'm going to go ahead and grab the chat.
Event code doodle number 5.
Welcome back, everybody. This is Guess the Fab event code. We got Deb at Bobble Waffle on Twitter, who has taken the random gem event codes that are like used for LSS to figure. I don't really know what they're for, but every event is assigned a code, and I found this out about an hour ago. Every event is assigned a code, and Deb has gone ahead and turned those codes into a doodle. Now, one of these 4 choices you see, one of these 4 choices you see below the doodle is correct, is what the event code is and what Deb has drawn. What we have to do is kind of reverse engineer it and figure out which of those event codes is that drawing, and you all get to play along at home.
That is right. Ethan's going to start a poll in the chat, so let's jump into event code doodle number 5. At choice A, we have Cousin It. Two T's? Is this a reference to something that I don't get?
No! Okay, hold up. Do you not know the Adams family?
Oh, not very well.
That's
not very well.
Oh my God.
I'm just going to shrug and say I'm so
Brody gets a pass.
Brody does get a pass.
Because, yes, Wednesday is like in vogue right now, but I don't think Cousin It made an appearance in the Jenna Ortega TV show. So you get a pass. You get a pass.
I don't get a pass.
But you do not get a
I don't
pass.
get a pass?
Sam. How do you not know Cousin It?
I didn't watch Adam's Family as a kid.
Oh my God.
I'm sorry. Yeah, I know the thought. Okay.
All right.
I know that.
Sam gets -1 point. He's already at -1.
-1.
Correct event dude. So moving on to B here, we've got Disguised Toast, a famous streamer is one of our options.
Hearthstone into esports for sure.
That'd be hilarious if that was the correct answer.
Disguised Toast.
I mean, it kind of looks like, I don't know, is that toast? The other options are hairy
No
herring.
way, it's Disguised Toast.
I don't think so either. D is woolly tetra. What is it? Can we look up what a tetra is?
No, that's cheating.
Oh, it's cheating.
You don't know what a tetra is either.
What's a tetra? I don't know what a tetra is.
Yeah, tell us what a
It's
tetra
a
is.
type of fish. What? You
All right,
never owned like a fish tank?
Homie, you
Tetras
can't-
are the ones with like the blue and the red.
No, skink and tetra are not just like everybody knows those.
Do you know what a herring is?
I know Devin knows. Yeah, a herring, yeah. Like the fish?
Why do you know a herring more than a tetra?
Like a
It's
red
the
herring.
same-
Like a red herring.
Oh, okay, that's fair. Never mind. Yes.
Or it's also a bird.
Yes.
Isn't it a bird?
Yes.
Clearly, we assigned the wrong person to set this up because he would have been the best at it.
Yeah.
All of these were like, we don't know what they are, and oh my gosh.
Okay.
Maybe it's because he made them though.
Yeah, well,
he's got an advantage
he
here.
knows the answers, but Deb created these wonderful drawings, so I think we just got to lock in an answer. Let's see what chat is saying, because I'm going to say C. You said B? Oh.
Chat is locked in on C. I'm locking in B. It's too funny. It's like
You like
with
Disguised
True
Toast?
Mole.
Yeah.
If it's Disguised Toast, that'll be amazing.
All right, well, let's go ahead and see what the answer is. It is the hairy herring. Lump me in again, kid. All right.
Back up to 0.
Thank you. All right, here we go. Oh, yeah, because I was at -1. All right, let's give us another. This is so fun.
Hairy herring kind of rhymes. All right, event code doodle number 6. We've got an interesting one. At A, we have Tempered Beagle. B, Barking Phoenix.
This is gorgeous.
It is great art. Shout out to Deb again.
Gorgeous.
C, Loutish Hound. Loutish? Loutish?
Loutish.
D, Quailish Dog.
All right, what is lout? I mean, I know what a lout is. Like a being such a lout, like an old English.
We're getting a vocabulary lesson today. I know.
Quailish mean?
We might have to call in Deb on this one. I'm also terribly confused, but maybe that's for the best.
Okay,
right?
so
Just
you're
give Chad a
confused.
confusing one.
Hold on, you're confused, which means it's probably not Barking Phoenix.
Okay, wait. Actually, hold up. Let me add a new
We're
poll.
taking
I forgot.
some
bonus
context clues. Because he said he's confused because the only one that makes sense to me is Barking Phoenix. Okay, so that means it's probably not that one.
I don't
If
think
he was
it is.
confused,
Yeah,
he wouldn't
and
be confused.
Tempered Beagle, those are both like relatively common words, so I think we can knock that one out as well.
Unless he's confused as to why Tempered Beagle
would be
is illustrated
drawing.
in this way.
Yeah.
Is interpreted in such a way.
No, you might be right. This is a hard one, especially because I don't know what 2 of the 8 words mean. What is chat saying? Chat is pretty heavily voting
Barking
B.
Phoenix. I know.
Barking
You guys
Phoenix.
hear what we're saying, though? You guys hear what we're saying? About how he's saying he's confused?
It does make the most sense, but I feel like we should. I'm gonna knock out B for myself based on
I'm
this.
gonna do it too.
We got a bonus clue. We have to use it.
It would be
Gotta take
bad value
advantage.
to not use the clue.
Guys, don't you
wanna-
know? Flesh and Blood is all about extracting value from your cards.
Do you want to use a helpline real quick?
Yeah, let's phone a friend.
All right, I'll look up one word for you. What would you rather, quailish or loutish?
Quailish.
Yeah, quailish. Lock it in.
As in similar to a quail. Quail-ish.
Oh, interesting.
All right, what about loud? That one's
gotta be
dumb.
that one. It's
That
gotta
one's
be that
dumb.
one.
Let me tell you what loutish means. This is what confused me. Uncouth and aggressive.
That's what confused you, you say.
That creature does not look very aggressive to me. Oh, those eyebrows are kind of slanted down, though.
A little furrow?
A little, like,
Are you noticing a furrow?
I think so. So maybe.
Furrowed brow, perhaps? But now, if he was confused by loutish, that means
Yeah, it's obvious. Yeah,
It
okay.
means it's C.
We gave it away. We gave it away. If I was confused about it, it's because it's the real answer.
Yeah, exactly.
But I couldn't tell you how that is a loutish hound.
Hey, if Deb is in chat, explain your interpretation. Not that we don't agree with it, just because we want to understand more of your artistic soul.
This is art, right? Art is
interpretation. Exactly. Exactly.
Oh, and Deb is in chat. Maybe she can. All right, Bobble Waffle is chat. And she said she sent me a
Bobble Waffle
message in Twitter. Or no, sorry. Bobble Waffle is in the chat. That is Deb. Bobble Waffle, who's in the chat, is Deb.
Okay.
In real life.
Okay.
She sent me a message on Twitter to explain loutish hound. So
Okay.
let's look this one up.
Okay. We're gonna get
Loutish is another word for aggressive. We looked that up,
Yeah.
correct? So I thought of the most aggro deck and thought of Phi.
Oh
So
my
it's
God.
Phi as a hound.
Wow.
Deb is,
That goes
I told
deep.
you earlier,
That's
Deb is
another level.
levels ahead of
Levels
us.
ahead of us for
Absolutely. We just
sure.
can't even keep up.
Oh my
See it now,
God.
I literally thought to myself, yeah, there's a phoenix.
Oh my
Wow.
All right, next
It
one.
was so well drawn that
Leveled.
Ethan even wrote the word phoenix.
Leveled by that. Yeah, exactly. He could see it was a phoenix. All right. Wow.
Deb, you're too brilliant.
Levels ahead.
Moving
One
on.
more. Give me one more.
Event code doodle number 7. Ooh, this is an interesting art style.
Just gorgeous.
Yeah, it looks cool. So at A, we have amorphous dragon.
Gorgeous.
B, a dashing worm. I could see it.
I could see it too.
Lined drake. Lined drake. Do you see how many lines are on that?
So many lines, yeah.
And then finally, hazy wyvern. Is that how you say that?
Hazy Wyvern. All right. This is so sick. Look how cool this looks. All right. Okay. So let's just go line by line. Amorphous dragon. That's not amorphous. Amorphous is like. You know what I mean?
You swirled around about 4 times.
You know what I mean?
I see 4 curls.
You know what I mean? It's like amorphous is like it's not quite formed. It doesn't quite have a shape. Like this would be. I'm amorphous. You know what I mean? Let's go to the next one. Dashing
all right,
worm.
moving to the next.
This is my early pick because I think it's a clever use. I think it's a clever take on the word dash.
Right,
I mean,
yeah.
look at what happened last round with the Phoenix Flame for Loutish. I mean, we
That's
can't put
true.
anything past this artist.
That is
That seems like a clever take on the word dashing. We got lined Drake. It could be a clever use of the word lined as well.
Yep, absolutely.
Could be kind of a similar play.
This game is getting deeper and deeper. We have to consider all these factors.
Yeah, and then hazy wyvern. So worm, drake, wyvern. They're all other words for dragon. You know, looks like a dragon.
What are you leaning towards, Sam?
Dashing worm. A dashing worm just felt like. I just love the take on the word. They're all dashes. Although knowing her, if it was dashing worm, it could be a worm in the shape of Dash the hero. Now I'm thinking.
Oh, you're right.
God.
There's too many
No,
things
it
to
could
consider.
be the worm. It could be like the mechanologist.
All right, personally, I'm gonna toss out hazy wyvern because honestly, just trying to play hardball here, I feel like that's something that Ethan would write after seeing this.
Yeah.
I think that it is either lined drake or dashing worm. It could be a. Chat
But
is.
now I feel like if it was dashing worm, it would be Dash.
No, you're right, but. Oh, okay. I'm gonna agree with chat here. I'm gonna lock in Line Drake. Their second choice is Dashing Worm, so we'll have to see. Let's go ahead and reveal event code doodle number 7. It is
No,
A.
it's not.
Amorphous
lying to me.
dragon.
I'm not.
What
You
an
wrote that off
adjective.
so quick.
It
You
was like-
just kind of started melting, and your brain melted too. Because you should have thought about it a little harder there, Sam. I guess. Or
So a lot of those dragons.
I'm ruined. I'm ruined.
Sam,
What?
you're back to -1. No, I'm kidding. You're at 0. You're at
Final
0.
chance for redemption.
Final
is
one.
upon us.
Event code doodle
Shocked by
number
that.
8.
So that means you were clever with the dashing? I hate you. I hate
yes,
you.
yes, I enjoyed making up the ones for that. Not so much on the last one. I had no idea what I was doing. The Louding Hound. We're past that. All right, last one, everybody. Last one.
Sam and I are just the victims of this genius.
I love this one.
Oh, this is I love this one too. All right. You got to think from the start. We're talking about Flesh and Blood heroes. Do you see those Kodachis?
Oh,
You see
I'm
those
seeing
Kodachis right
Kodachis.
there? I see
Yeah,
those Kodachis.
I'm seeing him. I'm also seeing like a little bit of a luchador with the mask.
Yeah, yeah.
A little bit of. All right, so we got letter A. My brain is mush.
I've done that like 4 times almost. Yeah.
Letter A, lucha shrimp, which again, lucha, it's kind of like a luchador mask. It's kind of cool. B, ninja prawn.
All right.
We're seeing some kind of Uggs on the feet there, almost like Uggs looking boots. All right, karate crawfish, and then a kick-ass lobster. This one is tough.
This is hard. I feel like initial impressions. I don't know. Ninja, karate, even lucha are all kind of similar. They have the same vibe. So I think we should start to analyze what the creature really looks like. We see those claws, right?
I think we should. Now, prawns, no claws.
Okay, easy. Toss it out. It's gone.
It's gone.
Not B.
Crawfish, no claws.
Really? No claws?
I don't think so.
I don't know. I don't know these animals.
Whoa. Louisiana native here.
Talk to me. We don't know anything.
Ethan knows so much more than us.
Crawfish have the biggest claws. You crack them, you suck them down. Crawfish have claws.
Oh,
All right,
like a crawfish boil? Or is it
yes,
like
crawfish.
crab
Crawfish
feed?
as in crawfish boil.
And a crab feed.
Not as in crayfish, not as in crawdads, but crawfish boil.
Oh, I was maybe thinking of crawdads. Are crawdads big shrimp?
They're all the wrong word for crawfish.
Okay.
Yeah. But what you're picturing is, like a bigger, like cooked red version of probably what you're thinking of.
Okay, cool.
Or crawfish.
Right. So kick-ass lobster is the final answer here.
That's the one I'm leaning toward.
Kick-ass lobster for sure. Just because, but
let's check in with chat.
Let's
do
check
they,
in.
Do they agree?
No, they. Ooh, it's
tied.
It's a like 40 to 40%, literally between B and D, between ninja prawn and kick-ass lobster. So that means knowing us, it's gonna be lucha shrimp.
Hey, hear me out. It's gonna be lucha shrimp. Chat just went up to 39% on lobster and 38% on prawn. So here's what we're gonna do. We threw that one out. We think it's lobster. It's us versus chat. Hopefully it's B or D, because otherwise that'd be pretty anticlimactic. Ethan, give us the reveal. What is event code doodle number 8?
Hold up.
Oh, holding up.
You gotta understand something for this.
Okay.
Throwback to, do you remember a movie called Kick-Ass?
Kick-Ass.
Do you remember
Yes, it's-
little old Aaron Taylor Johnson before he was TikTok's heartthrob? You remember him?
Yes, I
in
do.
that
I
movie?
love that movie.
What was his outfit?
Look, this.
It
with
looked
green.
exactly
This
like
and green.
this.
Yeah.
Exactly.
I've never seen this movie.
That's okay. You're,
Okay, you do have to watch
your
it.
time.
That's
awesome.
homework.
That's
That's
awesome.
homework.
No, that's awesome. That's awesome.
Shout out to like half of
That's awesome.
chat who also chose that answer with us.
Kick-ass lobster. It does look like Kick-ass, and the lucha was a bait. It was a bait because it could look like
these
a
are real
luchador match.
jump
But
codes.
Aaron Taylor Johnson in the movie Kick-Ass. I think Chloe Grace Moretz was also Moretz was in that
she was
movie.
there.
See, that movie was awesome. That movie was fantastic, and it does
There
look
was
like
a sequel.
Kick-Ass.
The sequel is fine too.
Yeah, and now Aaron Taylor Johnson is going to be, excuse me, now Aaron Taylor Johnson is going to be Kraven the Hunter in the new Sony Pictures movie featuring Russell Crowe. We're just going to talk about Aaron Taylor Johnson.
Sony now owes Savage Feats for advertising. Yeah, they're about to get 1,000 more views.
That was
on
awesome.
Kraven. Thank you,
Everybody
Sam.
is upset at me for not knowing that these crawfish had claws. Come on, you guys. I'm from San Francisco.
Ethan was being tricky as always with that one. Some difficult options.
That was awesome. Dude, the Kick-Ass dressed like Kick-Ass, that is badass.
I love it. I think chat was like also the most split we've seen it on that one.
Yeah.
Great one to end on.
Yeah.
Great artwork from Deb as
yeah.
well. All 8 of these. Thanks for contributing.
I want like literally any of these would be cool as like a sticker or
Yeah.
a shirt. Like I literally True Mole is still in the front of my head. Okay. So guys, we're gonna kick. We got a quick, once again, 3-minute ad roll. You guys know and love these sponsors. Please take a look and show them support because this stream would not be possible without them. But when we come back in a quick moment, we have your top 8. So don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
Hey yo, Don Amurabi. You want me to tell them about the bazaar or do you want me to use the clams, huh?
Relax, Captain. These are our customers, and we are their merchants.
It's okay, I'll handle it. You. I know your problems, and I got the goods to fix them. You watched an OP deck tech and need to buy the spice.
Buy from the bazaar.
You are deep into theory crafting the next hottest deck.
Buy it from the bazaar.
You are changing your Pro Tour deck list last minute.
Buy from the bazaar.
You follow the meta and need to change decks.
Buy from the bazaar.
You have an addiction to box breaks.
Buy from the bazaar.
You find yourself dealing fab to new customers.
Yes, catch me outside and I'll hook you up.
And you, don't forget, get your cards from me, Hammurabi TCG.
Or else you get the clamps.
I'm glad that for once we can all actually agree that Attack Action Kano is the best deck in Blitz, and that Blood Debt Levia is the best deck in CC. We're going to kill it at Worlds, guys. I got to go 1 second. Hey guys, how's it going? Mo Bogsley here with Team Ascent, sponsored by MinMax Games. If you're looking for a promo code to save 5% off of your next Flesh and Blood singles purchase, head over to minmaxgames.com, use code ASCENT at checkout, and you'll save 5%. And this helps out players like us on Team Ascent a ton. If you're looking to pick up some Ascent merch or some Flesh and Blood related merch, head over to ascent-gaming.com and use code SAVAGE at checkout to save 5% there. So hey, those are 2 great promo codes. Thank you guys so much for the support. Have a good one.
Hey there, I'm Joey from EDH Rec, and I'd like to help introduce a cool new addition to the Rec family. If you or your friends play the card game Flesh and Blood, we've launched a great resource to help you out with your fab deck building. And in this short video, we've got a Flesh and Blood creator to help walk you through it. Basically, the announcement is, well, actually, I'll just let him explain it. Mansant, take it away.
And there we go. Hey, I'm Mansant, and I'm here to tell you about a great analytical tool for Flesh and Blood that I really enjoy and will help you level up your game. Fabrec, found at fabrec.gg. What Fabrec does is gather a huge amount of competitive deck lists from a variety of sources and then provides useful insight for each hero and the formats in general. And here we have Dromai, Ash Artist, a powerful and new fun hero from the Uprising set. Instantly, we can see statistics taken from the average of all the deck lists for Dromai. Now, the first thing you can see is the card distribution, pitch, and cost averages. Scrolling down, we get to the juicy part, what I definitely want to see, the most popular dragons. Notice how Invoke, Chromai, Kyloria, and Miragai are showing up nearly 100% of the time in Dromai decks. These are clearly the staple dragons you want to start your deck with. Thank you for tuning into the video here, and be sure to check out my content on Mansant at YouTube, streams, gameplay, everything to do with Levia, and keep your eye out for Fabrec as well. Future features for sure. Try it now, a great tool for Flesh and Blood players right here on fabrec.gg.
Star City Games is the premier retailer for all your Flesh and Blood needs. Our extensive inventory includes thousands of Flesh and Blood singles, sealed product, and top quality supplies, so you'll always be prepared to play at your best. Visit us at starcitygames.com today and discover why we're the go-to destination for Flesh and Blood enthusiasts.
Welcome back, everybody, to the Battle Hardened Cincinnati. Sam O'Byrne joined by Brody Spurlock. Oh, and we're going to just quickly hit that handshake because we're getting ready for the top 8.
That is right. We've got the top 8 for you guys. 7 hero top 8, which is pretty exciting. Several new heroes that we haven't seen in a minute make a top 8. We're going to jump into it, but for a second, let's just take a last look at this metagame here in Swiss.
No, this is me working in the background.
Okay.
It's you guys, just by time.
No worries. We're taking a look at the metagame on our screen, but we saw the 15 Lexis, right? We saw these 14 Viserais come in, 11 Bravos, as always, Bravo North American players showing up in force, but the top 8 is approaching, y'all, and we've got a little bit of a whisper of what's going on there, and let me tell you, it is not nearly as homogenous as we have seen in events past. Let's go ahead and take a look at the top 8.
All right, we are looking at the top 8.
Let's go ahead and look at the event codes. Just kidding. Let's go ahead and look at the top 8. Here we are. Take me down this list, Brody.
Yeah, so at the top in first seed, we talked to him just a minute ago. Nathan Snyder on Lexi. He was our undefeated for the day. Scooped the last round. Up against one of our 2 Briars. We're going to be following these Briars from start to finish. One of them might LL her today. Take her all the way to the finish line. That's our first match. 2 names well known here in the second match. Both have many accolades to their names. Mara Faris on Dromai and Pat Eshghy playing Levia, our solo Levia in top 8. I know Ethan's thrilled about it. And then moving down to the other side of the bracket, Sam Dando on Uzuri versus Rhea Adams on Icelander.
That's going to be a cool game.
Yeah, we saw 6 of these top 8 players in our rounds today throughout Swiss. So yeah, Uzuri versus Icelander, that's going to be an interesting one. I'm not sure who's favored there or how it's going to play out. And then finally, Yuanji Li versus Ben Hannon on Bravo. This is a matchup that we didn't get to see in Swiss. We got to see another Runaways versus Wolfpack, but this is a Runaways versus Wolfpack. I don't think Ben is super excited about this matchup. We interviewed him. He said he wasn't super thrilled to be playing against Runeblades, but he did beat one in Swiss, so we'll have to see how it goes. This is really exciting. 2 Briars.
So interesting seeing that these 2 Briars, the only double hero represented in the battle-hardened Cincinnati top 8, Briar, Warden of Thorns. So if the greatest odds, just by the raw numbers, to win the whole thing based on the heroes here in the top 8, and if either of these heroes do take it all the way, we're not only saying goodbye to Briar, we're saying goodbye to Rosetta Thorn. Don't want to get ahead of myself, but there is an exciting possibility here, folks.
Yeah, absolutely. Vincent just arrived. Some of the builds for her are playing Rosetta Thorn, so if it goes, then by the next BNR, or BNS rather, she will be limited down to 2 question mark weapons she can use. She has access to Rosetta Thorn, Flail of Agony, of course, Nebula Blade, I guess Reaping Blade too. Talishar, never mind. Tons of options.
Let's go ahead and take a look here at the full standings moving down through the top 16. Why don't you walk me through that, Brody, and tell me what you see when you look at this list?
Yeah, so at 9th place, right on the bubble, Matthew McInnes, our 8-0 Lexi from Potor Baltimore. Didn't quite squeeze into the top 8 this time, but yeah, another Lexi doing well. Lucas Birch. Matt Coles is my teammate on Wolfpack, also playing Briar, so another Briar doing pretty well. Very close to top 8. Levi, we saw him on stream earlier today. He's playing Azalea. He didn't quite make it, but another 5 wins
Yeah, and right above Levi there, we do see Brandon Salvatore, who was on the Phi, and right beneath Levi, we see Ted, who we just saw on stream on the Katsu. So the 2 ninjas, again, with enough wins to make it into the top 8, but not quite the staying power to get in through the breakers and all the different losses.
Yeah, so even moving down into the top 16, we've got quite a diverse field, diverse spread of heroes doing well at this tournament. And you see Lucas Oswald, another member of the Runaways, right down there at 21 with 5 wins. Another Levia. He had some rough losses early, but almost came all the way back.
All right, real quick, you guys. What would you like to see on coverage? I can't quite start the poll in the chat in time, but do a Briar. All right, we have Maddie, the head judge of the event, is saying let's do a Briar. All right, Maddie, how about you pick? Would you like Yuanji versus Ben, or would you like Nathan versus Holden?
We've seen
Yes.
seen the Lexi twice today, so perhaps we want to get
the Bravo again.
Bravo
Yuanji
in there
versus Ben.
And we can have another Wolfpack versus Runaways match.
Okay,
let's do it.
Lock it in. Let's do this one.
Alrighty.
Yuanji versus Ben. Yes.
Our top 8 match, the beginning, and now, there's a lot of interesting matchups. Personally, I'm really excited and interested to watch that Uzuri Icelander matchup.
Actually,
however,
okay, chat is very much in favor of Mara versus Pat. I'm gonna go try to track her down.
All right,
everyone wants that match.
Okay,
All right, one second. I'll be back.
Mara versus Pat, so we're doing Mara versus Pat at Prior Living Legends. We'll see it in the finals, gosh darn it. We'll see it when it happens. So for this first round, we're going to make sure that we're going to give the people what they want. I mean, dude, are you kidding me? I want to see that match.
Yeah, same.
Because not only is it Mara's not only is it Dromai into Levia, but it's Mara's Dromai into Levia, which is a different flavor. Are we going to see those Lost in Thoughts that she talked about just do some crazy work, or are all the 6s and all the poppers and all the new raw power of Pat's Levia deck going to go ahead and be too much for this Dromai?
Yeah, this is another matchup like you talked about earlier when we saw Mara versus Levi, 2 absolute masters of their hero, where Mara was quite favored in the matchup. Here, I believe Pat is the one who's favored, but he's only had a week or 2 to play Levia. As we heard from Ethan, he has played it quite a few games. He's very prepared, but Mara's been playing Dromai for so long, so maybe she's really experienced in this matchup and will be able to find a way to navigate it, come out, even though it's an unfavored match going in.
Yeah, now she did say to me on the broadcast that she's not tested into Levia much at all yet. So this is going to be learning on the fly for our girl, for our Empress of Dragon.
Okay, I have an update. Out of breath. I ran across the entire venue to catch Maddie. We are going to have Mara versus Pat. So, oh my God, I'm actually out of breath. We are going to have Mara versus Pat, so we will have the Dromai versus Levi game. You know what? In the end, I actually like that narrative a bit better because there's 2 chances for Briar to make it through still. So
in the finals, we'll see her in the finals.
We'll catch the Briar in top 4 because we do want to follow that story as well of will Briar potentially LL at this event. So here we go. This will be so boring. What are you talking about, Adam? Dromai versus Levi is a very interesting matchup. This is an incredible matchup, honestly. And Mara's list is not Big Dragon. It's pretty aggro. So this should actually be a very good game. It's a very good game. If you've been watching my streams, this is one that I have a lot of fun with playing. on Talishar as well, and we'll see what two pros do with it on the table. Mara, who messaged me last night, by the way, asking for advice on how to beat Levia. I gave her that advice, but look who's playing the Levia, Pat, who's on the list that we built, doing this well. I mean, wow, that's actually, I don't actually know who's favorite anymore. Mara has my advice, Pat has my list. Whoa, 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 that's a lot.
Man round here at the top 8.
For real. So anyway, that's going to be locked in. We do have a bit of time before that happens because they're doing deck checks since there isn't that 8th round after all. So there's time for everything. But in that time, we've actually got some extra segments that we're going to fill. So I'll pass it back to the casters and they can run the show. I'll be back here.
That's us. We're the casters.
That is us. We are the casters.
Time to run the show. Guys, we've got such an incredible... I'm honestly so excited about this top 8. There's some really interesting matchups. We only see one Lexi. Now, yes, that Lexi was the top seed at the end of Swiss, but it's not like the Battle Hard in Los Angeles where it was half of the top 8 and then the mirror match in the finals, right? We are seeing an incredibly diverse set of heroes here, and following any of these matchups in top 4 look fantastic.
Yeah, I couldn't be happier with this top 8. With this tournament, it's been so interesting. No Oldhims in top 8 for the first time in a while, and that'll be the case for quite a while going forward.
Oh man, I shouldn't feel so excited by the lack of the old man, but look at what look what happened. Look at what's going on. This is going to be so cool, and it's going to be, honestly, I think in terms of like a new matchup, something we truly haven't seen before. I don't think, has there ever been a Levia into Dromai on coverage at this level?
I don't think so.
I don't think so.
No. Let me also chime in. Okay. There has never been a Levia top 8 at a Battle Hardened. I have bubbled at 9th, 10th, and 11th. Before this set, to be fair, before this set. Let's try my freaking hardest. Now we got Pat in the house, amazing player, amazing deck, amazing buff from Dusk till Dawn, and amazing run that we are going to watch potentially to the conclusion with the first Battle Hardened top 8 of Levia ever against the Empress herself, Mara. Mara's actually standing right here. Let's cut to the caster cam so she can wave a little hi real quick.
Jump in and say hi. We've got Pat's opponent right here, Mara, the Empress herself.
Oh, here you go. Here you go. You can sit. You can sit. Oh god. Get in here. Get in here. This is all good. This all makes sense. This is all smooth sailing.
All right. Mara, how are you feeling? You're up against the one Levia in top 8. Are you ready to end his run? How are you?
I am super hyped to end his run. Ethan's over here getting excited about Ethan's over here like, Levia's a good deck now, and I can't have this go on. What are we like? If Azalea is not a good deck and Levi is not a good deck, I mean, how long until Dromai is the deck? I can't.
They can't hear me. I know. Yeah, you took all his power.
Right. Oh,
we can't listen. No, you have all the power. You control the narrative, Mara.
Yes, Ethan. I know Levia is terrible, and you want to play Bolton now? Bolton? You heard it here first,
he's
folks.
Admitted defeat.
So talk to us.
Van Sant, Bolton main.
Talk to us, if you don't mind, just a little bit about your thoughts going into the matchup. We'd love to see, it's going to be a great game. We'll get whoever wins back to talk about what happens after the game. But because we have you here looking ahead into this matchup, again, don't reveal your secrets.
Okay.
Don't reveal your secrets because we do have a game coming up.
No secrets.
Just go ahead and tell the people what you're thinking about moving into this.
So I'm thinking about my Briar quarterfinals match. No, it's actually I'm actually kind of looking forward to this match. The match is really fun and it's a very, very technical match. You've got a lot of poppers, but they don't have a lot of disruption. So like it's gonna be bloody. It's gonna get real bloody, real fast. Game's gonna be quick.
Do you feel like, okay, if you had to give a percentage that you feel like Dromai is to win this matchup in general, what would you say?
Ooh. See, you're gonna make me give percentages on a lot of these, and it's a skill matchup. It really, I think it's a matchup where it's just both players knowing their game plan, knowing each other's game plans, and knowing both how to execute.
Did you say it's a scabs matchup?
No, skill.
Skill? Oh, okay.
Did you just come over here?
Man. Get out of here, Bolton.
All right, so he needs to charge his soul, and then just take an intellect penalty.
We've got a surprise top 8 competitor, Ethan Van Sant, playing Bolton with the new Dusk till Dawn cards.
What is a card that you need to see, you think? What is something that you are going to be looking for to, kind of accentuate your game plan, or something that you're like, when you see that card early game, you're like, okay, we're on the right track? Anything?
I don't know, like everything. Like, there's not like any real single, like cool. The Mirror guys are really big in the matchup just because Mirror guy just lets me push a lot of the dragons, and Levia does kind of have a hard time killing dragons that aren't like popped.
Right.
So like Mirror Guy's gonna be a big one in the matchup to watch. Like if I can get the Mirror Guys to stick, it just takes him a lot of resources to get them back off the board, and he has to get them off the board. So like Mirror Guy's gonna be big.
Keep it going. I'm gonna set up.
Cool. The Passing Mirage is a really interesting one in this matchup because it's not as impactful as people would think. Like just being the fact that oh well you removed your popper for the first thing, but because you're gonna play it as a chain ender, and then the Levia gets agency on when to kill it, especially with scab skins being relevant. Passing Mirage is really a way. It's not a way to say remove my Phantasm. It's a way to say you have to roll scab skins this turn.
Right. Scabs-based matchup.
What was that?
Scabs-based matchup. As
Yeah,
Ethan
it
said.
is. It is in fact. Scab skins will be relevant in this matchup, Ethan.
Bolton main.
Bolton main. I know Bolton. The Bolton main doesn't understand scab skins. It's okay. Do I need to tell you what the card text does?
You can just stop.
We need to get.
He controls the power.
Roger Bodie, and Brendan Patrick both in here. The three Bolton mains
Yes,
together. They can
please.
unite.
There you go.
By our powers combined, we make a hero that. I don't want to shit on Bolton. I like Bolton.
Bolton's fun. Bolton got some new support, right? Yeah.
I
As
do.
players play with the new cards, and as they try to use the new tools, who knows what's gonna happen? As we saw Levi here in the top 8. Who knows what can happen in the Wild West of the Dusk Till Dawn format?
Yeah. Actually, this whole format has been crazy. I'm so glad I came today because these are my favorite formats. When you can walk in a room and just be yeah, I have no idea what I'm about to play against.
Yeah.
I played against just everything today. I played 2 Lexis, 2 Uzuris. I played against a Prism. That game didn't go well for the Prism. I ended that game at 45.
Nice.
45. Oh
Nice.
no.
No,
New high score.
the Prism player, they played it great. They played it as well as they could, but that matchup is brutal.
Yeah.
But yeah, I played against Briar. I've played against Azalea on camera. I played Levi and Azalea. So the only things I played against more than once at all were just I played 2 Lexis and then the 2 Uzuris.
Yeah, we've seen here on camera, we've seen a ton of different heroes and a ton of different heroes winning. Lots of interesting matchups that we haven't seen a ton of in the past. I'm glad that you said this is a skill-based matchup.
Yeah.
So I'm really excited to see it played by 2 pro players. Like we were talking about, many accolades in the past. You've been playing Dromai forever. Pat's a great player. He's been playing Levia not too long, but Ethan was telling us how many reps he has put in. I think he's really prepared for this event, given the circumstances. So it'll be really cool to see you both navigate it.
Yeah, I was even I was talking with Pat about the matchup 2 rounds ago, and now it's here. But yeah, it's such an interesting matchup. There's so many little nuances, especially on the Dromai side. I talk a lot with the people that Purple Chat and things like that, where one of the most important things you can do as a Dromai player is understand that sequencing really well. That sequencing is super, super important. It's going to come into play a lot in this, of knowing okay, when do I play my dragons? When do I attack with my dragons? When do I hold the dragons back? And a lot of that I think is going to be super important here.
Yeah, for sure. Any more thoughts about this match or anything else on the top 8? Decks you want to play against? Decks you're scared of?
Rhea's on Icelander. I'll just open the event. I did not respect Icelander this weekend.
Your deck building? Oh no.
You got a round before you have to worry about anything like that.
Yeah. So my matchup in Icelander is typically pretty
ready
favored.
for you over there.
But I might have cut some of my Icelander sideboard.
Fair enough. Well, hopefully you don't have to run into the Icelander.
We'll see. It's
Best
gonna be
of
great
luck.
though. All
Thanks
right.
for chatting with us.
Awesome.
Hang out
Thank you
again.
so much.
Good luck in the round.
All right. Thank you.
We'll see you, Your Majesty.
All right.
Best of luck. Best of luck.
Oh, this is yours. Oh, we're doing a bit.
Oh, he hit
All right.
you with the
For context, Bolton main
Oh,
Ethan
with the
Vance.
fake- there it is. Oh, there's the fake
handshake
out.
and then
Keeping these.
All right, hold on. I'll help you. I'll let you out. Yep, you're good. You're good. You're good. Boom, boom, boom. I was like, where's my opponent? Alrighty, y'all, as we untangle ourselves here, thank you for bearing with us.
Chat really demand.
They did. They demanded this matchup. They demanded the matchup. We didn't want something else. We were just thinking about the whole picture, and we're happy that you're having your game. But they're ready for you. Go play.
Good luck.
All right, thank you guys for hanging out. Are we going to cut to a break at all, or are we heading right in?
We're going to take a look at top 8 one more time just to refresh everyone on the matchups. And then we will, I think, jump right in. Mara just needs to get stuff ready, so we're going to look at the graphic. I'll go run over there, and then we'll start.
Awesome.
So here's the graphic again.
You guys heard the man.
Sam, we are the casters. Ethan is in charge, but at the end of the day, who's really in charge? Chat.
Chat
decides what happens.
That is deciding because clearly we don't get to say. They knew what they wanted, and honestly, I'm really excited for this matchup.
I am too. I'm glad we get to watch this one.
Yeah.
So Mara versus Pat, we're gonna get to see this one, talk more about it. Let's look at the rest. Dando versus Adams with Uzuri versus Icelander is a match that I'm having a hard time predicting. I feel like one of them is actually pretty significantly favored, and I feel like I've heard people talk about this before, and I have no clue which one it is.
So here's what I'll say, and this is not meant to be a shameless brag, but after the Chicago Brawl, we went and hung out with Sam, and we played some Sealed, and then he told me, he was like, you play Icelander, right? Because I roll Icelanders on Talishar, and I want to play into a more seasoned Icelander player. And while I did take both games that we played, one of them truly came down to drawing a Heart of Findall on the exact turn I had a sink below and could pitch the heart to my Ironhide gauntlets to gain exactly the life to put me at it was like just the perfect sequence of final hand. So it was very, very close. And knowing Sam, that was right when at the onset of that format. So I'm sure he's put more time into the matchup. But again, how many people are respecting Icelander at this tournament?
Yeah. I feel like we see that so much with Icelander where it comes down to the wire, like some of the best Flesh and Blood.
Yeah.
2 Briars, as we talked about in the other quarterfinal matches, and I think we are about to jump into the game.
Let's go ahead and look here at the Battle Hardened Cincinnati. We have got your top 8, my friends, and it is coming up immediately here. The first round of the top 8. Mara Faris on her patented Empress Dromai build versus Pat Eshghy on the new hotness, Levia, Shadowborn Abomination.
And he is on this Blood Rush Bellow list that we saw earlier today. And
they're taking a look at each other's decks?
Yeah,
they're getting a look at the deck list.
So for tournaments like this, where we do have the cameras rolling and there are matches streamed, they like to have top 8 be open deck list, where you sit down for your match and you get to look over everything the opponent has, because that way there's no advantage gained being able to glance back at the stream and see what someone was playing.
And it also has something to do with, let's say a lone wolf shows up to a tournament and just gets all the way to the top 8 and doesn't have any friends out there in a team or just that came along with those. If you do come with a team or friends, perhaps those people could be scouting games for you, could be looking at the matchups and telling you, oh, this person's on this person's running this spicy pummel tech. So if you don't have that luxury or you're just kind of coming, to a tournament by yourself, the open decks lists do a good job of leveling the playing field for that kind of, hidden or otherwise gained information.
Absolutely. It's a nice thing that the judges have been doing for more and more events. I think anything battle hardened up at this point is always open deck list.
All right, just to note, everyone, by the way, in the chat, you can vote for your favorite outcome here. Who do you want to win? The Queen, Levia, obviously, or the Empress, Dromai? The poll is in the chat. Let us know. We'll call it right before we can tell by the game state, all right? So no cheating at the very end. But that poll is live. They are, as you already mentioned, going over deck lists and then pretty much kicking into gear. I'll pass it back off.
Sam, I know we're supposed to be unbiased casters, and we've been doing a medium job of that all day.
I think we're doing a pretty good job.
I think so. But who do you think will win, and who would you want to win for the sake of the rest of this top 8 bracket?
Oh, interesting. That's a great question, Brody. I don't think I can pick who I think in terms of just pure experience on the deck, there is no, the scales are significantly tilted in Mara's favor just in terms of reps. But when you're talking about reps, that's a two-sided coin, right? Because how many reps does she have into Levia?
Right.
So there's reps on the deck, and then there's reps into your opponent's deck, and I wonder if that equalizes those scales some. Levi has a bunch of poppers. I'm gonna be honest with you, man. I haven't watched a bunch of Levi games. I don't know that much about what this hero does. I know it at a baseline level, but there's intricacies that are going to be news to me in the same way that they are to the viewers at home. So I think I'm interested in. I think I see Dromai just generally edged in the matchup, just a little bit because of the familiarity with the hero and because of the game plan of establishing enough permanence. Can Levia go wide enough to deal with them?
And with that said, it would be really cool, honestly, to see either of these heroes advance to the semis to win the tournament. It would be the first battle hardened that either of them had won. Like Mara said, Dromai has several top 8s to her name at this point, but 0 first places at big events like this.
Yeah, an impressive resume to say the least, but for a lot of these players, they get the PTIs, they get the recognition, they get the awards, they get the experience, they become known as one of the top players in the world, but there's something elusive at the end of the tunnel, and it's the W. It's the feeling where you close it all the way. I know, I've won plenty of Battle Hardens, I've won plenty of callings. It's a great feeling when you finally get I remember my first win back in 2018 before the game had even really come out. I was already 5 wins deep. It was really an exciting time to be playing Flesh and Blood.
We've got brilliant pro player, Mr. Sam O'Byrne here
Yeah,
in the booth
exactly.
with us.
And then you Brody Spurlock, who just likes to hang out and watch.
I think you mean Bordy Supperlock.
Bordy Supperlock, excuse me. And we
the
have got
cameraman.
the deck lists here, Mr. Supperlock. We have the deck list for ourselves. We're going to go ahead and take a look at them and see if there's anything spicy, anything interesting. It's funny, Mara's, you can't see it at home, but Mara's pitch 1 list is so long that it actually moves into the yellow pitch.
That's really funny. She has 0 yellow pitches.
So
And
it just continues into the yellow pitch. It says red pitch continued.
And past lists, we've seen both of these lists on camera so far today, but I wonder if there are any particular sideboard cards hiding in here. Pat rocking 11 equipment, so definitely has the ability to swap around.
Do you think now, do you bring, now, oh man, do you bring any Null Rune in? Do you bring any Null Rune for Burn Them All? Question? No, Ethan's shaking his head. No.
I'm not going to comment on the proper way or potential outcome of the match, but if you watch my streams, you know how this matchup goes and how it is a hard one. Let's just put it that way. It's hard for the Dromai to face roll because it's a brute. Like, you just don't get that opportunity of just like, oh, you know, they can't answer my dragon board. Cool. Like, that doesn't happen. But it's also not a free roll for Levia because she has to manage her own mini games and her own like little resource engines of needing a graveyard. Also, the fact that her popping 6s are normally the attack that's going to turn off Blood Debt, right? So it's a lot of balancing of where you can give up on letting the board state develop to push the damage you need to win the game, essentially. It's a very interesting matchup. I really enjoy it, and hopefully we get a great game in front of us.
Absolutely.
No more talking from me.
Chat, I know we told you the pitch 1 is continued into the yellow section. Hopefully you guys didn't see it when we showed the deck list, because I want to ask, what do you guys think the number is of pitch 1 cards that Mara has in her deck? Type it in the chat. Take your guess. It is a hilarious number.
It is, in fact, a hilarious number of I now see why she's saying he wasn't respecting Icelander at frickin' all.
No Null Rune in this list. A number of blues that we will not
She's
disclose.
got Null Rune. She's got Crown of Reflection.
Oh, there you go. There is one AB.
Hey, Arcanite Skullcap.
Arcanite
Oh, but you
Skullcap
can't,
could be
but
AB 3.
those are both headpiece.
Potentially, that's true.
Now, anything from... Now, Ethan knows this list very well. I don't know if there's any spice that he can call us towards. You see a couple Mark of the Beast, the card I know very, very well, and can tell you exactly what it does off the top of my head, but I'm not going to. As well as, yes, you see.
We have one Deep-Rooted Evil, which I don't think we saw in Pat's Swiss game, but that can be a powerhouse engine, kind of like we saw the Howls.
It's been like on camera and everything.
Absolutely.
What do I ask for this?
And to reveal the answer to that question, Mara has a grand total of 70 red cards in her deck list.
And 3 blue cards for a total of 73.
And some sideboard equipment as well. Not quite as much as Pat, but she's got, I think, 3 headpieces here. AB1, Arcanite Skullcap for the triple block, or Crown of Providence in matchups where she's more likely to need that sync effect. Maybe to dodge CNCs, perhaps.
Interesting, she elected to go with the Storm of Sandakai for her weapon. There's a bunch of options for her to choose from, but good to see that she's sticking with the tried and true on this one.
Honestly, I feel like as much experience as Mara has, I think she just hasn't tested Dromai quite enough to discover that Talishar is the better weapon.
Yeah, I think that's
probably
fair.
figured out in the next couple weeks.
No, I think that's fair. No. But Storm of Sandakai is going to be the weapon choice here. She's going to elect to give the Dragons go again, to allow them to attack, which I think is fair. I think is a fair choice for and speaking of, I wonder what and how there would be another weapon printed.
Jokes aside, though, we do have Iris of Reality as an option that some Dromai players like to present.
Absolutely.
They run out auras.
Yeah, they lose.
My yellow Dread Screamer.
Listen. No comment.
Yeah, Pat, you get it. Yeah. All right.
Pat's laughing at our joke. He's not. He cannot hear us. But perfect timing. Looks like the players are getting ready here. Final sideboard choices. Pat's deck is presented. Rocking the Oldhim sleeves, even though he can't rock the Oldhim.
Yeah, all right, there's the Crown of Reflection we were just talking about. Looks like this is the equipment presented. We're going to be... Alrighty, this is coming up shortly. We see the Oldhim sleeves. Pat keeping the dream alive. We know he is one of the best Oldhim players the game had ever seen, and utilize that here to just devastating efficiency. But so keeping the hero alive on his sleeves. We see some beautiful altered art that I believe Mara Faris has done. You can check her out at Blackwing Studio if you want to get any of her incredible altars.
Beautiful altars, beautiful foils and marvels throughout her whole deck. We'll get to see them again.
And speaking of altars, shout out to Marvelous Altars, one of the sponsors of the stream. We actually got to see their work earlier on the Lexi hero card presented here at the Battle Hardened, so absolutely check them out, as well as Fabrek, Hammurabi, TCG, Dragon Shield, Fresh and Buds. Thank you so much for all your support. Of course, Team Ascent for this incredible internet. This has just been such a wonderful day of Flesh and Blood, and it's not over yet. We're just at the beginning of the top 8. We've got 3 more rounds for you guys moving into the final championship round. Will Briar Living Legend? Will we see some Living Legend points for Levia of all heroes? This is going to be a fantastic top 8.
Whoa, whoa, whoa. Don't say that like it's too remarkable there, Sam. I've gotten my fair share. All right, not a collective 10 like a Battle Hardened would award, as puny as that sounds, but like 8. You know, I got like 8 under my belt.
Yeah.
So,
absolutely.
And speaking of Team Ascent, Rhea Adams is in this top 8 as well, so a lot of cool potential storylines here.
Sam Dando as well?
Yeah, Sam as well. 2 Ascent members, so we can see one of them take it. We can see Dromai or Levia get first Battle Hardened win. Bravo, we haven't seen Bravo take first in a hot minute.
We haven't seen Bravo in a top 8 like this in a hot minute.
Yeah, no. So, I think the only hero in this top 8 that would perhaps not be anything too new or spicy.
Which could you be talking about?
I don't know who could be. It's a particular ranger. Goes by the name of Lexi Livewire. Hey, I mean, if the Lexi wins, though, they showed up even through the Bullseye Bracers ban. They figured out a replacement. They came, they conquered, so we'll have to see what happens.
Power to them. The heroes are continuing to shuffle up here. The match should be getting ready shortly. Thank you all for bearing with us as we hang out and get ready for this top 8 match. I'm curious, this is the one question I did want to ask Mara, is how does she feel that her list performs in particular into, or she's expecting it, because as we heard our wonderful producer talk about, that this can be a challenging matchup for both sides. How many times has the matchup been played into the Empress Dromai versus the Big Dragon Dromai? That's definitely more popular, kind of at a baseline level from what we've seen into tournaments in general. Mara has proven to be just a master of her personal list and has taken it just so far.
Yeah, and it's interesting, both of these decks kind of have 2 versions running around. Mara, of course, has the Empress Dromai, where we've seen other players like Yuha in the top 8 of the Pro Tour is playing a much more Big Dragon-heavy Dromai deck. But even with Levia, Pat and Lucas are playing this more aggressive Claws deck, Blood Rush Bellows, that Ethan built and was talking about. But we saw Michael Hamilton show up with the more slow setup Levia deck, choosing to rock that Ravenous Meat Axe.
Okay, but where did he end up? Tell me where Michael Hamilton is, huh? Oh, he's at home. That's right, Brody. That's right.
All right, a little shade thrown from our producer.
All right, Ethan is mad over there.
He's mad because he has to be a Bolton main now.
That's tough.
All right, and decks are presented. We are cutting, and we will get to start with what equipment have these players chosen to present, because they have quite a few options. 18 cards of equipment between them. Pat is, of course, rocking those claws. Gambler's gloves in this matchup, and he did choose to go with the Scowling Flesh Bag. He has both Scowling Flesh Bag and Crown of Providence in his list, so he thinks that the Intimidate will be more valuable versus Mara's Dromai deck.
Absolutely. Now, this is it, everybody. Quarterfinals.
Mara.
Battle Hardened Cincinnati.
This is what we've been waiting for. Mara presented Crown of Providence, Flame Scale Furnace, Seeker's Mitts, and Flesh and Blood.
Hey, if you're going to play the game, you might as well play with the whole card pool. But the handshake has been presented, everybody. Thank you all so much for joining us. It's been a wonderful day so far, and we cannot wait to continue with this top 8. We have Levia, piloted by Pat Eshghy, into Mara Faris's Dromai deck. Let's go ahead and get into this top 8 with the Scabskins Leathers roll of all things. And 2 action points.
He hits 2 action points. We see the boots revealed for Mara now. It is the gold foil Snapdragon Scalers. Very nice.
Okay, that's cute.
And then Pat is considering his options. Mara was showing off her cool 2 action points token that she uses when Chromai attacks. Starting with a Claw.
So just 3?
Mara does have game actions she can take on this turn 0. Sometimes we'll see Sigil from her or just that Seeker's Mitts to get an Ash. So what cards she blocks with can be very relevant. Pat is considering what his second action will be after
Perhaps,
this Claw.
Pat, by attacking here, you want to put cards back in your deck, but also you're making it maybe slightly harder for those Seeker's Mitts to be activated, or give Mara less cards to work with if she wants to go ahead and create that Ash in the first turn, as we think she's probably likely to do.
Yeah, so Mara is blocking with 2 Yenderais here, both Marvel, of course. And, yep, she's going to make that Ash and opt 1.
Alrighty, so we're going to make our very first Ash of the game for the Dromai player here. We're going to opt 1. She's got a Lost in Thought in her hand. She's going to decide After all those of all those cards, she decided what I want is the Lost in Thought here, because not only does it allow me to interact with my opponent's hand, it's a starter and it makes me an Ash.
Yeah, exciting new card from Dusk Till Dawn. Maybe we'll see her take Pat's only popper or something. In this case, that is not the case. He's got 2 in his hand, but let's see what Mara chooses to lead with. It looks like her hand is Blaze Headlong, Billowing Mirage, Lost in Thought, and maybe another Billowing.
Yeah, I think it is another Billowing, but we shall see momentarily, as she looks like she's going to be pitching that Lost in Thought to get started, because she has the ability to go for damage here that doesn't have any Phantasm on it. This is going to be 3 with Go Again, and we get to decide if we're the Dromai player, if we're going to make the Ashwing, which we clearly are.
Yep, we saw Mara earlier today saying, you know what, I'm not going to go down to absolutely 0 Ash. I want to be safe, but other than that, I'm cashing in everything. I don't want to be caught with Ash at the end of the game. If I have 2, Baby Dragon, let's go.
Baby Dragon, let's go. 3 damage coming in. That's going to be taken by Pat, going down to 37. Now, are we going to follow that up with the Blaze Headlong? Looks like we're getting ready to snap that off. 4 more damage, and it is 4 more damage with Go Again coming in from the Blaze Headlong here.
And this is a reason why Mara's deck can be better into Levia than the Big Dragon Dromai is. She has so many of these attacks that don't have Phantasm, and she can use her hand to present damage without that threat. And then, you know, at the end, she'll swing her Ashwing. There is always a chance to pop, but not without presenting some solid damage first.
Absolutely. So now we're coming in with the Ashwing, and we're just going to go ahead and pop that with the Graveling Growl. That is at least 6 power, if not 7 on the card there. We're going to arsenal that final Billowing Mirage and pass it back to the Levia player. Mara draws up. Time for Pat's second turn.
Pat's turn. He does have an Art of War in hand with a card in arsenal, so maybe we'll see him fire that off.
I was doing that as a favor. I figured I'd do that while you were.
Yeah. Art of War.
Ooh, let's go ahead and begin the turn with an Art of War, choosing a couple different modes here.
Gonna banish, and we have to imagine he said Go Again here. He's got a card in arsenal, and he's drawing 2. Mark of the Beast, that card that everyone is very, very familiar with.
Oh, and by banishing the Slithering here, we're able to play it because we banished it from our hand this turn. So Art of War, why not? How about Go Again? And then, yeah, we banish it, but let's play it.
Awesome.
As you said, we're becoming chain early.
This is one of my favorite cards from Dusk Till Dawn. I think it's really powerful. 1 for 6. It doesn't block, which is a real downside, but it is so strong if you use it with cards like Art of War or other banish effects with action points.
Yeah, that's incredibly strong. Art of War giving you 2 more cards, and normally the opportunity cost of banishing a card from your hands means you go down a card, but instead, with the new Slithering Shadowpede, I'm coming in 4/6 with the card I just banished, and I got 2 more cards to keep going with.
It's kind of like we mentioned earlier today. It feels like chain, right?
Yeah, I said we become chain early.
Yeah. So 6 Go Again. What's in Mara's hand here? She is looking at a couple of 2 blocks there. Dromai, Flamecall Awakening, Snatch, and I didn't catch the 4th card, but I think it might be a Passing Mirage.
Now, interesting, if that Dromai is not popped, that would be a way to play the Passing Mirage, not as a chain ender, but in the middle of the turn, because you could use that extra action point on the card. But again, that's asking a lot for that card not to be popped.
Yeah, absolutely.
So, no pressure.
Pat's deck is full of poppers, so I'm very curious to see Mara navigate this game. She does have a lot of those 0 for 4s, 1 for 3s with effects like we mentioned, though. Pat's at 33, she's at 34.
Wait, I'm at higher life total. That means
I think they are double checking something with the judge, maybe?
No, I think Pat's just going ahead and giving a think as he's going to go ahead and activate the Scabskin Leathers here. Ethan clutching his chest. The roll is 4. We've hit again. We're getting 2 action points. Pat, once again, he's gaming. He is absolutely gaming out here.
He is gaming indeed. Mandible Claw coming in for 3. Card in hand in arsenal, so Mara's probably expecting to see an attack action card after this, but as we know, Pat just has that extra blue in hand.
Oh, it's like...
So a Claw... Oh, that's not a blue. That is the Mark of the Beast.
So these are 3 and 3, so Mara should be taking...
Stream folks, the life totals are...
Ethan, go ahead and going to go fix the life totals because those are having a little bit of an issue right now.
Okay.
And pretty soon we will be... So, yep, they're discussing the action points. Claw coming in for 3. We can try to manually track their life total points here. Pat, I believe, is at 33. I think that's correct. And then after this, Mara should be taking all 6 down to 28.
Absolutely.
So we are back over to her turn with a full 5-card hand, 1 Ash sitting in play, and a Snaps available if we need it.
Pat Eshghy at 33, Mara Faris at 28 here in the quarterfinals of the Battle Hardened Cincinnati, an incredibly hard-fought tournament, just incredible games, variety of heroes, all coming down to this. All coming down to this. We've got one Ash to work with if we're Mara, so playing Dragons, as long as we're pitching a red on the turn, can be Ash neutral. But the Chromai is going to use the Ash here, so you have to imagine we're going to be cashing in the ability of the Flamescale Furnace.
I have to think.
And is that is a passing Mirage? Yes. So if the Chromai were to not be popped, she'd have the choice of passing Mirage in the middle of the turn or Snatch in the middle of the turn, threaten to draw, threaten to use it. That's one of my favorite plays as Dromai versus aggro decks. But Pat does have quite a bit of armor he can use. He's got a lot of 3 blocks.
We're going to go ahead and begin the turn with our Chromai, utilizing our only Ash so far. And before we do anything else, we're just going to go ahead and pitch that Snatch to the Flame Call Awakening. We played a red card on the turn if we're the Dromai player here, so it's time to grab the single Phoenix Flame in the deck.
That is right, and we're going to be able to pitch that Phoenix Flame for at least 2 resources using Flamescale Furnace. A very cool combo in this Dromai deck. I like it a lot.
328.
So that is going to be able to be pitched to the Flamescale Furnace or just pitched into the Billowing Mirage that we know is in her arsenal. And that means, once again, if the Chromai is popped, we might be ending the chain here with that passing Mirage, as she was just talking about moments ago when she was sitting with us in the broadcast booth.
Yeah. So coming in for 3. What are we looking at if we're Pat here? Blue Convulsions, Mark of the Beast, Yellow Dread Screamer, and it looks like a Swing Big. So a handful of 3 blocks. Definitely has some poppers.
Now here's 3 damage. You can't pop this one. And we're going to go ahead and intimidate a card away with the Scowling Flesh Bag on the turn. Now, if you're Mara, you can respond to this with the Flamescale Furnace, could you not? If you wanted to make sure you pitched a certain card to the Flamescale Furnace here, could you respond to the Intimidate trigger?
That's absolutely true, yeah. I bet that's what Mara's considering right now. She should be able to pitch a red, play her Arsenal, and then get the other card back to safely Arsenal. This is really interesting. This is the second card we've seen, the second time we've seen Scowling Flesh Bag block today. Earlier, it stopped about 6 points of value from the dash. And I think we're going to have Mara do exactly what you said. Great call, Sam. Going up to 2 resources, 1 damage leaking through from the Flame Call, and we will continue with her turn.
And now we're going to banish this at the end of the turn. So if we play the Billing Mirage out, we will be able to get the card back into our hand. Now, this is so... I'm not used to intimidating on your opponent's turn. Do you get to Arsenal the card? Does it come back?
Yeah,
okay.
It comes back, and then you Arsenal it.
Okay, cool.
It looks like the life totals are working nicely. We're at 32-28 on Mara's turn 2 here. And yep, we're playing the Billowing, so no Phantasm attacks yet. Like we've talked about, she has a lot of ways to present damage without being popped.
Now, this was a one-time effect. We can look throughout the game now and ask ourselves, what would happen if a Scowling Flesh Bag was available to block with? Could this be a more impactful turn to use that Intimidate? You know, Pat, as we've joked, nobody does have the X-ray vision here, but you have to imagine he was scared enough of the other card and the card in Arsenal because he knew one of them was just a Phoenix Flame. So the potential for those other 2 cards were clearly scary enough for him. Maybe he was worried about a Miragai, something else that could come down and turn that Chromai into a non-Phantasm attack. But first, he's got to stare down the 3 damage, no Phantasm on this Billowing Mirage, and he's going to block with a Convulsions from the Bellows of Hell, which... boy, is that a name.
It is quite a long name. Imagine writing that on the deck list. Actually, we have his deck list here. Look how it's like going out of the, going off the column.
So now, before the Ashwing, we're just going to go ahead and swing with the Chromai.
Yeah, so the best case scenario for Pat here would have been a 0-cost card in Arsenal and 2 1-costs in hand. Because if that was the case, Mara would basically not be able to use one of the cards in hand for anything more than making an Ash. But as it happened, she did have a card in Arsenal that needed a resource, so she was able to pitch kind of unaffected. As we expected, the Chromai is being popped, but she does still have an action point. However, her last card's been intimidated, so just an Ashwing swing for 1, and we'll be arsenaling that passing Mirage.
Yep, and now we can see here's another 1 damage. Does he want to commit an entire popper to this card? We shall see. It's going to give us a bit of a glimpse into Pat's game plan here, depending on if he wants to pop this dragon or not before it just deals a simple 1 damage. And the answer is yes, the Mark and the Beast. Instead of going to the graveyard here, just going to get banished. Don't worry, Mara. I, too, had to read the card about 7 minutes ago. Instead of going to the graveyard, it is going to head to the banish zone, turning the blood debt counter from 0 to 1.
That is right. And we are over to Pat's turn. This was, of course, banished during Mara's turn, so Pat now will have to banish another 6 if he doesn't want to take the blood debt damage. But it looks like he's just swinging a claw, so perhaps we'll be going down to 31 at his end phase.
And Mara, if she takes the 3, going down to 25. Pat's 3rd turn here. Top 8 of the Battle Hardened Cincinnati. 28 from Mara on Mara Faris' side. 32 from Pat Eshghy. She's going to take the 3, heading on down to 25 before we ship the turn back to the Dragon Queen herself.
Mara's keeping a 5-card grip again. Let's see what she's got planned.
Another Dromai in hand, looks like.
Dromai as well as a Rabble, and I can't tell what the last 2 cards are, but that Rabble at least is another non-Phantasm attack to keep that life total parity.
Is there any danger of fatigue from the Dromai player here, do you think?
I think it's possible if there are enough poppers and Pat does enough blocking. Dromai doesn't have a weapon beyond her dragons, and Pat does, so I think it can happen, but I don't think that's what this matchup usually comes down to. It'd be really interesting if we did get there.
And no Ghostly Touch to play towards like a longer game plan. It was just the Seeker's Mitts for that 1 Ash generation, but we're going to start the turn. Ravenous Rabble somehow, surprisingly, hit a red, so we're coming in for 4. And this is going to be just taken by Pat here. And another Ravenous Rabble. We already know what the top card is. It's that same Burn Them All.
As we mentioned, there are almost no reds in Mara's deck. She's incredibly lucky to hit one here.
Incredibly lucky.
A low 7.
Now let's take a look over at Pat's hand here. We do see a Beast Within. We see another Art of War, and that means this is going to be a big turn. And we're not representing much in the way of permanence, so Pat is using his life total as a resource because he knows he's not going to have to worry in the same way about clearing dragons so far.
Yeah, we see another Art of War in his hand. Mara's making 3 baby dragons, or maybe not quite 3. She doesn't have enough Ash. I wonder if she'll
just... she's deciding here. You can see her kind of taking the moment to think. Does she want to use all of the Ash given to her by both the pitch and the rake? And she does. So we're out of Ash now.
But we do have an army of 3 babies, and that's the passing Mirage. She's just going to let the baby sit.
So now Pat here took 8 damage clearly to have some kind of a big turn, but now you've got 3 they're little baby dragons, but there's still 3 dragons that are now sitting there prepared for Mara to get value for the remainder of the game through them if he just leaves them be, and now a passing Mirage that you probably also need to deal with so that your Phantasm can remain online.
Yeah, and Pat now has a 5-card hand, which we don't see as often from Levia. He does have that Art of War to let him go wide, so it looks like he has at least 1 blue, maybe a red and a yellow, plus the Art of War, so he's just considering what he wants to banish and what he wants to keep.
We can see a Pulping, I believe, in the hand there.
And I think that last yellow card is a Beast Within. Oh, it's a
Graveling Growl.
Oh, there's not a blue, so he has 3 total yellows. Oh, this makes sense. So he's just going to pitch that Art of War away, but the Pulping can get go again as long as he discards a 6 to it. It'll have Dominate.
Are they all hits? I don't think there's a miss.
The one off the top might be... He got the Beast Within.
Woo, baby! I'm in. I'm in. Good job, Pat. There we go. Better looking than good.
Oh, but he's hitting misses.
Oh my God, 2
okay,
blood
never mind.
rush
This is unluck. This is unluck.
Wow. So I get to take 4. Beast Within actually goes minus here, dealing him 4 damage even though he gets a card to hand. It's not what he wants to see.
Do the other cards go to the graveyard?
They're banished, so the blood rushes are gone forever.
Oh my God, 2 blood rushes off the top, back to the banished zone. That was unbelievable.
Wow. Wow. Hoping does have Dominate. Coming in for 6, it'll have go again because Mara can't block with 2 cards from hand. And Pat has got 3 cards in hand plus his arsenal. There's a possibility that we see a Scab Skins roll.
Wow, I'm like floored from that banish. That was crazy.
Yeah, absolutely. Beast Within, a really powerful card, but sometimes it can come back to bite you if you just hit all these non-6s.
I have seen like 16 damage from a Beast Within before. It was Alan Chavarin, who you might know from the Crayon Levia fame at Pro Tour. He did take like 15 or 16, and it was
That's completely insane.
Yeah. The Pulping is going to be coming in for 6. It's going to have go again because it has Dominate after the Beast Within was discarded, though. A little more damage was done than perhaps Pat would have liked to see there, because that was also 4 damage that could be relevant at the end of this game.
Yeah. Definitely. Life totals are still pretty close. 19 to 20.
19 to 19, because if this is going to have go again anyway, Mara's deciding not to block it, and you might see Pat here now kind of priced into a decision-making tree, kind of similar to what we saw Michael Fung execute as well as he did in the Pro Tour, where he said, you know what, I think your deck has a lot of 2 blocks, so I'm just going face.
And Pat rolls his Scabs. He only gets 1 action point this time. Still no 1 rolls from him, but not another 4, so he's got to choose the best attack in his hand and just send it. This means that he can't clear the passing Mirage unless he wants to give up 8 damage.
We're gonna just.
I'm just gonna see how bad it is.
Sure.
I will say,
Make sure I at least think about it for
let's take a look here at just the life totals really quick, because it's been, we've been talking kind of in a macro way about how the matchup can go. We've been talking about exchanges and popping and what can happen, but all of a sudden, we're looking at the quarterfinals of a top 8 here where both players are sub half of their life. They're both below half. So all of a sudden, decision making becomes a little more elevated. You have to think a little more hard about the life you're giving up to make a play or to make a swing back. We're all of a sudden kind of moving towards a game state where you're going to have to block. You're going to have to at least think about blocking in a very different way. And it feels like we kind of arrived there rather quickly.
Yeah, Mara's Empress deck here. Even though, like we said, Pat has a popper in basically every hand, she's got this passing Mirage out now to deal with that. She has so many of these cards, taking Pat all the way down to 19 without ever having to basically present Phantasm on a lot of this damage.
Yeah. Now,
I think Pat was saying he's considering his Gambler's Gloves. He's like, let me just think about it and make sure I don't want to re-roll that. Because he does have a lot of extra resources, but I think he's just going to accept it. And and because he has discarded the Pulping, a 6, he actually can swing with his claws with Go Again.
Yeah, so that is a way to clear at least a dragon in the passing if we do wish to do so, but then we're passing back tomorrow with a 4-card hand, and she's got the green light to do whatever she'd like.
And he's just going to take the passing.
Yeah.
I think maybe we're all kind of new to this hero. I think Pat maybe didn't catch that they have Go Again because he discarded to the Pulping.
Yeah, because that would have, we discarded the Beast Within, so we could have at least cleared a dragon, but perhaps Pat wanted to keep those 2 cards in his hand. We do see that at least one of them, I think, is another Swing Big, another Pulp, no. There's another Pulping in there. He's flipping them around. There's another Graveling Growl. I think it's a Swing Big, but we'll take a look at that in a moment because those cards might be blocking pretty soon because I do see a Lost in Thought in that hand at the very minimum, an E-Strike as well, and that's again damage without Go Again. That can be Snapdragon Scalar. So Mara Faris, at least at the moment, in the driver's seat, doing the attacking. Let's see how Pat is going to navigate this turn. How does Mara here want to start?
All right, let me just jump in and comment on that in Pat's defense. I think he just forgot that Mandible Claws have Go Again off the Pulping discard because it is a sideboard card, so maybe he just hasn't brought it in a lot today and just forgot. But just overall, the fact that not only was 3 damage missed, but he chose to instead pivot the turn and hit Passing Mirage when he knows that now 2 Blood Rushes are gone. You can't make those decisions anymore. That should kind of pivot your game plan. 2 Blood Rushes are gone, so now you have a turn that can throw Claw Swing Big at face. You just take that turn right now because Mara's still at 19, right? 1 Blood Rush, if she eats that damage, is enough, right? But now he took a way slower turn, gave her room to breathe, and if that keeps up, then 1 Blood Rush won't close the game. I think he had enough armor. He maybe could have pivoted a bit differently here, but he's still relatively new. Anyway, that one hurt a little bit. I had to say something. Okay, back to you.
Also in Pat's defense, that Beast Within popped into discard, but it quickly went to Banish Zone, so it's easy to forget that it was there. Mara of note doesn't have any Ash. She's, just like you said, she's choosing to E-Strike 5, draw a card. She's going to go ahead and cash in the snaps. This game is getting closer and closer to ending, so she just wants to get the value out of it now and maybe find an efficient way to make some Ash with this hand.
Yeah, and so this is 5 damage, and it looks like, we're getting so close that it's going to be time to cash in the Husk. I mean, that is such a powerful piece of equipment. We're looking like we might block with it at some point. We can't go to 13, or else it's going to banish to its own effect. We saw the World Champ have that effect earlier today, so Pat, thinking about how he wants to use that Carrion Husk to the best of its ability, and in a deck that likes to come in for a lot of little points of damage, perhaps this E-Strike is the best opportunity he's going to get.
Yeah, I mean, it's 5. Mara doesn't have a ton of 5s. He might be considering saving it for an on-hit effect, but I don't think she has many 5s and 6s, so it's not unreasonable to just toss it in there now.
5 damage on a beautifully altered card.
Pat's also, he's got to be considering his own hand here because there's a world where Mara doesn't snap, so she just pitches a card to Furnace, loses 1 card, arsenals. It's unlikely, but he has to be thinking, if I cash in Husk here and then she passes and I can't use my cards, why did I just give up my Husk? So
absolutely.
Got a lot of things to think about. He does still have those scabs as well, getting closer to the end of the game, about halfway through their life totals here, and it is not blocked at all.
So, I mean, when you look at the scabs and you look at the Carrion Husk, I mean, that's 2 and then 1 block, 3 block on the scabs. That's 6 block on the Carrion Husk. Pat is kind of ostensibly at 28.
That's
not
true.
quite at 19. So even though this game is looking rather close, both players must be aware of the difference in life total when you factor in the equipment block.
And he is cashing in that scabs right there just to say, you know what, let's get the 2 out of here. Mara has way more 4 breakpoints than 5s, so honestly just wants to take that down to a 1 remaining in order to stop a 4. Mara of note also does have 5 block on her armor left, plus the utility of the crown. She's not a shadow hero, so no Husk for her, and that is a Lost in Thought.
All right, so we are going to make an Ash here. That is most likely going to end the turn, given that I think... Oh, no, she pitched the Mirror Guy, so I don't remember what that last card is, but we're going to be taking one of these cards and putting them to the bottom, and perhaps it's going to be the blue, given that we only have 2 red cards left in hand after this. And how good of an effect is that Ponder going to be if you already have an Arsenal?
Yeah, and at this point, Mara might just choose to Arsenal her card and say, you got to claw me with 2 cards.
Because we also have... Now, yeah, we've got to see, because there is a Burn Them All. Are we going to come in with the dragons? Are we going to make Popper be committed here? She's going for...
And it... Oh, Burn Them All is
Burn
great
Them All. Here we go. This is 1 arcane damage.
It does make sense to still swing the Ash Wings, because if Pat gives up one of his reds, he just can't do anything. Right now, he can at least get 3 damage. So we have to make him... He's going to have to choose stop 3 and get an Ash Wing off the board, or maybe present 3, maybe play whatever's in his arsenal. The pop makes a lot of sense, but I'm not sure what card is hiding in Pat's arsenal.
Mara Faris at 19, quarterfinals of the battle. Hardened. Pat just 1 life down from that at 18. Levia here in the top 8. Dromai, Ash Artist in the top 8 as well. This is a fascinating match, one we haven't gotten the opportunity to see many times. Pat is deciding how he wants to block this, and we're going to cash in that swing big to pop the Ash Wing. So this is the end of the turn, and we'll see how Mara, or how Pat rather, is going to take his next turn.
On the other side of this side of the bracket, we've got Briar versus Lexi playing out right now. Our undefeated Lexi player versus one of our 2 Briars. So whoever wins this Mara versus Pat match will have to play the winner of that one.
I can't find it. Okay, sure.
Oh, and I think we just got news.
Sure. Take 2 blood debt.
He won?
Yep.
Oh, so the Lexi has advanced into the semifinals.
The top-seeded Lexi. So one of the Briars has fallen.
One of the Briars is out. Yuanji is the only dream left. Was Yuanji in that match or the other one?
Yuanji was in the other match. Yuanji was facing the Bravo, Ben.
Facing Ben. So Yuanji is the only chance for Briar to LL today. Lexi is going to be the matchup for the winner of this Levia versus Dromai.
Whew, and if you're Mara here, you're probably happy if you can get through this game to know that you're going to get to see a Lexi on the other end of it.
Get to battle the Lexi. Mara is hoping against hope that she does not have to run into that Icelander in the finals.
But first, she's got to worry about this Levia, and we've got to see how does she want to begin this turn here, because it looks like Pat just went ahead and passed the turn.
Yeah,
we are lost in thought there. Can we talk about what that lost in thought did?
That was absolutely great.
It turned the entire turn off for the Levi. It literally said, pay 1, stop your turn.
Absolutely.
Pay 1, you are doing nothing. You are popping my dragon. You're passing the turn back to me. I mean, that is an insane swing for 1 card. And, I mean, it made her an Ash.
Yeah, she was at 0 Ash. Now she's back up to 1. She can play all these 1-cost dragons we see in her hand this turn.
And one of them does look to be a Mirror Guy. So if she can resolve another powerful dragon here, it's going to have no Phantasm and is going to require some different kinds of blocks from Pat here. You can see him kind of pursing his lips as this Mirror Guy is going to represent a problem that does need to be dealt with at some point.
And I can't tell what those other 2 cards are in Mara's hand. She's going to start off with an attack just for 2 here, but no Phantasm. 1 Arcane as well, which Pat does not have the AB like we mentioned earlier before the game. If we reach a point where this Burn Them All or another one is around when Pat is at really low life, that could be tricky for him. It's like the Rune Blade issue where you're too low, you can't stop the Arcane.
I mean, we're creeping towards 13 life. That represents a couple different things. That represents the transformation to a complete abomination of demonic monstrosity, but it also represents a Carrion Husk being banished to its own effect.
That's true.
So, you have to imagine Pat's got to be thinking of that in the back of his mind. Also, Mara's still got 2 cards left in her hand.
Yeah, Pat's got to be looking for a window to cash in this Husk here. Maybe next turn if he can do some blocking. He probably wants to stay above 13 and do what we saw him do in Swiss, which is eat that blood debt and transform into Blasmafet Levia consumed.
Yeah. Now, Pat here critically blocking with that Unworldly Bellow, which is a blocker, which is a blocking card, but it doesn't have 6 power. So keeping those 6 power attacks in his hand if he wishes to pop something on the turn. He's cashing in a block on something that he doesn't have to worry about popping because he can't pop it. It's got no Phantasm due to the Mirror Guy effect. How does Mara want to... She's got another Burn Them All here. And is that another Lost in Thought? Now, if it was just going to be the Burn Them All on this turn, you have to imagine she would have played it before the first Dragon attack. Mara thinking about what she wants to do here. She's got 1 Ash. She's got to burn them all.
Yeah, she has some choices. Burn them all. Is the other card... Do you know
Now,
what that other card is?
I think it might be another Lost in Thought, but I can't tell.
It does kind of look like it. I thought Rabble for a moment, but I don't think so. It's another Lost in Thought.
I think it is. So is she going to attempt to just disrupt the hand, so to speak, from this point forward? Now, if she was to play this Burn Them All and attack with the dragon, would the Burn Them All like trigger? The new Burn Them All? Yeah. Is this going to trigger on this Ashwing attack if she attacks?
That is a great question. We'll double check the wording of Burn Them All here on the screen. I believe it says the first time, once per turn, when a dragon attacks.
Yeah, so this is a new, yeah, she's confirming it with all of us. This is another 1 damage. Now, every dragon she gets to attack with is just 2 damage, as long as those Burn Them Alls are there.
Yeah, and this game has gone on for a while. She has a lot of reds in the yard. I'm not sure how many exactly, but both of these Burn Them Alls should stick around for a while. Hanging on to that Lost in Thought, I had a little bit of recency bias going through my head. I was like, after seeing what Lost in Thought did last turn, I was like, throw it, cash it in, see what it does.
But she's still working with 19 life here, so she's going to keep that Lost in Thought for a potential ability to do a little more damage on her next turn or a turn moving forward. She's going to park it in the arsenal. We're banishing a total of 3 cards to the Burn Them All, 1 for the new one, 2 for the second one, and then it's time to draw up and shift the turn back to Pat on Levia. How does he want to navigate the state he's in? He's navigating a couple new permanents on the board.
He's got a pulping, so he probably wants to try to take this blood debt down to 13. Fascinating interaction with pulping. If he plays this, there's a chance that he random flips Beast Within off the top and is forced to turn off blood debt, which he probably doesn't want to do. It's very rare that you run into this kind of situation, but that's something he has to think about. Mara's got a bit of a board here building up. The Miragai is something that, with these Burn Them Alls in play, is really powerful. 2 Arcane presented every turn. Maybe he's trying to figure out a way to kill it while also presenting some damage to her face, which in his hand, there's no apparent way to do that. He could roll Scabs and try to swing 2 Claws. We'll have to see what Pat opts for.
Now another critical moment, another thing to consider if you are the Levia player here. Do you have enough cards in your banish zone to make Plasma Fet consume like as effective as you want it to be? You kind of want to have a pretty big banish zone, right? Because those are the only cards you're really going to get to work with. Any cards banished for the rest of the game are banished face down, if I'm not mistaken.
That's a good point. Yeah, I'm not sure what the 3 Blood Debt cards are. I think 2 of them are Mark of the Beast.
He has 2 in the deck, so it could be. This is going to be the pulping, which is going to just immediately take out the Mirror Guy because he's going to use the go again from the effect to take it out.
Sure.
And
then that's it.
It's morphin time. That's what everyone on the stream
It's morphin time, they say. Here we go. Plasma Fet coming out to play for the 3rd time today.
That's the sound of the transformation. That's better. Sheesh.
So he's going to banish face down for those remaining Blood Debt triggers.
Sure, I appreciate it.
And then
and those are the cards that can be played. Now, critically, wow. Now, how does Diabolic Offering work? If it's banished face down, does that count as a card with 6 or more power being? Oh, well done, Ethan. Putting the Plasma Fed up there.
Yeah, we can read it now. It does actually work because for a moment, those cards are banished face up before they get turned face down. So for purposes of cards like Diabolic, it will see it.
Okay, cool. Good to know. So you're right. It does look to be 2 Mark of the Beast there. Alrighty, here we go. Now we got no. This is the turn. We're seeing the Carrion Husk get blocked with this turn because we're at 13. So if we don't block with it now, it's just going away forever.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm curious to see what Pat's threshold is. Like if he sees a 4, he's definitely throwing it. A 2 or a 3, he's got to think like, am I going to get another chance? He doesn't want to have to just toss it on an Ashwing, but he needs to find a way to use it this turn.
There's an Azalea in her hand as well. So that just represents 3 arcane damage that is just unpreventable on the turn.
So much arcane damage. The Miragai is gone though, so Mara doesn't want to run out of dragons in play to take advantage of these Burn the Moles.
But let's start off with the Lost in Thought. All right, we've got, you take your pick. A lot of poppers. There's 2 CNCs, there's a Dread Screamer and a Wreck-A-Romp, but once again, let's take the blue. Oh my god, this card is disgusting. You take the blue, so yeah, you can block and do some popping, but like, what are you going to do on the clapback?
I'm very excited by the number of great Dusk Till Dawn cards we've seen used today.
Yeah.
Lost in Thought playing a key role in 2 turns of this game. That Oldhim sleeve right there is representing the Ponder token that Pat gets. And Mara's going to spend one of those Ash. Like you mentioned, bring in the Azalea. Lots of Arcane.
Let's go ahead and make sure we get it as drippy as possible, grabbing the Azalea from this stack of, let's be clear, there's 1 marble that she played from her hand, and then she grabs another marble.
Yeah, Mara's one of those diehard Dromai players like, no. I can't have 3 Marvels in my deck and take them out of my sleeve every time. I've got 6 Marvels of every dragon.
So here comes the Aether Ashwing.
And Pat has an interesting decision here, kind of the classic, like he can pop the Ashwing and prevent the 1 damage, or he can say, you know what, I want you to swing the Azalea at me so I can pop it. No blocks. In that case, he gets to keep a more powerful turn. It is up to him.
And because the turn most likely here, oh, yeah, because if you pop this, you just lose the husk.
That's true.
If you pop this, you just lose the husk, and then you pitch your 2 remaining reds into your Mandible Claw to take out the Azalea, and you pass the turn back, and now you're just, oh my goodness. Well, you're not taking blood debt damage, but
It'd be hilarious if, because of the way this turn is sequenced, we actually see him husk the Ashwing. Can you imagine?
Well, yeah, I mean, no, it looks like we're just going to pop it. So I guess Mark of the Beast, what does it cost? It costs more than 2, right?
I think it costs exactly 2.
2 exactly? Yeah, okay. That's what I was curious about. So we're just going to gain 3 more life if we're Mara here. And that final card, which is a Dust Up, we are not going to pitch the Flamescale Furnace. It's just going to plop into our arsenal.
This is such an interesting ending. Both players still have some armor left. Pat is at half of Mara's life total, but he does have those free cards he can play. He's transformed into Plasma Fet. So really interesting in-game we're moving into.
Yeah.
Mara is doing a great job of presenting a ton of damage every turn, even through the Phantasm.
Dude, I mean, seeing the husk just go away 2 games over our games on stream, just the husk is just gone. It just doesn't get blocked with. I mean, what is that?
Husk is banished face down. It's too embarrassed to show its face.
So these are the cards being banished from the Plasma Fet Levia consumed ability. They're going to go face down. So, you know, we're taking deck damage as well. And we just, once again, we had to pitch to the Mandible Claw, take out the Azalea.
Pat holds on to his arsenal. He's not quite able to make use of that Ponder, unfortunately. Lost in thought, taking that card for free.
Yeah. All right, let's see. We've now chewed through all the Ashwings if we're Pat here. So this game is far from over. Mara firmly in the driver's seat. And as long as those Burn Them All stick on the board are representing just unblockable damage that Pat just has to receive and say thank you.
Mara's got Azalea, E-Strike, CNC. What is that card? Oh, that's a blue, Passing Mirage.
Yeah, Passing Mirage. And it's a Dust Up in the arsenal. So this is probably going to be, 5 go again. We're putting the Passing Mirage on the bottom of the deck. That Passing Mirage ships to the bottom. We've got a Dust Up as well as the Azalea here. You have to wonder what's better for Mara, to present the Azalea damage and just run it into the popper, to present the Dust Up.
It's interesting. Yeah, she doesn't have extra action points this turn.
Yeah.
Okay. If there was a defense reaction.
And it's also possible we'll see her play the Azalea, not swing it, and then send one of those attacks. But
the Diabolic Offering makes
that would put her down to 0 Ash.
Sure.
Maybe she'll opt to not Arsenal and just pitch to Furnace, get her Ash back, send the Dust Up. That's an option as well. She's got a lot of choices. I don't think the CNC is the most impactful card in this matchup, so it's possible she'll say, you know what, I don't want an Arsenal. I want to just turn this Arsenal into an Azalea, throw the CNC away. We just got news that our other Briar has advanced. Yuanji Li is moving on to the semifinals, so we will catch up with him later on, but there is still a chance, folks, for Briar to LL.
This is 5 with go again. The quarterfinal match here. Battle Hardened Cincinnati. Mara Faris 22 to Pat Eshghy's 11. This is a 5 damage attack with go again. It's a beautiful extended art Enlightened Strike that I know Mara masterfully crafted herself. How does Pat want to deal with this? Because as we talked about just a moment ago, we've lost a lot of life from both players here, but now Pat is down to 11 and never cashed in that 6 life on the Carrion Husk.
It's an interesting...
Because you're always looking for the right time to use it. You don't want to use it and get not as much value as you could. You want to get the 4, the 5, but anything is better than 0.
Yeah, it's unfortunate for Pat. 13 being a really key number here. I'm sure LSS had that in mind when they designed Plasma Fet. He took himself down to 13 and didn't get a chance. I bet now he's thinking, oh, what if I had used it on that E-Strike several turns ago?
Now here's going to be a Reckless Swing, so we're going to discard a 6. Or no. Is it a 6? Yeah. That is 6. Shadow Plasma Fet. Yep.
That is a 6, so 2 damage to Mara. Once again, she is to add exactly double Pat's life, 10 to 20 here. Pat's got an engine going, but can Mara keep up enough pressure just to whittle him down and force him to give up his hand?
And you know this is going to run right into a popper, but it represents 3 unblockable damage. So you have to imagine you're cashing it in to send your opponent down to 7. These Burn Them Alls, the longer you can keep them alive, and by by continuing to put red cards into your graveyard, you're feeding your burn them alls. She's got 2 of them out. The longer she can keep them there, she's just got the game on a clock right now.
That's right. She's at 20 life. She's got some armor left. Mara has some serious inevitability in these cards. Pat's got to think hard here. I'm sure he'll pop, but he's considering what he wants to pop with. If he hangs on to what I think is a blue Wrecker Romp, then he could play one of these cards out of Banish Zone due to the ability of Blasmafet.
And if you know...
Yeah. Oh, I think his other card is a snake. I've been calling it a snake. It is a slithering
Shadowpede.
Shadowpede. Yep. But that card cannot block. That's the downside we were discussing earlier. So if he wants to pop, it'll have to be with his blue.
And then his turn is nothing.
Man,
and his turn is pass.
This is really tricky. Maybe he'll block with the scabs and try to roll the scabs to get 2 actions off. This is actually quite difficult if you're Pat, but he hasn't cashed in the gamblers yet. So honestly, trying to use scabs for value here doesn't seem totally crazy to me.
Yeah, he's gonna just say no blocks. He's aware of what's happening. But now
to get this far.
This attack has go again. So do we throw the dust up now?
I think so.
You want to keep your cards because Pat has now gone down to 5.
We're gonna tuck the CNC away.
Yeah, it's like, all right, you want to keep all your cards? Here's 4 more damage. I mean, that's a...
Like, I didn't even get my Azalea out because I didn't think he was going to live.
I bet Mara didn't expect this to go through. I mean, we just heard her say it.
Yeah.
But so she was probably planning to pitch the CNC, but now she's got a choice to make Arsenal the CNC and have 0 Ash, which we saw her do this in the past. She was in a previous turn, she was comfortable with it. But if she wants to be secure and just have 1 Ash, she would have to pitch it to the furnace for no effect.
Yeah, I mean, you have to imagine... I don't know. We'll see. We'll see if she likes to pitch here. Starting the next turn with an Ash feels definitely safer than having to find a way to do so.
It's interesting. You don't really...
Oh, that's just going to be the scoop. Pat is going to extend the hand and realize that by trying to stay alive on this turn, we're going to die to arcane damage on the following turn. So Pat, seeing the writing on the wall, is going to go ahead and concede to his opponent, the Empress of Dragons, Mara. Faris showing that Dromai still does the dang thing.
It's so new and no one knows how to play around it.
Let's take a look at the rest of the top 8 graphic because it's time to get a quick update from the rest of the matches.
Wow, what a great game. We have all 4 of our matches completed. Team Ascent member Rhea Adams has taken out fellow Team Ascent member Sam Dando. We've got 4 different heroes in our top 4 here. Next up, Lexi versus Dromai and Icelander versus Briar. Now, you have to think, as Briar, Icelander's probably your worst matchup in the field.
Matchup, yeah.
Rhea Adams, a very experienced Icelander player. This is not looking fantastic for the potential LL. We'll have to see, though. Yuanji is a really experienced Runeblade player as well, though. Great player in general, so... oh, yep. We are helping the judges here real quick, and I don't know. What do you think, Sam? What do you think of these 2 top 4 matches?
They look fantastic, and I think if you're Mara, you escaped the question mark. You escaped the I don't really know, and you've moved yourself into a matchup that is what you want to see when you built the deck. It's why the breaking points are there. You want to be feasting on the Lexi, so you have to think Mara is feeling good going into her match, and you have to think that Rhea is feeling good going into her match, knowing that Yuanji here is playing a hero that, you know, historically has a really hard time with 1 Frostbite. So the ladies in the top 8 are really looking, they're definitely poised to continue to the quarterfinals and then, or to the, to the finals, and then looking ahead to the finals. Now, anything can happen, but say that the 2 favored matchups move on, we have another interesting matchup because Mara's running 3 blue cards. That's it. So if that is what happens, it's going to be another interesting game to say the least.
Yeah, it's very, very interesting. There are a lot of possibilities here. Unfortunately for Yuanji, I think he's definitely unfavored in this one, but I think the rest of the potential matches here are somewhat close to 50-50. In general, that's how I would describe Dromai Icelander, but like you said, Mara said she really didn't tech for it. She wasn't expecting it, so she's probably a bit disadvantaged there. I don't know. I think the most likely bracket at this point is Icelander advancing, maybe Dromai advancing, and then we have that finals, and we have to see if her deck can get there even with only 3 blue cards. Maybe Rhea Adams takes down this Battle Hardened, but anything can still happen. What are we doing? We're going to be back soon, sometime soon with the semifinals. All 4 matches are done.
So we're just going to take a quick break as we figure out what happens next on our end. But thank you guys so much. That was a fantastic match to watch. It was really interesting to see how Mara navigated that. But you have to feel bad for Pat with the double Blood Rush Bellow banish off the beast within. That really just set the tone for the rest of the game. From that point forward, those 2 backbreaking Lost in Thoughts, he was really just trying to stay alive. And it really was exemplified with the last turn where he had to just extend the hand, realizing the writing is on the wall and I haven't been able to actuate my game plan for 25 minutes now.
So many random effects with Levia. You can draw random cards off Blood Rush, flip random cards off Beast Within. Sometimes those are Blood Rush. He was able to roll his scabs pretty well, got 2 4s, but yeah, ultimately Mara Faris navigated it well, advanced with Dromai. We will see her or the other match soon in the semifinals. Don't go anywhere. We will be right back.
Well sent off.
Okay, everyone. Okay. That one was rough to stomach. But honestly, props to, oh my god, this hair. Props to Pat. I think he just was in a position that when you lack experience with Levia is so overwhelmingly tilting that you probably just give up the game. That's like kind of what happens when you have like that one bad luck hit, that one bad luck moment, and it just feels like game literal over. I mean, he was lost in a thought, not even because of Mara, but because of what happened with that Beast Within. The reality is, though, I would love to go back on my own stream and review that game, because I think there were choices he could have made differently. I am going to go give Pat huge props, though. This is still the first Levia top 8 at a Battle Hardened ever, and there's still a story to be told here, because Briar could very much LL. I was talking to Yuanji, and Yuanji's actually pretty convinced that he could play well into this Icelander. Apparently, he's 3-0 into Icelander in testing. It's not that many results, but that's something. So, quick break. Sponsor reel. I'll get everything set up. We'll be back top 4 pretty quick.
Hey yo, Dando Murabi. You want me to tell him about the bazaar, or do you want me to use the clams, huh?
Relax, Captain. These are our customers, and we are their merchants.
It's okay, I'll handle it. You. I know your problems, and I got the goods to fix them. You watched an OP deck tech and need to buy the spice.
Buy from the bazaar.
You are deep into theory crafting the next hottest deck.
Buy it from the bazaar.
You are changing your Pro Tour deck list last minute.
Buy from the bazaar.
You follow the meta and need to change decks.
Buy from the bazaar.
You have an addiction to box breaks.
Buy from the bazaar.
You find yourself dealing fab to new customers.
Yes, catch me outside and I'll hook you up.
And you, don't forget, get your cards from me, Hammurabi TCG.
Or else you get the clamps.
I'm glad that for once we can all actually agree that Attack Action Kano is the best deck in Blitz, and that Blood Debt Levia is the best deck in CC. We're going to kill it at Worlds, guys. I got to go 1 second. Hey guys, how's it going? Mo Bogsley here with Team Ascent, sponsored by MinMax Games. If you're looking for a promo code to save 5% off of your next Flesh and Blood singles purchase, head over to minmaxgames.com, use code ASCENT at checkout, and you'll save 5%. And this helps out players like us on Team Ascent a ton. If you're looking to pick up some Ascent merch or some Flesh and Blood related merch, head over to ascent-gaming.com and use code SAVAGE at checkout to save 5% there. So hey, those are 2 great promo codes. Thank you guys so much for the support. Have a good one.
Hey there, I'm Joey from EDH Rec, and I'd like to help introduce a cool new addition to the Rec family. If you or your friends play the card game Flesh and Blood, we've launched a great resource to help you out with your fab deck building. And in this short video, we've got a Flesh and Blood creator to help walk you through it. Basically, the announcement is, well, actually, I'll just let him explain it. Mansant, take it away.
And there we go. Hey, I'm Mansant, and I'm here to tell you about a great analytical tool for Flesh and Blood that I really enjoy and will help you level up your game. Fabrec, found at fabrec.gg. What Fabrec does is gather a huge amount of competitive deck lists from a variety of sources and then provides useful insight for each hero and the formats in general. And here we have Dromai Ash Artist, a powerful and new fun hero from the Uprising set. Instantly, we can see statistics taken from the average of all the deck lists for Dromai. Now, the first thing you can see is the card distribution, pitch, and cost averages. Scrolling down, we get to the juicy part, what I definitely want to see, the most popular dragons. Notice how Invoke Chromai, Kyloria, and Miragai are showing up nearly 100% of the time in Dromai decks. These are clearly the staple dragons you want to start your deck with. Thank you for tuning into the video here, and be sure to check out my content on Mansant at YouTube, streams, gameplay, everything to do with Levia, and keep your eye out for Fabrec as well. Future features for sure. Try it now, a great tool for Flesh and Blood players right here on fabrec.gg.
Star City Games is the premier retailer for all your Flesh and Blood needs. Our extensive inventory includes thousands of Flesh and Blood singles, sealed product, and top quality supplies, so you'll always be prepared to play at your best. Visit us at starcitygames.com today and discover why we're the go-to destination for Flesh and Blood enthusiasts.
Welcome back, everybody, to the Battle Hardened Cincinnati. Taking a look here at the semifinals of our top 8, which is soon to culminate just the most amazing day of Flesh and Blood. We've got 2 great matches coming up, and we've got one we're going to focus in on. Rhea Adams versus Yuanji Li. The potential sunset of Briar is approaching, but only if Yuanji can navigate what is historically a difficult matchup.
This is a really cool match to watch. Once again, we have 2 experts on their heroes. Rhea is playing this. We have the deck list now, so we know that she's playing basically all arcane, but 3 Raging Onslaught in the deck as the only attack actions. As well as Fandle's Fighting Spirit. So 6 attacks. And then Yuanji, there's a lot to talk about with Yuanji versus Wizards. He was playing Viserai back at the Calling Auckland and had a really great strategy into Icelander that I think got showcased on stream. And he has a lot of experience kind of playing this matchup and playing it with Viserai. He's experienced with all of Icelander's disruption. And as we see on screen here, he's got 3 total AB that he's able to present in the new card Dyadic Carapace and also his Crown of Dichotomy. So key reasons that that's important. A, he's not going to have to discard the Aether Ice Vein as long as he's got a blue Aether Ice Vein, I mean. And just in general, like we saw with the Bravo earlier, he can pitch any blue card cleanly to stop arcane damage, which can be really important. Sometimes you can't use your hand well just because you have too many blues, but you can't pitch them anyway. We've seen Runeblaze before with just AB1. So looking at Yuanji's list here, he does not have any Runic Reclamations, which is one card we've seen play kind of like a double role in Runeblade sideboards before, being a popper, but also threatening Insidious Chills versus Icelander. He does, however, have 2 Exude Confidence. That can matter quite a bit. Honestly, when you first think of Exude Confidence versus Icelander, you think like, oh, they can't play instants. But what I think it really affects even more than that is the defense reactions. Rhea does have 3 Sink Below. No Fate Foreseen, though, so if she gets caught with one of those Sink Belows, Exude can be really nice versus that.
Absolutely, and I think this match very well might highlight some of the power of the sneaky power of Dyadic Carapace. You had a lot of people online bemoaning this card when it was first revealed, talking about that it wasn't very powerful, but because it doesn't have any flashy effects. But it's going to pull double duty in this game. If any attack actions are brought in, Dyadic Carapace is not only going to give you the Arcane Barrier 2, but it's going to give you a couple life.
Yeah, absolutely.
A couple life from blocking physical attacks that we know these Icelander decks are want to play sometimes. So, if you block with it a second time, you're going to lose that AB2. And against Icelander, that can be a dangerous game. But I think we're going to showcase just the flexible power, because not only is that one card pulling double duty on the game board, it's also pulling double duty in your sideboard.
And we know Yuanji's only arm piece here is the Grasp of the Arknight. So really hoping he gets a chance on a Fighting Spirit or Onslaught, perhaps, to cash in that 4 block and then maybe the additional 2. Unlikely we'll see the second block with Carapace because that would blow up his AB, but at least with Grasp. And also, one final thing of note in his deck list, we do have 21 blue cards, which is pretty standard. Sometimes you see Briars go up to 22, but it's a solid amount, right? He's got, if he plays all of these, more than a third of his deck is blues. He's probably going to have at least 1 in every hand, which is pretty key versus Icelander. we can chat about. Actually, when we had Yuanji on for the interview earlier,
Yeah.
I asked him about his mischievous meeps.
What did he say?
He likes it a lot. He was mentioning, kind of calling back to Yellow Snatchers, a card we tested for Worlds, and it plays a similar role, but it has built-in go again. Comes in for 2. Against a lot of these decks, like the Rangers, who don't have fantastic armor, they have to devote a full card to block it, or else you can draw on hit. It looks like we are moving into the game. Like we said, Yuanji's presenting AB3. Rhea's opting for the Metacarpus node here, which I think is the standard versus Briar, but I've seen people go both ways with that one.
All right, everybody. Thank you all for joining us. It has been just such a great day with incredible support. So thank you all as we are gearing up for the semifinals of the Battle Hardened Cincinnati. The turn 1 is here for Rhea Adams on Icelander into Yuanji Li's Briar Warden of Thorns. So many narratives in this game. This is going to be a good one because we're starting off with an Ice Eternal. Why not give you 3 Frostbites to start your turn with?
Yeah, pile of Frostbites for Yuanji. This is kind of like earlier we saw Travis make those 3 Frostbites with an Arctic on turn 0. Oh, but Yuanji has, wow, too many blues.
Wow, that hand is all blues.
Yeah, I think it might be. What's his last card there?
It's a Captain's Call, I'm pretty sure.
Oh, wow. So, I mean, that makes sense. He's choosing to Arsenal the Captain's Call. Autumn's Touch is coming in for 5, and Rhea does not have all blues. Rhea's got a nice mix, actually. 2 reds, 2 blues, I think. So,
oh, how nice for her.
Yeah, she's got a couple of choices here. We will see what she opts for. And I wanted to point out, in Rhea's deck list, we have 3 Warmonger's Diplomacy, and this card says during their next turn. So you are not able to sneak it in the middle of their turn and stop them, but you can use it against Runeblade, which is, split 50-50.
The effect is very powerful into Runeblades because of their desire to play non-attacks and attack, turn on the Rosetta Thorn. But however, we're going to go into the layer step, she says, but while she throws the Aether Hail for 2 arcane damage, then she's going to block with the red Ice Bind, only 2 damage coming through, creating an embodiment of Earth, so we're taking 2 damage from 36 to 34, and from there, after AB3ing, Yuanji went ahead and only took some damage from the Waning Moon, I believe.
Yeah, and makes an embodiment of Earth, which is actually quite a double-edged sword in this matchup. Rhea does have some attacks. It can be nice for blocking, but a lot of the time it gives the Icelander an extra window to respond with Cold Snaps or Channel Lake Frigids before you can take your first action on your turn.
Oh, and are we going to pitch a little meep? Little meep.
Oh, he does have the meeps then.
Yeah, that's what I'm wondering. I wasn't just doing that for fun. I was just like, we got to see meep.
And it looks like an Exude Confidence as well as a couple more blues in his hand.
All right, yeah, there goes the meep.
So tomorrow, a card that it is a blue, but it's honestly not that bad to put in your arsenal. We see he's got the target there in the Autumn's Touch, so 1 cost, draw a card in a deck that makes Embodiment of Lightning when you play 2 non-attacks. It's really not that bad.
Interestingly, we saw a red Winner's Bite there for Rhea, so we'll see how that wants to be utilized as we see an Exude Confidence, and as you said, this is going to be impactful because there is a Sink Below in Rhea's hand here.
That's right. I'll be curious, barring any interaction, whether Yuanji chooses to buff it by 4, and that is what he goes for. So Exude all the way up to 8.
So we're just going to take a lot of damage here if we're Rhea, right? There's a little bit of a head shake from her side as we're going to see, can she utilize all those cards, or perhaps were some of them going to be better used blocking on this turn?
Yeah, I don't know. The Winner's Bite does allow Rhea to go wide and use up those action points, but if she can't clear her arsenal out, then that Sink will kind of be a dead card, or at least only a red pitch.
So we are going to start off with the red Winner's Bite, so it says you just simply have to give me a card.
Excuse me, I went 2 down. I have 28-38 right now.
Yep, so Rhea down by 10 life total points. Yuanji chooses to pay 3 through that red Winner's Bite. It seems like he's drawn a lot of blues in these early turns, which, that's been fine. He's been able to pay through some stuff, but later in the game, that might come back to bite him. He doesn't have control over this, but if he runs out of blues, then it could not, it could lead to, you see a Channel Lake here. On future turns, he gets all reds. That's not going to look pretty.
Oh, wow, and so that was a red Aether Ice Vein from Arsenal, correct?
Yeah, so Rhea is going to be able to use all of these cards and just cleanly set the Sink, assuming she wants to Waning Moon with the channel. There's a world where we see her Tunic and pitch the Sink and try to set the channel. The only bad thing with that is it means the Tunic would be used up, so you can't do a clean Channel Moon.
Exactly, and that is one of the most critical things you want to be doing on a Channel Lake turn from your arsenal as Icelanders. Make sure you have your tunic up to make sure to get 3 damage on top of that from the Waning Moon.
Absolutely. Though Rhea does have AB1, so maybe can find a window to channel and... Oh, and she's just ending. Okay, so she's going to keep that tunic up so she can, I assume, set the channel, yep, and do it in response to the embodiment of Earth, perhaps. That is another channel in hand.
1 in hand.
All right, now we'll see. Does she want to go ahead and play that channel out at instant speed?
Yuanji only has 1 card, but this is nice. Once again, Rhea has a potential 3-card play in Aether Ice Vein, so even if she opts to just take the turn back, she will be able to use most of those cards.
The question is how much damage is she going to be able to get through and get across? She wants to, you know, not only just take cards out of the hand, but she wants to make sure that she starts to get some damage through. She's lost a good chunk of life here, down to 26 to Yuanji's 36 on Yuanji's 3rd turn of this game. Semifinals, the Battle Hardened Cincinnati.
I don't know what that 1 card in Yuanji's hand is, but Rhea is going for the channel and maybe just going to play that red Aether Ice Vein unfused on her own turn, making use of all the cards here. And that is a blue card from Yuanji, blocking out the Waning Moon for 3, and we are back over to Rhea. Oh, she chose to pitch the Sink Below instead of use the Tunic. So value in keeping that Tunic up, getting the Sink Below out of here. We haven't been able to really find a spot to use it, and we're just going to Coronet Peak.
Yeah, she needs to keep an ice card in her pitch zone on this turn to check for the flow counter at the end of turn for Channel Lake Frigid. So kind of an incredibly classic play pattern from the Icelander player here. Getting the Channel Lake Frigid out at instant speed and then making sure we have an ice card to pitch to the Coronet Peak to satisfy that clause. So that's not only going to tax the hand, utilizing the Coronet Peak. Now, anything else Yuanji wants to do, he has to try to do it through a Channel Lake Frigid.
Yeah, it looks like he's got a Scar for a Scar that's not turned on, an E-Strike, and finally a blue.
7.
But yeah, he's only going to take 1 action anyway, so this blue weirdly didn't end up being important unless Rhea presents arcane damage.
Now here is 7 physical damage, and if you want to throw arcane at me, I'm keeping 2 floating.
Yeah, not too shabby. It looks like Rhea might have the 3rd channel in hand already.
3, take 4.
And has the option to Aether Ice Vein and put critically 2 ice cards in the pitch zone, keeps the channel around even longer. This is the kind of stuff Runeblades do not want to see, but Yuanji does have quite a life lead at this point.
Yep. Now, is there going to be a way to get 2 ice cards in the pitch on this turn to satisfy the flow counters? We are just playing, again, the red Aether Ice Vein. The answer is yes, because this is going to be a fused Aether Ice Vein fused to the Channel Lake Frigid, and most likely that Channel Lake Frigid is going to pop into the pitch for the Waning Moon, which is going to make, once again, the Channel Lake Frigid stick around another turn.
Yeah, and notably, Rhea is going to be, I believe, arsenaling. Oh, well, she has a choice to make.
Yeah, she does.
But if she arsenals this blue Aether Ice Vein, like we talked about, Yuanji does have access to AB3, so he'll be able to, at any point, hopefully get around having to discard from that.
And if he's not able to do anything on his turn through the Channel Lake Frigid anyway, then he's going to be happy to just AB on the turn. Just at least I get to spend the cards, and I'm using them defensively.
Yeah, for sure. But Rhea is opting to hang on to the 2nd channel and let the 1st one go. And Yuanji's saying, take my hand. You can have it.
Pass.
Lock in the arcane.
Because at this point, we've most of the game actions have been taken by Rhea, right? It seems like from all the things that we've been watching, the Icelander player is firmly in the driver's seat, but let's take a look at the life totals. We're moving into the 4th or 5th turn of this game here. Yuanji is at 34 to Rhea's 22.
Yeah.
So you have to parlay this disruption at some point into damage. And this is just going to be 3 because while Yuanji has no cards in hand, this is just the Channel Lake Frigid in the arsenal. So there's no, big damage push that's happening here. There's just going to be 3 damage and then setting up the disruption to continue. But you got to start getting damage through or else all this is going to be, not for nothing, but not going to get you closer to winning the game.
Yep, that's right. And we saw Yuanji say, you know what, I know you have another channel. I don't want more cards that I know are just going to be taxed. I'm just going to use them to block your damage. Kind of similar to the strategy we saw him playing with Viscerai. Coronet Peak once again. Oh, Rhea's only ice card here is the red Winner's Bite.
Normal pitch.
Yeah,
And
so she had to overpitch, satisfying the clause with the red Winner's Bite, utilizing the Brain Freeze to do so. Alrighty, this is going to be, once again, an Exude Confidence. She's got to think now, does she want to throw anything from the arsenal here, attempting to get some damage through, commit any blocks, allow Yuanji to pitch into the ability of the Exude Confidence. However, that would cost 4, so that's not going to be happening because of the Channel Lake Frigid.
Yeah, so he's just hanging on to that 1 card in hand. Rhea has got a lot of Ice Fusion cards.
My goodness.
I don't know if we've got ice cards, though. Maybe one at the back of the hand there.
And we finally have cashed in the Tunic here, so this Emeritus Scolding can't be a 7 damage push, unfortunately. It's just going to be the 4, unless we want to commit another card, which perhaps we do. Let's see how Yuanji wants to handle this Arcane Barrier situation.
I'll take 4.
Yeah, he's going to take 4, which means he likes that card and he wants to keep it in his arsenal.
Yeah. So taking him all the way down to 27 to Rhea's 22. Life's getting a little closer here, but the Exude is going to connect for 4, it looks like.
I missed the moon, sorry. 22, 27. Okay.
Oh no, Rhea's still in blocks, considering what to do.
We've got an Ice Bind, an Aether Ice Vein, and a Blizzard in the hand. Now that Blizzard's not going to block, and it's also not the thing you necessarily want to put in your arsenal, because even though you can play it at instant speed, it's not through Icelander's ability. It itself is just an instant. So because it's not a non-attack action, you're not going to get to Waning Moon after your Blizzard.
Yeah,
it's not your highest priority arsenal target.
And critically to Arsenal at this turn, Rhea would probably need to fuse that Ice Bind with it, and revealing Blizzard is not the greatest. There are things Briar can do to play around it.
Mm-hmm. Let's see, we're going to go ahead and pitch a red Aether Ice Vein to the bottom of the deck. If we do get to second cycle, that will be a powerful card. We need to make sure we have an ice card to fuse with, though we do have the blue Aether Ice Vein to set up for ourselves as its pitch. You can see her considering the pitch stack right now. Where is my ice card from the last turn? So let me put the Aether Ice Vein closer to it.
Yep, absolutely. Going back to Rhea's turn, and basically the two options here are just Coronet Peak with the Blizzard and set the red, or go ahead and come in with that Ice Bind and reveal the Blizzard. It's not horrible to reveal a Blizzard. It's perfectly reasonable. Set it in the arsenal. It is a very powerful card.
Yeah, because if you just Coronet Peak here and you set a red in your arsenal, you're not going to be disrupting at all, and you're going to give Yuanji a 4-card hand to work with without much disruption for the first time in like 5 or 6 turns.
Yeah, Channel's going to die no matter what. So opting for this Ice Bind play, 3 fused, and if it connects, that arsenal card will be frozen. So perhaps we'll see Yuanji utilize the AB3 to keep his arsenal around. He has to think about this Blizzard. Everything's face up right now.
So it's like Rhea could hear me, because as soon as I started talking about having to chunk that life total down, we're looking at her. She took a little bit of damage to do so, but we're not close to 29 anymore, or 30. You know, Yuanji has gone down to 24. These Icelanders, they want to keep you similar enough life so that they get to cheat and win the game with Stormstriders. So Rhea doing a good job here, presenting more damage, again, more disruption. And even though it's not your favorite thing to see in your arsenal, it is still something you can do to interact with your opponent, rather than just put the red Ice Bind in there, basically saying, you got free will on this turn.
Yep, and it looks like Yuanji is going to pitch that 3, keep his arsenal unfrozen, and going back to his 6th turn here.
Yuanji Li at 24, Rhea Adams at 18 here in the semifinals of the Battle Hardened Cincinnati. We're passing back to Yuanji for the first time in many a moon, not a moon.
A waning moon.
In many a moon, not under the effects of a Channel Lake Frigid. So, a priority window has been passed on the popping of the Embodiment of Earth. Yuanji's going to take a good think looking at those 3 cards.
Just
for the first time. Yep.
I don't know what that arsenal card is, but it looks like I think the Earthlore Surge is a blue in his hand, so he can get through Blizzard as long as he has... Oh, but he's shipping the blue away, coming in with E-Strike. Maybe he's going to say go again, and just, if you Blizzard me, you got me.
Yeah.
Take my card. But if you don't Blizzard me, I keep these reds, and I have something relevant to do.
And it looks like he said go again. This is the blue check, because it's lose and can't gain. Looks like he might be taking back the go again.
It's not out of the question to say 7 here.
Mm-hmm.
And just give up the cards in hand, but I think if he did that, maybe he would opt to put a red to the bottom.
Choose +2.
Yeah, and like you said, he's going to go ahead and move to +2, because that basically says that Blizzard is not getting value on this turn. You can clear it out of your arsenal if you'd like, but that's all it's going to be doing, and you're not going to be able to follow it up with a Waning Moon. So here's 7 damage. How do you want to deal with it? Because you are at 18, and 7's going to put you down to a, not as comfortable life total of 11.
Yeah, so Rhea doesn't have the cleanest 2-card hand in the sense that she wants to keep an extra ice card to fuse one of these Ice Veins. Maybe we're going to see a block 3 and then a Ice Vein plus Waning Moon. Oh, that's a red Winter's Bite, so there is no way to do that. It's not out of the question for us to see a take 7 here. Winter's Bite, Aether Ice Vein, kind of eat up your whole hand. But the issue with that is it becomes even harder to use that Blizzard next turn, because you take Yuanji's whole hand. He's not going to be doing much go again.
Mm-hmm.
The Rhea's got some tough choices to make. That's why the face-up Blizzard can become pretty dangerous.
Yeah, allowed Yuanji to really have all the information as he wanted to make his decisions here with the Enlightened Strike. So this is just going to be 4 damage coming through. Rhea going down to 14. Embodiment of Earth being created.
Resolution set.
In the resolution step, what's she going to do?
Rhea could also basically choose to cash the Tunic in for... Oh, well, we're using the Blizzard here, so maybe just arsenaling that Red Winter's Bite if we choose to fuse the Ice Vein.
Oh, and the reason she clarified being in the resolution step is because she didn't want to do it in the reaction step to give Yuanji the opportunity, in case he wanted to Snapdragon Scalers. Oh, but I guess you couldn't do it in response anyway because it would lose and can't gain go again. So she just crossing her T's and dotting her I's with the resolution step there.
Yep, as an Icelander, you like to know all these little intricate priority windows.
It is the only reason I know what the resolution step is.
Yep,
is because I
absolutely.
played Icelander for a long time, and I wanted to know when was the best time to hypothermia someone.
I remember those days. That was when I played Icelander as well.
Yep.
So maybe we're going to see, just Coronet Peak and set the Ice Vein there. Put it away in Arsenal for a future turn.
What is that final card? Is it another blue Ice Vein, or is it a...
Go to Arsenal.
Sam, Yuanji has drawn so many blues this game.
He has.
Wow.
Nope. Embodiment trigger is going to be a pass. Nimblism. +3. Would you like to give me a Frostbite?
Results.
Rhea's thinking about it, says no, and that is a snatch for 7. We know it's a blue in hand, but Rhea does not. She does know that he pitched a blue on her turn, so maybe smells another blue card, but this is an interesting hit trigger. Rhea doesn't have a clean way to block it, but also, in order for Yuanji to get value from it, he has to either be able to block Arcane with that blue or use the Snapdragon Scalers. Theoretically, in this case, a draw off the top would still be good for him. He gets a red card and no longer has to Arsenal an Autumn's Touch.
5.
Yep, Rosetta for...
4. Is it 4?
Oh, he did not make a rune chant. He wanted to leave floating resources so that he didn't get blown out by a frostbite. That makes sense. Just
absolutely. Yeah, that makes sense because a single frostbite there would interrupt that whole shenanigan.
Yeah.
So cashing in your Snapdragon Scalers for 4 damage.
Coronet.
Yeah. Snapdragon Scalers there being cashed in for 4 damage. There are 21 blues in the Briar deck.
And it looks like another 2 of them drawn. We've got to hit an all-red hand at some point soon. Yuanji's seen so many blues.
Pass.
Oh, Flex is kind of nice here. Make use of those extra resources. Force of Nature critically cannot be fused because you've got 2 of them and they are not Earth cards. So just coming in for 6, resource floating, and Force of Nature, a pretty modular blue, potentially going into Arsenal here. It can be a really powerful card. It's one of the best, like, it pitches for 3, often blocks 4 in this deck, and is one of the best aggressive cards. So Rhea's just blocking out, using that Sink Below, and Yuanji's going to Arsenal.
We're still at 24 for the Briar player here. There is a lot of game left because there's either a lot of game left because Rhea is going to be able to disrupt enough to keep herself in this game, or Rhea's going to be dead pretty soon because she's a 10.
Yep.
So this is an Aether Ice Vein coming in. It is fused, so it's critically a yellow, so at least 1 damage is going to be taken.
Rhea identifies that it is too late to try to run this Insidious Chill Out at 10 life. You don't want to get stuck with it with extra counters, so just pitching it away. Polar Blast is going to be the arsenal.
Polar Blast.
Yuanji is looking at 2 blues again. 2 or 3 blues. He's never running out, apparently. Is that a mischievous Meeps in his hand? I think so.
Meeps. Meeps. Rhea going ahead and counting her graveyard. Looks like once again, either we haven't seen them or she did not elect to bring the attack actions into this matchup. So that Polar Blast here, not only, its effect is most likely not going to be relevant. The dominating, oh wow, so we just took the 4 and discarded the Ravenous Rabble to the effect of the Aether Ice Vein. Now that Polar Blast is just going to represent a Frostbite, but then another blocking card as well.
Yeah, so Yuanji's like, I like my hand, let's run it. He has Force of Nature fused. We're going to have some pumped attacks, threatening draws here. Rhea does, of course, have the Frostbite interaction, but critically, there's no embodiment of Earth on this turn, which means that he's able to run out the Force of Nature fused before the Frostbite comes. This is something we see very often with Force of Nature and even more often Bramble Spark, where because of the embodiment, you're trapped, and if you only have 1 Earth card, you can't pitch your blue through the Frostbite and still fuse with it.
Meeps. We're seeing the Meeps. So now this is going to come in for 3. Representing 2 cards being drawn if it connects, but it's just for 3. You have to imagine this can be blocked. Do we see any lightning presses or anything like that in this list?
We do not. I was about to mention that. I was going to say Rhea has to be thinking about lightning press, but they did get to see each other's deck list before this game, so...
That's true, and you know she would have checked in on that, so this is just 4 more damage, but because we used the Tunic, we've got plenty of cards to block with here and continue the pressure. That's another yellow Aether Ice Vein, so we're probably just taking 1 damage, setting up that yellow Aether Ice Vein, and then giving ourselves an arsenal for the next turn.
Yep,
Taking
so
1.
Force of Nature, not drawing any cards here, but it's turning on the Rosetta. It forced a block. We've got an embodiment, which of course is not actually going to be good for us this turn cycle. Icelander's down to 9. This game is looking tight.
Yeah, and this is, again, 2 and 2.
No prevention, no block, over to 5.
All the way down to 5. Yuanji's still sitting at 20. We've seen gaps greater than this be closed, but he is getting really close to that lethal forced block range. Still has all his physical armor, though, to be honest, at this point, I'm questioning whether Rhea has any physical attacks sighted into the deck.
4 on hit, pay 3 discard.
And Blue Aether Hail is going to be the arsenal for Rhea after this second or third Yellow Aether Ice Vein resolves.
And we're down to 5 here for the Icelander. There is not a lot of life to play with. You're doing a good job of continuing to keep up the pressure with this Aether Ice Vein, but at this point, Yuanji is still at a healthy enough life total that there's pretty much no threat of just dying from the Storm Striders on exactly this turn. So and because of that, it looks like he's content to go down to 16, knowing that Rhea is so close to just losing the game.
Yeah, we see Meeps number 3 getting discarded here. Cue the Meeps from Sam. Yep, there we have it. And Yuanji's keeping 3 red cards. Like we said, he finally drew that all red hand. There is 1 Frostbite from Rhea to interact, but Yuanji can send at least 2 attacks here if he so chooses.
And now are we going to, we are going to pass on the Embodiment of Earth, which was critical because that was the opportunity to
at some point.
That was the critical time that you could have at least put a Frostbite in to make this Ravenous Rabble cost 1.
Yeah, if Rhea wants to, she can still give another Frostbite here, trap one of those cards, but if not, it's going to be 8 presented plus a Lightning Surge going into Arsenal.
That's pretty good.
Lots of powerful cards here from Yuanji, yeah. Maybe 3 still, so feeling pretty safe, but you never know what's going to happen. Icelander still has all of her equipment, so she is at a, essentially 7 with Coronet Peak, plus you've got the node for more reach at the end. See 2 Meeps in the yard. I think we saw one of them pitched.
Does Meep say hit's a hero or does Meep say hit?
I think it says hit, because I know he was talking about it being sort of like a Dromai sideboard card.
Doesn't he have like 8 cards for Dromai or something?
He has
We're getting ahead of ourselves.
He's got like 11.
We're getting ahead of ourselves. We're getting ahead of ourselves.
If you count every popper as a card for Dromai, which I mean it is, he has 11 sideboard cards for Dromai.
All right. Turn 9 here of the Battle Hardened here in Cincinnati. We're at the semifinals, y'all. This is coming in for 4. Rhea is going to go ahead and...
There's the Frostbite.
Play the Aether Hail. This is coming in for a good amount of damage. Okay. This is 2 damage and then 2 more from the Waning Moon.
Yeah, so Yuanji's taking it. He's saying, I am not blocking anymore. I am presenting on hits. Even though he does have to give up his 1 card in hand to play the Snatch, it is still a 4 breakpoint threatening a draw. So Rhea might have to give up equipment or make a difficult choice here. Is that a Warmonger's in hand from Rhea?
It is.
That's so interesting.
3 Arcane.
Choosing to go ahead and shoot that Waning Moon
down to
through.
11.
Make sure we get it in before Snatch potentially draws any cards. And we've got a Cold Snap, so you can block Cold Snap plus Peak or Warmongers plus 1 of your equipment to cover this up. There's also the world where you block with 2 cards from hand, but Rhea really wants to secure an arsenal to try to keep disrupting and chipping Yuanji down. He's at 11 now. He's nearing that lethal range, but he does have AB3 like we talked about.
And securing an arsenal or just playing out the Warmongers because Yuanji then has to make the decision. Do I want to play attack actions or non-attacks on my turn?
Yeah, no Rosetta Thorn turned on for
Rosetta
him.
Thorn, because Rosetta Thorn at this point, it could be just too much for Rhea to handle. If it comes at the end of a powerful chain.
Yeah, it's so hard to block. Split damage 2 and 2.
Give you 4.
There we go. Block with the Coronet Peak. Hanging onto that Warmonger, so maybe we're going to see exactly what you said.
Because we got to make sure that we can get go again through a Warmonger's Diplomacy if we're Yuanji here.
He draws all reds again, so yep, all those blues at the top of the deck, but he is drawing into his reds now. Thankfully, no Frostbite this turn cycle. He has a clean mix of attacks and non-attacks, but he does have a way to play a 3-card hand with just attacks. He could go E-Strike, go again, or in this case, Nimble Strike, go again into maybe the E-Strike itself for a 5-draw card, or just a 7. Threaten more cards out of Rhea's hand. At this point, Rhea doesn't have an arsenal, so Yuanji probably wants to keep up pressure, just rip cards out, and never give her a window to
put another card in her arsenal again.
Yeah. Coming in for 5 go again. Rhea's thinking here, if you go down to 2, then Rosetta Thorn in the future is going to always require a block and a pitch.
I take 2.
But we don't want to be inefficient. We want to try to stick a card in arsenal to try to, work toward a kill here.
7.
E-Strike for 7. Yep, so requiring at least 2 cards from Rhea. I mean, you can go to 1. You do have AB2 on that Striders. You're safe from arcane damage. You're just not necessarily safe from big turns, being forced to split up your block like that.
Now that is a Emeritus in her hand.
That's what we want to see.
Which is a way to represent ripping, the highest ceiling arcane damage you can possibly do as Icelander, because you need the Emeritus in your arsenal. But that also requires drawing the red Aether Ice Vein that we saw pitched a while ago, but I don't know if we're back to that pitch deck yet. Turn 10 here.
Yeah, with Metacarpus Node, if you set that blue Emeritus in your arsenal, you could get up to, 14 damage presented in one turn? So Yuanji has to keep more than a blue card to stop that. But that requires a lot of blues drawn off the top. Now it's down to only 13 damage possible because the Tunic is gone. But we're just going to opt for another Warmonger's play to try to buy space.
I like the sound of that.
Yuanji...
He said peace.
Oh,
and that...
Yuanji, he got a brick hand. That's like 2 or 3 Channel Out Heroics. Bramble Spark. Oh, no. This might turn the tide a little bit.
Those were truly just 4 non-attack actions on this turn.
Pass is good.
We're moving back to Rhea's turn. Yuanji's got a Bramble Spark in Arsenal. CMH in play with a counter on it. This is getting really close, just like we saw the other Icelander game today. And we were talking about it. Icelander always comes down to the wire like this. Crazy. What could they have? Lethal calculations from both players. Rhea's got 4 blues here. Maybe can't present a ton of pressure on her own turn, but can set up an arsenal. What is that card on top of the hand? Oh, another Warmongers.
Oh, interesting.
And the Heart of Fandle. If she finds a way to pitch that, she can go up to 3 life, buy a little more breathing room. Has the ability to take Arcane from Rosetta down to 1 at that point if she so chooses.
Warmonger's Diplomacy really showing how it can just completely impact a game with a 1-card hand.
Yeah, we've seen this in multiple matchups all day today. And there we go. Warmonger's number 3 in a row. Yuanji's got to make a choice. It looks like he's got mostly non-attacks once again. I think this is really rough for him. He does have an Autumn's Touch that he can attack with, but I think he wanted to cash in one of those Tome of Harvest to try to draw into a better hand. But if he says peace, the most damage he can present is 2.
2 arcane damage.
Coming in with the Waning Moon, holding on to that Heart of Fandle, and yeah, keeping an arsenal.
Waning Moon can be completely blocked out. So is there a reason to keep the heart here rather than pitch? You want to hide you have a life gain?
It's possible, yeah. You could influence Yuanji's plays. You're probably pitching to that Polar Blast no matter what. So we see Autumn's Touch coming in for 8, over pitching the Bramble Spark. He wants it out of here.
Only 1 floating right now, huh?
Yeah, so in this case...
Some damage is going to come through.
Yeah. Rhea cannot find lethal with this hand unless we draw... No, I don't think there's any draw because the Arcane doesn't present the Arsenal, doesn't present Arcane damage. Rhea's going up to 3. This game's getting closer.
Trigger gain a life.
Yeah, I mean, it's getting much closer. This is going to be life gain and a card drawn that can just be blocked with. We see the Sink Below in hand as well, which is a clean 4 spot to block with.
Yeah, but 8 is still a lot here, requiring minimum 2 cards. Rhea could block with the Sink, go back down to 2. What do we have as potential arsenal options? She's going to send in that Waning Moon.
I think we see an Ice Bolt in the hand, which is probably what we're going to want to do in terms of presenting the most damage.
That's one of the better ones, yeah.
Yeah, we've got Yuanji down to 9. So now how many cards? I don't think we're going to be able to use any cards on our own turn, however. So it's just going to be passing the turn back, and you might have to be trying to go for the kill while...
We do have a red Ice Bind there. Rhea could choose to block with a Sink Below, only take 1 damage, and then present 3 Arcane on her own turn with the Ice Bind, or the Ice Bolt follow-up, rather.
Yep.
Absolutely, and it will be fused because of that Ice Bolt.
Pass is good.
2 Earth cards in the pitch, so never mind, not even close.
Just a Bramble Spark, so Channel will go away. Oh, that 1 brick turn from Yuanji might have been too much.
We see a Nimbalism, we see 4 reds. I mean, he drew all those blues at the beginning of the game. It was bound to happen sometime.
Yeah, this is looking dicey.
This has been a nail biter.
If I'm Yuanji, I'm taking my tank here.
Yeah,
thinking about everything.
Man, you drew all those blues early. And hey, you were pitching, you were willy-nilly pitching to the Waning Moon. You were blocking 3 every time you could, but at this point, not only if the damage comes through are you taking damage, you're also seeing your arsenal be threatened as well.
Yeah. Man, so many so many turns have gone by with Rhea at 2 or 3 life, but really navigating back, taking a bit more control of this game after getting a couple of, what we call the Runeblade hands from the Runeblade.
And the other thing here is, depending on what happens, whatever is pitched or not pitched, these are the cards that Yuanji gets to work with on his own turn, and then Rhea is going to be able to come at with that Ice Bolt as well.
Yeah.
So if you did want to pitch 3, then all of a sudden the floodgates would be open for more arcane damage, so he just has to take all of the 3. That arsenal is in fact frozen. We've got an Ice Bolt set up in the arsenal. The semifinals might be coming down to this.
Let's see what happens. That is only a frosting that pushes
Wow.
arcane damage. So we do still have lethal here, but not through AB3. That's still a lot of AB to ask of Yuanji. He's got to think long and hard. He knows that the arsenal is an ice spine or an ice bolt, but he doesn't know what's in the hand. So using Metacarpus node, you can go 4 with ice bolt.
Oh, that's true. What about Metacarpus? Because that could turn it into 2.
He's just passing. He's saying,
Oh, yeah.
look at that patience from Yuanji Li. 3 of the frostbite, not using the node here, so just saying, show me what you got.
And now you can just follow this up with the moon.
You gotta kind of maybe smell the 4 reds if Yuanji's just passing here. Feels uncomfortable.
What was the embodiment? Yeah, the embodiment was going. I didn't think a card had hit. So that's why I was confused.
Okay, that makes sense though. I thought that we had just passed turn back to Rhea. So frostbite's being broken. Yuanji's at 3 life. Rhea has the game absolutely guaranteed locked up if she wants to fire off those Storm Striders. Will she go for it? We don't. I mean, Rhea doesn't know Yuanji's hand. We might see her just block. She doesn't know for sure.
You fire off the Waning Moon here. Pitch 1, you take 2.
If I'm Yuanji, I'm not shuffling those cards. I'm too scared to drop one face up. I'm putting them down. He has no fear.
Are you worried at all if you're the Icelander here about the potential of a blue being the last card in hand? You pitch your red, and then you got a blue for the frosting? Because that's what you'd have to use the frosting to close it out, right?
Yeah, absolutely. You're playing against a really clever player. It's definitely a possibility. He's got AB3 sitting there. Now these are the craziest board states to watch where we know for sure that one game action will win the game on the spot, but will the player, will the player deduce what's in their opponent's hand? Because you need X-ray vision to know for sure that this play wins the game.
5.
And we're not doing it.
No, we're blocking, and we're going to keep the... What's that final card? Because we blocked with the frosting.
Yuanji lives to see another day. He does draw a blue on this turn along with a swarming Gloom Veil, so has some resources to work with. Rhea is arsenaling what I think is a Blizzard, but I didn't catch it for sure.
There's an Ice Bolt.
Ice Bolt, that's what we like to see. Bramble Spark fused from the arsenal.
Sure thing.
3-3 here. This is incredibly close. Turn 13 in the semifinals of the Battle Hardened Cincinnati. Which player is going to be able to find the closing power? I'm not nervous, but I'm like,
yeah, I'm on the edge of my seat.
Yeah, my stomach. I'm a little nervous.
It's so close. Being at 3 against an Icelander is crazy. He does have AB3, so he has a lot of room. Like, a lot of players at this point with AB1, they're just Omega dead, right? Like, they just cannot block enough of the damage. But Rhea has to consider multiple blues from Yuanji. She doesn't want to overcommit because then she dies to whatever this 10 attack is going to be.
Oh, we've got 3 cards left in hand, huh? And is one of them a blue?
It is. Yeah, it is the blue. Rhea knows about this blue because it was fused with the Bramble Spark, but she doesn't know whether the other card is a blue. And this is one of those spots where now she has to say... She could make a one of us wins right now choice, but if she cashes in the Striders, that's what she's doing because she has to give 3 cards to survive this attack.
Frostbite.
So we're starting with a Blizzard.
Does not have Guardian.
Yuanji's not paying. Yeah, absolutely makes sense from him. He's like, I don't want to die here. You have to deal with my 10. Show me what you have. No go again.
We do have a sink below. That is if you're, if you got only 1 card, if you're wanting to block on the turn, the final sink below is a good way to get as much block value as you can out of your cards.
Definitely, yeah. It gives Rhea the freedom to choose easily what card she'd like to arsenal, maybe block with that 2 block. This is an absolutely incredible semifinals game. I'm on the edge of my seat. Rhea's taking the Arcane down to 2. Embodiment of Earth is created. We're blocking 5. We're not going for the Strider's play. Once again, lethal, not missed. It's not missed because it is a decision. You don't know what's in Yuanji's hand, but we know that if that Ice Bolt had been fired off, it would have ended the game immediately in addition to the Waning Moon, right? Yuanji only has access to 4 resources.
We're just going to go ahead. We're checking the deck as well. We got to find the lethal here.
Kind of running out of cards. This game's gone on for quite a while. 3-1 now. Yuanji has multiple blues in this hand. Wow. What a game. Back and forth. 3 Warmongers in a row. Lots of ice fuses. Lots of attacks from the Briar. We are back to Yuanji Li, and Embodiment of Earth is on the stack.
Now, here's a response window, right? This is a priority window. Rhea can decide to go for something here. She can just send with the...
There's so much...
Oh, my goodness, yeah. My brain kind of broke. She can send with the Ice Bolt. She has to decide if she wants to Metacarpus. If she does go for it, she can scout the handout, see if a blue gets pitched. This is like the one window you have before Yuanji presents any damage, because once he presents an attack, you have to decide, am I going to be able to block this if I go for a play here? Because if I can't, I'm just dead.
Yeah, and the last couple turns we've seen Yuanji trapped with all or mostly res. In this case, he has 3 blues, so if Rhea does go for it, he's going to be like, fine, I'll pitch away and then maybe kill you. Maybe you don't have enough cards left. Wow, what a game. The priority windows for both players are critical. You want to like bait as much information out of your opponent as you can before you commit your cards. I think they've both been playing very carefully. Yuanji last turn making the very heads-up play of immediate no-go again. I'm holding my cards. I'm not going to die to your Ice Bolt. What is Rhea going to do?
He has to find the window to actually kind of get through here. I mean, that Blizzard is, once again, it's a good check. You can let Yuanji play an attack and then play the Blizzard to say, what do you got? But that Blizzard this time is going to come from hand.
Yeah.
Oh, we're going for it. We're pitching the Blizzard away.
Pitching the Blizzard away, making a Frostbite, 3 Arcane. Yuanji instantly pitches that blue.
Done.
And then Rhea, it's back to Rhea on the Embodiment of Earth. You've seen 1 blue. Do you think there are more? You have to make that decision. You have two blocks in hand. Lots of resources, but not a ton of block value.
And that Blizzard was kind of your one way to make sure you have some like anti-go again tech in case Yuanji is able to present something like that, because we do see a Meeps.
Yeah, Rhea can present more damage this turn.
The Meeps, 0-1. The Meeps.
But no more disruption unless she chooses to cash in that Storm Striders.
And we're passing. We're
Embodiment
passing on the
resolve.
embodiment. Oh my goodness.
This is perhaps the most stressful game all day.
I know, dude. I'm like, I have nerves in my stomach.
Yeah, I'm loving it though.
Okay.
We are breaking the Frostbite, coming in with the mysterious Meeps. Oh, and we saw this pitched early on, didn't we?
Yeah, we did. These were those blue cards.
So Yuanji made it through his red hand. He's safely in second cycle, so he's going to have a lot of resources every turn going forward.
This does have go again. But this we can just cover this up with a 2-block.
We definitely can. Yuanji does not have that much pressure left over. What is his arsenal, though? Perhaps something quite threatening. It's a Gloom Veil, so it currently would not have go again.
Yeah, card has to. I mean, but here's the thing. We haven't played a non-attack, right, this turn, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, so that card's going to have to hit to get the go again. That's not going to happen.
Meeps is definitely not going to hit.
Yes, then the game would be over.
However, you reach a point where you can start calculating, like, well, Icelander only has so many cards left. What could she have in hand? She probably can't Striders kill me. Maybe I'll make a Rune Chant here to give Gloomveil go again. I don't know. It's hard.
And that Winter's Bite, it represented something she could do with her action point if she's able to get to that point with the card in her hand, but she's not even sure if she's going to be able to.
And Yuanji is making a Rune Chant here. So Gloomveil will have go again. He's going to still have the 2 resources up. We know that he is safe. But in theory, if Rhea were to have a blue Frosting in hand, she could go Waning Moon, Storm Striders, blue Frosting, Metacarpus Node, and that would be 5 damage presented. That would be the game immediately. That would also work with a blue Aether Hail, but maybe Yuanji's been tracking those cards. He knows what he has to do. He is...
Wow.
Game's not over.
Game's not over. We're continuing, folks.
No arsenal. Storm Striders is up. As we talked about, Yuanji's going to have a lot of blues in most of his hands at this point. That is... all blues, and I think it's all non-attacks.
Oh, is it really?
And he can't draw off the Sotomar because it's not from Arsenal. So the best Yuanji Li can do in this turn is make a Rune Chant
and attack with the Rosetta Thorn.
Wow. So Rhea's going to get a little bit of space again. There's no Coronet Peak there. So... can't pitch 1 card from hand in the arsenal. It's very interesting. You have to spend 2 cards on this Rosetta Thorn. And we're going for the Storm Striders play. Oh, we're cracking the Striders right now.
Do we have to do this?
It's interesting. I'm very curious.
Because it's the red.
You mentioned it earlier.
Yeah,
We
it's
pitched
the
the
red.
red. There is no... It's 6 Arcane. Yuanji has AB3.
You got it. Yeah.
Wow. Wow. Amazing.
There's
game
that
down
fight.
to the wire.
The red Aether Ice Bane we pitched such a long time ago.
Hey, you mentioned it. You were like, we're going to see this in second cycle. And that is absolutely critical. And we've got 3 blue Aether Ice Banes in the pitch down on the same turn there. Wow.
Yeah, she's literally talking about. She's talking about this is the red Aether Ice Bane pitch.
I knew I had exactly 1 out. I just had to survive to the red ice vein.
Wow, and there's, she's talking about she had to survive to the red ice vein. She kept her Metacarpus nodes up for that exact reason. So she, while thinking about the Storm Charge play, she knew she had an out because there was only AB3 represented. Oh, that was crazy.
What a crazy game. So many turns where I thought the game was going to end that turn. Rhea had it. At one turn, I really thought Yuanji had it. It was so close.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Down to 1. Like, I've never seen a game with Icelander have the opponent's life total that low and continue on for that long. Usually they don't have enough AB, so you're just like, at some point in one of these turns, I draw my wizard card and you're dead. But Yuanji with AB3, lots of blues. Rhea played really patient and did survive. She had a game plan and she got there. It paid off.
Absolutely.
So Briar is not going to LL today, folks. Icelander moves on to the finals, and it's going to be either Dromai or Lexi that she meets there.
Yeah, we don't know the results from the other game, huh? Do we know the results?
I don't think we know yet.
They're still playing.
They're still going.
How do you know how much life is left?
I think it was the Ram was trying to push damage.
Okay.
And maybe this is a good opportunity to squeeze in our final segment of the day here.
We'll see. Okay. Sorry, I'm still feeling it. Are we just gonna jump in, or are we gonna take a little break? What are we doing?
Let's just jump in. Let's just jump in. We don't know how much time we have. Here, ready?
We're going for it.
Give me 1 second because I have to change this.
Yeah. All right, but I just want to say, well played to both competitors. Briar lives another day.
I know.
Rhea coming in rewarded for sticking with the hero that she knows so well, and in a room where the ranges were taken down just a little bit of a peg, navigated a new meta and showed that consistency can be key. The mastery of a hero went from a challenging round loss earlier in the game to storm back to the finals. It's unbelievable. I'm so excited to watch. But first, let's talk about Ham.
Ham! I love ham!
We're here with a segment we here at Savage Feats like to call Ham Sandwich Hardball. If you followed Flesh and Blood at all at any competitive level, you have seen this kid in a gray hoodie with these glasses on and ham sandwiches. And he just mows them down like they're Cheerios. And yep, we're just gonna hit a bite on camera because that's the kind of guy we are. So we're gonna talk about what are if we had to spice up the ham sandwiches, because in case you didn't know, this sandwich is a piece of bread, 2 pieces of ham, and then the second piece of bread. So we're gonna see if we can. No. Don't you A me.
I've got something spicy for you. Not spicy in the sense of taste.
Certainly not.
Never. But today, I brought 5 sandwiches with me. This is the only one left. I've eaten almost all of them. 4 of them had 2 slices of ham, but I've got to walk you through the 5th one. Are you ready?
Yeah.
Bread?
Yeah.
Ham?
Uh-huh.
The second slice of ham?
You sure?
Ham!
No, third slice.
Third slice!
Not the third
We've
slice.
never done it before.
You did
it's
the
a new
third?
recipe.
All right, well.
And a final piece of bread, of course.
That's incredible. I'm really happy for you. We're going to talk about how we can spice up these sandwiches. If you have to choose between any of the toppings that we have, God, that picture is really good.
I love that picture.
If we had to choose between either of the toppings we have before us, how could we best spice up the sandwich? Chat, I want to know from you as well. Please type in the chat, ketchup or mustard, whatever you would put on a ham sandwich, because that is the Flesh and Blood content you came here to see. So, Brody, I have to ask you, ketchup or mustard?
This is hard for me. I personally hate all condiments. It's a texture thing for me. I don't like them. But I think I've had both of these at least once in my life. So I'm gonna have to make a hard choice here.
Yeah.
Let's get chat's opinion. What is chat saying so far?
Well, I mean, I'm sure a lot, because this is riveting stuff talking about what you would put on a ham sandwich. Let's see. We're seeing mustard is too spicy for Brody from my cousin Aiden. I'm going to vote on a ham sandwich. I'm definitely voting mustard. Wait, what are we talking about?
Oh,
it's a ham
chat's
sandwich.
all in on mustard?
Yeah, because this is the correct answer.
I've got to be an honest contrarian here. I don't know that much about either 2 of these things, but my gut went with ketchup, so we're going ketchup.
Speaking from instinct?
Yeah,
from instinct
just
here.
how I feel, you know?
Wow. I also want to say that the poll that came out, 592 people voted. Briar had a 58%.
Ooh, people were rooting for it. People want the LL. And, I mean, that is a pretty unfavored matchup for Briar, but like we talked about, Yuanji Li really showcasing his expertise, the AB3 plan. He brought it so close down to the wire.
I do want to also just shout out Alex C in the chat saying mayonnaise, of course. Correct answer, my brother. Or my sister. Alex is an androgynous name. Let's move on.
All right. Moving to topic number 2.
Pickles or olives. Now, these are interesting. These are interesting because I know you look afraid.
I'm afraid.
You look afraid. What are you going to pick?
So, I haven't had olives much in my life. All I know is that I hate pickles. And no hate to anyone who likes pickles. I know Elaine is out there who loves pickles. No hate. Eat whatever makes you happy. I eat 5 of these sandwiches a day and it makes me happy. But I cannot have pickles on my sandwich. We're going to have to go with olives. What does chat say, though? I'm curious.
Definitely not olives. For sure not olives.
No, yeah. Oh, sorry. I thought it was the other one. All right, chat's against me 91 to pickles. I'm going to get them all wrong.
Because of course it is. Because olives is an insane answer.
Hey, I don't like pickles, man. I'm just speaking from the heart. Hopefully I agree with chat on at least one of these. We'll find out.
I like how excited you got thinking that 92% of people in the chat were like, oh, yeah, no, olives for sure. Olives all day.
Hey, look. In Brody's defense, if you picture either one of these toppings on a ham sandwich, which like barely ever happens anyway, don't you just picture like little deli skewer with an olive poking through a tiny finger sandwich? Yes, you do.
No, I don't.
In Brody's defense, I can picture it too.
I'll bring. Okay,
but not a pickle. Maybe a sweet pickle on the side of your sandwich.
Yeah, there you go.
That's where it would pair.
I'm questioning all the decisions that have led me to this point.
I feel like the skewer might poke through my bag a little bit, but I would bring a mini sandwich, one bite in between rounds.
But now you're just back to just a ham sandwich.
I mean, I'll never change from my ham sandwiches.
Move
but
on.
We can pretend. Moving to topping number 3.
Okay. Now you're going to be able to answer this one.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, I can handle this.
Yeah. Your answer's probably going to be turkey because it has a little less flavor, but let's see what you want to say.
To be honest with you, I expected all of these toppings to be scary, outlandish things that I'm not comfortable with, but I actually do not mind turkey sandwiches. Ham is my preference, but I will happily eat turkey. I am giving a 100% turkey answer here. I legitimately would eat it.
Shout out to Tuis in the chat. Olives, I'm going back to Magic the Gathering. No. Objectively, a very funny comment. So we're going with turkey. Is that what you said?
I'm locking in turkey.
Yeah, I called it. I knew it. It's because it's just a little less exciting than salami.
Please vote turkey, chat.
No way. No way.
Chat.
Ready? No way, dude.
60%.
No way,
60% for salami. So I am wrong 3 times out of 3.
Because turkey and ham are like kind of similar things. You're like choosing between turkey and ham, but in either of those sandwiches, you could garnish it with salami because it is a different flavor profile.
Yeah, no, I would put turkey on the ham sandwich before I take salami. I'm sorry, guys.
What is it, like Capicula ham and salami?
Exactly.
Like best pairing at Jimmy John's
Wonderful.
ever.
Yeah.
Come on.
Yeah.
Come on, bro. Get with it.
All
We
right,
have 5 of these. There's 2 left.
we have 5.
Right. Then we're putting you out of your misery, Sam. We're taking you out back.
goal is
They're going
to
to shoot me behind the barn.
I want to agree with chat on one of them. That's my goal here.
Okay.
Moving into topping number 4, what do we have?
Ooh. Anchovies or Vegemite? You know,
Sam, can you tell me what both of these things are? I kind of know, but I need some.
Yeah, well, anchovies is a small fish. You know how, have you ever had a Caesar salad?
If I did, I didn't like it. I think maybe, but I like some salads, but I don't like salads with dressing or anything like that.
Yeah, so it's definitely a fishy thing. Now, Vegemite, which I did not just look up on my phone, and if you think I did, you're trolling, and I'm gaslighting you because I definitely didn't do that. I did do it. It said it's a. they said it's like an umami because I don't really know what Vegemite is. I'm gonna be honest.
All right. Come on. Vegemite is the typical Australian breakfast spread. They eat it. They eat it like it's like super thick, super salty.
Yeah, and how would I not know that? I've spent so much time in Australia.
Because it's known to be like the disgusting Australian food. Like, the rest of their food's like pretty milk toast. It's like pretty mid, like whatever. Just like it's all this softy food, whatever. But then you eat Vegemite, and my God, your stomach churns. Like it's a weird one. It's a weird one.
What are you going?
I disagree with most people about food. So if this is supposed to be a disgusting Australian food, maybe I'll like it. I think a lot of things are disgusting that most people like. So we're locking in Vegemite, even though
we're locking in Vegemite. I'm gonna log in Vegemite too because I'm not eating tiny little fish on my ham sandwich.
All right. Look. Next broadcast, we are gonna get Vegemite and make you eat it on stream. How about that? That's the.
No, we've ended the segment early.
Brody will never come back.
Brody's gonna be like in top 8, and we'll just walk over, hand him the sandwich. He's like, "No, please, God, please, no." We actually both missed on that one. Everybody wanted anchovies. I guess.
The vote was a little closer, but
it was definitely closer. I guess Vegemite really sucks.
Maybe.
Yeah,
I don't know.
I
I'll
guess
have to try it at some point.
Sucks. Interesting.
Okay. Last one.
Last one, folks. Don't go. I mean, I hope you haven't gone anywhere because
this is the epitome of what I do not like on my food.
The epitome.
Ranch or blue cheese. I just like anything like this. Just like
I literally put ranch on my chicken wrap earlier, like 2 hours ago.
I would never.
Okay, but between the two, there is a clear answer.
So okay. What's the texture of blue cheese?
The same as ranch.
It's the same texture.
Look at the bottles, brother.
What do they taste like? You got to tell me. I don't.
Okay, well, I will unfortunately let you know that blue cheese is derived. Do you like that? Is derived from some. It's like not quite mold, but it's a molding process. Yeah, it is. It is. It fully is.
Ranch.
Yeah, it is ranch. Ranch is the correct answer. Ranch is fantastic.
I don't want to know anything else. You just told me I'm choosing between.
Am I wrong about
that? 2. They have the same concentration, the same texture to them, but one of them is mold. I'm saying ranch. I don't want any more information. What does chat say?
All right. Just in defense of one of our wonderful sponsors, Fresh and Buds, he is known to be a diehard ranch hater, blue cheese enjoyer. I myself am diehard blue cheese myself.
Ooh, I mean, I like blue cheese dressing. I do. I mean, it's just you want ranch on your ham sandwich.
Right? Oh yeah, that's fair. In the context of a ham sandwich, no, that's not true. On a ham sandwich, I would tastefully dip it in blue cheese. You can pair like a strong cheese with ham more easily than you could douse it in ranch, I think. You just pretend.
And
a little bit.
The chat agrees. 60% of chat went with Ranch, so I accomplished my goal. 1 out of 5. I'm with the community.
Yay! Can we get a round of applause?
We did it.
Brody, yay! You did it. You got one. Sheesh. That is the craziest sheesh, man.
Wow.
It's so
Brody.
consistent. Brody.
Great moves. Keep it up.
We both
Proud
missed.
of you.
Well, thank you guys all for joining us. Sorry, I'm going to try that again. Thank you all for joining us for Ham Sandwich Hardball, our hard-hitting news segment here at Savage Feats, where we get to the bottom of what goes on inside this psychopath's brain. That was an incredible game. Lexi won. We just got word.
Lexi took down Mara. Last update I had was that Nathaniel was at 9, Mara was at 4. Just got confirmation. Nathaniel, the undefeated Lexi player, continues the streak.
So we are going to see
Rhea
two elemental heroes in the finals, both ice heroes. Lexi, which we've seen in the previous meta be kind of a bad matchup for Icelander, but critically, Lexi has lost her built-in AB piece.
Yeah.
So, couple things. One, you don't have the option to have more reach with Bullseye Bracers, and critically, some Lexis don't have AB anymore. They want their sideboard slots for other things. Some of them are playing No Rune Gloves, but some aren't. I don't know what our Lexi player is playing, but we could see AB 0, which could definitely turn the tides for Icelander.
Absolutely. It's going to be a definitely more challenging matchup for Rhea to navigate than the Dromai. There's a much more kind of straightforward path to a victory there for the Icelander player. This is probably a matchup Rhea was hoping to dodge, but it is going to be the finals here of the Battle Hardened in Cincinnati. We got Nathan Snyder on the mainstay of the last competitive format in Lexi Livewire, with Rhea Adams bringing the World Championship winning, but not as prevalent recently, Icelander deck deep into the finals. This is going to be a fantastic match.
Rhea Adams representing Team Ascent. Speaking of Team Ascent, if you want to get one of these shirts we've been rocking all day, red pitch, blue pitch, or Sam's fantastic no block shirt,
This
you
shirt
can
is actually
said,
fire.
Yeah, I love that shirt.
Yeah, come on. So yes, repping the team of the shirt, repping the team of the day. It is time to get ready for the finals match, so don't go anywhere. We got one more game. Man, this has been fun, you guys. So thank you for hanging out with us. We've got what's going to be an incredible finals, so don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
Hey yo, Don Amurabi. You want me to tell him about the bazaar, or do you want me to use the clams, huh?
Relax, Captain. These are our customers, and we are their merchants.
It's okay, I'll handle it. I know your problems, and I got the goods to fix them. You watched an OP deck tech and need to buy the spice.
Buy from the bazaar.
You are deep into theory crafting the next hottest deck.
Buy from the bazaar.
You are changing your Pro Tour deck list last minute.
Buy from the bazaar.
You follow the meta and need to change decks.
Buy from the bazaar.
You have an addiction to box breaks.
Buy from the bazaar.
You find yourself dealing fab to new customers.
Yes, catch me outside and I'll hook you up.
And you, don't forget, get your cards from me, Hammurabi TCG.
Or else you get the clamps.
I'm glad that for once we can all actually agree that Attack Action Kano is the best deck in Blitz, and that Blood Debt Levia is the best deck in CC. We're gonna kill it at Worlds, guys. I gotta go 1 second. Hey guys, how's it going? Mo Bogsley here with Team Ascent, sponsored by MinMax Games. If you're looking for a promo code to save 5% off of your next Flesh and Blood singles purchase, head over to minmaxgames.com, use code ASCENT at checkout, and you'll save 5%. And this helps out players like us on Team Ascent a ton. If you're looking to pick up some Ascent merch or some Flesh and Blood related merch, head over to ascent-gaming.com and use code SAVAGE at checkout to save 5% there. So hey, those are 2 great promo codes. Thank you guys so much for the support. Have a good one.
Hey there, I'm Joey from EDH Rec, and I'd like to help introduce a cool new addition to the Rec family. If you or your friends play the card game Flesh and Blood, we've launched a great resource to help you out with your fab deck building. And in this short video, we've got a Flesh and Blood creator to help walk you through it. Basically, the announcement is, well, actually, I'll just let him explain it. Mansant, take it away.
And there we go. Hey, I'm Mansant, and I'm here to tell you about a great analytical tool for Flesh and Blood that I really enjoy and will help you level up your game. Fabric, found at fabric.gg. What Fabric does is gather a huge amount of competitive deck lists from a variety of sources and then provides useful insight for each hero and the formats in general. And here we have Dromai Ash Artist, a powerful and new fun hero from the Uprising set. Instantly, we can see statistics taken from the average of all the deck lists for Dromai. Now, the first thing you can see is the card distribution, pitch, and cost averages. Scrolling down, we get to the juicy part, what I definitely want to see, the most popular dragons. Notice how Invoke Chromai, Kyloria, and Miragai are showing up nearly 100% of the time in Dromai decks. These are clearly the staple dragons you want to start your deck with. Thank you for tuning into the video here, and be sure to check out my content on Mansant at YouTube, streams, gameplay, everything to do with Levia, and keep your eye out for Fabric as well. Future features for sure. Try it now, a great tool for Flesh and Blood players right here on fabric.gg.
Star City Games is the premier retailer for all your Flesh and Blood needs. Our extensive inventory includes thousands of Flesh and Blood singles, sealed product, and top quality supplies, so you'll always be prepared to play at your best. Visit us at starcitygames.com today and discover why we're the go-to destination for Flesh and Blood enthusiasts.
All right, everybody, we're back. We're hanging out. What a great freaking day this has been. Casters are on bathroom break. Nathan's on bathroom break. Rhea's hanging out over there. So we're about to get ready. No big, we're not going to waste much time, basically. We're going to wrap things up. And I was worried, too, because I thought maybe this would be an over 12-hour day. And now we're probably going to wrap it at around 11. It's not bad. It's not bad. 12 is the scary number because, as you might have seen now on some longer streams, like my 12-hour stream, for example, or some other coverage, actually, if you go over 12 hours, then YouTube cuts the VOD. So if you hadn't been previously recording it, it can kind of, it can just throw you. You just lose games straight up. So that was a little bit worrisome for me. I wasn't sure if we were going to wrap things up before 12 because I didn't schedule a second stream. You lose a lot of viewers that way, and it's a lot easier for everybody. You just don't ask them to go to a different stream for top 8. So props to SCG. Things have been running super smooth. We've had, I think, all but one round be the longest. No, there's 2 rounds because we fit segments in. I think we had 5 of the 7 rounds. Our game was the longest of the Swiss round. So we covered a lot. It's been a long day. Huge props to Sam and Brody. They're not even here, but they are really pulling weight. Those segments, I prepped the segments, right? But I really didn't give them much prep. I just told them, look, trust me, we're just going to have some fun with this. And I was cracking up the whole time. I thought those were great. So thanks for sticking with us on that. Really have had fun today. Everyone's on their way back, it looks like. So we're going to jump into the final. And then an interview. And then wrap the stream. And then we'll be back. What's the next event? Columbus or something? I'll be at Chicago playing Levia and winning the whole thing. But next coverage that we're doing is Columbus maybe, or maybe it's Canadian Nats. I forget, but we've got a whole schedule planned. So if you enjoyed this, I think you have to hit subscribe anyway because I set it up that way. But I know I set it up that way just to have it easier on my end, managing spam bots and all that. And obviously because this channel is just an extension of what I've done on Mansant anyway. But now just putting the coverage portion of it all in its own place. So thank you all for being here. We are jumping in probably 2 minutes. Sam's back, Brody's back. So bear with us, and then we'll wrap the day. Thank you all for being here.
All right, here we are getting ready for the finals of the Battle Hardened here in Cincinnati. We have made it all the way through a grueling top 8, and we've got our Elemental Wizard versus Elemental Ranger here. Rhea Adams versus our first seed, undefeated through the day, Nathan Snyder. Players are sideboarding right now. Let's talk about some key cards in the matchup. First of all, Arcane Barrier. Obviously, we saw Yuanji Li present 3 last round. Previously, Lexi had conveniently a built-in AB1 with Bullseye Bracers, but now some Lexis are playing Null Rune Gloves. Some Lexis are just neglecting to play AB at all. I'll be really curious to see what Nathan plays. We don't have his deck list yet. Another card that I've seen talked about a lot for this matchup is Codex, because it can be really awkward for the Icelander being forced to put an attack back in Arsenal. I know Hamilton was talking about that, and he was like cutting attacks from his deck for that reason. And Rhea does not have many attacks, so it's quite possible she'll just present 0 in the matchup and not have to worry about that. But from the Icelander side, Encase and CLF are both very, very impactful. Lexi has so many game actions she has to take during her turns. Activating Voltaire for every arrow. The fact that CLF buffs them or taxes them all up by 1, the Lexi hero ability as well, it can be really difficult to play through. And Encase, of course, interacts with the Lexi ability as well, turning it off completely if you don't stop the fused Encase, so you can get trapped in situations where you have a face down arrow in your arsenal. You can't give it go again because your snaps are also frozen, and so your whole turn is just shooting that 1 arrow.
Yeah, absolutely. The Icelander here, there is a chance that the pressure is just too much and it's too consistent from the Lexi. But if you are able to resolve the Channel Lake Bridget, if you can find an important turn to hit the Encase, if you can resolve a Warmonger's Diplomacy when they have a card face down, and the only way to get to continue the turn is to turn that card face up, that Warmonger Diplomacy. We've already seen it do a lot of work. This is going to be a very interesting
Beginning of last round.
time to see what is Rhea able to cobble together in order to keep herself alive before the pressure becomes too much.
Yeah, absolutely. This is a matchup that historically has been considered Lexi favored, but of course Lexi's been slightly nerfed recently. So what equipment is presented to me is going to be one of the most interesting parts of this game.
Yeah, something close, yeah.
Here we are, everybody. We have come all the way down to this. 100 players here at the Battle Hardened in Cincinnati. One of the most exciting days of Flesh and Blood we've seen in quite a long time, and it's all come down to this. Nathan versus Rhea. Lexi versus Icelander. Turns out that ice talent seems to be pretty good.
Seems pretty good. We saw another hero. I can't remember his name. It's been too long, but doing pretty good on top of the meta for a while with that talent.
It's been a while.
It's been too long since that guy
But
LL'd.
That's the thing about Flesh and Blood, about card games, about gaming in general. The more you're able to kind of interact and interrupt what your opponent is attempting to do or able to do, the more you're kind of able to actuate and progress your own game plan. So the ice ability, the ability to present those frostbites, kind of do a little more interacting, it does seem to still be rising to the top of this metagame on this first day of the Dusk Till Dawn Classic Constructed meta.
That's right. The players seem to be reviewing each other's deck list right now. Maybe we'll be able to grab those deck lists afterwards. And yeah, they get to know. Oh, I didn't think about this. Rhea gets to know before the game how many AB Nathan's going to have.
Or at least it has access to, which you have to imagine that's, you have to imagine that's going to be presented.
So I wonder if that will change her sideboarding at all.
Absolutely. You have to think that these Lexis are wanting to bring some AB in, but when we see people running the Toxic Tips or the Hornet Sting, that just goes right into the Bullseye Bracer slot, so you have to find another slot if you're going to get some AB in there somewhere.
Yeah.
And these lists somewhat can be kind of tight.
We've seen Heart of Ice in some Lexi decks in the past as like a counter to Kano, but that can be a nice way to just have Arcane Barrier versus Icelander.
I love that card.
Yeah, it's a really fun card. They are seemingly done with deck list, shuffling up, and we are going to jump into the action soon.
100 players, 7 rounds, a quarterfinals, a semifinals. It's all come down to this. The finals of the Battle Hardened here in Cincinnati. These two players preparing for what will be one of the more impactful games of Flesh and Blood they have played. The finals of a Battle Hardened. So much is on the line here for these two unbelievable professionals.
Absolutely. 10th game of the day. Nathan has won all of his games up until now. Rhea only dropped 1. And yeah, I don't know. This is going to be wild.
Let me just say props to Nathan, because he's a friend of mine, and I was meaning to get him on stream, but I kept shrugging off like, well, he's undefeated. We'll get him at some point. No, he's undefeated. We'll get him at some point. But then we really missed the window to get him on until, oh, never mind, he's in finals. Like, sweet.
He's undefeated. We got him in the finals.
He's having a bit of a Brody run. did you like drop something in his sauce like this morning? What happened, Brody?
I mean, you had so much faith in him. You said he'll keep going undefeated. We'll get him on stream at some point, and you were right. Your faith paid off. We've got the deck list here. Maybe Nathan's been eating sandwiches. You know, he's been eating sandwiches with olives on them. That's how he's done so well today.
I don't know about that, but what I do know is we can take a look at this deck list here. New Horizons, Voltaire Strike Twice, Find Out Spring Tunic, Quiver of Rustling Leaves, Hornet Sting, Snapdragon Scalers, and that's it. We are seeing Brody lose his little mind.
You guys can't see me right now, but I am freaking out. You can see me now. Yeah. At the moment I saw 6 equipment, I was like, wait. This deck runs a Quiver. 5+. No AB. No AB. Okay. That makes this way more interesting.
What does this mean?
So, AB1 is infinitely more than AB0. There are a lot of situations where you have one floating on your turn, you can't use it to block an arcane. You make like these flexible plays versus Aether Ice Vein even. You're going to be forced to pay 2, so you pitch a blue to pay 2 and AB1. There's so much value in that 1 AB. And, you know, it's not unreasonable for Nathan to be like, you know, Wizards haven't been doing great. I'm not going to waste a sideboard slot on that. But in this case, it would not have been wasted. He's up against Icelander in the finals. This matchup is historically Lexi favored. And I even said before we sat down, just for purposes of having a really interesting stream game, I kind of hope the Lexi has no AB, and that's exactly what we got because it's going to make it so different than some of the Lexi Icelander games we've seen in the past. Wow.
Phew, this is going to be a good one, folks. The players are shuffling each other's decks, just doing a little bit of ritual at this point. We've got a finals here. No arcane barrier for the Lexi means there are going to be decisions you don't even have to make. Oh, do I need to block this? No, you can't.
Yeah, no
What
options.
do I do to the Aether? And I take it, and I discard or pitch.
Absolutely. Both of these players have secured a PTI here, but they are still fighting for the glory of first place, those Living Legend points, and that gold foil legendary card.
Which, you know,
Killed Chroma.
that's pretty nice.
Not too shabby,
I
yeah.
haven't got one of those.
Flipped up.
Have you ever got one?
Another arrow.
Never mind.
Stop talking.
I don't know.
Leave stop it. Enough with you. I feel like we did a pretty good job of not, you know, clowning on all the players for not having to go through you on this Battle Hardened. Mr. Two-Time, Mr. Back-to-Back. You gave everybody else a chance, and now look at this. We have 2 unbelievable players that didn't have to go through the king.
Hey, in one of those Battle Hardens, though, in one of those Battle Hardens, I had 2 fantastic teammates helping me out all day.
That's
We carried each other to the win.
That's fair.
Did you beat any Lexi?
And now you have 2 fantastic I guess, co-workers for the day.
That's true. There we go. I've got a team of 3 for this one as well.
Alrighty, folks. The equipment has been presented. The cards are being drawn. Nathan is going to choose, does he want to go first or second here? This is it. It's all come down to this. 7 rounds of Swiss, the quarters, the semis. It's the finals here at the Battle Hardened Cincinnati. Thank you so much for joining us today. Let's get into the match.
Here we go. Nathan is first seed, of course, so he gets to choose whether to go first or second. Opting for second. He wants the tempo in this game. Rhea has presented Iron Rot Gauntlet, which some Icelanders will play Iron Hide, some will play Iron Rot. Personally, I do like the Iron Rot a lot. It gives you a cleaner on-demand block of a breakpoint, and here's the free arcane damage coming in.
Now, here's the thing. Do you pitch another card to Waning Moon knowing... Yeah, I mean, I guess of course you do, because it's not like the resources are going to be used otherwise. Lexi's free to Voltaire twice on this turn, because what's she going to do with the rest of her with her hand?
Yeah,
not AB.
There aren't many options. You're just coming in for 5, and Nathan is going to filter his hand however he wants. He has multiple Rain Razors, so choosing to just ship one of those away. Only blue arrows, but hey, that's better than nothing, especially with a Rain in hand. And Rhea does critically have that Cold Snap in arsenal, which can help to disrupt Nathan's first turn.
So, both players drawing up 2 beautiful cold foil frost hexes drawn for Rhea here. So those are mostly just going to be blocking cards, or most likely going to be blocking cards here. We can see a Premeditate. I love that card in this deck.
Yeah, so I think he's got a blue, only 1 arrow in his hand outside of that. Oh, it's 2 red arrows. Okay, interesting.
A little better.
So he doesn't have a lot of resources. Maybe we're going to see him have to pitch this other Rain Razors away.
And this Cold Snap is going to target the Searing Shot and say, you either have to give me a resource or I'm freezing that card this turn.
Yeah,
and we're drawing another blocking card.
Especially with the Frostbite coming down, Nathan really doesn't have extra resources to spend.
Let me think about it.
Yeah, he's going to go ahead and think. We don't have a Tunic up on 3. This is Nathan's first turn of this game.
It is possible that we'll see him pitch that Rain, pay through the Frostbite, pay through the Cold Snap. Oh, wait.
And then what?
2 cards.
Yeah, and then what is right? I don't think that we'll see it. It's interesting. He really is limited in choices here. He would have to pitch away his Infecting Shot in order to make that play and go Bolton Shot into Searing.
And I'll get the Frostbite.
So we're going to go ahead and pay, let the Frostbite resolve. We're pitching the Bolton Shot away.
So he is choosing to keep that card around.
Premeditate results.
Now, if an attack hits this turn, we're going to get a ponder token. This is an attack for 5.
I think
And that is it.
This play kind of makes sense. He is valuing keeping the Rain Razors. He has no way to efficiently play 2 arrows anyway, so he's just saying, let's pitch the 2 reds, come in with the arrow that I do have, and hang on to a power card for a future turn when I have more resources.
Yep. Alrighty, this is an attack for 5. It represents, if it hits, it becomes 6, and if it hits, it creates a ponder token. But however, because of the way the ponder is going to work, we're still only going to get 1 card in the arsenal, but it doesn't matter. We're blocking for 6, utilizing one of those Frost Hexes, and we're just going to arsenal that Rain Razors.
Yep, and back to Rhea's turn 2 with 2 cards only. We might see a Coronet Peak plus Arsenal, or maybe one of these Icebind or Encase Fused that we've been seeing throughout the day.
Absolutely. So let's see. We're just going to Coronet Peak before that Tunic is online. Pitching the Ice Bolt. Coronet Peak going to take a card from Nathan's hand. We're pitching, or not pitching, we're discarding the Lightning Surge, not wanting to preserve it in our deck. We just want to put it in the graveyard and move on back to Nathan's turn here.
That is a 1 of Lightning Surge in Nathan's deck. I think it's a heads-up play to put it in the graveyard instead of pitch it, because if you ever want to Codex it back and get something with Go again, so often we see players go and fetch the Falcon Wing, but this is just a 4 instead of a 3, so that might play a big role later.
All right, this is going to go ahead and be a Polar Blast from Arsenal. Again, there's no real text on the card other than I'm giving you a Frostbite and I'm drawing a card. So no opportunity to respond here unless you want to do something with your Voltaire.
Rhea's next attack this turn gains Dominate.
I mean, and we can't ignore that. We can't ignore the potential to we can't ignore it. We can definitely ignore it. It's not going to matter.
Waning Moon for 2 Dominate. All right, Nathan does have resources this turn. Rain Razors and Arsenal. He's activating the Voltaire. Get rid of that Frostbite. I wonder if we'll see Infecting Shot plus Codex both pumped up by the Rain Razors.
Yeah, that would be pretty good.
Nathan kind of knows the coast is clear here. Barring Storm Striders, Rhea's Arsenal is empty and the Frostbite is dealt with.
This is coming in for 5. How are you going to want to handle this attack? We don't know if we're the Icelander here, the other card, but we can see that face-up Rain Razors.
Yeah, I wonder if we'll see the Blizzard played. Especially if we were to wait until Nathan gets the chance to play the Rain and he goes for it. I actually don't know if he'll even play it, though. Since it is in his arsenal, it's safe from being discarded from the Codex, so he might just say, you know what, I'm going to have a Ponder. I'll try to wait and get 3 arrow. Get a 3 arrow turn next turn with this Rain. But versus such a disruptive deck like Icelander, it's difficult. You have to, you have to think about it. Maybe it's better to just cash it in for 4 now.
Well, because it's not only 4, it would be 2 more from the Blood Rod if it does hit.
Absolutely. And Rhea does have Blizzards, which I guess Nathan knows about. They reviewed each other's deck list. 3 Blizzards in the deck, so that's something he's also got to be thinking about.
Resolution step here.
Oh yeah, but Rhea's going to take some damage from this anyway, thinking that the Rain Razor is going to be fired off.
Now, if we look here, we're in the resolution step as the Blood Rot is resolved. And as you said, Nathan is going to go ahead and elect not to pump up the Rain Razors here. So that's just going to end the turn. 3 arcane damage, though. Nathan going down to 29 to Rhea's 34, 2 cards in hand. Tunic's still not online, so we want to use that Coronet Peak here. It is an option for us if we're the Icelander.
It's a pretty terrifying feeling as the aggro deck to have 0 AB and just know that you're at the Icelander's mercy all game.
So we've got another Warmonger's Diplomacy here. And are we going to play that or Coronet Peak? Which now, here's the thing. If we play the Warmongers, you have to give the snaps that's a Codex.
No.
Yeah, it is a Codex, so he can clear it even if he has to discard a card.
But you...
I vote first, right?
But, so, he can't play any attacks on this turn if he chooses, even if he chooses War, he can't do anything.
Oh, I thought we were looking at Encase. This is Warmongers.
Yeah.
Warmongers once again.
Just bricks
Such
the turn.
a powerful card.
He's going to brick the turn.
Wow.
You can play, you can do nothing. And then you can't do anything to the AB either.
Very powerful versus Lexi. We've seen this multiple times today. Ray's going to take the damage from the Blood Rot Arsenal, and then how is Nathan going to make his way out of this one?
Oh my goodness.
That's brutal. Like the whole point.
Yeah, so this is going to literally stop the turn. I mean, even if you want to play out the Codex, you're going to discard a card. You're not going to be able to play the card you get back from the Codex. I mean, sure, you can give the Icelander a frailty, but this is just going to say, pass back. You want to do any arcane damage to me? Okay, I can't stop it.
Yeah, you can't even pitch away to the Arcane. As long as Rhea can utilize that 5-card hand, this is just devastating.
Yo, this is crazy.
Warmongers, what a card. Trading up basically 1 for 4 at the minimum.
So my turn.
We are going back to Rhea's turn.
Okay, so yeah, she elected not to go ahead and do anything at instant speed.
It's functionally the same thing.
Oh, because I think we're going to encase here.
I'm gonna fuse and encase.
Yeah.
So another, okay, Codex can get through encase, but this is still annoying. It forces you to basically discard to it unless you find some other way out.
Snapdragon Scalers.
Ray's got a lot of reds in hand, but should be able to pitch to the Waning Moon regardless, either with that blue or one of these red cards or both.
Yeah, I wonder why she didn't want to do anything at instant speed there, knowing that there was going to be no way to AB it. This is going to be 3 damage that's going to come across now. The hero and the equipment are entirely frozen for the next turn, so we can't flip with Lexi, and we can't activate our tunic.
That is right.
Just leave that there.
Can't use snaps either. So Nathan is most likely just going to have to play out this Codex and grab probably that Lightning Surge that we saw. He can go again and clear out his arsenal. So yeah, pitching the 2 reds away, holding on to the blue card in hand for Rhea, and we are back over to Nathan's turn number 4.
Is there a consideration for the Bolton shot from the Codex because you have the Rain Razors to potentially push it, or do you think that it's such a heads-up play that's just going to get blocked for 6? Anyway.
I think it's certainly a consideration. If you're planning to play this Rain Razors this turn, absolutely, I think you just take the extra damage. And I wonder if Nathan is, what was that fuse card we saw on the, oh, it was the Red Hail.
Yeah,
so
yeah.
Nathan
Pitch both
doesn't
those away.
know. Nathan doesn't know what the arsenal is.
We're going to grab the red infecting shot. Turn 4 here for Nathan. 24 to 32. The Lexi has not been able to get a life lead yet. Down 8 life. We're going to give the frailty. We're going to get the ponder for ourselves.
And he is going to have to discard a card. I think he already resolved that part, perhaps.
Did he? No, I don't think he did, because the Codex is the last thing in his... Unless he did it beforehand. I can't tell. But
playing the Rain Razors, he has a blue card, he has arrows in hand, so he does have the 1 extra resource on his tunic. He can complete this turn through 1 Frostbite. I think he did discard to the Codex because it was in his arsenal, right? And he had a 4-card hand.
Cool.
Oh, maybe.
So
6 go again. We've got the red Bolton shot in hand, right? So another 6 go again, and then trying to end with the infecting.
Very good turn.
Wait a moment. How is the infecting shot face up?
You don't have to though.
From Codex.
Codex puts it in face down, and Lexi is frozen. We need to talk to a judge.
Take 7. 25.
So Ethan's going to run over and just chat with the judge real quick to pause the players, because I don't think that there's any way this could have happened legally since Lexi is frozen.
2 floating.
Codex does put the attack action card into Arsenal face down, so we'll have to see. I'm sure they'll do some sort of rewind here. It looks like they're being paused. So
yeah, good catch there. Now I wonder what, I don't know what the technicality or the ruling is here, given that this is, the players have progressed at this point, so we'll see they're giving a pause.
Yeah, I don't think there's... I'm going to hop off the casting real quick just to chat with the judges. Keep us rolling.
So looking at the board state here, we have kind of progressed past the game state at this point. Rhea down to 25 after taking that searing shot. That was 7 damage represented off the searing shot, but because of the encase, if the Ponder, or if the Codex grabs the card and puts it face down, there would be no way to continue to load the turn, given that Lexi wouldn't be able to flip it up from there, given that she is encased off of the effect of the card. So it probably was just, definitely just missed by both players, because even I thought the Codex put it in face up. It's just...
Was it on a prior turn?
So...
I didn't violate my diplomacy. You didn't violate the diplomacy.
Yeah, the players are just chatting about it here.
I don't know what else it could. I don't know what it should be.
Yeah, it's an easy thing to miss here. Both players waiting here. Good thing for them is, of course, there's no timer for the finals. At this point, because the game has progressed, I'm not sure what the resolution will be. So we're going to wait and see how they want to handle this. It is important at the finals, an event like a Battle Hardened, to make sure, everything is played as much to the book as is possible. So you want to make sure that there's no, Nathan showing that he's like, I know my stuff is frozen. I have the little die here. It is just easy to miss certain small minutia on cards like the Codex of Frailty, and these interactions haven't always been as prevalent in the metagame.
Dude, I did it again. I'm so sorry.
Elbow, dude. Elbow.
I've just been doing that all day.
Alrighty, so gonna go ahead and see how this resolves from here.
I'm hopping back in the booth. Just explain the situation to the judges. They're handling it. I think this is a situation that can be rolled back, so they can just go back to the codex, put it face down, see where we go from there. They're chatting with the judges here, so we can just take a second to assess the board state. We're on turn 4. Finals here at the Battle Hardened, 24-25. So life totals are quite at parity right now. It is Lexi's turn, but if you're the Icelander, you're feeling pretty all right here. 1 life up. You know, usually we see Icelander hanging a little bit behind and then trying to close that gap at the very end with the Stormstriders. Icelander's feeling all right, but of course there is a rain in play. I think what we're going to end up seeing here most likely is the infecting shot just comes in face down from Codex. You aren't able to turn it face up, so Nathan's going to have to choose just fire the shot for 5 or go ahead and pump it with the Rain Razors. He can do either one. If he wants to hang on to the Rain Razors, it will be face up, so he'll be able to double arsenal one of these arrows. Or it's possible that they're going to let him roll back to before the Codex and make a different play. We're going to have to find out. That's completely up to the judges, but his hero is frozen, so there's no way for that infecting shot to end up face up.
Yeah, so we'll see. They are going to maybe just take it from this point. This is a complex situation, and we are grateful to our incredible judge staff for being close by and able to mitigate and handle any problems that do arise.
Yeah, absolutely. I think this is a pretty easy problem to solve. I'm glad we caught it. We can just roll back. I don't think there's any malicious intent here. It's just, judges have to talk to the players, figure out what the fix is. Not a huge deal. They're still discussing it right now. Let's take a look through these deck lists real quick while we've got some time and just see if there's anything spicy from either player we missed. We've seen many iterations of deck lists from both of these heroes. It looks like Nathan is playing.
He's on the
Winner's Bite
and 3 Artivores as well.
Yeah,
kind of similar to some of the lists you guys were running at the last Pro Tour, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, at the Pro Tour I was playing 9 Bite, so pretty close to that. Artivore as well. Andrew, my teammate, also. He's got 2 Sleep Darts in his deck, which is an interesting utility arrow that we don't always see in the Lexi decks. But I do like it. 3 Hamstring Shot. I'm a big fan of this card. It hasn't made it into any of my deck lists yet, but it's always that one card that I'm really trying to find room for. I feel like it's super powerful. He does not have any Withering Shots, expecting maybe a little bit less Ranger after the Lexi ban. Yeah, we have no Quiver of Abyssal Depths, which honestly is pretty reasonable. After Oldhim LL, there's less fatiguey matchups like that, so you're just running the Rustling Leaves into anything. We've already talked at length about the AB. Nathan has 4. Oh, wait, only. Oh yeah, 4 poppers. 4 poppers.
1 down and dirty, and then the 3 battering bolts. So you have to imagine that came in clutch in his game against Mara in the last round. That got him here to the finals. Seeing as the players, it looks like I saw a couple nods. Perhaps they're getting close to the resolution. Both of these people, I think they're friends. I've seen them chatting throughout the event. So everybody's on the same page of what we're trying to do here.
Yep. Judges just want to do their due diligence and make sure they've got a really clear idea of what happened.
Yeah. So looks like that is getting close to being resolved as we continue. We haven't seen any attack actions from this Icelander player all day.
Real quick, we have a question in chat for Brody from Michael Fang. He says, "Hi Brody, this is Michael. Matt got you a milkshake. Do you want the milkshake? Do you like milkshakes? Thanks."
Hi Michael. Thank you Matt for the milkshake. I appreciate it. I do not like milkshakes. Oh! If one of you wants to drink it, please feel free. I do really appreciate it though. This is sadly on my long list of foods that I do not enjoy.
All right, I'll let Michael Fang know. I'll let him know. You're saying no to a Pro Tour champion. That's okay. We'll tell him no.
I mean, no, you're not saying no to you're saying no to a milkshake. I mean,
hey, we've got people here who want the milkshake. One of you two can have it, or bring it to Sam. I'm sure he'd accept it.
No, I would be passing a lot of gas. So, looking back into the board state here, it looks as though they are rewinding to that point.
Which is what we missed, and that's in your hand. Yeah.
All right, so yeah, they're just taking the turn back.
All right, yep, this is the expected outcomes, just rolling back after the Codex was played. This is the point where we strayed from the correct timeline. So just moving forward with the infecting shot here.
I can't believe we both missed that.
I can't believe, yeah.
It's
the whole point that you play in case.
I'm so sorry.
Yeah,
it's all good.
It's all good, Nathan. We understand you got here due entirely to your skill, and I've been there. I had a whole judge call at the calling.
Yeah, people don't sometimes people forget how taxing it is to play, 10 straight rounds of Flesh and Blood. He went straight from Swiss into the top 8. He's won all of his games, but he's got to be mentally tired.
Yeah.
Just missed that.
I would hazard to say that most people in chat haven't played 10 games straight of Flesh and Blood. It's a lot of games of Flesh and Blood to play in a row.
It is certainly a lot.
I certainly haven't.
Pretty sure that's the only time I've done that today.
And then we are maybe still wrapping up, just resolving everything, but it looks like we're restored to the correct board state. And I assume we're going to see the infecting shot fired off from Nathan here.
It's all good.
I think we are still waiting, just making sure the judges are clearing everything up. Oh.
Okay.
I mean,
All right.
going to attack you, right? Like, I'm.
Can one of y'all make sure that we're good to resume play?
All right. We're giving them the okay.
Don't even hit this.
They're asking for the okay to resume play, I think.
That's a question for the
Yeah.
judge.
So.
I think they want you. Yeah. Yep. So we're just talking to the judges right now.
That's what I'm saying. It changes like.
The players just want confirmation that they are good to continue.
And I'm fine. Like, it's probably the same amount. So.
I think Nathan's asking if maybe he can grab a different arrow off the codex and still play the codex. That'll be for the judge to decide.
I might not choose this.
All right, we'll go ahead and, as they continue to figure out what they wish to resolve this here, it is a complicated situation. We thank you all for your patience.
And we will do a quick thanks to all of our sponsors. Marvelous Altars you see there in the corner. Look at that beautiful Uzuri sponsor, as well as several others. Min-Max Ascent for helping us out with the internet.
Absolutely. Fabric, Hammurabi TCG. We got to thank everybody. Of course, Savage Lands News for putting on the production.
Fresh and Buds as well.
This has been an incredible day of gaming.
And it looks like we're moving forward here, finally getting this wrapped up. Just a little complication. Hey, you know what this means? We get to watch 5 more minutes of finals.
This is true.
5 more minutes of Flesh and Blood today.
Thanks for that, everybody. And so we're going to see, it looks as though the turn is getting ready to continue. And the games are ready to progress. So.
I will attack you for 5.
And a blood rot. Threatening a blood rot.
Well, this is.
We are returning to the gameplay now. It looks like this will have to be a Snapdragon Scalers activation. We're going to go ahead and put the Iron Rot in front of it.
Sync, no sync.
The snaps is actually also frozen from the in case. It's been forever.
Oh my goodness.
We're both kind of zooming back into what's going on, but yeah, this is he has the choice to rain here, but this is the only attack he can fire off.
Yeah, so that in case, I mean, it is a critical card in this matchup, and it is a huge part of what the Icelander is going to want to do, because here's just 7 arcane damage that you can't prevent.
Yeah, even with all those resources, just 0 AB.
Oh my god.
And Nathan's going to get 1 card off the ponder, so he has 3 choices for what he wants to arsenal here. And I can't tell what color Bolton Shot that is, but if it's red, then these maybe, yeah, that seems like a totally solid arsenal with a Rain Razor sitting there. His Tunic is on 3, so hopefully not too much from disruption from Rhea this turn cycle, and he can get off the power turn that he's really been waiting for with this Rain Razor.
Here's a Channel Lake Frigid.
Quite frozen though.
That is a channel. It's being revealed. I'm going to
See
take
the
a look at
Brain
Nathan's
Freeze.
hand. I see at least 2 0-cost cards in there.
Yeah, and unfortunately, I mean, so you can do a similar type of effect with the Coronet Peak, but this way you at least get to look at a hand. And we see 2 different 0-cost options. We see the Searing Shot and the Falcon Wing.
This looks like a pretty devastating Rain Razors. The silver lining for Nathan, it's so interesting. If he's able to get off this Art of War, he can give the Bolton Shot go again without having to commit the Rain. So,
How do you do so? If you float the Tunic, you can just get responded to with the Channel Lake Frigid that you know is in there, but it's kind of your only way to turn this turn into something more threatening.
Yeah, it's really rough. The sequencing here, Nathan has to be really careful, and he is going to go ahead and just start with the Bolton Shot, say, show me your blocks. I have, Rain Razors face up. I have another pump in my hand I can choose to use. But if he does take the Tunic, but if Rhea fires off the Channel Lake right now, Nathan will have a safe window to draw 2 cards before the Frostbite resolves.
Absolutely.
It's actually really good for him.
Yeah, so he's going to respond right now, grabbing the resource off of the Tunic. We're going to respond with the Art of War and turn on the go again without needing to utilize the Rain Razors, even though most likely going to see it on this turn, though it depends on what the draw is.
Yeah, if we draw blue or 2, this could be really good for Nathan. That's at least 1 blue, I think, in his hand now. We've got the Remorseless. It looks like 2 blue cards.
Because we do need a lot of resources now to pitch through the rest of this turn. There's an additional resource represented in the Frostbite Frostbite, and then an additional resource on every action, instant, or activation from henceforth with the Channel Lake Frigid about to resolve.
Yeah, and I think it's actually 2 red arrows and 1 blue, which maybe is just perfect for him. He can pay to Voltaire now, and then we'll have 2 floating. If he loads a 0-cost card, that's just perfect to break Frostbite, pay through Channel, and set his other arrow to hopefully finally get that Rain Razor's turn going forward.
Yeah, because we can't, if we're trying to play the Rain Razors on this turn, we have to pay another resource.
All things considered, with a hand that started with 3 reds, this is a really nice play through a Channel Lake Frigid.
Absolutely. Now the question is Rhea going to attempt to keep a nice card to keep the Channel Lake Frigid for the next turn?
You have to assume so, right? Maybe just a Coronet Peak. We'll see block 3. Maybe one of these cards goes to Arsenal. Lots of options, as always, with the Icelander. You have all these block 3 blues that are also playable. Like we said, Nathan's just going to come in for 5 here, or 6 rather, if he gave it +1 with his Searing Shot.
6, maybe 7. Yeah.
And what is Rhea going to do? It looks like we've got another Encase plus Icebind, and you already have Channel in play, so maybe you don't even want to fire off one of these disruptive cards. You just peek, keep the Channel around, and park it in Arsenal for in the future when you do not have that Channel like Frigid to help you out. Rhea's definitely got to be thinking, with the Rain Razors in Arsenal, you want to do everything you can each turn to keep Nathan from cashing in on it. She has managed so far to keep him at bay, and that's been sitting in Arsenal for, what, 3 turns now?
Yep.
Going into the 4th? Only turn 5 of this game, but Nathan is all the way down to 14. Rhea with a health lead at 20. Icelander with a health lead is a scary beast.
Yeah, it's something you're not expecting to see and not used to seeing, I would even hazard to say, given how often Icelander is playing from behind. But again, things are going well for Rhea here. She's going to go and freeze another Encase, so this is just going to once again turn the Lexi ability off. So, and it's also going to turn off the Snapdragon Scalers here, and there is no way to do anything about it. It's something that's dangerous about setting that card face down in your arsenal, but Nathan, he's so far behind at this point, he's got to find a way to close the tempo, and in doing so, and to do so, he most likely would, you have to utilize that Rain Razors, but at this point, we're just pitching that Ice card, we're just keeping the Channel Lake Frigid around because perhaps we're going to find close to enough damage with just the Storm Striders without an arsenal.
Yeah, so no arsenal, Channel Lake stays around. What is Nathan going to do? We haven't seen any 3-of-a-kinds from him yet. That would be a nice way to find enough resources to play through this Channel Lake, but he really wants to get value out of this Rain Razors. I see an Endless Arrow in his hand, and if this were to connect, that could be a nice way to get extra cards and essentially, therefore, extra resources as well.
That's a Remorseless in his arsenal, though, right, from the last turn, so I don't see any way for him to give it a go again.
Yeah, he would have to... He would have to pay 1 to... Oh, we were encased.
Yeah, we were encased. That's what I'm
we
saying.
were encased.
Yeah.
Oh, well, that is unfortunate. I don't know how I managed to miss that.
Unfortunate is a word for it, Brody.
That is certainly unfortunate.
It's brutal is what it is. This has been, Rhea has just been keeping the icy grip on this game, applying all the right moves to keep Nathan from doing much explosivity. Still down to 20 on the turn 6 of the finals of this Battle Hardened here in Cincinnati. However, it's going to be tough to come back from this. We're going to go ahead and pitch, just get some cards out of the hand, and we're just going to have to throw 5 vanilla, and this is going to be the end of the turn.
Yeah, to be honest, I really like Rhea's play here. I kind of fell behind on what happened, but Nathan's at 9. He dealt 6 arcane damage last turn. Like, he's so close to being within lethal range. We see a red Aether Ice Vein there, going to set what looks like a Frosting or some damage ice spell, and that's probably it. Next turn, Waning Moon on his turn is just going to be the game.
We're looking at the end of this game right here, folks. This is going to be a red Aether Ice Vein coming in. It's going to deal 5 damage. It's going to rip a card, and then from there, we're going to be able to set up an ice card, most likely a damaging card, and then finish this game off with the Waning Moon.
Am I dead?
Not this turn.
Oh, am I dead on my turn?
I don't know. So that's what I draw.
I'm across my face.
Seriously.
A little bit of banter here
A little bit of
between the
banter.
players.
And yeah, going ahead and getting rid of the Frosting. The Frosting would represent the lethal, though, right? Because it would be 1+3?
I think so. Rhea maybe is just looking to pitch both ice cards here and keep the channel around. Theoretically, this plays through... Well, I guess we've seen deck lists, but, you could say this plays through like a respite play or something a little better. But we should be able to lock it up either way. We're going to draw 4 cards off the top. If any of them say Wizard on them, that should be enough to get it done.
Yeah. This is an Aether Ice Vein. It's going to be 5 damage. We're going to pitch 2 to it.
Pitch to blue.
And then now we're just going to, cash this in for the Waning Moon.
Waning
Oh,
Moon.
I see. And this is why. Because we're just pushing all the damage we can.
We are keeping the channel leg around, so Nathan, once again, is not going to be able to get that Rain Razors off.
Yeah, so specifically, in case I don't draw any Arcane, is why I am channeling this to 2 instead of getting 3 from this Cold Snap.
Anything? Any wizard
Anything.
card?
I'll.
Yeah, so we hear the
turn.
players chatting about it.
Showing the two cards for the flow counter, and she explains, just in case she doesn't draw any arcane, she wanted to keep the Channel Link around, but that is arcane damage. We're just going to be able to Storm Striders, and this is going to be the game. The finals of the Battle Hardened are coming down to this. We're Storm Striders in the Emeritus Scolding. That's the fist bump, and Rhea Adams has won the Battle Hardened Cincinnati on Icelander Stormbind. A perennial top 8 player, just a wonderful person and friend. Couldn't be happier for her.
I know, yeah. And Icelander, we haven't seen Icelander really win an event or even show up that much since the Calling Indianapolis earlier this year, of course, with Michael Hamilton. This is Icelander's first big win since Outsiders was released. Congratulations to Rhea. That was quite a show all day. I could not have enjoyed it more.
This was just an unbelievable day of games, a pretty wild final to watch. I know it was a little bit one-sided, but I do think it was unlike anything I've ever really seen, just a completely different type of game than we've seen an Icelander be able to play into a deck like Lexi. Normally there's a lot of pressure being applied, but those disruptive effects without the AB. You know that these Lexis looking at these games are going to be thinking about how do I find that slot, and perhaps we're going to see a little more Heart of Ice action.
Yeah, it goes to show you earlier today, we kind of listened to Rhea talking about people disrespecting Wizard. And I mean, you obviously as Lexi have limited sideboard space. Nathan wanted to commit it to other stuff. Maybe one more popper for Dromai got him through the semifinals, but ultimately at the end of the day did not find space for that no room gloves, and that absolutely changes the course of the matchup so much. And yeah, Rhea just taking advantage of that. I think really correctly identifying a strategy for most of that game to just poke with Arcane, whittle him down. Like, you knew that you had that window where he was kind of continuously disrupted. Just deal as much damage in that time as you can, and he cannot deal with it.
Yeah. So we are absolutely going to go and grab Rhea and get her thoughts on the day. Congratulate her. We're going to get her gold foil. Until then, don't go anywhere, because we'll be back momentarily, and then we will be back as a team here at Savage Feats to sign you off from what an incredible day. So don't go anywhere. We'll be back with the winner of the Battle Hardened Cincinnati, Rhea Adams, and we'll see you soon. I am here with world-renowned Flesh and Blood player, Icelander specialist, and my friend Rhea. Congratulations, girl!
Thank you, Sam.
So walk me through not only the tournament, but that final game. Talk to me about the day. How are you feeling? Talk to the people at home.
I'm a little speechless. This is very exciting. I didn't think I would be here at the end of the day, to be honest. You know, we've seen all the tier lists. C tier hero. But we just really went through the gauntlet. 2 Bravos, 2 Briars, 2 Lexis, 2 Wizards, the other Icelander room, and the only Kano in the room. So we just, the whole gamut of different heroes to play against.
Ooh.
And things paid off.
And we got there. So your only loss of the day to the Bravo on stream?
The only loss of the day was to the Bravo on stream. Yeah.
Ooh, talk about a comeback story. You kidding me? You said, all right, I'll show you.
Yeah, it was very stressful to try to rally back from that, but we did it. I think the brackets lined up very nicely for me. I got to play Sam in the top 8, Redline Uzuri. It's a very favored matchup.
For sure.
I got to play against Yuanji in top 4 on Briar. That matchup was incredibly stressful. The moment he went to 3, though, I knew I had 1 red Ice Vein left in deck, and I was just, if I survived to that, because it was open deckless, I knew he had no life gain trips. I survived to that. I pump it with Metacarpus. It's a confirmed kill.
Yep.
So the moment he went to 3, it was just survive.
Yep. Yeah, and you did. We were talking about it like midway through the game. I was like, you know, the way to extend the turn, like the kill turn the biggest, is with that Red Aether Ice Vein, but that was pitched not too long ago. Can we get there?
Yeah.
And you did. Now, talk to me just a little bit before we head off for the day about Icelander in this metagame, because clearly it was a comfortable pick for you. It was a consistent pick for you, but, you know, it was also an active choice. So why did you bring it? And are you, I mean, I was going to ask, are you happy you did? But I think that is a dumb question.
Yeah. So I specifically didn't expect Prisms to turn out this weekend, which is the biggest reason I brought Icelander. I also have been working on Prism. I just didn't see that it was there. And that being one of the hardest matchups for the deck, I felt pretty safe to bring this today. I also just expected, in general, a lot of Wizard disrespect. There ended up being 3 Wizards in the room, so we mostly got there. I saw a little bit more AB3 than I expected, but Arcane Icelander has always been robust in its game plan into high Arcane Barrier. It's never, it's not like an auto game loss. If you see it from your opponent, you just have to play a little bit differently. I think we just, you know, it's all reps.
Yeah.
It's all reps. Just learn how to play the deck, and it treats you well.
Absolutely. And as we can see here on the screen, right under your name, we got the shirts on.
Absolutely.
The unbelievable sponsor of this internet and this event, Team Ascent. Anybody you want to thank from the team? Talk a little bit about your experience, because, hey, where can people find you? Because I know you were talking about Prism. I remember I was watching you play Prism on, where was I watching that?
Yeah, so I want to shout out, there's 2 main members on Team Ascent to, like, name them all individually. You guys are all awesome. Thank you so much. Thank you for helping to make me a better player. Thank you to my locals as well. Team Eclipse, as they're known, they're the best team you haven't heard of. And then if you want to find me online,
yeah, we do.
On Twitter, I'm on Hit Effect, like the thing that happens in Flesh and Blood.
Oh,
I'm also there on YouTube on Hit Effect. I stream Wednesdays-ish, weekly-ish. Typically Icelander content. I'm branching out into Prism a little bit. And a little bit of variety streams.
Oh, I saw you try Levia. I saw that.
We saw the Levi stream, and if you missed
with Icelander.
Your deck is hard, dude.
and if you missed it, there was also a stream where she tried to beat people, and every time she won a game with that old Icelander Blitz list, she just blacked out more of the Tau Star screen. And it was one of my favorite Flesh and Blood streams I've seen in a long time.
I do think.
Before
we take off.
Yeah, is there something you want to do?
So there's a gold foil here.
What do you want to do with that gold foil?
We should open the gold foil.
Yeah, I don't think they really want to see it. Thank you guys. No, I'm kidding. Go ahead. Let's rock this.
All right, let's go.
Bump, bump, bump. Whoa, just turn the camera off. Alrighty. Thump, thump. Thump, thump. Thump, thump. All right, I'm going to shut up. Here we go. The gold foil.
Hold it higher, because there's the thing.
Okay. 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 Okay.
Oh, interesting.
Okay.
To match the playmat. It's Quiver of Abyssal Depths.
Gold foil quiver. You take down a ranger to take down the battle hardened, and you take home a trophy from the
Absolutely.
Rangers, huh?
Absolutely.
Gotta feel good. Well, thank you all so much. Thank you, Ray. Congratulations
very
again.
much.
Bring it in, team. Bring it in, team. The Savage Feast team has. How is it?
This was us.
We did it.
We did it.
Shout out to
Rhea
these
did it.
guys.
Yo,
Y'all's coverage
Brody
is
hella did it.
incredible.
Brody came
Sam
through.
killed it.
No, but hold on. Yo,
Oh.
get down here because
yes,
you
yes.
all need to.
Oh, so sorry.
Get on Twitter. Tell this man you love him. Give him the appreciation. Literally none of this would happen. We couldn't have seen any of those incredible games if it wasn't for Ethan's passion and Ethan's drive to make this happen. So tell him you love him and tell him thank you.
Thank you. Warmongers wouldn't be $30 if this stream hadn't happened, so that's also my fault. Stacks will.
Shout out to Warmonder's Recital, best
Yes,
generic in the set.
That was pretty crazy.
Fantastic.
All right, thank you everybody for tuning in. We literally
recital,
peaked at like
diplomacy.
1,600 viewers. It was an insane
Oh my gosh,
day.
that's so wonderful.
Thank you all so much for sticking around. We'll see you. I don't know. The next event's coming. Goodbye. 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 Goodbye.
Thank you, everybody. We will see you soon.